Get up, you idiot. The coarse shout pierced his ears like a blunt blade. Ron snapped his eyes open, his pupils contracting sharply. A fleshy face covered in fat nearly pressed against his nose, its pores large like orange skin, breath reeking of rotten fruit mixed with cheap liquor. Those cloudy eyes glared at him viciously, as if looking at a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Alvida. The name struck his mind like lightning. Iron Mace Alvida, one of the most notorious female pirates of East Blue, known for her cruelty and unpredictable temper. In the original story, she was Koby's first nightmare, and the first enemy Luffy punched flying after setting out to sea. But the question was, why was she here? No, why was he here? Ron's heart clenched as if seized by a fist. He instinctively lowered his head and saw his familiar hands, slender fingers with a faint scar on the inner wrist from a childhood fall. He quickly touched his face, shoulders, chest. It was his own body, every inch of it. Physical transmigration. Not possession, not usurpation. It was Ron himself with his own flesh and blood descending unreasonably upon this sea. The Grand Line, the world of pirates. Before he could digest this fact, a fat foot stamped onto his chest. Bam! The force was unimaginably great. Ron was sent flying like he'd been charged by a rhinoceros, his back slamming hard against the ship's rail, his stomach churning violently. He instinctively opened his mouth and vomited a large mouthful of bitter, salty seawater, which splashed onto the filthy deck, mixing with old bloodstains. What are you looking at? Alvida leaned on her signature iron mace, the fat on her face twisting into a vicious smile. Staring at me, you should die 1,000 deaths. Little brat. Rough laughter erupted around him. Ron clutched his stomach, half kneeling on the deck, but his mind was racing rapidly. He quickly scanned his surroundings. This was a medium-sized pirate ship. A skull flag hung from the mast. Over 30 pirates sat, or lay scattered across the deck, swords and firearms within reach. The air reeked of sweat, blood, rotting wood, and seawater mingled together. Assessing the situation, he was now an unexpected guest aboard Alvida's ship. On this ship, those without value had only one fate: having their skulls crushed by the iron mace, then thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Boss, a sharp-mouthed, monkey-faced pirate stepped forward, pointing his dagger at Ron's modern t-shirt and casual pants. Look at what this kid's wearing, so weird. Probably some poor devil doesn't have a single berry on him. Just kill him, save the trouble of wasting food. The dagger's reflection flashed at the corner of Ron's eye. His heartbeat skipped a beat. But he knew he couldn't panic now, nor could he fight head-on. Alvida's bounty wasn't high, only 5 million berries, but she was a true tyrant of East Blue. With his current ordinary body, one strike from her, and he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. Survive first. Wait. Ron raised his hand, trying to keep his voice calm. I can work. The laughter on the deck softened slightly. Alvida raised an eyebrow, showing an interesting expression. Ron took a deep breath, forcing himself to look directly into those cloudy eyes, mopping, swabbing the deck, carrying cargo, odd jobs. I can do anything. Keeping me alive is more useful than killing me. He let his tone carry just the right amount of tension and deference. Not too calm that would seem suspicious, not too fearful that would seem weak and easy to bully. Alvida squinted her eyes, sizing him up, while her iron mace tapped lightly on the deck with a dull thud. Interesting. She grinned, revealing uneven yellow teeth. But unfortunately, we already have someone for odd jobs. Her iron mace pointed toward the edge of the crowd. Ron followed the direction and saw a skinny, pink-haired boy curled up, trembling. Koby. That timid coward from the original story. The future Marine Colonel, the first person Luffy met after setting out to sea. The current Koby was even thinner and smaller than in Ron's memory, like a rain-drenched chick, his eyes brimming with tears. How about it, Koby? Alvida's tone carried the playfulness of a cat toying with a mouse. How about this, you two fight it out? The winner stays to do odd jobs and live. Koby's tears dropped onto the deck with soft patters. Miss Alvida, please. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice choked with tears. I've already worked for so long, I can do all the chores: swabbing the deck, washing dishes, carrying ammo. I'm skilled at everything. The new guy doesn't know anything. You'd have to teach him all over again. He definitely won't do as well as me. Please don't send me away. He wept uncontrollably, his thin body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Ron watched this scene, feeling a dark satisfaction. Top of the kill list, worthy of the name. At this moment, the two were pushed into a brutal either-or situation. And on this ship, the word mercy did not exist. Alvida listened to Koby's plea and actually nodded. Makes sense, she said. A flash of hope sparked in Koby's eyes. The next second, the iron mace was pressed against his head. Then go die. Alvida's tone was casual, as if commenting on nice weather. Wasting my time, useless trash, not worth a thing. Koby's face instantly turned ash gray. Ron's expression also grew extremely ugly. He watched that thick iron mace, watched Koby's desperate eyes, felt the utter emptiness of strength in his body. No devil fruit, no Haki, no supernatural power of any kind. Really going to die? Just as the iron mace was about to fall, a cold mechanical voice exploded in Ron's mind. Host detected, facing life or death peril. Stronger against the strong, system activated. System rules: facing any enemy, host may randomly select a body attribute, strength, speed, defense, aura, for enhancement. After enhancement, that attribute will automatically surpass the enemy's strongest by 1 level. If facing a group target, the system will automatically use the strongest among the group as the benchmark. Current enemy, Iron Mace Alvida. Comprehensive assessment, East Blue Bounty 5 million berries pirate. Please select the body attribute to enhance. Luowen's pupils sharply constricted. A cold electric-like sensation instantly coursed through his limbs and bones. His mind became extraordinarily clear at that moment, as if time itself had slowed down. For options emerged in his mind like luminous shields, strength, speed, defense, spirit. Which one to choose? He glanced at the descending iron rod. Too late to dodge with speed. Defense couldn't withstand that blow. Spirit. No. Now. This very moment. What he wanted was not to dodge, not to withstand, not to intimidate. What he wanted was counterattack. Strength. Selection confirmed. Attribute strength. Judging. Current strongest enemy, Alvida power level C. Enhancement activated. Host's power level elevated to B. An indescribable sensation exploded from deep within Luowen's body. Not pain, not burning, but something awakening inside him. His muscles did not swell, but his body suddenly felt as if it had been filled with molten steel. He could sense the flow of seawater beneath the deck, the faint sounds of each fiber of this wooden ship under stress, and every bone and muscle in his body resonating in a new way. He looked up. Alvida's iron rod was raised high in the air, about to smash down on Koby's head. And Luowen, he stood up. The movement was not fast but steady. His right hand clenched into a fist. Then he took a step forward. The deck groaned heavily beneath his feet, as if straining under the weight. Alvida froze. She sensed something, the shift in aura from prey to predator. She spun her head abruptly, a flicker of disbelief in her murky eyes. You. Luowen did not give her a chance to finish. He threw a punch. A simple punch without any proper stance. But the airflow driven by this punch swept the dust on the deck into a fan shape. The fist slammed into Alvida's iron rod. Boom. The iron rod that had crushed countless innocent heads bent and deformed like a stalk of straw under this punch flew out of Alvida's hand, spun across most of the deck, and with a dong sound smashed through the ship's bulwark and fell into the sea. The entire ship shuddered violently. Dead silence fell over the whole vessel. You could hear a pin drop. All the pirates' grins froze on their faces. Koby's cries got stuck in his throat. Alvida stared blankly at her empty hands, then looked up at Luowen. The youth who had been kicked flying by her just a moment ago, now standing before her, his fist still in a punching posture, not even a trace of redness on his knuckles. This. Alvida's lips trembled. This is impossible. Luowen withdrew his fist and rotated his wrist. He felt it. That power was still there, like a docile beast lurking within his body, ready for his summoning at any moment. He raised his head, looked at Alvida's terrified fat face, and smiled. Old hag, that kick you gave me earlier, it hurt quite a bit. The sea breeze swept across the deck. The pirate flag fluttered loudly overhead. And Luowen stood in the sunlight behind him, the vast blue sea, for the first time truly realizing he had survived. And from today onward on this sea, no one would ever make him kneel again. The silence on the deck lasted only 3 seconds. Alvida stared at her trembling empty hand, her pupils contracted to pinpricks. The iron rod that had accompanied her across the East Sea for years now lay at the bottom of the sea, leaving only a jagged hole in the ship's side. Her lips quivered, the fat on her face twitching. This is impossible. Her voice squeezed out of her throat, sharp and distorted. Who are you? Luowen did not answer her question. He withdrew his fist and slowly swept his gaze across the entire pirate ship. On the deck, more than 30 pirates remained frozen in their previous poses, some with half-open mouths, some with a hand still on their sword hilt, some with a cigarette, but on their crotch unnoticed. Their expressions were remarkably uniform. Shock, then fear. Just now Luowen spoke, his voice not loud, but sweeping across the deck like a cold wind. You were the ones shouting to kill me, weren't you? He took a step forward. The deck groaned heavily under his feet. That B-level power still coursed through his body like magma surging beneath the earth's crust, ready to erupt at any moment. Don't come closer. The nearest pirate suddenly drew a curved blade, its edge glinting in the sunlight, but his wrist was shaking. I'll hack you to death. The blade descended. Luowen didn't even look. He threw a backhand punch. No technique, no form. Pure, overwhelming force. The fist struck the side of the steel blade, bending it like tinfoil, the momentum undiminished, sending both blade and man flying. The pirate didn't even have time to scream before his entire body flew backward like a cannonball, smashed through the ship's railing, and splashed a huge white spray of water. Splash. The waves swallowed him. First one. Luowen's voice was calm, as if counting. And that voice poured like ice water over the heads of all the pirates. Damn it. All together. A one-eyed pirate drew a flintlock pistol and roared, he's just one man. Before he finished, Luowen was already in front of him. You talk too much. The fist descended. This punch struck his chest, and the sound of ribs breaking was crisp like popping beans. The one-eyed pirate's eyes bulged, his body bent at an impossible angle, and he followed his companion flying toward the sea. Second, then third, fourth, fifth. Luowen swept through every inch of the deck of this pirate ship like a storm of death. No one could withstand his punch. For even a second no one could draw another breath. Blades and swords were sent flying by the force of his fist before they could touch him. Flintlock bullets hadn't even left the barrel before the gun barrel, and the arm holding it were twisted out of shape. Screams rose and fell, then quickly vanished like bubbles swallowed by the sea. A pirate threw down his weapon and knelt to beg for mercy, his forehead hitting the deck until it bled. Master, spare me. I'm willing to be your servant. Luo looked down at him. When you killed those defenseless civilians, did you listen to their pleas, eh? A punch. Another one flew toward the sea. The blood on the deck soon formed a small stream following the grain of the planks toward the ship's side, dripping drop by drop into the ocean. Not a single drop of blood stained Luo, yet his fists reeked of gore. In less than 2 minutes, all 30-odd pirates were eliminated. Only 3 remained on the deck: Luo, the limp Alvida, and Koby trembling in the corner. Luo turned to face Alvida. The once arrogant female pirate was now utterly broken. Her iron club was gone, her crew was gone, and she lacked even the strength to stand. She slumped to the ground, her skirt soaked in blood, her clouded eyes filled with nothing but pure terror. You. What kind of monster are you? Her teeth chattered. Luo walked up to her, looking down. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is, he bent down, meeting her terrified gaze. I remember that kick you gave me. Alvida forced a smile uglier than tears. I can give you money. No, I can be your subordinate. My ship, my treasure, all for you. Your treasure. Luo sneered. All stolen, I suppose. I have no interest in such tainted gains. His right hand clenched. In your next life, be a good person. A punch was thrown. Alvida's massive body flew like a ball of meat, crashing through the wooden cabin wall, arcing through the air, and finally plunging into the sea. A splash rose 3 meters high, then subsided. Luo lowered his fist and exhaled deeply. His gaze swept the empty deck and settled on the last person in the corner. Koby. The pink-haired boy curled into a ball, hugging his knees, trembling like a small animal thrown into icy water. His face was a mess of tears and snot, and he lacked even the courage to lift his head. Lord Luo. Koby's voice was as thin as a mosquito's whine. Please spare me. He fell to his knees, pressing his forehead against the blood-soaked deck. I just want to live. I don't want to die. Please. I can do anything. Scrub the deck, carry cargo, cook, wash clothes. Anything. His voice was shrill and broken, laced with fears squeezed from the depths of his soul. Luo stood before him, silently watching the kneeling boy. The sea breeze carried a mingled scent of salt and blood. In Luo's memory surfaced everything about Koby, the coward saved by Luffy from Alvida, who later joined the Navy, trained under Garp, and gradually grew into a boy with backbone. He bravely stood up during the Paramount War, shielding the Navy's guns with his body, bringing an end to the conflict. That Koby was a respectable Marine. But that was the Koby from the original story. The Koby saved by Luffy. Not the Koby saved by Luo. Luo looked down at the trembling figure at his feet, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He spoke, his voice soft as if talking to himself. Koby, do you know? Koby's trembling paused for a moment. If Luffy hadn't saved you, you would have died on this ship. You would have been killed by Alvida or beaten to death with an iron club for dropping a broom in the wrong direction. Your life was supposed to end here. Luo crouched down, leveling his gaze with Koby's. Luffy was your benefactor. He changed your fate, turning you from a cowardly cabin boy into a pride of the Navy. You were grateful to him all your life, followed in his footsteps, and became a good person. His voice paused. But that was your path, not mine. Koby's pupils reflected Luo's calm face. Do you think I didn't see it? Luo said. When Alvida was about to let the newcomer take your place, how did you cry to prove your worth? You said you were familiar with everything, that the newcomer wasn't as good as you. Do you know what that meant? It meant you wanted someone else to die so you could live. I didn't. Koby's tears gushed again. You were just too scared. Luo finished for him. Scared enough to let someone else die in your place without a second thought. He stood up, looking down at the pink-haired boy. You said you could be useful to me. You said you could do anything. But you don't even have the courage to stand up for someone else. What use are you to me? Koby's lips trembled. He wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Moreover, Luo's eyes sharpened. If I let you live, and you later join the Navy, and rise in rank, will you remember today? Will you remember that a man named Luo spared you? No, you won't. You'll only see today as your shame, and try to erase it by any means. Once you have power and status, the first person you'll target is me, the one who knows your disgraceful past. I wouldn't. You have no right to deny it. Luo interrupted. You deny it now because you don't yet have the power. When you do, you'll change. People always change. Especially on this sea. A coward once given strength can be more terrifying than the cruelest brute. He raised his right fist. Koby's tears fell like broken beads. He closed his eyes, every muscle in spasm. Pathetic coward. Luo gave him a final glance, his voice devoid of pity. Your tears and pleas are worthless to me. Rather than continue to drag out a miserable existence on this sea, turning into a heartless wretch, it's better to die now, be reborn quickly, and in your next life, be a person with backbone. Remember, it's not my fist that kills you. It's your cowardice. The fist descended. The pink-haired body was struck by a violent force, soaring like a fallen leaf. Koby didn't even let out a scream. He flew over the ship's railing, tumbled several times in the air, and vanished into the azure sea. Plop. That was the last splash. The deck fell utterly silent. Luoin stood in the center of the empty deck, looking around. Pools of blood scattered weapon fragments, sunlight streaming through holes in the bulwark, and the pirate flag fluttering in the wind atop the mast. The entire ship aside from him had no living soul. He picked up a relatively clean coat from the deck, wiped the bloodstains from his fists, and walked to the bow. The ocean stretched before him, an azure so vivid it seemed soaked in dye. The horizon blurred where sea met sky, indistinguishable where one ended and the other began. Sea wind stirred his hair, pouring into his torn t-shirt with a briny free scent. Ron inhaled deeply. He had survived. Not only that, he had wiped out every enemy on this ship. He had done it. System. He murmured within his heart. A cold mechanical voice echoed, host has defeated all enemies detected. Battle ended. Attribute enhancement effect has been lifted. That scorching power slowly receded from his body like ebbing tide. Ron looked down at his fists. They had returned to normal, not even a callus on his skin. But he knew that power had not vanished. It merely lay dormant, awaiting the summons of the next battle. Grow stronger against the strong. Those 4 words were his greatest asset in this perilous world. Ron raised his head, gazing toward the horizon. He gave a quick survey of the ship's resources and navigation equipment. Not bad. There was a small storeroom with freshwater barrels and rations, a nautical chart spread on the captain's quarters table, and a log needle that, though aged, was still functional. Enough to last him a while. The problem was he needed direction. A map of the East Sea unfolded in his mind. Eureda's sphere of influence mainly covered the first half of the East Sea near the waters around Goya Kingdom. If he followed the log needle's direction, he should be able to find an inhabited island. First, find a place to settle, replenish supplies, gather intelligence. Then, recruit crew members. The system's voice had made it clear only by recruiting crew could he earn lottery opportunities. And on these vast seas one could not go far alone. He needed companions, needed strength, needed to build his own faction upon this boundless ocean. As for who to recruit, a slight smile touched Ron's lips. On these seas there were too many untapped talents, too many waiting to shine. The East Sea was merely the starting point. Ahead lay the grand line, the new world, and those powerful masters standing at the pinnacle of the world. And he would walk toward them step by step. Then surpass them. Grow stronger against the strong, forever stay one step ahead. Sea wind fluttered the corner of the pirate flag. Ron reached out, seized the banner emblazoned with Eureda's mark, tore it down, and cast it into the sea. Then he entered the captain's quarters. The nautical chart lay spread on the table, the log needle trembling slightly inside its glass cover. Ron's finger traced along the route and stopped at a marker, Town. The headquarters of the East Sea Navy's 153rd branch. Also in the original story, the place ruled by Navy Captain Axhan Maka. Ron narrowed his eyes. That was the nearest inhabited place to him. And if he remembered correctly, that man bound to the execution platform, half-starved, the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. He should be there now. Zoro. Ron tapped his finger on the island's location, a glint flashing in his eyes. The system rules stated clearly, recruiting crew meant lottery draws. And Zoro's combat power, even during the EC era, would undoubtedly earn an S rank or higher evaluation. If he could bring Zoro under his command. Ron chuckled, turned, and walked out of the captain's quarters to the ship's helm, raising his hand to grip the wheel. Bloodstains on it were still damp, clinging to his palm with a cool touch. He paid it no mind. He turned the helm, pointing the bow toward Town. Sea wind filled the sails, the hull slowly turning, parting the deep blue seawater as it sailed forward. Ron stood alone at the bow, behind him the empty deck and a brand new black flag. He had grabbed it from the storeroom at random, too hasty to paint any emblem. But it didn't matter. The stage of this world had just begun to unfold for him. And all he needed to do was write his name upon that flag. As the sun slanted westward, the sea breeze grew cool. Ron stood before the helm, both hands gripping the wooden handle, worn glossy, his expression shifting from initial confidence to a subtle unease. He turned the helm. The ship didn't move. He tried another direction. Still no movement. Actually, the ship was moving, but entirely drifting with the current, having nothing to do with his hand movements. Fuck. Ron let go of the helm, looked down at the contraption, then up at the billowing sails on the mast, and finally admitted a harsh truth: he couldn't sail. Navigation wasn't like pressing W in a game to move forward. Wind, direction, sail, angle, helm, tilt, ocean currents. All of it was a muddled mess in his mind. After half an hour of fiddling, his only achievement was making the ship spin 2 circles in place, then continuing to drift. Should have kept one who knows how to sail, Ron muttered, walking to the rail to gaze at the endless sea. The sunset had begun to sink toward the horizon, dyeing half the ocean dark red like a spread of bloody silk. The pirate corpses he'd blasted overboard had long since drifted away, the sea's surface pristine, as if nothing had happened. He sighed, dug out a nautical chart from the captain's quarters, spread it on the deck, studied it for a while, then compared it with the log needle's direction, gesturing a few times. He roughly remembered Town's location, southeast. The problem was even knowing the direction, he couldn't precisely steer the ship that way. Forget it. Ron rolled up the chart and stuffed it into his shirt. This ship was already on Eureka's route. Based on current wind and current, the general direction shouldn't deviate too much. Even if it does with the system, I can survive anywhere. Coming to this realization, he stopped fretting. He circled the deck, kicking scattered weapon fragments aside, then found a few wooden planks to roughly patch the holes smashed into the rail. Though crude, it would at least prevent a wave from sweeping in and flooding the ship at night. He counted the freshwater barrels and rations in the storeroom, enough for one person for half a month. When darkness fully fell, Ron climbed to the lookout tower. He didn't go to sleep in the captain's quarters. The mere sight of Eureka's bed made him uneasy. It emitted an indescribable greasy odor, and the pillow bore stains unknown whether saliva or something else. Rather than sleep on that bed, he preferred to find a corner on the lookout tower to rest. The night sky over the sea had no light pollution, the Milky Way stretching across the heavens like a luminous river. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver ribbon across the sea that quivered with the waves. The rhythmic crash of waves against the hull played like a lullaby. Luo leaned against the wooden railing of the crow's nest, feeling the cool sea breeze brush against his cheeks as he began to organize the events of the day in his mind. From the moment he opened his eyes to see Alvida's pudgy face to now drifting alone on the vast ocean, it had been no more than half a day. Yet in that half day he had experienced transmigration system awakening, his first use of stronger with the strong, his first kill, and his first attempt at sailing, though it ended in failure. 1520. He gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring to himself. See Circle Calendar 1520. That year was all too familiar to him, a devoted fan of One Piece. That year a boy in a straw hat set sail from Windmill Village on a tiny battered boat, declaring he would become the Pirate King. That boy was Mengchidi Luffy, who had eaten the gum-gum fruit, granting him a body that could stretch like rubber. He always flashed a wide grin with a mouthful of white teeth, forever carefree and charging forward. But now, he had encountered Alvida while she was still alive. Koby was still a chore boy on her ship. What did this mean? It meant that Luffy hadn't set sail, yet hadn't beaten Alvida and hadn't taken Koby as his follower. It meant that Luo was one step ahead of the original protagonist. One step ahead. A slow grin spread across Luo's face. On this sea, time was everything. To find a devil fruit first, to recruit powerful allies first, to enter the Grand Line first, to reach the New World first. Each step of foresight could evolve into an ultimate advantage. AIC had set sail 3 years before Luffy and had become the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, renowned across the seas. He didn't need to be 3 years ahead, he only needed to be one step ahead, then step by step widen the gap until no one could catch up. Since I'm here. Luo closed his eyes, feeling the gentle sway of the ship with the waves, his voice carried away by the sea breeze into the night. Then the protagonist of this world is me. Not Mengchidi Luffy. Not that rubber boy. It was him, Luo. He was the transmigrator from another world, bearing the stronger with the strong system. Tonight this ship held only him, but it wouldn't always be so. He would find his own crew on the sea, build his own power, and then ascend step by step to the summit. He didn't need to be a member of the Pirate King's crew or join any of the 4 emperors. He would stand at the peak himself. With that thought, Luo fell into a deep sleep. When sunlight split the morning mist, Luo opened his eyes in the crow's nest. A thin layer of golden radiance floated on the sea, as if someone had splashed molten gold onto the water. He rubbed his eyes, stood up holding the wooden railing, and then he saw it. Ahead, the outline of an island rose from the horizon, growing from blurry to clear like a giant beast lying on the sea, revealing its back. At the center of the island stood a towering rocky hill. At its foot lay a dense cluster of buildings, red roofs, and white walls scattered in an orderly fashion. Several Navy ships were docked at the port, their blue and white seagull flags fluttering lazily in the morning breeze. Shellstown, the base of the 153rd branch of the East Blue Marines. Luo squinted, comparing the images from the anime in his mind with the real scene before him, and a smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. In the anime, Shellstown was just a backdrop, but now it lay before him in vivid reality. Fishermen hauling nets in the port, vendors setting up stalls on the streets, the iron gate of the marine base gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The air carried a faint scent of fish and cooking smoke mingled with the salty dampness of the sea breeze. The ship drifted slowly toward the port with the current. Luo grabbed a relatively normal coat from the storage. He couldn't wear that torn t-shirt anymore. He didn't rush ashore, but stood by the ship's side observing the port for a moment. A few Marine soldiers leaned against wooden crates by the dock, chatting idly, their rifles slung carelessly over their shoulders. No one noticed the flagless ship, or if they did, they didn't care. Under Mengka's rule, the Marines of Shellstown were no longer a force of justice. Luo tied his boat to the most secluded corner of the dock and jumped ashore. The feeling of solid ground under his feet made him sway slightly. This was his first time standing on land since his transmigration. He flexed his ankles, then strode briskly into the town. The streets of Shellstown were livelier than he had imagined. Fish vendors arranged fresh catches on straw mats, their scales glittering like silver under the sun. An old man at a fruit stall shouted his wares while the clang of hammers rang from the blacksmith shop nearby. Everything seemed so normal, so full of life. If one ignored the towering marine base tower at the end of the street, and the seagull flag that blazed harshly in the sunlight. Luo walked along the stone-paved road, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Some were selling vegetables, some haggling, children chasing each other through the alleys. But he also noticed subtle details. The townspeople's smiles were restrained, their eyes darted down when meeting a marine's gaze, and some shop doors bore scars from sword cuts. Mengka's shadow loomed over the town. Just as Luo was about to find a place to fill his stomach, a commotion erupted from the street ahead. Move. Everyone move. Several marine soldiers roughly shoved aside pedestrians, clearing a path down the middle of the street. The pedestrians parted like soil turned by a plow, their faces etched with fear or numbness. An elderly woman selling eggs was a fraction too slow, stumbling as she was pushed, her basket of eggs shattering on the ground. She didn't even dare to curse, hastily crouching to gather the mess. Luo halted. From the other end of the street, a swaying sedan chair approached. The sedan itself was ordinary, but it was carried by 4 sweating marine soldiers. Beside it, a young man with golden hair rode a tall horse dressed in a garish silk shirt unbuttoned to his chest, revealing a scrawny collarbone. His hair was slicked back with gel gleaming in the sun, his chin held high, his eyes carrying an innate disdain and impatience. In his hand he held a delicate leather leash, the other end attached to a burly wolfhound with glossy fur and a gold chain around its neck. Beilumebo, Captain Mengka's only son, the town's foremost dandy. Ron leaned against a wooden post by the roadside, arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he watched the unfolding farce. The sedan chair came to a halt in the middle of the street. Helmeppo dismounted with an exaggerated flair, adjusting his collar after landing. He led his wolfhound to the sedan chair, glanced at the garishly adorned horse, then at the height of the chair, and furrowed his brow. TCH. He crouched down, patted the wolfhound on the head, and spoke with a contrived vexation. Good doggy, you've gained weight again. Can't jump onto the sedan chair. What shall we do? The wolfhound panted, tongue lolling, tail wagging. Helmeppo straightened up and began to scan the crowd. His eyes swept over one lowered head after another, as if selecting a choice piece of meat. The townsfolk, feeling his gaze, shrank back, desperate to melt into the walls. Then, his eyes landed on Ron, the only one who hadn't lowered his head while leaning against the post. You? Helmeppo pointed a finger at Ron, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Come here. Get down. Ron did not move. You look sturdy enough. Helmeppo tugged the leather leash, pulling the wolfhound forward. Perfect. My dog's too fat to jump onto the sedan chair. Get down and be a stepping stool. Consider it an honor to serve my beloved canine. The nearby marine soldiers erupted in sycophantic laughter. The townsfolk stared at Ron with a complex mixture of sympathy, numbness, and the resigned helplessness of another poor soul. Ron slowly straightened up from the post. He looked at Helmeppo, at that arrogant, stupidly haughty face, and then he smiled. The curve of his lips was slight, but the smile held no warmth. It was a chilling smirk, sharp as a blade, sending a shiver down the spines of those who saw it. You. Ron's voice was as calm as a frozen lake, each word crystal clear in the ears of everyone present. You have already earned death. The air in the street seemed to freeze for an instant. Helmeppo's expression shifted from arrogance to confusion, then from confusion to rage. His face flushed bright red, his fingers trembling, not from fear but from the fury of never having been defied in his entire pampered life. You! How dare you speak to me like that? Helmeppo's voice shot up an octave, sharp as a cat, with its tail stepped on. Do you know who I am? I am Helmeppo. My father is Colonel Morgan. This town belongs to my family. He whipped the leather leash and screamed at the marines behind him, arrest him. Arrest him now. I'll make him know the consequences of offending young Master Me. 4 marine soldiers drew their swords in unison. The metallic scrape of blades being unsheathed echoed harshly through the silent street. They advanced on Ron's steps, synchronized eyes filled with the brutality of long-serving bullies. Kid, the leading soldier grinned, revealing yellowed teeth from smoking. Offending Master Helmeppo, you've only yourself to blame. Kneel and kowtow a few times, and maybe the young master will be merciful enough to only break both your legs. Ron didn't let him finish. In his mind, the cold mechanical voice rang out on time. Enemy targets detected. Group target, 4 marine soldiers. Strongest rated D level. Grow stronger with the strong triggered. Please select a physical attribute to enhance. 4 options lit up in his consciousness. Strength, speed, defense, spirit. Ron watched the charging marines, the cold gleam of their blades, the reckless ferocity in their eyes. His choice was always the same. Strength. Selection confirmed. Attribute strength. Enhancement active. Host strength level upgraded to C level. The familiar surge of power flooded his body again. The tingling numbness of bones vibrating, the fullness of every muscle fiber infused with molten lava. Ron flexed his wrist, knuckles cracking. He stepped forward to meet the oncoming marine. As the first blade descended, he sidestepped and drove his fist upward into the sword. The blade shattered into fragments, iron shards flying. The fist continued unimpeded, crashing into the soldier's breastplate, crumpling the white iron armor like paper sending the man flying backward to overturn a pile of barrels. The second blade swung from the side. Ron didn't even dodge, he reached out and grabbed the edge. The sharp steel twisted and deformed in his palm, and the soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. Ron kicked him in the abdomen, sending him to join his first comrade. The third and fourth fell in less than 10 seconds. 4 Marine soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, their swords, shattered chest plates dented. Their injuries were non-lethal, but enough to keep them writhing and unable to rise. The street was deathly silent. The townsfolk stood agape watching this stranger crush Morgan's dogs like eggshells, their eyes reflecting shock and a barely suppressed sense of satisfaction. Ron flicked the iron dust from his hand, lifted his head, and let his gaze cross the silent street, landing squarely on Helmeppo. Helmeppo stood frozen, his face as white as paper. His meticulously styled hair was plastered to his forehead by cold sweat. His lips trembled, teeth chattering. The leather leash in his hand had slipped loose at some point. The fat wolfhound, far wiser than its master, had tucked its tail and crawled under the sedan chair, whimpering. Don't come any closer." Helmeppo's voice quivered uncontrollably. He stumbled back, tripped over the sedan chair's pole, and fell hard on his rear. "My father is Colonel Morgan." Ron took a step forward. Helmeppo's trousers darkened. A stench of urine spread through the air, a dark stain spreading down his pant leg and pooling on the stone floor. This arrogant young master who had tyrannized Shell's town for years had wet himself in front of the entire street, terrified by a stranger. Someone couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering their mouth. But the gleeful schadenfreude-filled eyes were impossible to hide. Ron crouched before him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him like a chick. Helmeppo went limp, his legs kicking feebly in the air as a guttural, unintelligible whimper escaped his throat. "I heard," Ron's voice was low, but each word struck Helmeppo's ears like a driven nail, "that you tied someone up at the execution ground." "Green-haired bounty hunter." Helmeppo's pupils constricted sharply. "You? What do you want?" "Lead the way." Ron hoisted the cowardly brat, whose pants were now wet, and strode toward the Marine base. The base's walls loomed high and cold. Ron carried Helmeppo like a bag of putrid garbage, striding through the base's iron gate. The Marine soldiers along the way froze at the sight, then drew their blades, but hesitated mid-motion, afraid to advance. Helmeppo was in his hands, and news of the 4 soldiers being smashed into the wall had already spread through the base. No one wanted to be the next unlucky one. "Where?" Ron shook Helmeppo, his voice quiet, but enough to make the coward tremble all over. "Be back." "The execution ground." Helmeppo's voice was tearful, his finger trembling toward the rear of the base. Ron followed the direction. Behind the main building, on a patch of barren sandy ground, stood a rough wooden cross. The cross was weathered and cracked, and tied to it was a man. His head hung low, 3 teardrop-shaped golden earrings glinting harshly under the midday sun. His short green hair stood up like stubborn wild grass. His bare torso was wrapped with ropes, leaving deep marks, his skin covered in dried blood and dust, yet the outline of his abs remained clear beneath the grime. His lips were cracked, his cheekbones slightly protruding from hunger, but even so, behind those closed eyes lurked a dormant ferocity, like a beast chained ready to snap its bonds and devour. Roronoa Zoro, the future world's greatest swordsman, now bound to the cross, starved for 20 days. Ron released Helmeppo, letting him collapse like a puddle of mud. He walked to the cross, looked up at the binding, rough but sturdy with several tight knots at the back. He grabbed the rope and yanked. The hemp tore with a harsh screech, snapping into several pieces. Zoro's body no longer supported, pitch forward. Ron caught him. He felt light, not a normal weight, but a body drained of strength by hunger and scorching sun. Yet even so, Zoro's muscles remained tensely resilient, as if ready to counterattack. Zoro's eyes opened. Those eyes held fatigue and bloodshot veins, but more than that, vigilance and scrutiny. He stared at Ron's face for several seconds, then pulled away from Ron's support and stood on his own. "Who are you?" Zoro's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping stone. "I don't know you, Ron. Never heard of you." "Fair enough, I only arrived on this sea today." Zoro frowned. He flexed his numb wrists, then extended a hand. "Got a sword?" "No." "Food, eh?" Ron pulled a piece of dried ration from his pocket and handed it over. Zoro took a bite. It was hard enough to break teeth, but he chewed it, stoically swallowed, and devoured the whole piece in a few mouthfuls. While eating, his eyes never left Ron, that scrutinizing gaze carrying a hint of probing. "Why save me?" "Because I've taken a liking to you." Zoro's chewing stopped for a moment. He put down the crumbs, looking at Ron with an indescribably complex expression. "I'm not interested in men." Ron's mouth twitched. "Not that. I mean your strength. I want to form a pirate crew and need a partner." "Pirate?" Zoro's eye sharpened. "You're a pirate?" "Sort of. I'm not becoming a pirate." "You will." "Why, oi?" Ron didn't answer. Because the system's voice just rang in his mind. Detected recruitable target, Roronoa Zoro. Comprehensive evaluation, current strength, A rank. Growth potential, SSS rank. Successfully recruiting this target grants 1 lottery draw. Send invitation to target. A rank, strength, SSS rank potential. This was the future world's greatest swordsman. Even now, with 90% of his combat power sapped by hunger and exposure, the system still gave an A-rank evaluation, and that wasn't even his ceiling. Ron suppressed his excitement, meeting Zoro's gaze calmly. Roronoa is Zoro, bounty hunter, three-sword style, swordsman aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman. You were tricked here by Helmeppo with a little girl's life, starved for 20 days. Am I right? Zoro's eyes sharpened. You know quite a lot. I know more than you think. I know you lost to Hawkeye. I know how cruel the Grand Line is. I know how far you are from the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's fists creaked. But I also know a truly ambitious man won't abandon his dream just because he becomes a pirate. Ron locked eyes with him. Come aboard my ship, and I'll give you a chance. A chance to grow stronger, a chance to reach the top. Zoro was silent for a few seconds, then let out a scoff, the corner of his mouth curling into a wild grin. You sure talk big. But why should I trust you? You don't even have a sword. I don't need a sword. Because I am a weapon. Ron said this calmly, but the matter-of-fact confidence in his tone made Zoro raise an eyebrow. Just as Zoro was about to speak, a sharp voice suddenly exploded from behind. Dad, it's him. Helmeppo had somehow scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward the execution ground entrance. Behind him, a massive shadow was approaching. Footsteps heavy as a pile driver, each step trembling the sandy ground. Captain Morgan stepped into the execution ground. His physique was even more terrifying than in the anime. Nearly 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like granite, the metal axe on his right hand gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The metal jaw embedded in his chin was slightly open in anger, revealing yellow teeth. His marine cap was pulled low, eyes like burning coals sweeping over Helmeppo's wet crotch on the ground, then landing on Ron. So it's you. Monk's voice rumbled low as molten rock beneath the earth. In my jurisdiction you injure my soldiers and bully my son. Baramibo hid behind his father, that snot and tear-smudged face once again wearing its arrogant smirk. Huh. You're finished. My dad is here. Keep acting tough. Keep hitting me. My father is a Navy captain. Axeman Monk. Nobody in the entire East Blue can. Ron raised his hand and delivered a slap. Over Monk's shoulder, the slap landed squarely on Baramibo's face. The young master's voice cut off abruptly. His body spun halfway around like a top. Then he collapsed on his side with his eyes rolling back, foam gathering at his lips, his fate unknown. Monk froze. His only son right before his eyes had been knocked unconscious by a single slap from a stranger. You. Monk's metal jaw dropped open and a feral roar exploded from the depths of his throat, sending tremors through the sand surrounding the execution ground. His massive axe rose high in his right arm, the blade slicing through sunlight in a ghastly white arc, then came crashing down with overwhelming force. D. Detected enemy target, Captain Monk. Comprehensive combat evaluation, C rank. Grow stronger against stronger foes has been triggered. D. Detected that your previous attribute selection was strength. You may choose a new attribute or retain the previous selection. Continue with strength. Continue strength. Selection confirmed. Enemy's strongest strength tier C. Enhancement activated. Host strength tier elevated to B. Stronger than last time. When facing Arilla, he was at B rank, now B. That meant Monk was a full tier above her, but that hardly mattered. Because no matter the opponent's rank, his strength would always exceed theirs by a full tier. Ron looked up at the descending axe and did not move. He raised his left arm, directly intercepting the blade. Zoro's pupils contracted sharply. Are you insane? Clang. The thunderous clash of metal rang out across the execution ground, the shockwave shattering the glass in nearby windows. Monk's massive axe slammed into Ron's left arm, not his arm but his raised forearm, and stopped dead. The blade embedded itself in the skin, unable to even break the surface. A shockwave erupted from the impact point, sending sand spiraling outward in a wide ring. Monk's lone eye bulged with disbelief. This strike of his could shear through a warship's deck, yet now it couldn't cut through a man's arm. Is that all? Ron's voice came from beneath the blade, dripping with undisguised mockery. He flicked his left arm, deflecting the massive axe away. Monk staggered backward half a step from the recoil, his footing destabilized. And in that precise moment, Ron's right fist was already coiled with pent-up force. He stepped forward, and the instant his foot struck the ground, a shallow crater exploded outward. His entire body shot toward Monk like a living cannonball. One punch. A solid, crushing blow drove into Monk's chest and abdomen. The exact point his metal arm and axe could not protect. The air seemed to hold its breath for a single second. Then, boom. Monk's enormous frame went flying backward like a collapsing mountain. His back crashed through the execution ground's wall, rubble and bricks cascading over him in a cloud of gray-white dust. The massive axe tumbled through the air and slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, stopping just 3 inches from Baramibo's skull. The dust settled. Monk lay in the rubble, a deep crater imprinted on his chest, his metal jaw twisted to the side, his lone eye rolled back, completely unconscious. An eerie silence settled over the execution ground, broken only by the wind. Zoro remained frozen, his gaze locked onto Ron, his untouched left arm, his decisive right fist, and his face, as though nothing out of the ordinary had just transpired. After a long silence, Zoro finally spoke. Hey. Ron turned around. If I had my blade, Zoro said, his voice raspy yet sincere, this fight wouldn't have been yours to take. Ron let out a short laugh. True, he said, but you don't have a choice. Your sword was taken by Baramibo, your life was saved by me, and this fight was won by me. Zoro offered no rebuttal. He locked eyes with Ron, and in those hollow, starved depths the watchfulness and calculation finally melted away, replaced by something rarer, the quiet appraisal between predators. Do your words from earlier still stand? Which ones? The chance to grow stronger. Ron extended his right hand. Come sail with me, and I'll give you that opportunity. Zoro glanced down at that outstretched hand, then lifted his gaze, his lips curving into something feral, all bared teeth and wild promise. Fine. If I live through this, I'll join your crew. Live through this. Ron arched a brow. You're already alive. Zoro jerked his chin toward the space beyond the execution ground. Ron followed his gaze, across the naval base grounds where over 100 Marines were mustering. Sharpshooters crouched behind sandbag emplacements, while saber-wielding sailors formed rigid formations, sealing off every exit. Further along the perimeter wall, he even caught sight of 2 cannon muzzles slowly swiveling to bear directly on them. 100-strong formation. Monk wasn't fighting alone. He was merely the vanguard. The real army was still to come. Ron didn't let the smile fade. He turned to face the darkness of advancing gun barrels and gleaming steel rolling his shoulders. Zoro, yeah, when you find your sword, how many can you take down? A brief silence stretched for 2 seconds behind him, then a raspy, yet fierce voice rang out. Every last one. Ron laughed out loud. Then, let's get to work. Before the execution ground's dust had fully settled, Ron was already stepping over Monk's sprawled form, drawing the massive axe from where it had been planted in the ground. The blade caught the sunlight with a cold gleam, its considerable weight resting in his palm, yet his be-level strength rendered the weapon far too heavy for ordinary hands to wield, as light as a slender branch. Where's my blade? Zoro jerked his chin toward the main building. Baramibo's trophy room. That bastard hung mine on the wall like a war prize. As they crossed the courtyard, they ran straight into the first wave of incoming Marines. A dozen soldiers formed 2 lines in the corridor, rifles aimed directly at them, but every hand was trembling. The image of Captain Monk being punched through the air had already spread like wildfire across the entire base. Fire. Open fire. The leading sergeant's order came out trembling. The gunshots exploded, filling the entire corridor with smoke. Ron held the massive axe horizontally in front of him, its broad blade like a shield as bullets struck it, sparking a series of flashes and clattering away, all deflected. Amidst the hail of bullets he advanced without pause, step by step, his composed pressure more overwhelming than any roar. Monster. The first soldier who threw down his gun and fled triggered a chain reaction. The defensive line in the corridor collapsed on its own before Ron had even reached the halfway point. The sailors scrambled to escape on both sides, desperately trying to squeeze into the cracks of the walls. Zoro followed behind Ron, watching this scene, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. He had seen strong people before, but someone so formidable that a naval base of over 100 men dared not face him head-on. This was the first time he had witnessed such a thing in the East Sea. The collection room was at the farthest end of the second floor, its door made of mahogany with brass handles standing out like a golden tooth amidst the gray military facilities. Ron kicked the door open, revealing the room filled with various luxury goods pillaged by Belumib. Silk tapestries, porcelain vases, gilded mirrors, and several poorly painted oil paintings of nude women. And hanging on the wall directly opposite the door, 3 swords. The white scabbards emitted a faint cold gleam in the dim collection room, like 3 slumbering beasts awaiting their master's return. Zoro walked over and took down the 3 swords, his movement slow. His fingers traced the patterns on the scabbards, his expression like that of a man who had starved for 20 days finally seeing food. No deeper than that, it was a swordsman reconnecting with his soul. He inserted 2 swords into the green sash at his waist, tried the angle of the third in his mouth, then took it out and sheathed it. With the 3 swords on him, his entire aura transformed. The prisoner who had been barely able to stand from hunger vanished, replaced by a swordsman exuding a dangerous aura from every pore. Let's go, Zoro said, his voice still hoarse, but his tone now strikingly different. The sailors on the training ground had not yet fully assembled when they saw 2 people emerging from the main building. The one in front was the monster who had punched Monka, flying, carrying Monka's massive axe completely unscathed. Beside him walked a man with green hair, 3 swords at his waist, the fierce light in his eyes like a beast long caged, seeing its prey for the first time. The sailors' formation began to waver. There are only 2 of them. We have over 100, an officer shouted desperately, but even his own voice trembled. Zoro's hand rested on his sword hilt. Earlier you said after finding the swords, how many could I cut? Ron asked. All of them. Zoro repeated his earlier answer, then a sharp smile curled at the corner of his mouth. But it's too troublesome. Are you in a hurry? Very much. Then cut the nearest ones. Zoro moved. 3-sword style ghost slash. His figure left a blur across the training ground, the arcs of 3 swords drawn simultaneously, leaving 3 silver-white trails in the air. The dozen or so sailors blocking the direct path had not even seen his movements before their weapons along with their owners were sent flying. Not killed, Zoro used the backs of the blades. But the force of the blade back striking the helmets was enough to make men roll their eyes and faint. Ron did not lag behind. He swung Monka's massive axe horizontally, the flat of the blade sweeping down an entire row of soldiers raising their guns. He did not use the edge. These were merely small fry, not worth it. But even with the flat of the blade under his B-level strength, the impact was enough to send those struck spinning 3 times in the air before hitting the ground. 2 men, 2 methods of crushing. In less than 3 minutes, no sailor remained standing on the training ground. Moans rose and fell like a field of crops ravaged by a storm. Zoro sheathed his swords, looking at the massive axe in Ron's hand. Didn't you say you're not suited for weapons? Indeed I'm not. Ron tossed the giant axe aside, the several hundred-pound weapon spinning half a turn in the air before crashing into the flagpole base at the edge of the training ground, toppling the seagull flag and pole together. But it's quite handy for smashing people. Zoro glanced at him for the first time, showing an expression close to a smile. Not a polite, courteous smile, but a low rumble from the throat of a beast acknowledging its kin. Where's your ship, eh? At the farthest end of the dock. But there's something I need to tell you in advance. The harbor wind still carried the smell of fish and cooking smoke, no different from when Ron had arrived. But on the dock a large crowd of townsfolk had gathered at a distance. They dared not approach the naval base, but the gunshots and screams had been heard throughout the town, and the curious had long congregated at the port to see the outcome. Ron led Zoro through the crowd to the most secluded corner of the dock, then stopped. Zoro looked at the boat before him, silent for 3 seconds. To be precise, it was not a boat. It was a small sailboat barely larger than a sampan, with 1 mast, 1 sail, a cabin barely big enough for 2 or 3 people, and a rudder that was the simplest lever type. There were several cracks on the gunwale from waves, looking like it might fall apart in the next storm. This is your boat. Now it's our boat. Zoro's gaze shifted from the small sailboat to the noticeably more imposing medium-sized pirate ship beside it. That was the ship Ron had seized from Alvida, with a hole he had smashed still on its gunwale. What about that one? I can't sail it. This one? Can't sail it either. Zoro took a deep breath. So you're saying the 2 of us? One with a devil fruit ability, though I don't know what fruit you ate, and the other a 3-sword style swordsman, both combatants at the level of EC bounties, yet we can't even sail a big ship. To be precise, Ron replied expressionlessly, you'll have to row even this little boat. I don't even know how to row. The sea breeze blew across the dock, carrying a subtle awkwardness. Zoro closed his eyes, a vein pulsing on his forehead. After a few seconds he reopened them, wordlessly jumped onto the small sailboat, untied the rope from the dock, and picked up the oars. Get on. Not complaining anymore. If you keep talking, Zoro shoved an oar into his hand. I'll teach you rowing with the 3-sword style. The small sailboat left the port of Shell's town under Zoro's rowing, gradually sailing into the open sea. Ron sat cross-legged at the bow, watching the townsfolk who had been staring from afar grow smaller and smaller. The sunset dyed the sea orange. Zoro rowed, then suddenly spoke. That direction you're heading, where is it? Luo-in lowered his head to glance at the crumpled navigational chart in his arms, then raised his gaze to the horizon, pausing in silence for a moment. Probably. Over there. Zoro stopped rowing. What do you mean probably? Just probably. Zoro took a deep breath, swallowed the curse that had risen to his lips, and began rowing with renewed vigor. Luo-in did not continue arguing about the course. His attention was entirely captivated by a luminous screen unfolding in his mind. Crew recruitment successful. Target Rorinoa Zoro. Reward 1 chance to draw. Use it now. Finally. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Luo-in silently commanded, view the draw interface. The light screen expanded. Then he froze. So many. The screen was densely packed with various reward options, like countless glowing stars twinkling in the night sky, each emitting a heart-stirring radiance. Armament Haki, observation Haki, conquerors Haki. All 3 colors of Haki were available. This was power that many people might never awaken in a lifetime, yet it lay right there in the draw list. Just 1 draw could grant it directly. Navy 6 powers, shave, physical arts, fishman, karate, swordsmanship, 1-sword style, ultimate technique, marksmanship, observation, killing. Essences of various martial arts and swordsmanship schools, any one of which would let one dominate the EC. Supreme grade blades, 12 works. Random great grade blades, 21 works. Random good grade blades, 50 works. Random famous swords. Every single one was a world-renowned blade. The flame sword Shusue and Inma that Zoro dreamed of could be drawn from this pool at any moment. And that was not all. There were also physique types: Iron Balloon Constitution, derived from the terrifying defense of the 4 Emperor Big Mom; Oni Constitution, the monstrous physique of the same race as Kaido of the Beasts; and Lunaria Constitution, a rare race, capable of manipulating flames. And special ability types: Photographic Memory, Mind Perception, Absolute Pitch, Innate Superhuman Strength, Super Regeneration, Language Proficiency, Eidetic Memory. A dazzling array, overwhelming to the eyes. Each one quickened the heartbeat, each one was a power coveted in the world of pirates. Luo-in took a deep breath. Begin the draw. The options on the screen began to spin at high speed, all rewards turning into a flowing river of light that flashed through his consciousness. The Haki icon flashed past, the Supreme Grey Blade icon flashed past, the Iron Balloon icon also flashed past. The river of light spun faster and brighter until it transformed into a blinding white radiance. Draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained photographic memory. Luoen's expression froze. What? He read the system prompt again to confirm he had not misread. Photographic memory. Among all those Haki famous swords, Oni, Constitution, and Iron Balloon, what he drew was photographic memory. What uses photographic memory? Luoen could not help but roar inside. I am a pirate. I am not going to take the Imperial examination. Is it that in the future when I fight someone I will memorize all their moves and write a book called Enemy Ultimate Encyclopedia? The system did not respond to his complaints, but a change had already quietly occurred in his mind. A cool sensation spread from his scalp to the back of his head, as if a long dusty window had been opened inside his skull. Those once blurred memories, every frame, every line, every foreshadowing and detail of the One Piece anime he had watched as a child, now emerged crystal clear like negatives washed clean by clear water. The locations of all islands, the names and abilities of all fruits, the direction of all plots, the weaknesses and secrets of all the strong, the clues to all hidden treasures and ancient weapons. All were perfectly clear as if he had just seen them yesterday. Luoen's complaints gradually faded. He blinked and re-examined the incredibly clear memory images in his mind. Maybe it's not completely useless, he muttered to himself, then closed the draw interface. The sea breeze blew across the small boat. Zoro rowed silently at the stern, casting occasional glances at him with an expression that said, "Is this captain even reliable?" "What were you muttering about?" "Nothing." Luoen leaned against the gunwale, gazing at the last orange afterglow on the horizon. "Thinking about where to find the next crew member." "What kind are you looking for?" "Someone who can steer a ship." Zoro was silent for 2 seconds, then rowed even harder. Night converged from all directions, swallowing the small sailboat and the 2 young men aboard. The starry river above slowly revolved, and the sea surface mirrored the starlight, as if the boat was drifting between 2 Milky Ways. The silhouette of Shears Town grew smaller and smaller behind them, eventually vanishing below the horizon. The sea breeze of the east sea pushed the sailboat forward into the unknown ahead. Luoen lay on the bow, hands behind his head, watching the stars slowly turn above. The effect of photographic memory was even more powerful than he had imagined. Now when he closed his eyes, he could clearly recall every plot detail of those who had sailed these waters. Which island had a town? Which island had enemies? Which island had companions waiting to be discovered? A companion who could steer a ship. Several names flashed through his mind. Zoro. Huh. You are rowing in the wrong direction. Didn't you just say you weren't sure about the direction? I am sure now. From the stern came the sound of Zoro taking a deep breath. The small sailboat drifted on the sea for 2 whole days. Zoro rowed so hard that the muscles on his arms thickened while Luoen lay on the bow, legs crossed, a straw he had taken from Shears Town dangling from his mouth, his expression as serene as if he were on vacation. Can't you row too? Zoro finally could not help it. I am doing something more important. What? Thinking about our course. You are obviously sleeping. Thinking with my eyes closed is more efficient. Luoen opened one eye and pointed at the horizon. Besides, there is an island ahead. Zoro followed his gaze. Indeed, a silhouette of land had emerged on the horizon, and as it drifted closer with the current, the buildings on the island became visible. Colorful roofs crowded together in a small town, with the largest building topped by a slowly rotating windmill. Juicy Town, Luoen said. Have you been here before? No. Then how do you know it's called Juicy Town? Luoen pointed at his temple. I have the entire map of the East Sea in my head. The more he used the ability of eidetic memory, the more he realized how hasty his earlier complaints had been. The One Piece he had watched before his transmigration had faded into near oblivion over a decade, but now with his eyes closed, he could flawlessly replay even the opening theme of every episode in the East Blue Saga in his mind. Orange Town, the stronghold of the Buggy Pirates, the first appearance of the clown Buggy. These details were as clear in his mind as if he had just seen them yesterday. Of course, this was not something he could explain to Zoro. When the small boat docked, the pier of Orange Town was utterly deserted, not even a single person collecting berth fees. Ron jumped ashore, stretched his limbs, and let his gaze sweep across the town streets. The silence was unnaturally profound. In broad daylight, shops were shuttered, windows boarded up, and occasionally half a head would peek out from a street corner, only to swiftly retreat upon spotting him and Zoro. This town is off, Zoro said, his hand instinctively resting on his sword hilt. It is off, Ron replied, continuing forward. But for us it is a good thing. What do you mean? Ron stopped in front of a large building painted with an exaggerated skull graffiti, pointing at the cracked pirate flag hanging above the door. Our next crew member lives here. Before the words faded, the door was kicked open from the inside. A red figure leaped out. A round red nose, exaggerated clown makeup, a pirate captain's hat, blue hair tied into 2 messy braids, and a gaudy captain's coat draped over his shoulders. He stood with his hands on his hips on the steps, and behind him surged dozens of ferocious-looking pirates, some wielding swords, some brandishing guns, some leading a trained lion. A formidable display of force. Ha 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 ha. The clown Buggy threw his head back and laughed, then abruptly pointed his dagger at Ron and Zoro. Two reckless brats. Do you know whose territory this is? I am the great. The clown Buggy, Ron finished for him. Buggy's laughter caught in his throat. How do you know? I also know you are a chop-chop fruit user. Your red nose is your weak point, and Ron's gaze swept over his crew. Your men don't look like they can take a hit. What did you say? Buggy's entire face flushed the same shade of red as his nose. The crew members behind him erupted in chaos, brandishing weapons and shouting in fury, but since Buggy had not yet given the order, none dared to charge first. Fine. Buggy took a deep breath and forced out an exaggerated clown smile, though it was laced with genuine murderous intent. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, we'll do things the old way. Hand over everything valuable. Cannons, treasure ship, weapons, food. All of it. Not a single thing left. Then kneel and call me Lord Buggy, and I might consider sparing your lives. Ron did not reach for his money, nor did he kneel. He simply stood there, opening the system interface with his mind. Scanning target. Scan complete. Recruitable target detected. Buggy. Comprehensive evaluation meets recruitment conditions. Successful recruitment grants 1 draw chance. Ron's eyes lit up. It was not admiration for Buggy's strength, but a different possibility that crossed his mind. The system said, meets recruitment conditions, without specifying that the target must be good, strong, or even willing. As long as he won and the other party agreed to board, it counted as successful recruitment. And who was Buggy? A chop-chop fruit user, though now a minor pirate in the East Blue. He had been an apprentice on the Roger Pirates, swapped brotherly titles, with Shanks knew countless secrets of the latter half of the Grand Line, and even in the original story accidentally became one of the 4 emperors in the New World. Such a resume, such potential, such information, plus a draw chance. This deal was a sure win. Ron lifted his head and flashed a smile at Buggy. That smile was even brighter than Buggy's clown grin, so bright that Buggy inexplicably shivered. Buggy, huh? Come aboard my ship. Dead silence. Buggy's smile froze on his face as if someone had pressed pause. The crew members exchanged bewildered glances, then erupted into thunderous laughter. A bald pirate laughed so hard, he bent over, clutching his stomach. The lion tamer Moji nearly tripped over his own lion. Even the lion let out a few meaningless roars. What did he say? Let Captain Buggy board his ship. Ha ha ha. This kid must have been hit in the head. Captain Buggy. Blast these 2 clueless brats to pieces. Buggy himself laughed the loudest. He held his stomach, tears streaming from his eyes, bending over dramatically as he slapped his thigh with his dagger. You want me, a great pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries, to board your little fishing boat with a torn sail? Ha 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 hick. The laughter stopped abruptly. Buggy straightened up, his smile turning sinister like a true clown performing a terrifying act. Originally, I only wanted to rob you. He twirled the dagger in his hand. Now I've changed my mind. Capture these 2 arrogant fools. Cut off their limbs and hang them on the pier as a warning. The members of the Buggy Pirates had been waiting impatiently for this command. They closed in with menacing grins, blades gleaming, guns aimed, and the trained lion let out a low growl, its mane bristling like a furry flag. Zoro's thumb pushed the guard of the Wado Ikamanji, revealing a sliver of cold steel. I told you using the sword would be faster. Ron glanced at him and caught a hint of, I told you not to waste time, in Zoro's tone. He shrugged, find your way this time. The small fry are yours, the red nose is mine. Zoro's lips curled slightly as he drew all 3 swords simultaneously. Just what I wanted. Small fry. A burly pirate turned red with rage. Who are you calling small fry? Brothers, let's. He didn't finish. Zoro's flat blade struck the back of his head with precision. The massive body wobbled, then crashed face first to the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Sorry, Zoro said, his tone utterly unapologetic. I wasn't singling you out. His gaze swept across all the pirates present. I mean, all of you are small fry. The effect of this remark was immediate. Dozens of pirates' faces simultaneously shifted from black to purple, then from purple to red, finally swelling to a liverish hue. They forgot Buggy's orders, forgot their formation, forgot the presence of Ron beside them. All of them charged at Zoro like enraged hornets. Kill him. Cut off his tongue. Let him know who's the real trash. Ugh. The blade light exploded among the crowd. The wind pressure from 3-sword-style tornadoes swept the frontline pirates along with their weapons into the air, spinning them into the buildings on either side. Wood splinters and dust from shattered windows flew in the air. Before lion tamer Moji could even loosen the reins, Zoro's sword hilt had already rammed into his stomach. He doubled over with a scream, then a gentle tap of the sword's back on his nape left him limp on the ground. The lion froze, glanced at its fallen master, then at Zoro holding 3 swords, let out a pitiful whimper, tucked its tail between its legs, and slunk into the nearby alley. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Buggy did not look at his men. His eyes were fixed on Ron. Kid, Buggy tightened his grip on the dagger, the murderous intent on his clown face thickening. When I was an apprentice on the Roger Pirates and fought tooth and nail against the Whitebeard Pirates on the seas, you were still sucking your mother's milk somewhere. Ron nodded, his expression earnest and calm. Well said. You've indeed seen the big world. So are you going to beg for mercy? No. I'm going to make a bet with you. Buggy narrowed his eyes. What bet? I'll fight you one-on-one. If I win, you come aboard my ship and become my crew member. Buggy looked as if he had heard the funniest joke, but this time he didn't burst into laughter. His smile was tight, his eyes burning with a rage born of being underestimated. An unknown nobody from the East Blue dared to bet with him like this. It was the ultimate insult to him, Captain Buggy. And what if you lose, hey? Buggy's dagger pointed at Ron's throat. I'll be at your mercy. Fine. Buggy stomped his foot. I'll take that bet. But I can tell you in advance. Your fate is only one. I'll cut you into pieces and throw every single piece into the sea to feed the fish. He hopped twice on the spot, then his body suddenly split. Not a cut, but a clean, neat separation. His torso floated in midair, his hands gripping daggers and spinning on either side, while his legs stood on the ground in a fighting stance. The chop fruit. Ron watched Buggy's separated body, and the system's prompt chimed right on time. Enemy target detected. Buggy. Stronger when challenged has been triggered. Please select an attribute to enhance. Strength, speed, defense, spirit. Then Ron froze. This time there was an extra option. Behind the 4 attributes, a 5th icon appeared conspicuously. That icon was completely different in style from the previous 4. Its border was gold light flowing within, and the central pattern was the shape of a 4-leaf clover. Luck. Ron mentally tapped the icon, and a line of explanatory text appeared before him. Luck greatly increases the host's luck value for a certain period of time. Effects include, but are not limited to, a very high probability that enemy attacks will fail due to unforeseen factors, a very high probability that the host's actions will yield unexpected favorable results. Note, when facing an opponent with naturally high luck, the effect of the luck attribute may be diminished. Facing an opponent with naturally high luck. Ron raised his head, looked at the man with the red nose before him, and couldn't help but smile. Buggy, a Yonko-level wielder of luck-colored Haki. In the original story, a man who relied on absurd luck to coast from the East Sea all the way to the seat of a Yonko in the New World. He fought by luck, escaped by luck, recruited, and surrendered by luck. Buggy's combat prowess might be mediocre, but his luck value was absolutely top tier on the seas. And now the system had given Ron a chance to boost his luck. What was this? Turn the tables on him by using his own tactic. System, he thought silently. Select luck. Selection confirmed. Attribute luck. Comprehensive luck level of the strongest enemy. Cannot be accurately assessed. Enhancement activated. Host's luck level raised to 1. 2 unaccessible luck levels going head to head. Ron felt no power surge into his body, no sign of improved speed or enhanced defense. He looked down at his own hands, clenched his fists. His body seemed unchanged. But the world around him began to shift in imperceptible ways. A small pebble rolled off the roof, landing precisely on the path Buggy would take when stepping back. A gust of wind changed direction without warning, rattling the iron chains of a street sign with a creak just enough to obscure Buggy's line of sight as he tried to track Ron's movements. Even the angle of the sun shifted slowly, reflecting a beam of light from a window of the opposite building, shining directly into Buggy's eyes. Buggy's attack began. Buggy bazooka. He launched both arms, holding daggers like cannonballs, the 2 hands spinning at high speed as they shot toward Ron's face. Then that little pebble tripped Buggy's retreating right foot. Thud. Buggy stumbled, his arm's trajectory deviating by 15 degrees. The 2 daggers whistled past Ron's ears, embedding themselves with a solid thunk into the wall behind him. The hilts still quivered. Buggy stared at the daggers stuck in the wall, his mouth opening and closing again like a fish tossed onto the shore. No fair. Just bad luck. He gritted his teeth, preparing to recall his arms and attack again. At that moment, the iron chain of the sign finally snapped in the wind. A wooden sign reading Buggy Pirates fell vertically from the eaves, landing squarely on the top of Buggy's head with a heavy thud. Buggy's head was knocked clean off his neck, tumbling twice in the air before hastily flying back to reattach itself. Who threw that? Then came the reflected light. As soon as Buggy had his head back on, a beam of sunlight from the opposite window stabbed straight into his eyes, making him instinctively raise a hand to block it. And the moment he raised his hand, the ground beneath his feet, the flagstone pavement of Orange Town's dock, long neglected, suddenly gave way because termites had eaten away the wooden support underneath. Buggy's legs sank into the ground. Baji looked down at his legs stuck in the ground, the veins on his forehead popping one after another, his red nose swollen and gleaming from rage like a ripe strawberry. Why is the sky so against me? Luo and stood, their arms crossed, not moving a single finger. He watched Baji frantically pulling his legs out of the ground, watched that red nose growing brighter and brighter from anger and confusion, and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter drifted away in the sea breeze and sunlight, making the entire Orange Town echo with his bright voice. What are you laughing at? Baji roared in fury. I laugh because you still don't understand. Luo-in walked toward Ba-ji, his steps relaxed and carefree, as if taking a stroll, or as if approaching someone destined to stand behind him. Ba-ji, you've roamed the seas for so many years, met Whitebeard, sailed with Roger, yet you've been stuck in the East Blue as a small-time pirate. Do you know why? A flicker of something touched past through Ba-ji's eyes. Because you've been waiting. Luo-in stopped in front of him, looked down at his pitiful state stuck in the ground, and extended a hand. Waiting for a captain truly worthy of your allegiance. Waiting for someone destined to lead you to the peak. Ba-ji stared at him, that red nose twitching a few times. You, full of crap. Before he finished, his left foot just pulled out, stepped on the shoelace of his right foot, and he lost balance, toppling backward, the back of his head hitting the edge of the signboard that had fallen earlier, producing a dull thud. Ba-ji lay on the ground, seeing stars, limbs splayed, completely incapacitated. Admit it, Luo-in said, looking down at Ba-ji with a serious expression. When it comes to luck, you're no good. When it comes to strength, you're no good either. He bent down, his outstretched hand stopping in front of Ba-ji. The captain you are destined to follow is me. Ba-ji lay on his back, looking up at Luo-in's silhouette against the light, looking at that hand reaching toward him. His lips moved as if he wanted to say, dream on. But just as he was about to speak from the dock, came the clang of So Long's last sword being sheathed, and the dull thud of the last pirate falling to the ground. Ba-ji's lips closed again. He shut his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them. Fine. He grabbed Luo-in's hand, and was pulled up. Lord Ba-ji accepts the bet and the loss. It's just boarding a ship, isn't it? Then I'll board. But you listen well. I am the captain of the Ba-ji pirates, and the Ba-ji pirates will always be mine. Your people, your ship from now on will all be under the name of the Ba-ji pirates. Luo-in smiled, not arguing with him about it. The sound of the system notification rang in his mind again. Crew recruitment successful. Recruit Ba-ji Bara Nomi user. Obtain lottery chance 1. Use now. Luo-in didn't rush to draw. He looked at Suo Long in the distance, cleaning up the battlefield, then at Ba-ji beside him, suppressed the urge to draw immediately, and decided to wait for a quiet time to draw properly. No rush, let's handle the matters at hand first. Since we're on the island, let's rest well for the night, and set off tomorrow. Suo Long walked out from among the scattered pirates lying everywhere, glanced at Ba-ji, who was dejectedly rubbing the back of his head, then at Luo-in, who seemed in good spirits, and was silent for a moment. Is this the person you found who can sail, eh? No. Then what use is he? Luo-in rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then answered seriously, a punching bag. Hey. Ba-ji grabbed a dagger from the ground, and was about to charge over, then stepped on the same shoelace he had tripped on before falling flat on his face again. Suo Long looked at Ba-ji lying on the ground, and gave his evaluation without changing expression. This might be the weakest pirate in the history of the East Blue. Hey! Luo-in laughed out loud and walked toward the town, with Ba-ji's furious voice coming from behind. You two bastards. Who said I'm weak? That was just bad luck. Fight me fair and square, hey? Don't go. Let me finish. The small sailing boat left the port of Orange Town just as dawn was breaking. A layer of mist floated on the sea. The sun had not yet fully risen, only tinging the horizon with a hint of ambiguous orange-red. The morning breeze blew across the deck with a chill carrying the scent of sea salt. Luo-in lay on the bow, hands behind his head, legs crossed, his posture as serene as if he were sunbathing on a resort beach chair. His eyes were half closed, his breathing steady, as if he would fall into a second sleep at any moment. Suo Long leaned against the gunwale, 3 swords lying across his knees, slowly wiping the blade of the Wado Ikemanji with an oilcloth. The blade reflected the morning light, casting a long, thin streak of brightness on his face. His expression was calm, but his brows were slightly furrowed. Not because he was in a bad mood, but because the noise from the stern was too loud. Why? Ba-ji's roar exploded from the stern, startling the seagulls on the mast into fluttering away. Why should I, the great lord, be rowing for you two bastards? Huh. I am the captain of the Ba-ji pirates. A great pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. An apprentice of the Roger pirates. I drank cross-cupped wine with Shanks. Cross-cupped wine. Luo-in opened one eye. No. Sworn brotherhood wine. Anyway, we've drunk together. Ba-ji corrected while rowing frantically, his blue braid sticking up from anger. Do you know who Shanks is, eh? An emperor. Red hair. When I was calling an emperor my brother, you were still drinking. Drinking what? Anyway, you were still breastfeeding. But the captain is sleeping, Luo-in said, closing his eyes. Aren't you and him also sleeping? Don't use the word also. I'm not sleeping. I'm rowing. The capable ones work more. I'm not capable. I'm a victim. Ba-ji's or slammed heavily onto the water, splashing a large spray onto his own face. He spat out the seawater a few times, his red nose swelling like a ripe strawberry from rage, and his whole face flushed to a color similar to his nose. His arms were already trembling from over-rowing, and the back of his captain's coat was soaked with sweat. He took a deep breath, ready to roar again. Don't slack off. Suo Long tossed out 3 words without even looking up, his tone as calm as if stating the weather. He didn't even pause in wiping his sword, nor did he spare Ba-ji another glance. Who's slacking off? Buggies or swung into a blur. The small boat carved a crooked white wake across the sea, its speed not slow at all. Buggy complained incessantly, but his hands never stopped working. This surprised Ron somewhat. Buggy was a man who feared death, bullied the weak, cherished face, and spewed nonsense, but he did have one virtue: he kept his word. A loss was a loss, a bet was a bet, and once aboard the captain was the captain. Even if he was a million times reluctant, even if he rode with a belly full of grievances, he never set down his oar. This was the old-school pirate code etched into his bones. Ron didn't call attention to it, only curling the corner of his mouth slightly before closing his eyes. System. A light screen materialized in his mind. Detected draw chance 1 used now. Last time in Shellstown, recruiting Zoro had earned him a memory superpower. This time, in Orangetown, recruiting Buggy had accumulated another. He had planned to draw on shore, but the scene was too chaotic then, so he thought to wait for a quiet moment. Now drifting on the sea with only the sound of waves and Buggy's howling, it was a good time for a draw. Show the draw interface. The light screen expanded. Dazzling reward options once again filled his consciousness, dense like a glowing river of stars. His gaze swept over the options rapidly. Goro Goro no Mi. His heart skipped a beat. Holy shit. Ron's eyes snapped open, then closed again as he double-checked. No mistake. In the draw interface, there was an icon, a blue orb surrounded by fine arcs of electricity. Below the item column was a line of small text: Goro Goro no Mi Logia type, Devil Fruit, grants the user control over lightning, considered one of the strongest Logia types. Ron felt his breathing grow heavier. Logia. Goro Goro no Mi. Enel had ruled the entire Skypiea with this fruit, declaring himself a god. Even in the new world, the Goro Goro no Mi's abilities ranked among the top Logia types: speed, destructive power, and defense, in one, with almost no weaknesses on either offense or defense. If he could draw this fruit, he wouldn't just be the one walking sideways across the East Blue. He would be the one single-handedly slaughtering them. Ron took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The draw interface didn't just have the Goro Goro no Mi. He scanned the other options. Mera Mera no Mi, Gura Gura no Mi, Ope Ope no Mi. Even these were there. His heart pounded at the discovery, then he forced himself to stop thinking about it. When it came to drawing, the more you thought, the more likely disappointment, so he might as well just draw. Begin draw. The reward icons on the light screen began spinning at high speed, turning into a flowing river of light. The Goro Goro no Mi icon flashed past, the Mera Mera no Mi icon flashed past, the Gura Gura no Mi icon flashed past as well. The pointer's speed slowed from a blurry light arc to distinct staggered ticks. Ron held his breath. The pointer decelerated on the Goro Goro no Mi icon. His heart decelerated with it. He could feel his pupils dilating, his fingers unconsciously clutching the corner of his clothes. The pointer wobbled, then jumped one more slot. 100% accurate slap. Ron's expression froze. Froze for 3 full seconds. Huh. He reopened the skill description in his mind, read it word by word, then read it again, then rubbed his eyes, and read it a third time. 100% accurate slap, active skill. After activation, the host's next slap attack will gain absolute hit effect regardless of whether the opponent blocks, dodges, elementizes, or teleports. This slap will definitely hit the target's face. Cooldown 24 hours. Note this skill ignores all defense methods, including, but not limited to, armament, Haki, Logia, elementization, and observation Haki prediction. Absolute hit. Ignores all defenses. It sounded ridiculously powerful. But the problem was, it was a slap. Called Dabaido. The corner of Ron's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath, swallowing the curse words that surged to his lips. System, be honest with me. Those Goro Goro no Mi, Mera Mera no Mi, Gura Gura no Mi on the draw interface, can I actually draw them, or are they just there for display? The system remained silent. As always, the light screen hovered calmly in his mind without any response, not making a single extra sound, like an eternal unmoved observer. Fine. Ron resignedly closed the draw interface, opened his eyes, and looked at the gradually brightening sky. No answer, no problem. I'm not losing anything anyway. It's just a slap. Let's see how awesome this skill really is. His self-comfort was still effective. In truth, Ron knew that the system's draw pool was all good stuff. Anything displayed on that interface must be useful, though the proportions of their effects varied. Some were world-shattering, some were inescapable, and some were funny. But if a funny skill came with the tags absolute hit and ignores all defenses, it was hard to say whether it was funny or invincible. More importantly, his core cheat was the ability to grow stronger against stronger opponents. The draw was just icing on the cake. Having the Goro Goro no Mi would be best, but it didn't matter if he didn't get it. The rule of growing stronger against stronger opponents was set. No matter what enemy he faced, he could be one level above them. With that thought, his mindset settled. How is it? Zoro's voice came from beside him. He had somehow already finished polishing his 3 swords, and was leaning against the gunwale, his sharp eyes fixed on Ron. You had your eyes closed for so long, what were you thinking? Thinking about where to find the next crew member. Weren't you looking for someone who can sail? That was the plan. Ron turned his head, glancing at Buggy, who was rowing at the stern, drenched in sweat. But now we have someone who can row. I'm not a rower. I'm forced. Buggy's voice came from the stern, hoarse and trembling with despair. So what kind of person are we looking for next? Zoro wasn't interrupted by Buggy. Nami. The name slipped out of Ron almost instinctively. So naturally, so smoothly as if it had been lingering in his mind for a long time. And indeed it had. The memory superpower meant he wouldn't forget any detail. In the East Blue, Luffy's first navigator was Nami, the genius navigator of the Tangerine Windmill in Kokoyashi Village, who could sense weather changes with her body and was the pinnacle of navigation skills in the entire East Blue. A truly skilled navigator who could handle a large ship. Zoro noticed the certainty in Luoen's tone and raised an eyebrow slightly. You even know the name? I told you I have the entire map of the East Blue in my head, including the people on it. Including me. You're the first. Luoen sat up and looked at Zoro with a smile. From the stern came Buggy's roar. Hey, have you two chatted enough? My hands are about to break. How much longer must this lousy boat drift before reaching the next island? Luoen turned back and looked at the horizon. His eidetic memory conjured a map of the sea near Orange Town in his mind. Southeast of Orange Town, considering the current currents and speed, about half a day. Half a day, eh? Buggy's oar slipped from his hands and flew away. 3 seconds later, an even more piteous howl came from the stern. My oar. Get it back. I'm done. I'm never rowing again. Zoro glanced at Luoen. He's been shouting for 20 minutes, and he's still rowing. He does have a virtue. Luoen lay back down, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. What virtue? He rose fast. Buggy's roar scared away the last seabird on the mast. The small boat continued southeastward, accompanied by the soundtrack of curses. The sun hung mercilessly over the sea, turning the water into a blinding mirror. Buggy was stripped to the waist, his captain's coat draped over his head to block the sun. He rowed with one or the motion slower than yesterday by half. His lips were dry and peeling, his red nose glistening in the sun. He looked like a salted fish thrown onto the deck to bake. He muttered weakly, the captain of the Buggy Pirates. With a bounty of 15 million. Who once drank with a Yonko. Now slaving away on this broken boat. Save your strength. Zoro, eyes closed, leaned against the gunwale, his 3 swords resting beside him. The more you shout, the thirstier you get. I'm not shouting. I'm stating facts. Facts don't require shouting. I have a loud voice, okay? Luoen lay at the bow, ignoring the daily argument behind him. He stared at a cloud in the sky which looked like a crouching toad. Watching it made him drowsy. Just then, Buggy's oar stopped. Hey. Zoro opened one eye. What now? There's something ahead. Buggy lowered the coat, shading his head, and squinted at the sea ahead. Under the direct sunlight, several black dots floated on the glistening water, moving rapidly toward their small boat. Luoen sat up and shaded his eyes to look. The black dots grew closer, clearer. Dark green skin appeared and disappeared beneath the water. Dorsal fins cut through the surface, leaving white trails. The shadows beneath resembled human shapes, but they swam faster than any human. Fishmen. Zoro's hand had already rested on his sword hilt. Before the words faded, the sea exploded. 5 water columns shot into the sky. 5 figures leaped from beneath, arced through the air, and landed heavily on the water around the small boat, splashing Buggy thoroughly. They trod water, looking down at the 3 aboard the boat with an air of superiority. Luoen studied the fishmen. The largest one stood directly in front, over 2 meters tall, with a broad jaw, thick lips, and dark green skin like a moss-covered rock. His dorsal fin extended from his spine to the nape of his neck, the tip piercing the surface and glistening wetly in the sunlight. The remaining fishmen spread out on both sides, forming a loose encirclement, all wearing the same expression. The sneer of predators seeing prey walk into a trap. Hey, humans. The leading fishman spoke, his voice as rough as sandpaper scraping iron. He extended a webbed finger pointing at Buggy, Zoro, and Luo, in turn pausing on each one as if inspecting goods. You 3, do you know whose territory this is? Buggy frowned. He pulled the wet coat off his head, wrung it out, and stood up. The posture of being looked down upon while sitting in the boat annoyed him, so he straightened up, hands on his hips, trying to make himself appear more imposing. Territory, he said, his tone carrying the peculiar sarcasm of a veteran who feels insulted. I've been sailing the East Blue for years and never heard of any fishman territory here. Where did you lot crawl out from? You haven't heard. The leading fishman grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged fangs. Then perfect, after today you will. Because from now on this sea is the territory of our fishman pirate crew. All passing ships' cargo bury weapons. Everything belongs to us. That's the rule. The rule. Buggy repeated the word, then turned to look at Luoen and Zoro, as if confirming he hadn't misheard. Zoro's face was expressionless. Luoen shrugged. Buggy turned back, took a deep breath, and then. Bullshit. The roar sent ripples across the sea. Buggy's red nose swelled to its limit, his blue hair stood on end, and his captain's coat fluttered behind him. Luoen knew. Buggy was truly enraged. You stinking fish that jumped out of a pond, daring to robbing Captain Buggy. When I was captain of the Buggy Pirates, your fish eggs hadn't even hatched. Shanks never dared to block my ship. Who the hell do you think you are collecting tolls from, Captain Buggy? This is outrageous. His body split apart mid-roar, his torso floating, his hands flying off with a dagger in each. Buggy cannon. His signature move where detached body parts could be launched like cannonballs at distant enemies. But this time he didn't use his hands. He hauled a small cannon from the cabin, God knows when he'd brought it on board from Orange Town, and aimed it at the fishman leader in front. The fuse hissed with sparks. Buggy, cannon. Boom. The cannonball screamed as it exited the muzzle, erupting into a massive splash upon the sea's surface. The shockwave raised a wall of water that thrust the small boat several meters backward. The briny fishy scent mingled with gunpowder smoke, stinging eyes so fiercely that one could barely keep them open. In the instant the cannonball left the barrel, the fisherman leader's expression twisted from a sneer to sheer terror. He dove into the water like a flash, the cannonball grazing his dorsal fin before detonating. The shockwave hurled him from beneath the waves, tumbling him like a piece of kelp before he slapped back onto the surface with a wet smack, a small chunk of his fin tip shaved off by shrapnel. The other fishmen scattered in the explosion, their former arrogance obliterated by a single shell. Retreat, retreat now. The fishman leader clutched his bleeding dorsal fin, his voice laced with undisguised panic. Boss, the goods aren't. Is your life more important or the goods? Retreat. The fishmen plunged into the sea, their splashes churning for a moment before vanishing beneath the deep blue surface. The shimmering waves still dazzled, as if nothing had happened. Pudgy stood at the stern, gasping for air, still clutching the smoking cannon. He wiped the seawater from his face, lifted his chin, and wore a triumphant smirk. Ha! See that? That's the power of the great Pudgy. A few measly fishmen, pa. They're not even worthy of polishing my boots. Sualong slowly released his sword, grip, his expression subtle, as he eyed Pudgy. You actually carry a cannon with you. How could a seaweed head like you comprehend the arsenal of this lord? What did you call me? Luoan did not join their quarrel. He was gazing in the direction where the fishmen had vanished, his brow slightly furrowed. His extraordinary memory took effect, and the plot concerning the fishmen surfaced in his mind. The East Blue Ark indeed had a group of fishmen, the Elong pirate crew. Along's gang had ruled Kekiaxi village for years, but their stronghold lay on the far side of the East Sea, still a considerable distance from here. These fishmen robbing ships on the road seemed less like Along's direct subordinates, and more like stragglers exploiting the Elong pirate crew's reputation to survive in remote waters. Their strength was unimpressive, but the fact they dared to collect tolls here indicated a nearby stronghold. As he pondered, the boat suddenly lurched, a steady directional movement, as if being lifted from below. Hey! Pudgy was the first to react. He rushed to the gunwale and peered down, his face instantly paling. The boat is moving on its own. This lord didn't even row. Sualong also rose, his hand returning to the sword hilt. A muffled laugh emanated from beneath the water, distorted and eerie through the sea like a sound from an inverted jar. Foolish humans. Did you really think we fled? Just wait. Once you reach our lair, all three of you will die. The small boat continued forward, not fast, but steady, as if an invisible chariot had been harnessed beneath the water. Occasionally the sound of palms slapping the wooden hull came from below, the dull thuds of fishmen's webbed hands supporting the boat. Luoan glanced down at the direction of the hull, then looked up and exchanged a glance with Sualong. Sualong's thumb pushed the sword guard aside, revealing a sliver of cold steel. His expression was calm, but that calmness was the poised readiness to draw at any moment. Luoan stretched lazily. Rowing is too tiring. Since they're willing to pull us underwater, isn't that a nice break? You two rest a while. Pudgy glared at Luoan with an expression that screamed, are you kidding me? Hey, are you the captain, or are they the captain? Have you lost your mind? These fishmen are clearly dragging us into a trap you understand. They lure us into their territory and surround us. I, this lord, am also a pirate captain, and of course I know this tactic. I know it's a trap. Then it's more efficient to catch them all in one net. Luoan interrupted him, his tone calm. Chasing them one by one is too troublesome. Letting them lead us to their lair is more convenient. Once we get there, beat the leader into submission, and the problem is solved. Pudgy opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and finally let out a helpless roar. Don't start being reasonable at a time like this. And your reasoning sounds right, but is completely wrong. What do you mean by beating the leader solves it? What if they have 200 men? Then you blast them with your cannon. This lord only has 3 shells left. Use them sparingly. Pudgy let out a despairing howl. The small boat carried by the fishermen sailed toward an unknown direction. The shimmering waves gradually dimmed as the sun began to sink westward. Ahead, a rocky island slowly emerged on the horizon, like a skull surfacing from the sea. Jagged reefs surrounded the island, with waves crashing into white foam that roared continuously. A low, deep laugh came from the fishmen beneath the boat. We're here. Your time of death has arrived. The several hands supporting the boat withdrew simultaneously. The vessel lurched sharply, sliding forward a few meters by inertia, then slowly came to a halt less than 100 meters from the reef island. Undercurrents swirled between the reefs, churning white foam and gathering driftwood and debris before scattering them again. The small boat was pushed and shoved ashore by a group of fishmen. As Luoan stepped onto the sand, the texture beneath his feet made him frown. A layer of crushed shells and dried seaweed washed up by the tide crunched underfoot like stepping on a carpet of bones. The air reeked with a thick stench, a compound odor of fish blood and age-old decay, so dense it felt like an invisible wall clinging to the nostrils impossible to dissipate. He looked up and surveyed the scene. A towering stone wall rose from the edge of the sand, its top bristling with sharpened wooden stakes. A few tattered pirate flags hung limply in the damp sea breeze. The flag bore the silhouette of a sawtooth shark, a symbol so famous in the East Sea that anyone who had sailed its waters could recognize it at a glance. Elong Pirate Crew. The gate of the wall stood wide open, revealing a twisted, grotesque main building inside. The three-story structure seemed plucked from a nightmare. Each floor's eaves jutted out like shark fins, and the exterior was painted a garish pink that shimmered with an oily, unsettling sheen in the sunset. In front of the building was a huge open-air pool, its water murky and green, with a few half-gnawed meat bones floating on the surface. On the stone slabs by the pond shell cushions and toppled wine bottles lay scattered the fishy smell in the air 10 times stronger than outside. As Luowen's gaze swept over this cluster of buildings, corresponding images automatically surfaced in his mind. His extraordinary memory granted him thorough knowledge of the Elong Pirate Crew. This crew had been running rampant in the Donghai for years, and Kekiaxi village was merely one of over 20 towns and villages under their dominion. But this sea area was their sphere of influence, so it was not strange to set up a branch base here. What are you looking at? Move faster. The fishman behind him poked his back with a spear. Luowen turned his head and shot a glance at that fishman, a glance that made the spear-wielding fishman inexplicably shiver. In those human eyes there was no fear, no anger, only a cold, detached scrutiny, as if looking at a fish already lying on the chopping board. The main building's gate was pushed open from inside. A gargantuan figure stepped out, with heavy footsteps. Along, a sawtooth shark fishman with a bounty of 20 million bailey, the highest bounty in the Donghai. He was at least a head taller than all the surrounding fishmen, his deep blue skin covered in a layer of fine scales that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the setting sun. The most striking feature was his nose, a real sawtooth shark nose protruding from the center of his face, its tip as sharp as a dagger. His arms were knotted with muscles, and the webbing between his fingers was thick and coarse. Every step he took carried the unique predatory pressure. Behind him followed a group of fishermen officers, and further back were dense crowds of ordinary fishermen, at least 50 or 60 packed in the plaza like a flock of vultures waiting for a feast. In the water on the shore and clinging to the walls, everywhere were deep green skin and glowing fish eyes. Boss Along, the fishman whose dorsal fin had been blown off by Pudgy earlier, stepped forward, clutching his still bleeding wound, his voice shrill and aggrieved. It's these three. We collected tolls according to the rules, but not only did they refuse to pay, they even fired cannons at us. Look, my dorsal fin has been blown off a chunk. They even said they would come to our territory and wipe us all out. They completely disregard you, Boss Along. By the end his words had taken on a tearful, exaggerated tone, and he didn't forget to add, oh boss, the swords hanging on that green-haired swordsman are good stuff. Clearly valuable merchandise. Along's gaze swept over the injured fishman's dorsal fin, then slowly moved to the three people at the entrance. His gaze paused on the three swords at Sualong's waist for 2 seconds, then shifted to Pudgy for half a second, lingering on Pudgy's red nose for an extra half second, before finally landing on Luowen's face. Humans. Along spoke, his voice low and slow like seawater surging back and forth through cracks in the reef. His shark lips curled up, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs, each as thick as a thumb. Filthy lower race. Despicable insects. In the presence of the great fishman, even your breathing pollutes this sea. He stepped forward 2 paces, looking down at Luowen from above his sawtooth, nose almost poking Luowen's forehead. However, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance to live. Leave behind all your valuables, then kneel down and kowtow to this fishman brother you injured as an apology. Kowtow until he is satisfied, and I'll let you swim back. The fishman behind let out a burst of laughter. Luowen did not look at Along. His gaze passed over Along's shoulder and landed on the corridor beside the main building. A girl was kneeling there. Her short orange hair stuck messily to her cheeks, soaked into strands by sweat and tears. She knelt on the cold stone slab, her hands clutching her clothes tightly, her knuckles white from the strain. Her shoulders trembled slightly, but she bit her lip, desperately holding back her sobs. Before her stood 2 fishmen, one of them holding a bulging money pouch, counting the bailey inside with a mocking laugh. Name, the future navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, the most talented cartographer in the Donghai, a genius girl who could sense weather changes with her body. At this moment she was just a girl kneeling on the ground and crying. The fishman's money pouch contained money she had saved for who knows how long, while the 2 fishmen were laughing and cursing at each other over an uneven split of the loot. Along followed Luowen's gaze and glanced back, then grinned carelessly. Oh, that little thief cat. She sneaked in while we weren't paying attention, trying to steal money, and got caught. How many times is this? The 7th? The 8th? He turned and raised his voice toward the corridor. Hey, take her away. Tell her keep collecting 100 million bailey, and if she can't raise it she'll stay here forever drawing sea charts for us. As for that money, when did it ever become hers? It's all property of the Elong Pirate Crew. That money was originally mine. Name's voice finally burst out from under the corridor. She lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, but her gaze was surprisingly stubborn. She leaped up from the ground, trying to lunge for the money pouch in the two fishermen's hands, but one of them casually slapped her back down to the ground. Behave. Boss Along, sparing your life is already immense mercy. Don't be ungrateful. Along let out a low sneer, withdrew his gaze from Name, and looked back at Luoan. All right, you've seen enough of the show. Now, you have to make a choice. Either obediently kowtow and apologize, or bullying a woman. Is that any kind of skill? Luoan's voice cut him off. It was not loud, but it fell clearly into the ears of everyone present. The fishmen laughing in the plaza fell silent for a moment. Name, who was lying on the ground under the corridor, suddenly lifted her head, looking at the unfamiliar back that stood between her and all the fishmen. That back was not particularly tall, but it stood straight like a nail driven into the ground. You fishmen scum! Luoan's gaze moved away from Along's face, slowly sweeping over every fishman present, each word falling like a stone hitting the ground. Relying on your natural physical strength, slightly greater than humans, you bully and oppress in the Donghai, collect protection money, kill villagers, and force a little girl to draw sea charts for you. You deserve to die. The plaza fell completely silent. Even the sound of bubbles popping in the pond could be heard clearly. Along did not speak immediately. His expression shifted from contempt to gloom, and then from gloom to a dangerous calm. His shark lips slowly curled up, revealing more teeth than before. Not a smile, but the instinctive reaction of a predator preparing to tear into its prey. Insect. Along's voice was very soft as if talking to himself, but every word carried a bone-deep murderous intent. Do you know that in the Donghai those who dare to speak to me like this are now feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea? All talk, came Buggy's voice from behind Zoro. He concealed most of his body behind Zoro, exposing only his head, yet his tongue was sharper than anyone's. This great me has a bounty of 15 million berries while his is 20 million, a mere 5 million difference. With a discount factored in, we're on the same level. Lord Buggy charges right to the front. He boasted about charging ahead, yet the moment his words fell he had already shrunk behind Zoro. His round red nose poked out from the gap between Zoro's arm and body. Zoro tilted his head expressionlessly. Didn't you say you charged to the very front? This great me is a charging type strategist. Of course a strategist must observe the battlefield first. This is tactics. Do you understand tactics? No. Zoro's thumb nudged open the guard of Ikamanji, and the scraping sound of 3 swords leaving their scabbards rang clear and sharp, piercing the silence of the plaza. But none of that matters now. He clamped the 3rd sword between his teeth, his muffled voice spilling from beside the hilt with an edge of suppressed bloodthirsty excitement. Hurry up and come. My blades haven't tasted fish in far too long. The fishmen boiled over. You're asking for death. A mere human. Seize his swords and twist them into scrap. Arlong did not move. He stood his ground, staring at Ron with a cruel smile playing on his lips. You'll regret it. You'll regret being a human, regret coming to these waters, and regret not getting down on your knees when I gave you the chance. Ron flexed his wrists. In his mind, the system prompt chimed on schedule. Detected group of enemy targets. Total count 73. Strongest enemy. Arlong overall combat evaluation class B. Strength scales with adversity has been triggered. Please select attribute to enhance. Power, speed, defense, morale. Ron's gaze settled on the 4th option. Morale. He had never selected this attribute before. The system's description was concise. Morale enhances the host's aura suppression and spiritual force. Effects include, but are not limited to, exerting mental pressure on enemies, weakening their combat resolve. Facing 73 opponents, beating them one by one with his fists would be far too slow. Sometimes overwhelming presence was more effective than fists. But I choose power. Real men fight with flesh and blood impact. Selection confirmed. Attribute power. Enemy strongest combatant Arlong, power tier class B, enhancement active. Host power tier elevated to class A. Ron lifted his head, his gaze landing once more on Arlong. Today it will not be me who regrets. It will be you. Molten power surged from his heart, rushing through his veins to every limb and bone. His muscles did not bulge, his bones did not thicken, yet the stone slab beneath his feet silently fractured into hairline cracks, as though unable to bear some invisible crushing weight. Ron flexed his fingers, the knuckles popping crisply. He tilted his head and spoke to the 2 behind him. Leave this big one to me. Deal with the rest of the trash quickly. Don't hold me back. Zoro bit down on his sword's hilt, his muffled voice carrying the unmistakable irritation of being underestimated. Who's holding whom back remains to be seen. Buggy's reaction was far more direct. He poked half his body out from behind Zoro, his red nose inflating with anger. Hey, what do you take Lord Buggy for? This great me is a pirate with a 15 million berry bounty. What do you mean holding people back? I'm the main attacker. Main attacker, understand? Then prove it to me. After saying this, Ron turned to face Arlong. Arlong was already on the edge of a rage fit. He had been stunned for a split second by that overwhelming pressure. Though brief for a fishman who considered himself a superior race, being cowed by the mere aura of a human was an unbearable humiliation. You showy little bug. Arlong roared and attacked first. His thick legs drove hard into the ground, and his enormous body launched forward like a deep blue cannonball aimed straight at Ron. The muscles in his right arm swelled to twice their normal thickness as he charged, his fingers splayed wide to reveal the thick webbing between them. His palm was large enough to crush an adult skull with a single squeeze. He would crush the head of this boastful human, in the most primal, bloodiest way possible, in the manner that best demonstrated the supremacy of fishman strength. Die! The giant palm descended with mountain-shattering force. Ron did not dodge. He raised his head, watching that sun-blocking hand grow ever closer, and then he raised his right arm, turning his wrist. One slap. The movement was so simple it barely qualified as a technique. Just a casual lift, a flip of the wrist, and a sweeping outward strike. No one even saw how his palm slipped past Arlong's arm defenses to connect. It simply landed. Absolute. Unstoppable. Defying every law of physics. Perfectly precisely upon Arlong's left cheek. Tenacious slap. Effect activated. Absolute hit confirmed. Smack. That crisp report echoed across the entire dragon's domain. It was not the metallic clash of blades striking scales, but the loud, resounding crack of a palm slapping a face. Clean, sharp, echoing. It was like a giant hand smacking a damp stone wall, and everyone who heard it instinctively fell. Arlong's entire body spun 360 degrees in midair. His forward momentum was completely shattered. His massive body was yanked and flung as though by an invisible hand, tumbling across half the plaza before crashing with a thunderous splash into the filthy open-air pool. Water erupted 3 meters high, splattering shards of bone and broken bottle glass onto the shore and drenching the nearby fishmen from head to toe. Complete silence fell. 70-plus fishmen stared with bulging eyes, mouths agape, forgetting to close them. What had they just witnessed? Boss Arlong, the strongest fishman in the East Blue, the man who could overturn a warship with one hand, had been slapped away by a human as casually as swatting a fly. Slapped clean away. One of the fishmen dropped his spear with a clatter. He forgot to pick it up, simply standing there with his mouth open and deadfish eyes wide, his brain entering a state known as cognitive collapse. A tremendous splash erupted from the pool. Arlong burst out of the water, drenched and heaving, dirty water dripping from his jagged snout, his chest heaving violently. A perfectly clear red handprint branded his left cheek, 5 distinct fingers imprinted on his deep blue scales, swollen to an enormous height and crimson purple in color. He touched his left cheek, and his fingers actually trembled upon feeling the burning, swollen flesh, trembling with rage. You. Something was swelling violently inside Dragon's chest, as if it were about to explode outward through his ribs. What could make a merman angrier than being slashed by a human? There was. Being slapped in the face by a human. And not just any human, but some nobody in front of all his subordinates and servants, delivering one slap that sent him flying. You. Dragon's voice was no longer a low threat, but a shrill, uncontrolled scream, trembling with rage. How dare you slap my face with your hand? Slap the face of Lord Dragon. So what? Ron stood his ground, shaking his hand as if he'd just swatted a mosquito. Thick skin. Slapped until my hand hurts. Ack! Dragon went completely insane. His sawtooth nose stretched to its limit, revealing the ivory-white, shark tooth ridge inside. Every scale on his body stood upright in rage like a crocodile whose tail had been set on fire. He leaped from the pool, both fists clasped high above his head, every muscle bulging to its absolute limit. Merfolk iron hammer. His strongest technique. Twin fists smashed down with enough force to shatter the peak of a small mountain. He would smash this human who slapped him into paste, crush the earth beneath his feet, and reduce the entire evil dragon paradise to ruins regardless of the cost. Ron looked up at the sky, darkening giant fist descending from above. He did not retreat. Nice. Perfect accuracy on that big slap. His voice was calm as still water. Powerful strike. Extremely insulting. The A+ class power bestowed upon him roared within his body. Blood surged like magma, bones hummed with a low resonance, and every muscle fiber was infused with strength far beyond human limits. He stepped forward, the stone slabs exploding beneath his foot, debris scattering. Then, reverse. A single slap. No named technique, no unnecessary movement. Unlike Dragon's style of charging up for ages while shouting out technique names before smashing down, Ron simply raised his hand, turned his body, swung his arm, and delivered a devastating slap to Dragon's other cheek. Identical to that perfect slap technique from before, unavoidably hitting. The only difference was that this time it carried A+ class power. Boom! This time the sound was 10 times louder. Dragon's giant fist hadn't even finished descending when his entire body was hit head-on by a shore defense cannon. He tumbled sideways through the air like a frisbee flung by a giant. The scales on the right half of his face shattered and flew apart in the shockwave. His entire body spun, rolled, and lost complete control as he was launched away. Over the plaza, over the walls, over the beach, skipping across the sea surface 7 or 8 times before crashing into the distant reef with a thunderous bang. Dust shot into the sky, stones clattered into the sea, sending up endless waves of spray. The plaza fell into dead silence. But this time it was a fearful silence. The 70-plus merfolk watched their boss, that tyrant of the Eastern Sea who dared not be trifled with, fly out of sight like a torn rag. They looked back at Ron at his still retracted right hand, and without exception swallowed hard. Some of the merfolk's knees were shaking so badly their legs kept stepping backward involuntarily. One merfolk who used to massage Dragon's back collapsed to the ground unable to rise. That first slap was skill. This one is pure power, shattering both body and dignity. He turned to look at Zoro and Buggy. You stray fish are still standing there. How long do you two plan to watch the show? Zoro snapped out of his brief daze, a dangerous curve forming at the corners of his mouth. All three swords spun in his hands, gleaming like frost. I've counted. 31 on the left, 38 on the right. Left is mine, right is yours. He glanced at Buggy. Red Nose, don't slow me down. Who's slowing whom? Who are you calling Red Nose? I'm Captain Buggy. My bounty. Listen to me, finish before you charge. Zoro had already charged into the left group of merfolk, his blade light, exploding like a tornado. Buggy cursed as he pulled a dagger from his coat, his body splitting into pieces, both hands gripping the dagger as he flew toward the right group, still shouting, Captain Buggy is not Red Nose. The battle erupted in full force under the sunset. Far away in the reef, Dragon's upper half body floated in the seawater, eyes rolled back, a bright red palm print on each cheek, left and right perfectly symmetrical. His sawtooth nose had twisted to one side, and he was still unconsciously spitting bubbles from his mouth. When the last merfolk fell upside down beneath Zoro's blade, there was no longer a single enemy left standing in evil dragon paradise. Merfolk bodies lay strewn across the plaza in every direction, some embedded in walls, some floating in the pool, some with faces blackened and hair smoking from Buggy's cannon fire. Groans rose and fell like a terribly off-key choir. Zoro sheathed his three swords, the friction sound crisp and clean. He surveyed the battlefield and evaluated with an expressionless face, too weak. Buggy crawled out from the pile of fallen merfolk, hands on hips, laughing at the sky. Did you see that? This is Captain Buggy's power. These stinking fish aren't even fit to warm me up. Zoro glanced at him. You were chased around 3 circles by a single merfolk just now. That's tactical maneuvering. Do you understand tactics? I was draining the enemy's stamina. That's military strategy. Ron ignored their daily bickering and walked toward the corridor on the side of the main building. Nami was still there. She leaned against the corridor pillar, both hands tightly gripping the coin pouch that the merfolk had stolen and then dropped. The bag had rolled off the overturned table during the chaos, scattering gold beans everywhere. She was picking them up one by one, returning them to the bag. Her fingers were still slightly trembling, but her coin-collecting movements were extraordinarily focused, as if each coin were her life. Ron crouched in front of her, picking up a gold bean that had rolled to his foot and handing it to her. Nami looked up at the stranger. Beneath her orange short hair were amber-colored eyes, tear traces still clinging to the corners. Those eyes held gratitude and confusion, but mostly they held an emotion Ron had seen on many people's faces, yet rarely in a girl this young. A deep, long-suppressed despair and vigilance. She took the gold bean and whispered softly, "Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved me." Yet she did not ask who Ron was, nor did she inquire where they had come from. Her fingers clenched tightly around the money pouch, her gaze drifting toward a point beyond the wall, as if everything that had happened here, the dragon vanquished, the fishmen eradicated, was merely temporary, unreal, and liable to be overturned at any moment. She straightened her back, bowed to Ron, and prepared to leave. "Are you going back to Kekiaxi village?" Ron's voice halted her steps. Nami turned around, her lips parting slightly. "How did you know?" "I know a great deal more." Ron walked up to her, looking directly into her eyes. "For instance, right now you're thinking of hurrying back to hide the money now that Arlong has been defeated, then continuing to steal treasure from pirates to keep accumulating that 100 million berry. You believe that once you've saved enough you can buy back Kekiaxi village from Arlong. Am I right?" Nami said nothing, but her fingers around the money pouch tightened until her knuckles turned white. "Do you think Arlong will keep his word?" Ron's tone was as calm as if he were stating a truth proven countless times before. "Even if you gather 100 million berry, even if you pile it before him, he will not return the village to you. He will do as he has every time before, make you start over. Because as long as this lie continues, you remain the finest navigator in the East Sea, drawing charts for him free of charge for the rest of your life. Have you never considered another question? Why has the Arlong pirates been able to run rampant in the East Sea for so many years? Why is it that after they occupied over 20 villages and towns, slaughtered countless civilians, the Navy has never sent even a single warship to suppress them?" Nami's face turned pale inch by inch. "You know the answer. You just dare not speak it aloud." "Colonel Mouse." Nami's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, then she jerked her head up, and for the first time anger beyond fear flared in her eyes. "It's Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th branch. He colludes with Arlong. The pirates share their plunder with him, and in return, he sends no troops, files no reports, and pretends these waters are peaceful. I went to report them. They treated me like a lunatic and threw me out." By the end, Nami's words were squeezed through gritted teeth. "So I had no choice but to save the money myself. I know Arlong might not keep his promise, but what else could I do? That's my village. The people there are still waiting. Now you have another way. Ron looked into her eyes and spoke deliberately, each word distinct. Join our pirate crew. Join us, and your problems become everyone's problems. Helping a comrade solve their troubles. Isn't that only natural? Nami was stunned. She raised her head to look at this stranger she had known for less than an hour, then at the green-haired swordsman behind him wiping his blade, and the red-nosed clown stomping on a fishman's head. For a moment, she did not know what expression to wear. Join them. Become a pirate. She had hated pirates more than anything in her life. The Arlong pirates had killed her foster mother Belmere, trampled her homeland, and used her as a tool for 8 long years. She had dreamed of escaping pirates, yet now this man, named Ron, was asking her to join a pirate crew. But she looked into Ron's eyes. There was no pretense in those eyes, no calculation of taking advantage of her desperation. Only a patient waiting for her answer. Can you deal with Colonel Mouse? He is a Navy captain backed by the entire East Sea branch. We'll be wanted hunted. Zoro snorted and casually remarked from the side, how many Navy men have I cut down already? Buggy burst out laughing. A mere branch of the Navy. When I the Great Buggy was an apprentice on Roger's ship, even Navy headquarters couldn't do anything to us. Nami fell silent. Her hand clutched the money pouch so tightly that the cord dug a deep mark into her palm. Then she fastened the pouch to her waist and slowly lifted her head. Fine. Her voice still trembled slightly, but her tone was far more resolute than before. As long as you truly take care of Arlong and Colonel Mouse and set Kekiaxi village free, I will join you. A deal. I mean truly board your ship. I can navigate draw sea charts and lead you through the safest routes on the Grand Line. She extended her hand. It's a promise. Ron took her hand. Nami's hand was small with thin calluses from years of gripping pens and drawing maps, her palm cool, but her grip firm. It was the strength of someone clutching the last straw of hope in utter despair. Ron did not say welcome aboard because the time was not yet right. He simply nodded, then turned and called out, let's go, to Kekiaxi village. The orange groves of Kekiaxi village glowed golden under the setting sun. As Ron and his companions walked along the dirt road into the village, they were met by a wall of silent stares. The villagers stood behind their doorsteps, some peeking out from half-open windows, others setting down their farming tools in the groves and watching from afar. Their eyes held wariness, numbness, and a faint glimmer of hope they dared not fully acknowledge. Nami walked at the front of the group. When the villagers' gazes fell on the 3 unfamiliar men behind her, that faint hope became even more complicated. More and more people gathered in the square beneath the windmill. Nami stood in the center looking at the familiar faces, took a deep breath, and spoke the words she had carried all the way from Arlong Park, one by one. Arlong has been defeated. These 3 helped me defeat him. But they told me. She bit her lip. Colonel Mouse and Arlong are in cahoots. When I went to report them before, I was thrown out. Not because I lacked evidence, but because Colonel Mouse is Arlong's shield. Silence. Then an uproar. A Navy captain colluding with pirates. An old man leaning on a cane stood up shakily. No wonder not a single warship ever came to save us all these years. Nami, is what you're saying true? Will Arlong come back? Will Colonel Mouse bring troops to massacre the village and silence us? Nami looked at the terrified faces and found she could not answer those questions. She could draw the most precise navigational charts, predict storms 3 days in advance, but she did not know how to face all the questions from her fellow villagers who had lived in fear for 8 years. At that moment, Ron stepped forward. He said, Arlong will not return. We are going to the Navy's 16th branch right now to deal with Colonel Mouse. From now on, neither Kekiaxi village nor this entire sea will ever see the Arlong pirates again, nor any Navy scum who shield pirates. A man with a bandana pushed his way to the front, his face brimming with urgency. You're going after the rat. Where's the proof? Even if you go without evidence, Marine headquarters won't acknowledge it. Instead, they'll pin the blame on you for attacking the Marines. There will be proof. Luowen's tone was calm. Colonel Mouse has been taking bribes from Arlong for 8 years. Every single payment is recorded in Arlong's ledger. He also keeps the money in his safe at the branch base. Once we get there, the evidence will surface. The villagers fell silent again. They gazed at the young outsider, at the swordsman behind him with 3 blades at his waist, exuding an aura of danger, and the red-nosed clown squatting under an orange tree, inspecting whether the fruit was edible. These 3 seemed utterly incapable of standing against a Marine captain, yet somehow their words compelled belief. Nami looked at Luowen's back, then turned to face the villagers. She pulled a small orange from her pocket and placed it on the stone platform in the square. I've been to Arlong Park too many times. Each time I memorized the positions of the reefs and currents, and each time I plotted my escape route. But this time is different. She lifted her head, the setting sun casting light on her face. For the first time, her amber eyes held not only despair and exhaustion. This time I'm not going to steal money or beg for mercy. I will return, together with my friends. With that, she turned and strode toward the village entrance. Behind her, voices rose from the villagers. Make sure you come back safely. Nami, be careful. Their farewells stretched long in the evening breeze, but Nami did not look back. Because she feared that if she did, her tears would fall. When the four left Kokoyashi village, the sun had already sunk below the horizon, leaving only a final dark purple afterglow in the sky. Buggy remained crouched at the stern, rowing and muttering unintelligible complaints. Zoro leaned against the gunwale, his eyes closed in rest. Nami sat in the center of the boat, staring blankly at her small log pose. Luoan stood at the bow, facing the vast darkness ahead. His extraordinary memory automatically spread out the dossier of East Blue Marine Branch 16. Colonel Mouse, a fat-headed, insatiably greedy marine scumbag, who in the original story would be sent flying by Luffy's fist. But now he wouldn't wait for Luffy. Starting from Shell's Town, Morgan Arlong, and next Mouse. This was no longer Luffy's adventure, it was Luoan's course. He would systematically cleanse this sea of all the filth that needed to be removed. Direction. Zoro's voice came from the stern. Luoan pointed ahead. Straight on. The night wind pushed the small boat, cleaving through the black seawater, heading straight for Colonel Mouse's base. Marine Branch 16's base sat on a solitary island 20 nautical miles east of Kokoyashi village. From the outside, it was a proper marine fortress. White walls, blue roof tiles, the seagull flag fluttering proudly in the morning breeze. 2 uniformed guards stood at the main gate, rifles on their shoulders, back straight, looking quite proper. But anyone who stayed long enough would notice that these 2 sentries never remained in the same spot for an entire morning. Because no one ever came. This sea was Arlong's territory. All merchant ships detoured, all pirates paid protection money. Branch 16 was a den of laziness corroded by money, where the Marines' biggest daily task was cleaning their guns. Sometimes they couldn't even be bothered to do that. Colonel Mouse was in a foul mood today. He sat in his second-floor office, a half-eaten steak with 3 bites taken from it on the table before him, its grease congealed into a white layer on the porcelain plate. He stared at the open intelligence file, his short pudgy fingers tapping on the desk, rhythmically emitting a dull thud. Arlong was taken down. His voice was sharp and staccato like a mouse's squeak. Combined with his gaunt face, protruding front teeth, and beady eyes, everyone in the office instinctively shrank back. A petty officer wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed at the name in the report. It's a man named Luoan. Our intelligence network in Shell's Town also sent word. Captain Morgan was also defeated by him. He has 2 companions, former bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro and Buggy the Clown. 3 people, all with bounty-level combat strength. They left Arlong Park for Kokoyashi village, and then their heading pointed toward us. 3. Just 3. Colonel Mouse crumpled the intelligence and threw it at the officer's face. Arlong had over 70 men. And fishman strength. 3 people wiped them all out. Did you fabricate this report, or was the informant dead drunk? It's hard to believe, sir, but Arlong Park is already. Shut up. Colonel Mouse slammed his fist on the table. The steak dish jumped, splattering gravy onto the pristine white tablecloth, leaving a dark oil stain. He stood up and paced the office in agitation, his boots screeching on the wooden floor. Arlong was his most stable source of income. On the 15th of every month, Arlong would send someone with a box of berries, his 30% cut from the protection money extorted from over 20 towns and villages. 30% might not sound like much, but it was enough for him to live in a villa, drink fine wine, and bribe his superiors in the East Blue. Without that money, his life in the East Blue would become very difficult. Those 3 must die. Mouse stopped pacing, his voice turning cold and sharp. They've not only cut off my income, but they've also exposed Arlong's affairs. If they live, sooner or later someone will trace the path back to me. Effective immediately, the entire base is on second-level alert. All personnel, he didn't finish. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the base's main gate. The water glass on Mouse's desk trembled, rolled off the edge, and shattered on the floor. The picture frame on the wall tilted, the chandelier swung violently, and the entire building shuddered from the blast. The alarm shrieked, piercing the morning sky. Mouse rushed to the window. From his office, he could see the main gate. A massive cloud of dust and rubble now rose there. The 2 iron doors along with the pillars on either side had been blasted away. The twisted door panels flew into the parade ground, knocking over 2 caught-off-guard Marines. The sentries lay prostrate on the ground, trembling, their helmets rolling to the corner before spinning to a stop. In the dust, 4 figures were slowly becoming clear. The one leading the way was a black-haired youth, his steps steady, hands in his pockets, as if he were strolling through his own courtyard. To his left was a swordsman with green hair, 3 swords hanging at his waist, his thumb already pressing open the guard of one of them. To his right was a red-nosed man with a blue double ponytail, watching the entire base descend into chaos with a look of gloating amusement. At the rear, a girl with short orange hair clutching a rolled-up stack of sea charts tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with tension, but more so with determination. Emmy, attack. The naval soldiers on the training ground finally reacted, scrambling to blow the alarm whistle. Windows on the second floor were pushed open one after another. Soldiers fumbled as they hauled rifles and cannons from the armory. Musketeers leaned over the corridor railings to aim their guns. Troops on the ground hurriedly formed ranks, some with belts unbuckled, pants half falling, before they hastily pulled them up. Luoan stood in front of the wreckage of the collapsed gatepost. He lifted his head, sweeping his gaze across the second-floor windows, the dense forest of gun muzzles and sabers on the training ground, and the young faces, some tense, some angry, some indifferent, then spoke. His voice was not loud, yet every person on the training ground heard it clearly. Tell Colonel Mouse to come out. Say, someone is here to collect a debt. The training ground fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the urgent stomp of leather boots echoed from the second-floor corridor. Colonel Mouse appeared behind the railing, his uniform's collar button undone, revealing a sweat-stained white shirt beneath. He gripped the railing with both hands, looking down at the 4 people at the entrance from his lofty position. His expression shifted rapidly, shock, anger, and then a forced dignity. How dare you, you insolent scoundrels! His voice was piercing and shrill like fingernails scraping across a blackboard. Trespassing on a naval base is a serious crime. Attacking naval facilities is a capital offense. Do you know what place this is? If you're wise, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. This colonel might still consider your ignorance. Mouse. Luowen's voice cut off Colonel Mouse's lengthy tirade. He lifted his head, his gaze as calm as if watching a buffoon. The collusion between you and the dragon, the black money you've taken over the years, who greased the wheels for you in the East Sea branch. There should be an account book in your office safe, shouldn't there? If not, it's fine. The Dragon's Paradise also has records of every cut you received. Do you need me to read them out to you? Colonel Mouse's face turned a livid cyan in an instant. Fear. A hysterical terror of being stripped naked and exposed before the crowd. His front teeth gleamed a sickly white in the sunlight. His lips quivered twice, then he let out a distorted screech. Nonsense. Slandering a naval colonel? Double the offense. Everyone. Fire. Fire. Kill these thugs. The gunshots rang out. A dense barrage of bullets poured down from the second-floor corridor, from behind sandbag fortifications on the training ground, and from the windows on both sides of the front hall. Bullets rained down like black droplets upon the 4 people at the entrance. Shell casings clattered to the ground, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. Then, ding 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 ding. All the bullets stopped before an invisible barrier. Suo Long had somehow already drawn his 3 swords, swinging them at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The defense formed by the 3 swords repelled every bullet, sparks flying as the bullet heads fell clattering at his feet. Pudgy laughed heartily, his body splitting apart. The bullets passed straight through the gaps of his dismembered form, kicking up dust on the ground behind him. His head floated in midair, looking down at his scattered body parts, then up at the dumbfounded soldiers, and he bellowed triumphantly. Useless, useless, useless. Pudgy-sama's split fruit is the natural enemy of bullets. You idiots can't even touch a single hair on Pudgy-sama's head. No, wait, this one's hair. A small tuft of his blue hair had been clipped off by a bullet drifting slowly down in the air. Suo Long added in a calm tone, can't touch a single hair. Didn't your hair fall off? That's not being hurt. That's just trimming. Yes, trimming. This one was just thinking of a new hairstyle. Pudgy reassembled his body, grumbling all the while. Na Mei hid behind Luo and clutching the hem of his clothes tightly with both hands. She could feel the air currents of bullets whizzing past, hear the dense clatter of bullets hitting So Long's sword net, but Luowen's body stood before her like an unshakable mountain. She looked up at the back of this man and suddenly felt a sense of peace. A peace she had not known in 8 years. Colonel Mouse, you have one last chance. Luowen's voice pierced through the gunfire, reaching the ears of every person present. Hand over the evidence of your collusion with the dragon voluntarily, and surrender yourself to Navy headquarters. Or let me go up there and do both for you. Choose one. Upstairs, the colonel's face was ashen. He couldn't understand. It was one thing that the dragon had been eliminated after all. The dragon was just a pirate. But this was a naval base with over 100 soldiers with rifles and cannons. These 3 just walked in. How dare they? His fingers tightened on the railing, whitening at the knuckles. Then he screamed in a shrill voice. Don't stop. Keep firing. Fire the cannon. Roll that cannon over. Blow them to pieces. Soldiers on the side of the training ground pulled the canvas off a cannon, fumbling to adjust the muzzle. The gunner picked up a torch, lighting the fuse. A hissing white smoke rose as the cannon aimed at the 4 at the entrance. Luowen stepped forward, flexing his wrist. Looks like it's the second option. The fuse burned to its end. A flash of blade light swept by. The cannon barrel was split in 2 by Suo Long's tornado, the explosion detonating prematurely inside the tube, blasting the surrounding gunners and engulfing half the sandbag fortifications on the training ground. There were no screams. The soldiers were thrown over in waves by the shockwave like crops uprooted by a hurricane. The muskets fell silent, the formation broke, and some began dropping their guns and fleeing toward the rear of the base. In the smoke, Luowen lifted his foot and stepped onto the staircase leading to the second floor. A familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Hostile target detected, Colonel Mouse. Comprehensive strength evaluation D-level. Stronger against strong has been triggered. Please select the enhancement attribute. For options illuminated in his consciousness, strength, speed, defense, and aura. Ron glanced at the end of the staircase where a wretched figure was slumped against the corridor wall, legs trembling like sieves. Colonel Mouse's cap had slipped askew over his ear, his front teeth chattered audibly, and a large wet patch stained his trousers, a picture of disgrace identical to Baru Mabwas. Durank. Ron murmured to himself, then made a decision that felt utterly natural. I choose none. Please confirm your selection. I choose none. Such trash. Choosing any attribute would only drag down my level. One rises to meet a strong opponent. Only if the opponent is truly strong. A rat doesn't deserve to make me use the system. The system paused for a moment as if processing this unprecedented logic. Seconds later, the prompt box faded slowly. Acknowledged. This battle will not trigger attribute enhancement. The host will fight in his base state. Ron flexed his wrists, feeling the raw power within his body. No lava-like surge of strength, no overwhelming aura of pressure. Only his own muscles, bones, and neural reflexes. To deal with a D-rank waste, that was more than enough. Colonel Mouse watched Ron approach step by step, his face contorting into a mask of terror. He fumbled to draw his sidearm from his waist, the muzzle trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. Stay back. I am the commander of the Marine branch. Kill me, and you'll be an enemy of the entire East Blue Marine. You'll be hunted to the ends of the earth. Ron continued, walking his pace unhurried. Fire, he said. The rat's finger twitched on the trigger several times before finally squeezing. Bang! The bullet struck the wall behind Ron, sending dust and debris cascading down. The rat fired 3 more shots. One hit the ceiling, one shattered a window pane, and one flew completely off target and out of the corridor. He had spent his entire life climbing the ranks through bribery and graft, never truly fighting a battle. His marksmanship was abysmally atrocious. The magazine clicked empty. A hollow clatter echoed from the chamber like the final squeaks of a dying rat. Ron stopped before him, looking down at the man reeking of urine. There was no anger in his eyes, no murderous intent. Only a cold, almost detached calm. You don't deserve it, he said. Then he threw a single punch. Colonel Mouse's body smashed through the corridor's window, arcing through the air in a parabola, landing beside the smoldering cannon wreckage on the training ground. The commander of Marine Branch 16 lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back amidst smoking debris and splintered wood. The Marines on the training ground exchanged glances, then dropped their weapons in unison. The battle was over. Ron entered Colonel Mouse's office and found Nami had already arrived before him. She was crouched in front of the waist-high safe, twisting a thin wire in the lock. A soft click and the safe door swung open, revealing stacks of berries and a thick ledger. Nami picked up the ledger and flipped through its pages. Each page was filled with meticulous records of profit-sharing deals with Arlong. Amounts, dates, intermediaries, every detail recorded. Ron stood at the doorway watching and couldn't help asking, "You can pick locks." "I'm a pirate," Nami replied, without looking back, stuffing the ledger into her bosom and grabbing a few bundles of berries into her pockets. "What kind of pirate can't pick a lock? Aren't you not on board yet? I'm not a Marine either." She scraped the last berry from the safe, stood up, and brushed the dust off her skirt. The look in her eyes as she met Ron's was no longer filled with despair and fear, but with the unique lightness of someone who had solved a great burden, like a person who had carried a heavy load for 8 years, finally setting it down. "I have the ledger. I'll send it to Marine headquarters using Colonel Mouse's own name. Doesn't he like sending gifts to his superiors? Let him deliver a big one this time." Ron watched her, realizing this girl's method of revenge had a certain style, using the enemy's own hand to send them to the gallows. Half an hour later, a great fire erupted from the main building of Marine Branch 16. The 4 of them stood at the stern, watching the island shrink into the distance. The raging flames cast a long, swaying orange reflection across the sea surface. The seagull flag turned to ash in the flames. The sea sparkled, seagulls flew overhead, their calls clear and crisp. Nami stood by the railing, still clutching the ledger tightly. The sea breeze dried the last tear from the corner of her eye. "From now on," she whispered softly toward the burning island, "Kokoyashi village will never have to pay protection money to pirates again." Ron stood behind Nami in silence for a moment, then said to her, "You did it. Your village is free." Nami turned around, her amber eyes reflecting the dual light of flames and seawater. She didn't say thank you. Instead, she curved her lips into a truly radiant smile, one she hadn't shown in 8 years. "Captain, where to next?" Ron was slightly taken aback, then smiled as well. He didn't answer her question because the system's prompt chimed in his mind first. "Crew recruitment successful. Recruitment target Nami. Gain draw chance 1. Use now." Another draw saved up. Ron's heart stirred, but now was not the right time to draw. He responded to the system, "Not now." Then he walked to the bow and sat down, gazing at the endless azure sea ahead. Zoro leaned against the mast, dozing with eyes closed. Buggy was as usual cursing and rowing at the stern. Nami pulled out the small navigation compass from her bosom and began calibrating their course. Ron closed his eyes and murmured within draw. Draw interface opened. Confirm use of this draw chance. Confirm. The familiar light panel unfolded in the depths of his consciousness where no one else could see. Countless reward icons swirled like a river of stars. The pointer spun rapidly, its halo sweeping past dazzling options, finally stopping on an icon he had never seen before. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired language mastery. Language mastery passive ability. You can understand, read, and write all known languages in the world. You can also decrypt lost or unknown languages by touching any written medium. Communication scope covers all intelligent beings with language systems including, but not limited to humans, fishmen, mink, moon tribes, giants, sea beasts, etc. Ron was stunned. A few seconds later he slowly opened his eyes and let out a low murmur. Unrestricted. Buggy, who was rowing at the stern, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, what are you muttering about up there? I can't hear you. Speak up." Ron turned back to look at Buggy and suddenly asked in a pure Grand Line common tongue tinged with a hint of ancient pirate slang that Buggy had never heard before. "Buggy, you've been to so many places with Roger. Those ancient texts on the historical stones, can you understand a single word of them?" Buggy nearly dropped his, or, "How do you know I can't read ancient texts? No, wait. How do you know I've been to so many places? Just a guess." Ron turned back, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his face. Language mastery. The grammatical structures, vocabulary systems, and pronunciation rules of countless languages in his mind unfurled automatically, like a decompressed archive integrating into his memory. Those languages from the anime that he could only rely on subtitles and guesswork to understand. The roars of the fishmen, the growls of the mink tribe, the deep rumbles of the giants, even the cries of sea beasts, all now had corresponding meanings. Even those ancient texts sealed by the world government, as long as he reached out and touched them, he could read them as if they were his mother tongue. Stronger than Roger's ability to hear the voice of all things. Hearing the voice of all things could only sense vague sounds and presences, but this ability of his was true communication. Communicating with any race, any civilization, any life form in the world. "Nami," he said. "Moi. Our crew is getting bigger. Can you handle a large ship?" "Yes." "Good." Ron sat cross-legged at the bow, his back to the three crew members, his voice, carried by the sea breeze, to everyone's ears. "Buggy won't have to row anymore." Buggy leaped up from the stern, almost in tears. "I've been waiting for this for 3 whole days." Zoro opened one eye and calmly added, "We haven't changed the ship yet." Buggy instantly collapsed onto the oars, letting out a pig-like wail. On the 4th day at sea, Ron came to a profound realization. What pirates needed most wasn't a devil fruit Haki or supreme-grade swords, but a cook who could cook. For days. For whole days. Since setting sail from Shell's Town, their meals could be summed up in one word: fish. Grilled fish, boiled fish, sashimi fish soup, and fish that had been accidentally burnt and scraped off the blackened parts before being eaten. Buggy said that even his burps now smelled of fish. Zoro didn't say anything, but when Ron handed him another grilled fish at noon today, he saw Zoro clench his jaw and fist his face, showing the suppressed resentment of having to eat the same thing over and over while still hungry. "I want meat." Buggy lay on the stern weakly, holding a fish bone up to the sky, muttering to himself, "Steak. Roast lamb. Braised pork. Even the swill bucket from the Navy mess hall would smell good to me now. Aren't you a clown? Clowns eat fish," Zoro said with his eyes closed. "Clowns are people too. Clowns need meat too." Buggy threw the fish bone at Zoro, who dodged it by tilting his head, and the bone flew over the side into the sea. Nami sighed, took a few oranges from her small bag, and tossed one to each of them. "Eat them sparingly. Ooh, I only brought this many. Without fruit to supplement vitamins, the 4 of us will get scurvy sooner or later. Dying not from being defeated by a strong enemy, but from loose teeth and rotting skin due to eating only fish. Do you think that sounds good?" She had already peeled and eaten her orange as she spoke. Ron took a bite of the orange. The sour-sweet juice burst in his mouth, making him squint involuntarily. "When we reach the next island, the first thing to do is find a cook. No delay." Buggy's eyes lit up, then he sneaked closer. "Captain, we just sent the ledger from that rat guy, didn't we? We took quite a bit of money too, right? I saw Nami stuff a whole sack. How many berries do we have now? Can we get a bigger ship first? You know Buggy-sama can't even stretch out on this folding boat." Nami glanced at him and held up 3 fingers. 3 million berries. Buggy guessed confidently, aiming high. Nami shook her head. 30 million berries. Buggy's voice began to tremble. That number already exceeded the value of his abandoned big ship. 1 billion, Nami said calmly. Buggy shot up from the stern, his head smacking into the mast with a dull thud. He covered the lump on his head, his eyes gleaming with greed. 1 billion. Then he abruptly clamped his big mouth shut, looked around nervously like a rat that had stolen grain. "Then we're the richest pirate crew in the East Blue." "Nami is the richest." Ron didn't take a single berry, he gave it all to her. "She's the treasurer." Zoro closed his eyes and delivered the final blow. Before Buggy could howl again, Nami suddenly stood up, shielding her eyes, with one hand squinting at the distant horizon. On the horizon, a silhouette different from an island slowly emerged. A massive fish sculpture, mouth wide open, tail raised, painted bright yellow, standing out vividly against the blue sea. Below the fish's mouth was a row of neat buildings, decks connected together with several large and small pirate ships and merchant ships docked around it, and smoke curling from chimneys. "Is that a ship, E?" Buggy saw it too. The floating restaurant bar tie. Nami lowered her hand to smile, curling at the corner of her mouth. "The most famous floating restaurant in the East Blue, specializing in fish dishes, but they have everything. The head chef used to cook in the Grand Line, and his skills are said to be among the best in the entire East Blue." The air on the ship suddenly fell silent. The 3 men's eyes met for a moment, then turned in unison toward the front. Meat, meat, anything other than oranges. Nami looked at the three men whose eyes were all glowing green side, and pulled out a log pose from her pocket to calibrate the direction. Hold on tight. The floating restaurant bar tie was even more magnificent up close than from afar. The entire restaurant was built on a giant modified ship with the iconic fish sculpture at the bow, its mouth open, as if to swallow every passing vessel. The three-story restaurant building was brightly lit, warm yellow lights streaming through round portholes, casting a soft warm glow over the surrounding sea. The best part was the aroma wafting from the kitchen exhaust vents. The buttered scent of pan-seared steak, the sweet maltiness of baking bread, the creamy richness of seafood chowder, all blending into an invisible hook that ensnared everyone on every ship docked at the port. I can smell it from far away. Before Luowen's boat had even fully docked, Pudgy kicked the mooring line and leaped directly onto the floating bridge of the restaurant, drifting over like a cartoon character being drawn by the nose by the aroma. Luowen followed closely behind. Nami tied the money pouch at her waist, nimbly hopping onto the floating bridge and taking a few steps forward, only to find So Long still standing at the bow unmoved. You're not coming? Nami turned back to ask. I'm not hungry. Nami glanced back at him in surprise. Just then So Long's stomach let out a low rumbling sound. Your stomach is growling. That's not my stomach. So Long stepped onto the floating bridge with a deadpan expression. When the four of them pushed open the ornate wooden doors of Baladi, the noisy restaurant fell silent for a moment. A dozen or so tables were full. There were merchants, fishermen, bounty hunters armed with weapons, and several tables of people in matching uniforms, clearly from some pirate crew, playing drinking games and shouting. They all turned their heads in unison toward the door, their eyes sweeping over the four figures before landing on Nami's face. To be precise, the gaze of nearly every male customer settled on Nami's face. Short orange hair, amber eyes, fair skin that glowed with a soft luster under the warm yellow light, and a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of her lips. She stood among the three men like a pearl embedded among three rough stones. But before those gazes could linger for more than a few seconds, Luo walked straight to the largest empty table by the window, pulled out a chair, sat down, and pointed to the seat opposite him. Nami, sit over there. Nami raised an eyebrow, then complied, and sat down. Order, Luo said, picking up the menu without even glancing at it, and handing it to Pudgy. Order whatever you want. We might as well spend Colonel Mouse's money. Pudgy held the long menu, both hands trembling, his voice quivering with excitement. Tomahawk steak, 3 servings. Roasted lamb chops, 2 servings. French-style baked lobster, make that 5 servings. Seafood paella, large portion. Red wine braised beef, double order. And the chef's daily special dessert, 1 of each. A young apprentice chef stood beside the table, holding an order pad, his pen frozen in midair. Sir, there are only 4 of you. Even 2 people couldn't finish all this food. Are you sure you didn't accidentally add an extra 0 to the numbers? Pudgy shoved the menu into the apprentice chef's arms, put his hands on his hips, and threw his head back with a laugh. Kid, look at that frowning swordsman on our ship. You think I don't know how much he can eat in one meal? He alone can eat for 3. No 5. Just bring what I ordered, and if we run out of money, we've got plenty of berries. A vein bulged slightly on So Long's temple, but for the sake of the impending feast, he uncharacteristically held his tongue. Just then a middle-aged chef with a small mustache poked his head out of the kitchen window, his critical gaze sweeping over the 4 of them before he snorted. In a lazy voice, he called out to a blond young man leaning against a pillar smoking a cigarette, Shanji. Attend to the new guests. Luo followed the voice and saw the man he remembered. Blonde hair covered half his face, revealing only a single blue eye. His eyebrows were unusually curled into spirals like 2 tiny seashells stuck to his brow bones. The black chef's uniform he wore bore no trace of kitchen grease, but instead resembled a tailored suit. He leaned against the pillar, long fingers holding a slender cigarette, wisps of smoke curled around him, exuding an air of lazy elegance. Shanji, the future chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, third-in-command combatant, master of kicking techniques, and the most notorious perverted chef in the entire pirate world. That single visible blue eye shifted. It swept over Pudgy, expressionless. Then over So Long, expressionless. Then it swept down to Nami. His pupils dilated instantly, and he sprang off the pillar, nearly dropping his cigarette. My beautiful lady. In the span of a single second, Shanji transitioned from leaning against a pillar smoking to kneeling on one knee beside Nami, his transformation so lightning fast that the apprentice chef beside him stood frozen in shock, order pad in hand. Welcome to the Barity, the floating restaurant. I am the sous chef Shanji, and I would be honored to serve you the finest cuisine this restaurant has to offer. Whatever you desire, I can prepare a special dish just for you. This Sigh of the Ocean Goddess is a hidden item not on the menu, made with the freshest bluefin tuna belly, shipped daily, drizzled with lemon juice and a special truffle sauce. It melts in your mouth and lingers for 3 days. Only a lady like you deserves its beauty. As he rambled on praising the dish and complimenting Nami, an arm reached over from the side and firmly wrapped around Nami's shoulders. Luo leaned back in his chair, his left arm around Nami's right hand, holding a glass of water, his expression calm and casual. Name paused for a moment, glanced at Luo In, and a subtle smile curved her lips. This is our captain, Name said to Shanji with a cheerful smile. My direct superior. It was only then that Shanji's gaze shifted from Name's face to the arm Luo and had around her. His brilliant smile slowly faded and a complex mix of emotions flickered in his blue eyes. From disappointment to regret, from regret to respect, and finally back to the professional smile befitting a chef. He didn't ask Luo In, what is she to you? Because from the posture of that arm he had already read the answer, the absolute sovereignty of a lion circling his lioness under his paw. No display of force, no words, just that natural embrace which said everything there was to say. I see. Shanji slowly rose, adjusted his tie, and resumed his courteous demeanor, but with an added note of tacit understanding between knowing men. It seems you are a captain with principles. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. Now, we will serve your order with the utmost dedication. Especially for this lady, please enjoy yourself. Nothing brings a chef greater happiness than the satisfied smile of a beautiful woman. He turned and walked toward the kitchen, his steps light and graceful, as if the awkwardness had never occurred. After 2 steps he glanced over his shoulder at the still stunned apprentice chef, and said, what are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the guest's order? 2 tomahawk steaks, 1 medium rare and 1 medium, the lobster baked, not steamed, the paya rice, using Camerino rice. Remember, if they're satisfied, this meal is on me personally. On you personally. The apprentice chef's eyes nearly bulged out. Sanji, when did you become so generous? Oh, I get it now. Special treatment for beautiful ladies. I understand. With that he slipped away into the kitchen. Nami lifted her head from behind Ron's arm, her eyes curving as she looked at him. An uncontainable smile lingered in her eyes as she asked, half teasingly, half seriously, all the women on board belong to the captain. I don't recall this being in the ship's regulations. Just added it, Ron said without missing a beat, taking a sip of water, as if it were perfectly natural. Across from him Buggy speared a piece of freshly served bread, laughing so hard that crumbs scattered across the table. Ha ha ha. Nami, you don't understand. This is called strategic retreat. Back when Shanks was hit on at that tavern, the girls from his crew used the exact same tactic to fend them off, though that one woman ended up slapping him. Zoro chewed his bread expressionlessly, calmly, adding another barb. Why are all your examples about Shanks? Because the great Buggy's peak years were the time spent with Shanks. Buggy slammed the table in rage, sending breadcrumbs vibrating everywhere. Dishes began arriving in an endless stream. The tomahawk steak was enormous, its bone longer than Buggy's forearm. A single cut revealed pink juices seeping along the grain, seasoned with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. It melted on the tongue with barely any chewing required. The French-baked lobster had a golden crispy shell with snow-white bouncy meat. The salty richness of cheese collided with the sweet brine of lobster on the tip of the tongue, a flavor bomb detonating in the mouth. The seafood risotto used spices genuinely imported from the Grand Line. Each grain of rice was soaked in the essence of lobster broth, and the moment it touched the tongue, the taste of the sea could be sensed, the ocean singing on the tip of the tongue. By the time Buggy finished his 3rd tomahawk steak, he unfastened his belt and let out a long sigh. A holy satisfaction spread across his face, as though he had just experienced not a meal, but a salvation. I tell you, what I've eaten in these past 4 days doesn't count. This is what food should be. Before, those were just organic matter to sustain vital signs. Zoro remained silent, for his mouth never stopped chewing. Ron noticed he had already cleared 5 dishes and was now launching an assault on the 6th. The speed and steady rhythm were breathtaking, as if the past 4 days had indeed left him terribly hungry. Nami gracefully lifted a piece of baked lobster with her fork, closed her eyes and chewed slowly, then let out a soft mm. Her eyes curved into crescents, her face alight with the pure happiness that comes from savoring something delicious. Ron set down his knife and fork, leaned back in his chair, and swirled his wine glass. He surveyed the scattered plates, and his 3 crew members with grease-smeared faces caught the aroma of butter and red wine drifting from the open kitchen and listened to the lively clatter of conversation and clinking glasses around him. He suddenly felt this was what sailing should be like. Like this right now, after winning a battle with money in pocket, sitting down to share a good meal with companions. Decided, Ron said, setting down his glass. What? Nami lifted her head from the lobster. We need a cook. Buggy's eyes widened, half a lamb chop still in his mouth as he mumbled, You're poaching. This is the most famous restaurant in the East Blue. Can you really lure away their sous chef? Ron didn't answer. His gaze drifted through the restaurant's bustling figures to the open kitchen, where a blonde figure stood with a cigarette, orchestrating the entire back of house with effortless precision. Sanji seemed to sense the attention, turning just enough to meet Ron's eyes with a slight nod. His blue gaze held the quiet confidence and courtesy of a true professional. Ron replied with a knowing smile. Nami caught the exchange, instantly setting down her fork and lowering her voice. What's so funny? Just smiling at our luck, Ron said, taking another sip with the casual tone of someone commenting on pleasant weather. The moment we walked in, the cook came to us. Buggy followed Ron's gaze to Sanji, then turned back and exchanged a look with Zoro. Both silently agreed on one thing. This guy was plotting something again. Eat first. The food's getting cold. Zoro pushed his lamb chop toward Buggy, while specifically pushing just the bone. Hey, you want me to eat bones? I want meat. At that moment the restaurant door was pushed open. It wasn't a normal polite knock. It was a desperate slam, as if the person had poured their last ounce of strength into crashing through the door. A gaunt man collapsed onto the threshold, his tattered pirate coat patched beyond recognition, hair matted into clumps, lips cracked and bleeding. He lay prone on the floor, struggling to lift his head, and rasped out a single word: food. Please just give me a bite to eat. The restaurant's chatter fell silent for a moment. Guests near the entrance shifted their chairs away in distaste. A well-dressed businessman frowned, covering his nose with a napkin and muttering, "Another destitute pirate. Such bad luck." Diners around them also wore expressions of disgust. Some even rose to signal the owner to toss the man out. The kitchen staff exchanged glances. Some went to fetch the boss while others pretended not to notice. Sanji had already come around the back door from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fried rice. He crouched down and placed the steaming dish on the floor before the unfamiliar pirate. "Eat up," he said casually, as though the person before him were just any customer who had walked into the restaurant. The pirate froze for a second, then grabbed the spoon and devoured the food in great bites, tears streaming down his face as the spoon scraped harshly against the plate. Sanji, not again. A cook poked his head out from the kitchen, saw the scene, and sighed helplessly. How many times has the boss said not to feed these freeloaders? They eat and leave, and you're the one covering the losses. I'll cover it. Sanji lit a cigarette and leaned against the pillar, watching the pirate with rice grains stuck to his face. His blue eyes held no condescension or pity, only the quiet understanding of someone who had once known hunger. In my kitchen, anyone who's hungry deserves a full meal regardless of whether they can pay. Ron set down his knife and fork. He watched Sanji's profile, the half-shadowed face that held no pretense whatsoever. He simply believed that going hungry should never happen to anyone. Exactly as he remembered. This lady's man possessed a purity of conviction about cooking that surpassed anyone else. Just then a thunderous crash erupted from outside the restaurant. The doors of Bartai were smashed open for the second time, but this time instead of someone stumbling in, they were kicked flying inward. The two carved wooden doors tore from their frames, sailing through the air like sheets of cardboard, crashing into an empty table and sending plates and bowls shattering across the floor. The sea wind outside, thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, surged in, causing the hanging lamps inside the restaurant to sway violently. A colossal figure stepped from the darkness into the light. Krieg, the most wanted man in the East Blue, with a bounty of 17 million berries, captain of the Krieg pirates, commander of the largest pirate fleet in the East Blue, 50 ships and 5,000 men under his command. At least that was true before he set sail. His golden armor was now covered in dents from sword slashes and cannonball impacts, a tattered black cape trailing behind him, half severed by a sharp blade. With each step, his iron boots pounded the floor with a resounding thud. He walked into the restaurant, swept his gaze across everyone present, and then grinned. That smile held no courtesy, no goodwill. Only the primal greed of a scavenger who had crawled out of a battlefield and spotted fresh prey. The Sea Restaurant Bartai. Krieg's voice was low and thunderous, rolling like muffled thunder in a confined space. I heard it's the best restaurant in the East Blue. From today onwards, it's mine. Behind him, countless torches flickered to life in the darkness. Dozens of pirates scrambled over the ship's railing, charged across the gangplank, and crowded into the open space at the restaurant entrance, brandishing swords, spears, and clubs. Each face bore the ragged desperation and frenzy of a routed army barely gathered from defeat. The restaurant patrons turned pale and retreated, some hiding under tables, others scrambling out through windows. The merchant who had earlier sneered at the poor customers now cowered in a corner, trembling like a leaf in the wind. You lot. Krieg pointed a thick finger at everyone in the restaurant. From now on, every chef here is my prisoner. You'll cook for my crew. The ship is mine. The supplies are mine. Anyone who objects. He raised his arm toward the ceiling, a cannon barrel extended from the armored forearm. With a boom, a large hole was blasted through the ceiling, showering debris and dust down. He finished his sentence. We'll have a cannonball to argue with. The echo of the blast still hummed in the air when a dark figure shot forward. Sanji's leather soles screeched against the wooden floor as he launched himself like an arrow from a bow straight at Krieg. His right leg rose high above his shoulder, the tip of his black leather shoe aimed directly at Krieg's throat. The motion was fluid and fierce. Any fighter who had been through the Grand Line would have applauded the speed and angle of that kick. He had never gone all out during his time working at the restaurant, but now someone was trying to take this ship, this floating restaurant he called home, and he didn't hesitate for a second. That kick was his peak. Krieg didn't even dodge. He raised his right arm, a mechanism in the armor clicked open, revealing a dark cannon barrel pointed at the cowering chefs and patrons behind Sanji. Muzzle flash lit up. Sanji's pupils contracted sharply. He twisted his body midair, tackling a chef to the ground. The shell grazed past his back, blasted through the kitchen wall, and obliterated an entire row of stoves. Shards of porcelain and cookware flew everywhere. Sanji lay in the rubble, the back of his black uniform scorched and charred. He coughed up blood mixed with wood splinters, struggling to stand, but his arms trembled and gave way. Krieg looked down at the prone Sanji, spat contemptuously, the spittle splattering on the broken plates beside him. My armor is the toughest defense in the East Blue. Even Grand Line cannonballs can't pierce it. What can your leg do? You chefs should go chop sea monsters with your kitchen knives. Ha. Shing. A blade of light tore through the smoke in the restaurant. Zoro drew his one-text blade of harmony, assuming the starting stance of the three-sword style frozen in the interplay of moonlight and lamplight. The blade gleamed with a cold, sharp light, reflecting his eyes devoid of warmth. The quickest among the pirate horde hadn't taken 3 steps before they were knocked down by the flat of his blade, flying backward like wheat swept by a gale. Don't get in my way, he mumbled through the sword clenched in his teeth. Hey, so fast. Buggy's body split apart mid-laugh, his hands gripping daggers as he flanked the surrounding pirates. One foot stomped on a pirate's face, rebounding to kick another fat swordsman. Buggy-sama hasn't even said start yet, and you're already fighting. That's cheating. The pirate's swords and knives cut through his fragmented body, hitting nothing but air, leaving only panicked curses and screams. Leave the small fry to you, Luo, and said, rising to his feet and wiping the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept past the melee fixed on Krieg's armor, dinged but still gleaming gold. Small fry. Zoro's lips curled slightly, his blade light flaring. I'm not a small fry exterminator. Buggy, though shouting, spun his daggers faster, precisely flicking away the weapons of the pirates one by one. Luo and walked forward. Krieg looked down at him, as if watching a presumptuous ant, a sneer stretching his thick face. Kid, do you know where I stole this armor? It's a trophy from the Grand Line. Pure steel lined with seastone composite. Even cannonballs can't dent it. You can't even break my defense. What's the point of fighting? Luo stopped. In his mind, the system panel silently unfolded. 4 familiar options glowed in his consciousness: strength, speed, defense, and willpower. But this time something different was emerging behind those 4 options. A gear. A 5th icon. A golden gear, slowly rotated in the space of his mind, radiating a cold, hard luster unlike anything before. Its border was composed of intricate mechanical patterns, each line turning slightly, emitting a faint, barely audible metallic grind. Super Enhanced Cyborg Option Description: this attribute is only triggered when facing technology-enhanced enemies. Upon selection, the host's body will temporarily undergo Super Enhanced Mechanical Transformation. Skin converts to high-strength alloy armor, bones replaced with carbon fiber-reinforced skeleton muscle fibers infused with nanohydraulic actuators. Defense, strength, and speed are all greatly increased. Duration tied to battle. Ron's eyes lit up. A modified human. Krieg's armor was already a basic modification, but according to the system's judgment, as long as the opponent followed the path of technology, he could counter it with a technological enhancement. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Whatever method the opponent used to grow stronger, he could overpower them with the same type of enhancement. System: choose Super Modified Human. Selection: confirmed attribute, Super Modified Human. The strongest enemy, Krieg, has a technological modification level basic. Enhancement activated. Host modification level upgraded to intermediate. A force entirely different from any he had felt before exploded within Ron's body. A precise, cold mechanical sensation that was even more suffocating than any physical strength. A layer of extremely fine silver patterns emerged on his skin, invisible unless closely observed, like liquid metal flowing through capillaries for an instant before fading back into concealment. His bones emitted a faint hum, a sign that the carbon fiber skeleton was rearranging itself to withstand higher impact forces. Between his muscle fibers, countless tiny nanodrivers ignited like millions of miniature engines, boosting the explosive power of every movement to dozens of times that of an ordinary human body. He looked down at his own hands. The skin was still its original color, the touch still human warmth, but when he gently clenched his fist, he could feel the air being compressed in his palm, producing a faint crackling sound, as if something invisible was shattering between his fingers. A set of data automatically emerged in his mind. The innate perception of his modified body. Current maximum grip strength approximately 12 tons. Impact resistance limit: can withstand a direct hit from a main battle cannon at 0 range. Time to run 100 meters approximately 1.8 seconds. Ron smiled. Homelander. He murmured a name that no one understood, then raised his head and flashed a smile at Krieg. A smile that made even the battle-hardened pirate captain's heart skip a beat. No, I'm stronger than Homelander now. Krieg was angered by that smile. He couldn't understand why this seemingly unchanged young man had suddenly become so composed, nor could he comprehend the inexplicable unease rising in his heart. He chose the most direct way to suppress his fear, to shatter the man and his smile together. Both arms raised simultaneously, a cannon barrel emerged from each armored gauntlet, the muzzles aimed at Ron, the fuses igniting almost the instant they extended. Die! Both cannons fired. The shell screamed toward Ron, too close and too fast for anyone to react. Sanji, lying on the ground, eyes wide, hand reaching forward, shouted, "Dodge." Nami covered her mouth and stood up, her amber eyes reflecting the flash of the cannon fire, instinctively wanting to rush forward, but realizing she was completely helpless. Ron did not dodge. He raised his right hand, fingers spread palm, facing the incoming shells. a casual gesture like waving hello. The shells struck his palm. And then, they were caught. A special ability caused the shells to disappear. Instead, as if catching a thrown apple, his 5 fingers firmly gripped the still-spinning shell casing. The shell let out a muffled hum in his palm, and then went out. The fuse's flame struggled twice in his palm, like a candle being strangled, then died. The second shell followed close behind. Ron raised his other hand and caught it between his index and middle fingers. The motion was as light as picking up a piece of cut steak from a plate. 2 shells, 1 in each hand. No explosion, no shockwave, not even a crack in the floor beneath his feet. The dining room fell silent. The clamor of battle, the screams of pirates, the clashing of weapons. All sound was paused by those 2 dud shells. The merchant hiding under the table forgot to tremble, the chef holding a plate forgot to set it down, and even the minor pirates of the Creek pirates who had been fighting Zoro and Buggy stopped their weapons and turned to stare at the man catching shells with bare hands. That was not something a human could do. Even a devil fruit user couldn't make a shell obediently go out in the palm of their hand. Everyone thought so. Creek's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He looked down at his own cannons, then up at the shells lying quietly in Ron's hands like stones. A voice in his mind screamed, "Impossible, impossible, impossible, this was impossible." Those were his proud built-in cannons, each shell capable of blowing a medium-sized sailing ship in 2. And now those 2 shells were held in the hands of a brat who looked under 20 like he was playing with putty. Is that all? Ron tossed the 2 shells casually to the ground. They rolled twice, bumped against the table leg, and made 2 dull clangs showing no sign of exploding. He took a step forward toward Creek. His pace was not fast, but every step seemed to land on everyone's heartbeat. Creek instinctively stepped back. It was the first time in his life he had retreated in battle. He had never retreated when facing sea kings in the Grand Line, nor in countless naval battles where he was outnumbered. But now he retreated without even realizing it. He suppressed the panic rising in his heart, ejected the cannon barrels on both arms, and ignited a new round of fuses. This time aiming at Nami and the unarmed guests behind him. "Don't come any closer. Take one more step, and I'll fire." Creek's voice was sharp and distorted, his dignity abandoned in the fight for survival. "You may be strong, but you can't protect everyone." Ron stopped. Creek thought he was about to yield. But Ron tilted his head looking at Creek's proud golden armor, and suddenly asked an irrelevant question. "You said this armor is the toughest defense in the East Blue. I want to test it." "Test what?" "Test whether your East Blue armor is harder or my fist." As the words fell, Ron's figure vanished. His speed exceeded the visual tracking ability of everyone present. The instantaneous acceleration from his intermediate modified, human hydraulic-driven muscle fibers left a blurry afterimage in the air as he closed in on Creek. The first punch landed squarely on the center of the golden armor's breastplate. The hardest defense of Donghai emitted a crisp sound, extremely light and brittle like the crack of shattering glass. A crack spread from the point of contact of Luoen's fist in all directions, crawling like a cobweb over the entire breastplate. The second punch landed on the same spot. The crack expanded at a suddenly accelerated speed. The inner lining of the armor began to crumble and metal fragments fell off piece by piece like peeling eggshells. The third punch. The golden armor shattered with a loud crash. The entire breastplate together with the back armor exploded into fragments. Golden metal shavings scattered in the air, reflecting tiny glimmers under the warm yellow light of the restaurant, like a golden snow falling. Kuliko lowered his head to look at his bare chest. His lips moved twice as if he wanted to say, "This is impossible." But he didn't have time to say anything. Luoen's fourth punch stopped half an inch before the tip of Kuliko's nose. He pulled it back, not delivering the blow. The force of the punch lifted Kuliko's disheveled hair and blew away all the plates and glasses on the table behind him. Kuliko's legs gave way and he knelt among the shattered armor fragments scattered on the floor. From start to finish it took only 4 punches. Indeed. Luoen withdrew his fist, his tone flat and casual, as if conducting an insignificant experiment. "Still, my fist is a bit harder." All the people in the restaurant, whether they were merchants hiding under tables, chefs standing amidst the ruins, or the pirates from both sides who had been fighting, were frozen in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Shanji struggled to stand up, supporting himself on the shattered tabletop. On his face blackened by smoke, an expression of undeniable shock appeared. He had seen countless strong warriors on Vita Honglu, but someone who could shatter the golden armor known as the strongest defense of Donghai within 3 punches. Even the monsters of Xian Shiji were no more than this. This person had come to Balati to eat less than 2 hours ago. Earlier, while sitting there quietly eating steak, he had not revealed any aura of a strong warrior at all yet. When he struck, it was like a natural disaster. Baji, as if accustomed to such scenes, stepped over a group of pirates he had knocked down. Seeing Kuliku collapsed on the ground, he let out a snort, then put his hands on his hips and laughed uproariously. "Huh? See that? This is our captain. Although when I first boarded, I also suffered from him. Cough, no, I fought him to a draw. Anyway, in front of our captain, any golden armor is just scrap metal. Scrap metal." Even as he said this, he couldn't help swallowing when he looked at Luoen. Last time Luoen fighting along was already outrageous enough. this time directly catching a cannonball with one hand and shattering the armor with 3 punches. Every move reset his understanding of the limits of human capability. Suo Long sheathed his sword and silently raised his eyes to look at Luo En. In his eyes there was recognition, reluctance, a hidden annoyance of he got ahead of me again, but more than that there was another more complex emotion. When he boarded the ship he already knew this man was strong, but he never expected his strength had no ceiling. Every time he encountered a stronger enemy, he became even stronger than that enemy. Stronger when facing the strong. Suo Long had never asked about these 4 words, but he saw it with his own eyes. And while everyone was stunned by Luo En's combat power, Mei stood in a corner looking at something else. She was not far from Luo En. The shockwaves from those few punches had lifted her short hair and also allowed her to see details that others missed. His palm was completely unharmed when catching the cannonball. His knuckles left not a single scratch when shattering the armor, and even a faint, extremely thin layer of silver light that flickered across his skin. It was more like the luster of metal. What is this? What kind of person is her captain? She covered her mouth, her fingers lightly pressing on her lips. An amber light gradually appeared in her eyes, a complex glow mixed with envy and admiration. It was not fear. After experiencing along Lu Yuan and Lao Shu Shangxiao, her trust in this man was already firm enough. It was envy. If she had this kind of power, Mei would not have died 8 years ago. If she had this kind of power, Kekiaxi village would not have had to wait 8 years. Her gaze lingered on Luo En's back for a long time, without moving away, quietly planting a seed in her heart. Luo En turned around, stepped over the kneeling Kuliku, and walked toward the dark figure leaning against a ruined pillar. Shanji had already crawled out of the pile of broken wood, and was now leaning against a tilted pillar, wiping the blood foam from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. On his face, half covered by golden hair, the expression was somewhat complex. He had never been used to being stubborn after receiving help from others. Hey, Shanji said hoarsely, why did you strike? I'm just a cook and you're just guests here to eat. We have no connection with each other. Because our meal isn't finished yet. Luo En interrupted him, his tone flat. I don't care whether you live or die, but we're waiting for dessert. It doesn't matter if the kitchen is destroyed, but disturbing our meal is something we have to deal with. He pulled out his right hand, which he had been warming in his pocket, and casually patted the dust off his sleeve. There's something else. I'll go back to the table first. Bring the dessert up soon. When it's ready, Mei wants it hot. Shanji was stunned. A few seconds later he lowered his head, his golden hair covering his eyes, making his expression unreadable. But the corners of his mouth were curved, very obviously curved. A chef's dignity is to let the guests eat well. He repeated this sentence in a low voice, not knowing whether he was saying it to Luo En or to himself. Then he stood up from the ruins, took out a crumpled but intact cigarette from his breast pocket, put it in his mouth, but didn't light it, just held it. This captain. Shanji's voice returned to its previous elegant tone, but with a hint of extremely subtle trembling. Today's dessert at this restaurant is French creme caramel paired with vanilla ice cream. Would you like me to bake a special version for the beautiful lady? 2. Luo En walked toward his own table, without looking back, raising 2 fingers. Mei looked at Luo En walking back toward her. She lowered her hand that had been covering her mouth, pursed her lips, and refrained from asking about the details of the metallic luster and silver light. She simply curved her eyes and said to Luo En in a light and slightly teasing tone, too. Both are mine. It's yours anyway. Luo En pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up the fork, and tapped the edge of the empty plate. Don't keep the pudding waiting. The warmth in the restaurant had barely settled. The scent of caramel pudding still hung in the air, and Mei closed her eyes with contentment as she lifted the first spoonful, her feet swaying in satisfaction, all the way down to her ankles, radiating pure bliss. Buggy stuffed his mouth with 3 servings of dessert, still arguing with Zoro over who had dispatched more of the weaklings. They spat flying words at each other. Sanji leaned against the bar and finally lit the cigarette he'd been holding between his lips for half an eternity. Watching his guests dine with such delight, a faint pride softened his features. Ron reclined in his chair, cradling a cup of after-dinner black tea, ready to savor this rare moment of peace. Then came the sound of oars cutting through water beyond the restaurant's walls. Delicately, slowly, effortlessly, the strokes of an oar. Like someone gliding alone across a midnight lake, blade entering without a ripple and lifting without a trace, leaving only the faintest concentric rings rippling outward beneath the moonlight. Yet every voice in the entire restaurant fell dead silent in that instant. The spoon in Buggy's hand clattered onto the table, his grin extinguished as swiftly as a flame doused by ice water. Zoro set down his teacup and his fingers ghosted over the hilt of Weizu Ikamanji. The moment his fingertips brushed the wrapped cord, they tensed. Sanji's cigarette lowered from his lips. His hand reached beneath the bar and closed around a kitchen knife, not meant for hacking, yet he gripped it instinctively. Instinct. Anyone who had survived the Grand Line, every warrior who had stared death in the face, knew that instant when the body took over. That rowing was no amateur's stroke. Too steady. Steady enough to send a chill through one's bones. Nami sensed the shift in the air and lowered her spoon to look at Ron. What is it? Who's outside? Ron didn't answer. He was already on his feet. He crossed to the window, and pushed aside the wooden frame warped by cannon fire. Beyond lay the moonlit sea, and on it a tiny coffin-shaped boat with a sickly green lantern burning at its prow and a lone figure seated at the stern. The figure wore a wide-brimmed black top hat crowned with a white plume, a long black coat billowing slightly behind him. Resting across his knees was a sword, black sheath and all, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. But it was the eyes that held one captive, golden irises sharp as an eagle's with a ring of deeper, denser amber, encircling each pupil, as though capable of piercing through the very essence of all things. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Cheelark Mihawk. The small boat glided silently against Barity's floating dock. Eye of the Hawk rose and slung his black blade diagonally across his back, stepping onto the dock with the unhurried grace of a man on a leisurely stroll. Wherever he walked, water on the planks parted, as if avoiding his boots, the sea itself refusing to dampen the soles. When he pushed open the restaurant's half-shattered wooden door, the caravan guard seated at the nearest table tumbled backward off his chair in sheer terror, as though an invisible blade were pressed against his throat by those hawk-like eyes. The Hawk's gaze swept across the room. It passed over the merchants cowering beneath tables, the chefs sweeping up shattered glass, the dying remnants of the Click pirates, before landing on the shattered golden armor strewn across the floor. Click. His voice was low and calm like a winter lake. I've been chasing him all the way from the Grand Line. Never expected someone to beat me to it here. He raised those hawk eyes and surveyed the room. Who did this? Already Zoro's blade was drawn. 3 swords. Wado Ikamanji clamped between his teeth, the other 2 gripped firmly in each hand. As all 3 blades left their scabbards in the interplay of moonlight and lamplight, the cold gleam reflected in his eyes turned them bright and clear. Sanji shifted his kitchen knife to his left hand, curled his right into a fist, and rotated the sole of his shoe half a turn against the floor, assuming his kicking stance. After all, this is my restaurant. His voice dropped low. You've protected my establishment's reputation, and I haven't repaid that debt. Now someone's coming for you, and I won't stand by and watch. Buggy scrambled behind the table, his voice trembling. The Hawk. I know him. He used to fight Shanks all the time. Not that kind of sparring. This was real fighting. The kind that splits the sky. Trembling, he peered over the table's edge. His legs shook, but 3 daggers had already slipped between his fingers. But since I've already jumped ship, since I've gloriously joined this pirate crew, then I'll just have to. He swallowed hard, leveling his daggers at the door. Then I'll just have to play it cool. At this sight, the corner of the Hawk's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. That minute flicker of expression would go unnoticed on any face. But on the Hawk's perpetually frozen visage it spoke volumes. He found this utterly tedious. A bunch of ants who didn't know their place. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Ron turned from the window. Still holding his half-finished tea, the liquid inside trembling slightly, his hand steady enough to make one wonder if he even recognized who stood before him. He walked forward, passing Sanji in combat stance, then Zoro with his 3 blades drawn, pausing only to press down gently on Zoro's sword arm as they passed. Casual, as if restraining a friend eager to grab food at the dinner table. Zoro's blade dipped half an inch, and he turned his head to meet Ron's gaze. Calm yourself. Ron didn't look back, his voice as even as if commenting on the weather. He passed Zoro past Sanji, and stopped less than a table's length from Mihawk. I did it. Ron met the world's greatest swordsman, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. These men, those soldiers, they were killed by my hand. Cheelark Mihawk, warlord of the sea, world's greatest swordsman. You've chased Click from the Grand Line all the way to the East Blue. Consider this my gift. No need to thank me. The entire room fell into dead silence. Baji slid directly from behind the table to the floor, clutching his head with both hands as a series of frantic, barely coherent mutterings escaped his lips. It's over, it's over, it's over. He's gone mad, the captain has gone mad. Who talks to the Hawkeye like that? It's over, Baji-sama is going to die here today. Shanks, you still owe me that drink. The cigarette Sanji was holding slipped from his mouth, landing on the floor with a few sparks. His eyes widened as he stared at Luowen's back like a tourist who had voluntarily walked into a lion's cage. He had already prepared himself to fight to the death, but even someone as fearless as he dared not utter such words before the Hawkeye. The pride of a chef was to ensure the guests ate well and were satisfied not to let them die at the doorstep. But neither was it to let the guest voluntarily walk up to the Hawkeye and tell him, I killed the man you were chasing. No need to thank me. What kind of move was this? Zoro remained silent. His 3 swords were not sheathed, but neither did he rush forward. Because the force in the hand that Luowen had used to press down on his arm earlier, that strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. And at last he witnessed firsthand what a man who dared to speak to the world's greatest swordsman as an equal looked like. His captain showed not the slightest unease before the Hawkeye, exuding a calm that came from the very core of his being. Nami stood in the corner staring unblinkingly at Luowen. Her fingers unconsciously tightened on the hem of her clothes, her heart a tangled mess of emotions. Worry, tension, fear, and yet a hint of expectation she dared not even admit to herself. Because every time her captain wore that expression, the next moment would always bring something that left everyone utterly stunned. Hawkeye Mihawk slowly turned around, finally fixing his golden eagle-like eyes fully upon Luo. The look he gave Luo was no longer the casual indifference of before, but one of scrutiny. This young man was not afraid of him. That was interesting. Interesting. The Hawkeye slowly raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword behind his back. The blade of the Black Sword Knight slid out of its sheath, not with a sharp clang or a grating screech, but with an extremely low subdued hum, like a slumbering beast opening a single eye. The pitch-black blade cast a faint chilly gleam at the junction of moonlight and lamplight, its tip pointing slightly downward toward the floor. The very air in the entire restaurant grew heavy in that moment. The sheer presence of this sword was enough to stop an ordinary person's heart. Zoro gritted his teeth and took a step forward from behind Luo. Wait. Let me fight this one. He's my target, I want to challenge him. Sanji also resumed his kicking stance, cold sweat on his brow, but not retreating. Don't be reckless. If we both go at him, we might stand a chance. Luo did not turn around. He raised his left-hand palm facing backward and gave everyone behind him a gesture that could not be clearer. Stop. His heart was calm. Utterly calm. So calm that even he found it strange. Standing before him was the acknowledged world's greatest swordsman, the man at the pinnacle of the sword. A single slash could split a frozen tsunami in two. One man alone could send every pirate crew in the entire East Sea fleeing in terror. If he swung his sword, this sea restaurant and everyone on it would be cleaved in half. Facing such an existence, Luo felt no fear in his heart. Instead, another emotion arose, a sense of confidence. The grow stronger with the strong system lay dormant in the depths of his consciousness, requiring no warm-up, no preparation, ready to unleash earth-shattering power at any moment. That was his confidence. So what if it was the Hawkeye? If he displeased him, he would still be beaten. He would have to kneel. He said to the Hawkeye, "You came for Krieg. I've already knocked him down. Your pursuit ends here. Care for a cup of tea? My treat." The Hawkeye looked at him without answering, a faint ripple passing through his golden pupils. A deeper layer, curiosity. His long, slender fingers gripping the Black Sword Knight remained steady as the blade's tip slowly rose from the floor, passed over the table, over the scattered shards of glass, and finally came to a stop just inches from Luo's face. The tip did not strike, but the intangible pressure it exerted already made everyone in the room gasp for breath. "I never owe anyone anything, so tell me, what kind of death do you want?" The Hawkeye's tone was not that of a question, but rather like a negotiation between equals, confirming the stakes. His voice was utterly flat, without any fluctuation. He was simply stating a forthcoming fact, like a weather forecaster announcing tomorrow's weather. Tomorrow it will rain, and you will die. That was all. The tip of the Black Sword Knight pointed steadily at Luo, in a cold, dark gleam flowing along the blade. Everyone in the restaurant felt suffocated by those words. Pudgy had already closed his eyes, muttering something under his breath, as if reciting his own funeral elegy. Sanji's fists were clenched white, the muscles in his legs tight, and trembling slightly. Nami gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her lips bitten pale. But Luo's lips slowly curled upward. It was not a forced smile, but the eagerness that sprang from the very marrow of his bones when invited to an unexpected, magnificent adventure. He turned his head and looked back at Zoro. Zoro was startled. "Your goal needs to change." Zoro's pupils contracted. He understood every word, but his brain refused to assemble them into a complete meaning. Change? Into what? Could it be? The thought had not yet fully formed in his mind when Luo completed the picture for him. A pirate captain who had been at sea for less than a month, who hadn't even gathered a full crew of a few kittens, was about to take on the world's greatest swordsman. "Captain," Zoro almost shouted instinctively, "you're not going to take on the world's greatest swordsman, are you? Do you know who he is?" His voice cut off abruptly because he saw Luo's eyes. There was no madness in those eyes, no arrogance, no emotion that should not be there. Only calm. The same calm he always showed when facing a formidable foe. Why not? Those four words fell like 4 stones into a still lake, and the entire restaurant instantly erupted into chaos. The cigarette Sanji was holding dropped from his mouth for the second time. He had no mind to pick it up, his voice changing pitch. "Have you lost your mind? Do you know the Hawkeye's record? He cut through the entire Don Quixote family's fleet with a single slash. The eternal tsunami of the ice continent was split in half with a casual wave. He is the man who single-handedly destroyed an entire pirate war. Do you even know what you're doing?" Sanji rarely showed such a flustered expression to a guest. This outburst was 10 times more genuine than his earlier reaction to Krieg's bombardment. Buggy leapt from behind the table, clutching Ron's thigh as his voice cracked with desperation. "Captain, calm down. I beg you, calm down. Normally I'm the one who's least calm, but this time you must listen to me. Hawkeye is a monster. A true monster. I saw him split a warship in half with a single blink. The ship became 2 pieces in the blink of an eye. Shanks fought him for years and never settled the score. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors." The guests huddled in the corner erupted into chaos. The merchant who had earlier dismissed the poor as unlucky now cowered in a corner, his jowls trembling worse than an earthquake. It's over, it's over. One pirate captain wasn't enough, now the world's greatest swordsman. If these two fight here, the whole ship will sink. His guards beside him pale-faced nodded in agreement, but no one dared move for the exit lay behind Hawkeye, and no one wished to walk past the world's greatest swordsman. What's the panic? Ron looked down at Buggy who was clutching his leg. Let go. You're getting snot on my pants. Buggy was gently kicked away sitting on the floor with a face that screamed my life was just about to start, and now it's over. Ron turned back to face Hawkeye. The other had already drawn his black blade. As captain, he had no reason to retreat. A captain's most basic sense of duty. Zoro yearned to challenge Hawkeye, that was his goal as a swordsman. But now Hawkeye blocked the captain's door. This was no longer a spar between swordsmen. If he lacked the courage to stand at the bow, how could he make Zoro follow willingly? How could he make Buggy grumble, yet never abandon the ship? How could he make Nami smile from the depths of her heart beneath the orange trees of Kokoyashi village? A captain is not a title, it is a responsibility. System, grow stronger with the strong. The panel in the depths of his consciousness unfolded silently. For options lit up strength, speed, defense, spirit. Then a fifth icon appeared. It was the phantom of a sword, a sharp light coiling around the blade, and an archaic character, sword, engraved on the hilt. Supreme, sword technique. Option description: this attribute is triggered only when facing enemies who are not specialized in technological weapons. Upon selection, the host will temporarily gain swordsmanship surpassing the opponent's level by 1 tier, including, but not limited to, sword intent sword or a sword domain. Current enemy's highest swordsmanship level SSS. This level represents the recognized pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world, the highest within the system's assessment range. After enhancement, the host's swordsmanship level will temporarily rise to SSS. Note this level exceeds the system's standard assessment range and duration is limited by the host's physical endurance. Ron stared at the gleaming sword-shaped icon, a feeling he had never experienced rising in his heart. SSS, swordsmanship surpassing the world's greatest swordsman by 1 level. Even if only for 1 strike, it was enough. He bent down amid the debris and picked up a sword. That sword was very ordinary. So ordinary it would be a waste of space hanging in any blacksmith shop. The blade had 3 nicks, the cloth wrapping on the hilt was loose, the guard was spotted with copper rust. It was a standard issue weapon from the small fry pirates under Krieg, mass-produced trash, not even worthy of a name. Hawkeye's brow furrowed. It was the first clear change in expression he had shown all night. A chill of being underestimated. With this, his voice was still low, but everyone could hear the undercurrents churning within. Zoro, standing a few meters behind Ron, stared wide-eyed at the scrap of iron in Ron's hand, as if trying to discern some secret from it. Buggy sat on the floor, slapping his forehead, letting out a groan squeezed from the depths of his soul. It's over. Completely over. The captain doesn't even have a decent weapon. Our pirate crew is disbanding today, and I haven't even entered the Grand Line. Earlier, I thought using a random piece of iron was an insult, so you might as well go empty-handed. Buggy's words trailed off. Shut up. Ron rested the chipped iron sword casually on his shoulder, raised his eyes, and met Hawkeye's golden pupils. Deep in his consciousness, the system selection was complete. Supreme sword technique, SSS level. A power he had never experienced before spread through his body. Not like the magma surge of strength enhancement, nor the precise coldness of a cyborg form, but a more subtle elevation of perception. Everything around him changed. The sound of silverware falling to the floor slowed. The rhythm of waves hitting the pontoon outside was broken into countless microscopic water molecule collisions. He could even hear the precise intervals of each ventricular contraction and relaxation in Zoro's rapid heartbeat behind him. The broken sword in his hand trembled slightly, not in fear, but in excitement. This piece of iron, casually hammered into shape by a blacksmith and never taken seriously, seemed to have finally found its purpose. Ron turned his gaze to Zoro, his tone so casual it sent a chill down the latter's spine. Zoro's pupils dilated to their limit in that moment. Learn carefully. I won't show this strike easily. Zoro opened his mouth, a voice mixed with concern and irritation rolling from his throat. Captain, you should worry about yourself. Ron let out a laugh, then turned around. Hawkeye said no more. His black blade Yoru was held horizontally before his chest, the back of the blade tracing an ink-black arc. Moonlight streamed through the hole in the ceiling and struck the blade only to be completely swallowed. Absolute darkness that devoured all light. The world's greatest swordsman had already regarded the young man with the junk iron sword as an opponent worthy of drawing his blade. This posture itself was the highest praise he could offer. The temperature in the restaurant seemed to drop 10 degrees. Everyone held their breath. Hawkeye held Yoru horizontally before him, the blade level with his line of sight. Those golden pupils held no contempt, no negligence. Only a pure, earnest seriousness toward an opponent. You first. He said, his voice steady. Otherwise, as soon as I strike, you won't even have a chance to draw your sword. Ron lowered the chipped, broken sword from his shoulder to his side, the tip drawing a shallow line across the splintered wooden floor. When he heard those words, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A genuine pleasure. The world's greatest swordsman let him strike first. Such magnanimity. I'll go first then. Ron gripped the hilt with one hand, slowly raising the blade, the movement as heavy as pushing open an iron door. Then you'd better be ready. The sword rose. There was no roar of charging power, no flashy opening stance, just the simple act of lifting that battered blade from his side to above his head. Yet as the sword tip traced its arc through the air, every metal object in the entire restaurant let out a piercing screech. The three swords at Zoro's waist rattled violently in their sheaths. The dagger in Buggy's hand flew out and pinned itself to the ceiling, and the hanging spatulas and kitchen knives in the back clanged and clattered in a chaotic symphony. Knives and forks rose from the tables, floating and spinning in midair as if held by some invisible force. Then the sword aura soared to the heavens. Luoan brought his sword down. A white light burst from the blade, pure condensed to the extreme sword aura. It shattered the restaurant's ceiling, tore through the low-hanging clouds over the sea, and split the cumulus clouds above, revealing the cold moonlight beyond. The sword aura spread outward, pressing the sea into a deep trench several meters wide. The water was pushed aside like an invisible hand, forming walls of water 10 meters high on either side, churning with white foam, yet reluctant to close. The heavens and earth changed color. The light of that sword turned everyone's face deathly pale. Hawkeye's pupils contracted sharply the moment the sword aura exploded. His observation, Haki screamed a frantic warning. He had originally planned to defend first, then counter. Let the young man finish his strike before retaliating. But now he realized he had made a mistake. He had never underestimated this young man from the start. His mistake was thinking he could withstand this blow. Now he knew if he didn't strike immediately he would lose, defeated by this very sword. The Blackblade Knight let out a low hum. Hawkeye's right arm muscles tightened like steel cables under his black coat. He drew the black blade back to his shoulder, the spine nearly touching his own vertebrae. He did not retreat. Against this sword, any retreat meant death. He stepped forward, crushing the wooden floor beneath his feet, and with the most precise timing swung the black blade amid flying debris. It was not his strongest technique, but his purest slash. No flashy skills, no extra movements, only the absolute refinement of 30 years honing a single sword. The black blade's radiance collided with the white sword aura in midair. Boom. The shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact. The entire outer wall of the sea restaurant was torn to shreds by the blast. The floating bridge snapped into 7 or 8 pieces. Several pirate ships moored nearby shook violently, their masts groaning. Buggy was flung across the room and crashed into a corner. Sanji crossed his arms in front of his face, his feet carving 2 long scorched marks across the floor. Zoro planted his 3 swords into the floor before him to steady himself, his eyes locked on the clash between the two, not daring to blink. Nami clung tightly to the doorframe, the sea wind tousling her short hair, but she squinted, unwilling to miss a single second. The stalemate between white light and black radiance lasted only a breath. Then the white light overwhelmed the black. A crack split the night clouds, and moonlight poured through the fissure, illuminating precisely the spot where the two clashed. Hawkeye felt the force in his wrist collapse. Not crushed by a greater power, but overwhelmed by a sword intent he had never encountered before. It was a dimension above his own swordsmanship, belonging to no school he knew. The blade of the Blackblade Knight began to tremble. This peerless sword, one of the 12 supreme grade blades, the old companion that had seen him through countless battles to the death, was actually afraid. Hawkeye gritted his teeth and pushed with both arms to drive back the remaining force, but the residual white light had already breached his defenses. It sliced through the coat on his right shoulder, carved a shallow bloody wound, grazed past his ear, sheared off half the white feather from his hat brim, and finally shot toward the sea, exploding on the distant horizon. The seawater fell back, the clouds sealed shut, and the moonlight resumed its gentle glow. Everything fell silent. Luoan stood where he was, his battered sword now only half. Its blade had shattered the moment he unleashed the sword aura, unable to bear the strain. He tossed the hilt to the ground with a crisp clatter. He looked at Hawkeye before him, saying nothing, only breathing slightly heavily. The beyond-limit swordsmanship had taken a heavy toll on his body, and now his right arm felt drained of all strength. Hawkeye slowly sheathed his sword. The sound of the Blackblade Knight returning to its scabbard rang out clearly in the silence. A trace of crimson seeped from the tear in his right coat, and the feather on his hat was left asymmetrical, but his stance remained as straight as a pine. His hawk-like eyes lowered, looking at the young man who had thrown away the broken hilt. "You had no killing intent." Hawkeye spoke his first slow words of the night. "That strike, you held back. If you had unleashed it fully, I might have died." Everyone still alive in the restaurant heard those words. The world's greatest swordsman had said it himself, "I might have died." Luoan flexed his sore right shoulder. "Killing you would be a waste. The world's greatest swordsman owes me a life. That debt is far more valuable than a corpse." A faint smile flickered at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth. A subtle mutual recognition that only arose between worthy opponents. He removed the broken feather from his hat, looked at it in his palm, then tucked it into his coat's inner pocket. "What is your name?" "Luoan. Luoan." Hawkeye repeated the name, committing it to a list known only to himself. "I will not take your head today. But remember this. Next time we meet, I will not hold back." Next time we meet, Luoan turned and walked toward his crew, waving his one working hand over his shoulder. "I'll let you strike first." Hawkeye said no more. He turned and stepped across the broken bridge, returning to his small boat. The eerie green lantern light slowly receded into the night, and the dark figure seated at the stern never looked back. Only after the boat vanished beyond the horizon did someone in the restaurant dare to breathe loudly. After Hawkeye's boat disappeared over the sea line, the restaurant was silent for a full 10 seconds. That silence was not the emptiness of no one speaking, but the stunned absorption of what had just happened, the brain still processing the images the eyes had seen, the mouth lagging behind. The broken bridge swayed gently on the sea. A beam of moonlight fell through the hole in the ceiling, illuminating the broken hilt of the shattered sword. The first to break the silence was Buggy. He sat on the floor back against an overturned table, legs still in the pose from when the shockwave had thrown him, but his mouth had already returned to its true nature. I survived. I survived right in front of Hawkeye. Did you see that? Our captain went toe-to-toe with Hawkeye. Toe-to-toe. I knew this crew had potential. Zoro slowly sheathed his 3 swords. He did not speak, but his eyes betrayed him. That strike, when Ron had clashed with Mihawk, to onlookers it appeared as a collision of white light and dark aura. But Zoro saw something far deeper. Within that single sword strike lay a sword intent, elements of which he could faintly sense yet fail to fully comprehend. There were trajectories he understood on one level, but not another, like viewing a mountain through a thin veil of mist. Its contours clear, yet its details obscured. He gripped the hilt tightly, his knuckles turning white, while a voice within echoed relentlessly. Stronger, I must become stronger. Nami straightened from where she leaned against the doorframe. She realized her hand, clenched in the hem of her clothes, was drenched in sweat. The wind had tousled her short hair mercilessly, yet she had never once looked away throughout the entire encounter. She wanted to approach and check whether Ron had been injured, but her legs felt weak, so she braced herself against the doorframe, instead speaking in a tone she herself hadn't fully recognized, tinged with complaint, yet underlaid with deeper concern. Captain, next time you plan to challenge the world's greatest swordsman in single combat, could you give me some warning in advance? I need something to hold on to. Ron rubbed his sore shoulder. That strike, exceeding the limits his body could endure, had sent protests through his entire right arm, yet nothing showed on his face. Would it still be a pleasant surprise if I warned you beforehand? You call that a pleasant surprise? Nami finally steadied herself and marched over, shooting him an exasperated glance. To me it is. Ron smiled. At that moment Ron walked toward the bar. Zeph stood behind the counter. This silver-haired old chef had not moved an inch throughout the entire battle, even when the ceiling was blasted apart, the outer wall torn away, and Mihawk's black blade and Ron's sword energy collided above his head. Not once did his brow furrow. Now, watching Ron approach, he scrutinized him from head to toe with eyes that had witnessed countless storms, then removed his chef's hat and flicked the dust from it. Your meal bill remains unpaid, Zeph said. Ron paused, then burst into laughter. How much? The original price was 35,000 berries. Subtracting the favor of shielding the restaurant from total destruction and rounding down, 35,000 berries, not a single berry less. Ron gestured for Nami with a glance. She counted out several bills from the pouch at her waist and placed them on the counter with practiced efficiency. Anyone watching might never guess she had just been a witness to a world-class clash. Zeph accepted the money, held the bill up to the light to verify its authenticity, then nodded in satisfaction. Just then Sanji emerged from the kitchen. He had changed into a clean black chef's uniform, his facial scratches covered with bandages, and his golden hair combed immaculately. His hands were empty. No tray of food, no spatula, not even his signature cigarette between his lips. He walked straight to Ron, came to a stop, and bowed his head. A young man paying the most solemn tribute to someone he deeply respected. Let me join your crew, he said. Ron studied the blonde chef before him, but did not answer immediately. Sanji lifted his head. In that visible deep blue eye there was no trace of his usual frivolity or joking, only unwavering resolve. What you did for this restaurant, I cannot simply pretend it never happened. But this is not about repaying a debt. There are many ways to show gratitude. I could cook free steaks for you for the rest of my life, could always reserve the finest table at the bar tie whenever you visit. The reason I wish to board your ship is that I want to see for myself just how far someone dares to clash with Mihawk wielding a piece of wrought iron can travel upon these seas. I want to witness the answer with my own eyes. He paused, then pressed harder. You are sure to cook. You lot have been eating fish to the point of nausea, haven't you? This remark struck directly at the crew's most fundamental weakness. Buggy's stomach let out a resonant growl, providing biological corroboration for Sanji's words. Zoro nodded expressionlessly while Nami spread her hands in conceding defeat. Just as Ron was about to speak, Zeph's voice carried from behind the bar. This kid. Zeph did not look at Sanji nor at Ron. He merely bent his head, wiping the already gleaming counter with a white cloth, his tone as casual as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He's been headstrong since childhood. I've told him countless times. A chef at the bar tie cooks for guests, not for pirates to follow around like lackeys. He claims his greatest dream in this life is to find the all blue, that legendary sea where fish from every ocean gather. I told him to dream all he wants, but not to slack off on the job. And what happens? Today the restaurant gets wrecked, I collect the full meal bill, and this damn kid voluntarily tags along again. He set down the white cloth and raised his head. Those weathered sharp eyes fixed on Ron, If he said or did anything inappropriate beforehand, bear with him. He's young, ignorant, and hasn't seen the world. Sanji's expression stiffened for a moment. Old man. Silence. Zeph interrupted, his tone still calm. Take him out to sea. The place he seeks does not exist in the East Blue. It may lie somewhere along the Grand Line. If he truly finds the All Blue, be sure to send word back. Let an old fool like me live vicariously. Sanji stood rooted to the spot in silence. He looked at the silver-haired old man, the man who had given him a path to survive when he was at his hungriest and most desperate, and wanted to say something but could find no voice. Finally, he merely lit the cigarette in his hand, took a deep drag, and exhaled a long stream of smoke that concealed his reddened eyes. Only after Sanji's emotions steadied did Ron speak. Can you cook? I can cook. Sanji's voice had returned to its usual calm. Can you make desserts? Your pudding was baked by me. Can you fight? If anyone lays a hand on my cooks or my ladies, I will kick their bones to pieces. Then board the ship, Ron said. 4 simple words, exactly as expected. No dramatic pause, no turning point. Having spoken, he turned and walked toward the door. Sanji untied his apron, folded it neatly, and set it upon the counter, his final farewell ritual as a chef to his former employer. Then he followed Ron toward the exit. After 2 steps, he glanced back at Zeph. The old chef did not look up. He merely waved his hand impatiently and grunted, "Scram." Sanji committed that gesture and those 2 words to memory. He knew this was the old man's sole way of expressing reluctance to let go. The small sailboat drifted gently in the morning light. 5 people crowded into a vessel designed for at most 3. Even the word cramped would be putting it mildly. Zoro was squeezed at the stern, his back pressed against the bulwark with pots, pans, and a portable stove that Sanji had brought from Baratai piled at his feet. There was not even enough room to lift an arm to adjust his sword sheath, so he had to clutch his 3 swords in his arms, his face gloomier than the morning mist over the sea. Buggy sat on the bow with half a sack of potatoes beneath him, something Sanji insisted on bringing, reasoning that he couldn't let Nami eat only oranges any longer. Sanji was even worse off, squeezed beside the mast, his body contorted into an unbelievable posture to shield the stove from the sea spray. Nami, on the other hand, sat in the only slightly spacious spot, with a sea chart spread on her knees, calibrating the course with a compass, looking relatively decent. I've had enough. Luowen's voice broke the silence. He sat on the gunwale, one leg dangling overboard, and every wave that hit splashed water halfway up his trouser leg. He looked around at his crew packed together like sardines in a can and voiced what had been on his mind all morning. We need to get a new ship. I told you already. Buggy's reaction was like a delayed detonator. He sprang up from the potato sack, his movement so violent that he nearly knocked Sanji overboard. I told you this back in Orange Town. Is it fitting for a great pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries like me to sit in this bathtub that sinks 3 minutes after setting sail? When I was an apprentice on Roger's ship, even the kitchen was bigger than this broken boat. None of you listened. Now the captain says change ships, and you all nod. Was everything I said just air? The wind was strong, though I didn't catch that. Zoro replied with his eyes closed. You clearly heard me. Sanji lowered his head and lit a cigarette, the sea breeze making the ember flicker. He didn't join the argument, but calmly looked at Luowen. Captain, I have no objection to changing ships. But shipyards are all concentrated in large ports where the Navy is stationed. Given our current bounty status, it probably wouldn't be convenient to go there. And a medium-sized sailboat that can hold 5 people isn't cheap, even if we still have. His gaze shifted to Nami. Nami warily pressed her hand on the money pouch at her waist, a guarded expression on her face. What are you looking at me for? The ship's funds are separate from the food budget. 2 separate accounts. If you want to install a special oven for baking cakes on the ship, how can you call it a special oven? Sanji immediately straightened up. Baking equipment for serving beautiful ladies is a basic configuration of a pirate crew. It's a rigid demand. You just made up the term rigid demand. Luowen did not participate in this financial debate. He leaned against the bulwark, his gaze piercing the morning mist toward the horizon, and uttered a sentence that silenced everyone. No need to buy. Go to the next island. There's a wealthy family there, they might give us a ship. The ship fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Buggy spoke first, his tone laced with deep suspicion. Give? Who would give a ship to pirates? Do you think people have been hit in the head, or do you take me for a 3-year-old? I've been in the East Sea for over a decade and never heard of anyone giving away a ship for free. Zoro opened one eye and added calmly, unless that island is inhabited by a bunch of philanthropists. Sanji flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone polite, but his meaning identical to the other 2. You might have some misunderstanding about the nature of the pirate profession. We call ourselves adventurers, but others call us wanted criminals. No one gives a wanted criminal a ship as a welcome gift. Nami said nothing but shot Luo in a look from above the sea chart that said, haven't you woken up yet? You'll find out when the time comes. Luowen did not explain further, only a hint of an intriguing curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. That unruffled composure made everyone present involuntarily hold their thoughts. Every time he wore that expression, events indeed unfolded in a certain uncanny logic that aligned with his prophecies. Nami direction. Nami looked down at the compass, then checked the coordinates on the sea chart and pointed southwest. Fair winds and smooth seas will be there in half a day. The silhouette of Syrup Village emerged from the sea in the afternoon sun. Unlike the bustling orange town and the stern shells town, this small island exuded an air of tranquility and peace. From a distance, rolling hills were covered with vast green slopes, and a few village houses with white walls and red tiles were scattered picturesquely on the hillside. The dock was small, with only a few fishing boats moored. Seagulls lazily rose and fell between the masts. The village was backed by a dense forest, and at the edge of the forest a stately villa could be faintly seen standing out among the surrounding cottages like a crane among chickens. When the small boat docked, there were only a few old men mending fishing nets on the pier. Seeing a strange vessel approaching, one old fisherman in a straw hat put down his shuttle and squinted at them for a while. His gaze swept over the 3 swords at Zoro's waist, then fell on Buggy's face, painted with clown makeup, his expression gradually turning subtle. "We're not here to collect protection fees." Nami flashed a sweet smile from the side of the ship, her voice light and amiable. A social instinct she had honed over 8 years of dealing with all kinds of people. "Just passing by for supplies and looking for someone." The old fisherman's expression relaxed a bit. "Looking for someone? A sniper?" Luo jumped off the ship and landed steadily on the wooden planks of the dock. "A sniper who loves to talk big, just like this guy." He casually patted Buggy on the shoulder. Buggy's face instantly flushed redder than his nose. He roared in a tone of deep offense, his voice echoing in the village entrance, startling all the seagulls off the masts. "What do you mean talks big like this guy? When have I ever talked big? It's a fact that I was an apprentice on Roger's pirate crew. It's also a fact that I have a bounty of 15 million berries. It's a fact that I've drunk with Shanks. Can't you tell the difference between boasting and truth, Captain?" Zoro stepped onto the dock and casually tied the mooring rope to a post. After straightening up, he replied expressionlessly, "Last time you said you could beat me in a one-on-one fight." That was looking forward to the future. Sanji followed behind, carrying the stove, watching Buggy's furious back. He turned to Zoro and asked, "Has he always been this unstable? Today is actually a good day." Nami was the last to disembark. She smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt and looked up at the conspicuous villa on the hillside, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "The wealthy family you mentioned, is it the owner of that house?" Luo nodded. "Why would she give us a ship?" "Because of what we're about to do," Luo said. He offered no further explanation, simply striding toward the village. Sunlight spilled onto the earthen road of Shurab village, the air thick with the sweet scent of grass and soil mingling together. A few children playing by the roadside spotted the 5 strangers entering the village. They first stared with wide-eyed curiosity, then scurried away in a swarm, shouting, "Outsiders are here." Baji was still chattering behind, meticulously counting every difference between his big talk and truth in his lifetime, threatening to find a notary for this list. The most conspicuous building in Shurab village required no inquiry. From the dock, one could see the spire of the villa on the hillside. White walls paired with deep blue tiles standing out among the humble, surrounding cottages like a crane among chickens. A gravel path wound upward from the village entrance, leading straight to the wrought iron gate of the villa. As Luo stepped onto this path, the crew behind him murmured among themselves. Baji, still fuming over the label of braggart, Shan Ji carrying a stove, and curiously eyeing the sheep leisurely grazing by the roadside, and So Long walking in silence at the rear, hand on his sword hilt, habitually surveying the terrain. The villa's iron gate was closed, climbing vines in full bloom adorning the gateposts, and several neatly pruned orange trees grew in the courtyard. From the outside, it was a peaceful and prosperous residence, but Luo knew that behind this gate lurked a conspiracy that had been festering in the East Sea for years. He raised his hand to knock on the iron gate, but the footsteps inside stopped first. Kulabateer, or rather Kaluo, stood by the flower bed in the courtyard. He wore a crisply pressed black butler's uniform, round-rimmed glasses, and his hair was combed impeccably. In his hand, he held a silver tray bearing a fine bone china tea set. He appeared every bit the dutiful butler, but when his gaze fell upon Luo and his group through the iron gate's bars, the hand holding the tea tray trembled almost imperceptibly. The teacup clinked softly against the tray. Pirates. 5 of them. The green-haired swordsman carried 3 blades at his waist. The red-nosed man wore a clown's face, paint the blonde in black, held a cigarette and a stove, and there was an orange-haired girl along with the black-haired youth leading the way. This group was no random stragglers stumbling into the village. They moved with purpose, heading straight for the villa. Kuluo set the tray on the edge of the flower bed, adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting, hiding the swift calculations flashing behind them. He turned and walked into the villa, his steps still steady, his leather shoes tapping a uniform rhythm on the floor. He knocked on the living room door and bowed slightly to the young woman seated on the sofa. "Miss Kuya, a group of pirates has arrived outside. Please lock the doors and windows and stay inside. I will immediately notify the villagers to organize a defense." His tone was respectful and calm, the reaction of a loyal butler in the face of danger. Kuya set down the book in her hands. She was a slender young woman with light golden hair falling to her shoulders. Her skin pale from chronic illness carried a hint of frailty, yet her light-colored eyes held a wisdom and gentleness that belied her delicate appearance. At the word, pirates, her fingers tightened on the edge of the book, but she did not panic, only furrowed her brow. Pirates. Our village rarely sees pirates. The resources here aren't abundant. She was about to rise when a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of the main gate. Half of Pudgy's body flew over the wall. More precisely, his upper half detached from his torso, floating unsteadily over the iron gate and the courtyard flower bed, landing in front of the bolt on the inside of the gate. His lower half remained standing beside Luo, in arms crossed, dragging out his words in a smug tone, shouting upward, "Such a hassle. What's all the fuss about opening a door?" Pudgy's upper half reached out and pulled the bolt, the iron gate swinging open, then floated back and reattached to his body. The whole process was as smooth as taking a stroll and casually unlocking a lock. Luo witnessed this scene from the living room doorway, his pupils contracting sharply. A user of the Bara no Mi. First a swordsman, then a splitting man, and carrying combat cookware. This group was no passerby. They were coming for him. Luo entered the courtyard and saw Luo. Their eyes met for a moment, and the butler's gaze behind the lenses no longer concealed its chilling edge. Luo did not greet him, but walked straight toward the villa's main entrance. Kuya stood under the porch. Her hand gripped the doorframe, knuckles whitening, a faint pallor still lingering on her lips from her recent recovery. Yet facing 5 strangers barging into her courtyard, her voice maintained a restrained composure. "Please leave. This is a private residence. If you need food supplies, I can have someone deliver them to the dock. But if you intend to harm anyone in this village, I will not." "Miss Kuya." Luo stood before her, his tone calm despite being a pirate who had just intruded into someone's home. "Your butler is not named Kulabateer. His name is Luo, alias Haki, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. 3 years ago, he faked his death and infiltrated your home, waiting for the right moment to kill you and seize all your property." The air froze. Kuya stood under the porch, her lips parting to say, "That's impossible," but no sound escaped her throat. Because the stranger's eyes did not waver as he spoke, there was no guilt. She had known Kulabateer for 3 years. This butler had cared for her since her parents' death, managed her estate, and accompanied her through the loneliest times like a taciturn uncle. Now a sudden intruder who was a pirate told her it was all a lie. "What are you talking about?" Kuya's voice finally squeezed out tight and strained. "Your recent declining health is not due to illness," Luo continued. "Your butler has been putting a slow-acting poison in your tea every day. The dosage is small, undetectable by doctors, but long-term consumption will weaken you day by day. When you die, everyone will believe it was from illness. And in the will, the one he drafted for you, all your property will go to him." Luo removed his glasses. The motion was slow enough for everyone to see every detail of his fingers. He folded the glasses and placed them in his breast pocket, then straightened his back. For 3 years he had kept a slight hunch, making himself appear more like a docile butler. Now as he stood tall, his entire demeanor transformed in mere seconds. From a courteous butler to a man radiating danger, a pirate. He reached up and unbuttoned the butler's uniform, revealing a black tight-fitting suit and 10 gleaming cat-claw blades strapped to his wrists. 3 years of effort I've put into this." Hilo's voice lost its warmth, turning low and sinister. "Every day before dawn, sweeping the courtyard, preparing breakfast for your family, staying up late to sort the ledgers, coaxing you to take medicine, pushing your wheelchair to let you bask in the sun. I've endured these damn chores for 3 full years. You couldn't even die properly, and now you let these random pirates ruin my plans." He rotated his wrist, the 10 cat-claw blades scraping against each other, emitting a piercing metallic screech. "Fine, I'll wrap things up early then. None of you are getting away." Koya felt as if all her strength had been drained. Her back hit the doorframe with a dull thud. Her already pale face lost all color, lips trembling, but unable to form any sound. The mask worn by the man who had lived with her for 3 years was torn off in an instant, shaking her soul to its core. Her legs gave way, and her body uncontrollably pitched forward. Luo caught her. His hand steadied her back, while the other arm wrapped around her shoulder, guiding her from the cold doorframe into his embrace. His touch was gentle, as if cradling a feather that could be blown away at any moment. "Don't be afraid, Miss Koya." His voice was low but clear, coming from close by. Koya looked up and met a pair of calm eyes. Pure tranquility, like an anchor in a storm, firmly settled at the bottom of the sea, unmoved by any wind or wave. "Your captain will help you." After saying this, Luo gently straightened her and released his hold. Shanji stood by the courtyard flower bed, his cigarette askew, his entire face twisted. His lips trembled, his eyes filled with bewilderment and despair over the incomprehensible twists of fate. Just minutes ago, he believed his life's purpose was to protect beautiful women, cook exquisite meals, and find the all blue. Now only one question burned through his self-esteem, replaying endlessly. Why? He squeezed the words through clenched teeth, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Why is the captain so popular? I was the one who swore to serve beautiful ladies. I'm the one who understands women's hearts. You call that understanding women? Name stood at the courtyard entrance, her expression unchanged upon hearing Shanji's words. You're just courteous to every woman. That's not courtesy. It's chivalry. It's respect. It's... Pudgy patted Shanks on the shoulder from behind his face, bearing a rare sense of superiority from experience. Kid, get used to it. When it comes to the captain. He paused as if recalling some embarrassing past. Anyway, you'll get used to it. I've long since gotten used to it. Shanks turned his contorted face toward Pudgy, enunciating each word. I don't want to get used to this. Sualong had been leaning against the stone pillar by the iron gate since entering. Arms crossed, he watched Kilo reveal his 10 cat claw blades, then Luo and catch Koya, and then Shanks crouched by the flower bed, lost in life's confusion. His gaze finally settled on Kilo, his expression unchanged. He gently pushed the tsuba of Wado Ikamanji with his thumb, and then pulled it back, producing a faint scraping sound. For him, the target worth drawing his sword for had not yet appeared. Kilo stood at the foot of the villa steps, his cat claw blades glinting coldly in the midday sun. A twisted, trembling smile hung at the corner of his mouth, born from the exposure of his scheme. Every line of his face exuded madness held back too long. 3 years of disguise, countless days and nights of endurance, all the wealth and freedom within reach ruined by these people. The gravel under his feet crunched as he stepped closer to Luo. Before Luo could raise his hand, footsteps thundered from behind. You dare show your claws in front of Captain Pudgy? Half of Pudgy's body flew forward, daggers spinning in his hands, his mouth never idle. When I was an apprentice on Roger's ship, small fries like you couldn't even get into the cabin. Every old-timer in the East Blue knows the name of Kuro of the Black Cat. His daggers clashed with Kilo's cat claw blades, sending sparks flying. But do you know who I am? Captain of the Pudgy Pirates. No, now I'm the vice captain, still several levels above you. Kilo gritted his teeth and stepped back, holding his cat claw blades in front of him. His eyes swept over Pudgy's split body, his mind racing. A Barabara Nomi user immune to physical attacks. He had to find a real body. But before he could react, a shadow fell over him from above. Sualong didn't draw his sword. He used the scabbard. 3 sheathed swords struck simultaneously, the force precise enough to sever only 2 of the straps on Kilo's cat claw blades. Kilo's arm went numb, and he stumbled back, his back hitting the low wall of the flower bed. He looked up at the green-haired swordsman, realizing the man hadn't even unsheathed his blade. This realization infuriated him more than the blow of the scabbard. Where's your sword? Why didn't you draw it? Sualong glanced down at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He hung his sword back at his waist and turned away. You're not worthy. He walked toward the iron gate. Kilo's face flushed purple. He could accept defeat, even death. But being disarmed by a swordsman using only a scabbard, and then told he wasn't worthy of a real draw, that was the ultimate humiliation for a blade wielder. He charged furiously from the corner with his remaining cat claw blades, only to have a black leather shoe sole stamp precisely onto his face. Shanks stood with one foot on Kilo's face, shifting his cigarette from one corner of his mouth to the other. His expression underwent a complex emotional shift in seconds. From dejection to coldness, from coldness to ferocity. He looked down at the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates beneath his foot, his tone harsh. Don't block the way, Longnose. A cook's shoes stained with blood affect the taste of the food, though your blood isn't worthy of staining my soul, anyway. He ground his foot into Kilo's face before pulling back. 5 seconds. From Luoen's first word to Kilo lying by the flower bed with a shoe print on his face and 4 of his cat claw blades broken, it took no more than 5 seconds. Luoen stood under the porch, his right hand still in the position where he had held Koya, his left hand in his pocket. His intention to stretch his muscles was thwarted by his crew's eager preemptive action. He looked at the 3 who had already ended the fight and took a deep breath. You could have left me a chance to fight. You're the captain. Pudgy twirled a dagger between his fingers, lifting his chin with an air of entitlement. Since when does a captain deal with small fry himself? I'm maintaining the hierarchy of the pirate crew. Though technically you're a bit higher than me, handling trash should be directed by the vice captain. You haven't been promoted to vice captain yet. Sualong added flatly. I've already promoted myself. Sanji brushed the sole of his boot, having stepped on Kuro, against the grass, and when he walked back he noticed that Kuya was still in Ron's arms. His steps paused for a moment, his expression twisted briefly, and then he quietly produced a new cigarette and lit it. Kuya had not noticed the commotion around her. Her face was buried in Ron's shoulder, afraid to look at the person lying by the flower bed. Once upon a time she would hear that man sweeping the courtyard every early morning. She would take the medicine and warm water he offered her. She would find the leaves of the orange tree in the courtyard beautiful and evergreen throughout all 4 seasons. Now all of that had been torn apart. Her voice came muffled from Ron's shoulder, laced with sobs and lingering terror. 3 years. He smiled at me every day, asked how I was feeling every day. I treated him as family. You don't have to consider him family anymore. Kuya did not respond. She merely gripped Ron's sleeve tighter, like a drowning person clutching the only piece of floating wood. At that moment a voice came from beyond the iron gate. Kuya. It was the kind of shout a boy could only produce when sprinting with all his might. His voice, still cracking from puberty, came in gasping bursts from running too hard. Usopp appeared beyond the iron gate, his long nose threading through the gate frame before the rest of his body. He bent forward, hands braced on his knees, gasping for air. Sweat dripped down the bridge of his nose beneath his round goggles. When he had heard at the village entrance that pirates had broken into Kuya's home, he had abandoned his 3 young followers mid-game and sprinted up the hill, in one breath, his heart nearly bursting from his throat. And then he had seen Kuya beneath the porch, and the unfamiliar man she was leaning against. No, not leaning. Being held. Kuya was embraced by that man, her face buried in his shoulder, her fingers tightly clutching his sleeve. And the man tilted his head slightly as if speaking to her softly, his posture so calm as though this were entirely natural. Usopp stood frozen as though struck by lightning. His long nose trembled. His lips quivered. The eyes behind his goggles reddened before his very gaze. He extended one hand, pointing at the pair beneath the porch, his fingertips shaking like a withered branch in the wind. Kuya. His voice quavered terribly. You? Why are you in another man's arms? Upon hearing Usopp's voice, Kuya finally lifted her head from Ron's shoulder. She saw Usopp standing beyond the iron gate, his face streaked with tears, and snot, his eyes red-rimmed, his pointing hand trembling. She opened her mouth to tell him everything. The truth about Kuro, the 3-year conspiracy, how this captain named Ron had saved her life. But before she could utter a sound, Buggy spoke first. Buggy hopped down from the flower bed, planted his hands on his hips, and blocked the space between Usopp and Ron. In the tone of a veteran reprimanding a recruit, he boomed. What do you mean another man? Watch your language. That is our captain. Any dog or cat can't just be called another man. Do you even know who our captain is? Do you know what our captain accomplished just yesterday at the restaurant ship Bartai? Usopp was stunned by the sudden interrogation, tears still clinging to his face, his mind temporarily forgetting how to cry. He found himself instinctively blurting out, "What did he do?" Buggy threw back his head. He had practiced this posture countless times. The sense of superiority that came with recounting his captain's exploits was quite frankly a greater pride than stating his own bounty. His voice rose loud enough to carry across the entire courtyard, his hand sweeping toward the sea, as if pointing to the very waters where legend had unfolded the day before. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk the Hawkeyes. Know him? Have you heard of him? In this backwater of the East Blue, chances are no one here would dare even whisper that name. But our captain fought him, swung blades with him. One strike, just one. Mihawk himself admitted that if our captain hadn't held back, he might have died. The world's greatest swordsman said it with his own mouth. Usopp's mouth opened, closed, and opened again. He turned his head to look at the man beneath the porch, dressed in ordinary clothes, radiating nothing extraordinary, armed with what appeared to be nothing more than a scrap of iron he had apparently picked up somewhere. He refused to believe this man could defeat the world's greatest swordsman. Yet the one speaking was that red-nosed subordinate, his voice absurdly loud, his eyes devoid of the slightest guile. He was not bluffing. At the very least, he did not believe he was bluffing. No way. Usopp's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his conviction already crumbling. If I were lying, may lightning strike me down. Buggy raised his hand to swear an oath. Kuya finally stepped out of Ron's embrace. She drew a deep breath, swept the disheveled strands of hair behind her ear, and summoned every ounce of composure to make her voice sound steady. She approached Usopp and recounted the entire sequence of events, from beginning to end. Kuro was actually clerk captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who had been poisoning her tea day after day for 3 years. And Ron and his crew had uncovered the conspiracy. Usopp listened, his lips moving silently. His eyes widened when he heard Kuro's name. When he heard about the poisoning, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he did not speak a single word. After she finished, Kuya fell silent and looked at him, hoping he would say something. Even if it was rushing over to kick the fallen Kuro in anger or launching into one of his usual exaggerated monologues. But Usopp did nothing. He simply lowered his head and stared at his own trembling hands. These hands spent every day running around the village shouting, "Pirates are coming," organizing a group of 3-year-olds to play at being pirates, firing pretend cannons into the bushes, and proclaiming himself a brave warrior of the sea. These hands had never truly held a weapon. They had never, in all those countless mornings when Kuya was being quietly poisoned, pushed open that iron gate. For 3 years he had passed by this very iron gate, every day bragging to Kuya about the sea kings he had slain and the great pirates he had battled, yet he had never once noticed the slightest anomaly about that butler. And these people, in the very first day of their arrival, had dug the truth to light and laid it bare for all to see. He was too weak. So weak that he had remained blind to the danger threatening the girl he loved. So weak that he needed a handful of strangers to protect the very person he had vowed to shield. I understand. Usopp's voice suddenly grew remarkably calm. That calmness squeezed the heart far more than any wailing ever could. He looked up at Kuya and forced a smile onto his tear-streaked face. A genuine smile, albeit enormous, lopsided, and ugly, running with snot and wet tears, yet striving valiantly to appear bright. So that's how it is. Ron saved you. That's good. As long as you're safe. Usopp took a step back. I used to boast all the time about being a warrior, claiming how amazing I was. But in reality, I couldn't do anything. I didn't realize he was plotting against you, and I couldn't defeat him anyway. Even today when I came running, it wasn't fast enough. Ron is different. He's powerful. Powerful enough to defeat Mihawk, powerful enough to expose the wicked right under your nose before you even know. Only someone like that deserves to protect you. He stepped back again, his heels hitting the iron door threshold. Wish you happiness, Kaya. This lord wants to. He choked, the arrogant self-reference shattering into fragments, the trailing syllables dissolving into a sob that escaped his chest uncontrolled. He never finished saying continue being a pirate. Instead, he spun around and bolted. His footsteps grew faster, then farther away, leaving a trail of damp gray spots on the gravel path where tears had fallen. Kaya stood beneath the porch, watching the direction where Usopp had disappeared. The wind lifted the pale golden strands of her hair, and her skirt swayed gently. Her fingers still clutched Ron's sleeve, refusing to let go. Usopp. Her voice was soft. He will understand. Ron didn't look toward the village path. He merely gazed down at the young girl who had just experienced life's greatest upheaval. But before that, I have something to ask you. Kaya lifted her head. Is there anything on this island that makes you want to stay, eh? Kaya opened her mouth, wanting to say the house, wanting to say the orange tree in the courtyard that her parents had planted with their own hands, wanting to say the same hillside, and the same flock of sheep she saw every morning when she opened the window. But then she suddenly realized that when she spoke these words, there was no emotion stirring within her heart. The house was empty, her parents were gone. The orange tree bore fruit year after year, but she was the only one left to pick them. The steward was a fraud, and every cup of tea over the past 3 years had been part of a scheme. Her only listener was that boy who used to brag outside her window every morning, and he had just run crying into the forest. Nothing. She lowered her eyelashes. Then come with me. Ron extended his hand to her, his tone casual, as if inviting her to dance. You're a pirate. I don't know how to do anything, and my health is poor. A poor constitution can be improved. Ignorance can be learned. You managed the Kaya family's estate for 3 years, and your accounts were calculated faster than Nami's. Someone has to do these things. Ron's hand remained extended, his eyes fixed on her, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Come aboard my ship. On this sea there are winds beyond your imagination. Cherry blossoms bloom across entire islands along the Grand Line. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface, and when sunlight pierces through the waves, the entire Ryugu Palace shimmers with light. There's also the Sky Island, where white clouds form a sea you can walk upon. You could live your whole life in Syrup Village and never witness such sights. Kaya gazed at that outstretched hand, falling silent for a long while. 3 years of chronic poisoning had left her body genuinely weak, but not so feeble that she couldn't make a single decision. She simply needed someone to tell her. Leaving wasn't betrayal, and going far away wasn't running away. Nami walked over. Unlike Buggy, she didn't raise her voice in raucous enthusiasm, and unlike Sanji, she didn't sparkle with admiration, declaring what an honor it would be for a beautiful lady to join their ship. She simply approached Kaya, extending her own hand to rest atop Ron's. Oranges. Nami said, I grow them too. A whole grove covers the hillsides of Kokoma Village. The orange trees at your home are a different variety, but I can teach you how to keep one alive on the ship. If there's an orange tree on deck, no matter how far we sail, it feels like home is still nearby. Kaya's eyelashes trembled. We do need someone sane aboard. Zoro remarked from beside the iron gate, arms crossed, eyes shut. Though it sounded like a complaint, everyone understood his true meaning. He was giving his approval. This lord agrees as well. Buggy sprang up from the flowerbed, hands on his hips, his booming voice shaking leaves from the orange trees. Managing accounts is excellent. From now on, Nami handles the money and you handle the accounts. You two keep each other in check, saving this lord from having his cannon funding rejected 3 times. You applied for gold-plated cannons last time. Who else should I reject if not you? Sanji added quietly from the side, then turned to Kaya, adjusting his tie and restoring his signature gentlemanly smile. Miss Kaya, although this is a pirate ship, we have a professional chef on board providing 3 meals and 2 snacks daily with unlimited desserts. Leave your health to me. I guarantee you'll be healthier than anyone on this island within 3 months. Kaya looked at the group before her, each speaking differently, yet all wearing welcoming expressions in their eyes. Her eyes grew warm, and an unfamiliar emotion surged within her chest, swelling silently. All right. She placed her hand in Ron's palm. I'll go with you. Ron gripped her hand, his fingers cool, yet steady. Nami cleared her throat nearby. You can let go now, Captain. You've been holding hands long enough. Ron released her hand, as if nothing had happened, though Kaya's cheeks flushed first. The ship problem isn't solved yet. Zoro walked back from the iron gate, pointing out the core difficulty practically. Our small boat is already at capacity with 5 people. Adding 1 more would require someone willing to sit in the hull. Buggy raised his hand. This lord objects to sitting in the hull. No one asked you to choose. Hearing this, Kaya blinked and asked, what does your ship look like? After a moment, the group stood by the dock. Kaya looked at the small sailboat moored at the shore. 1 mast, 1 sail, a cabin so small only 2 people could lie side by side, with several patches of wooden boards temporarily nailed onto the hull. Nami stood beside her, an unusually shy expression on her face. Buggy stood at the bow with hands on his hips, trying to sound enthusiastic as he began introducing, don't let its size fool you. It's very maneuverable. Yes, agile. Small turning radius, shallow draft, easy passage through reef areas. This lord relies on this ship. Wait, no, I've been rowing it for days. I've grown fond of it. Rowing. Kaya caught that key word. Buggy's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Kaya laughed. It was the kind of laugh that rose from the depths of her heart, her eyes curving into gentle crescents, color finally returning to her pale face. After laughing her fill, she wiped her eyes and delivered her verdict in the tone of the head daughter of the Kaya family. You only have this small boat. We left in such a hurry there was no time to buy a ship. Ron said somewhat embarrassedly. No need to buy. Kaya turned around, glancing at the merchant vessels anchored across the dock, then at the villa on the hillside, where she had lived for over 10 years, and said softly, I'll give you a ship. As the wealthiest family in Syrup Village, the Kaya household owned a modest shipyard and 2 warehouses. When Kaya pushed open the warehouse door, a brand new large ship lay waiting inside. It was a single-masted medium sailing vessel more than 3 times the size of that small dinghy. The bow was fitted with a refined iron ram gleaming coldly in the afternoon sun. The mast was hewn from a single piece of premium fir, its grain straight and fine. The deck was spacious enough to accommodate a dozen people standing side by side, and at the stern sat a proper captain's quarters. But what truly took one's breath away was the interior. Kaya had not merely prepared an empty vessel. True to the style of a young mistress of the house, she had armed this ship from stem to stern. In the captain's quarters stood a broad table meant for nautical charts, a sextant, and the latest recording instrument in the corner, and shelves lined neatly with chart books of the East Blue and the early stretch of the Grand Line. The crew quarters were fully equipped with hammock storage lockers and reading lamps. The kitchen featured a 4-burner stove and a temperature-controlled storeroom. When Sanji stepped inside, he froze as if struck by lightning, his fingers tracing the edge of the stove, his lips moving as he murmured, for burners, temperature-controlled storage, and even an oven, his voice trembling with near-religious awe. In the storeroom, barrels of fresh water, sacks of grain, and gunpowder crates were sorted and stacked with precision, and even the medical box was stocked with bandages and common remedies. On the deck, planting troughs for orange trees had been reserved at Nami's request. If we're setting sail with so many people, we need to prepare thoroughly. Kaya stood on the dock, her hands clasped before her, her tone as warm as if inviting guests into her home rather than entrusting her life to a pirate ship. This vessel was actually commissioned by my father before he passed. We meant to use it as a merchant ship. After he died, it remained in the warehouse, never launched. I always felt it was waiting for someone to take it to sea. Ron looked at the ship in silence for a few seconds. Then he reached out and ruffled Kaya's hair, pressing his palm gently against the top of her head, and said 2 words, thank you. Kaya's blush spread visibly from her cheeks to her ears, and finally her neck turned red as well. She lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her dress, and mumbled in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, you're welcome. Buggy lay against the ship's rail, gazing at the magnificent vessel, and let out a wail rising from the depths of his soul. I spent days paddling that rotten little skiff, and you're telling me such a ship has been sitting in a warehouse all this time? What on earth were those days for? To build arm strength. Zoro walked past him and tossed those words over his shoulder. Sanji poked his head out of the kitchen, his face still flushed with the ecstasy of discovering the temperature-controlled storage. Leave provisioning to me. Can we get fresh vegetables at the dock? What does Lady Kaya prefer, sweet or savory? I'd recommend sweet. No, let's prepare both. The storage is plenty large. I'll come too. Nami took Kaya's hand. We need to set up the infirmary and the women's quarters separately. Fuel reserves, water barrel count, sale spare parts. Everything must be inventoried one by one. Come with me, Kaya. I'll teach you how to read a supply list. The crew dispersed. Sanji scouted the dock market with a chef's discerning eye, haggling fiercely with the fishmonger over the freshness of sea bream. Buggy was assigned to haul water barrels, grumbling all the while, yet somehow keeping pace with everyone else. Zoro shouldered crates of gunpowder and spare sales. Nami checked items off her list one by one, and Kaya trailed close beside her, learning with astonishing speed. Ron stood on the dock watching the ship gradually fill with supplies and shimmer in the sunlight. Then his gaze drifted past the rails, settling on the tree line at the far end of the dock. There, a tall, slender figure crouched behind a tree trunk, the tip of an unusually long nose peeking over the bark, goggles reflecting the fragmented light of sunset. Usopp stood there watching Kaya from afar. Nami led her from the cabin up to the deck. A faint smudge of dust still marked her cheek from arranging the quarters. She was on tiptoes, struggling to push a wooden barrel into position for Buggy. Once it was in place, she brushed the wood shavings from her hands, turned to say something to Nami, and broke into a smile. Usopp watched her laugh, finding it beautiful. There was none of the forced cheer that had followed her recent recovery, nor the loneliness that had shadowed her by the villa window as she read alone. A strange group of people stood beside her, people who were taking her toward an ocean he knew nothing about. Usopp did not approach. Leaning against the tree trunk, his lips pressed tight, tears streamed silently down both sides of his long nose and fell onto the grass without a sound. He made no sound, did not rush forward shouting, "Take me with you," or "Kaya, don't go," because he knew he was too weak. He could stop nothing and accomplish nothing. He raised his arm and wiped his eyes roughly with his sleeve, intending to turn and leave. But just then Kaya happened to glance back. She saw him. Their eyes met in the golden light of sunset. Usopp shuddered, spun around, and vanished into the shadows of the trees. Captain. Kaya gently tugged Ron's sleeve, pointing toward the now empty tree line. I know. Ron followed her gaze to the darkening tree shadows, but said nothing further. He'll come to understand. Once he does, everything will be fine. By evening, all provisions were loaded. The fresh sails, swollen with wind, snapped in the sunset. The orange tree planters on deck were filled with soil, and from the kitchen drifted the aroma of Sanji's first test soup. Kaya stood at the rail, cradling a young orange sapling she had brought from her own garden, and took one last look at the home on the hillside. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the empty villa before she turned away. Set sail. Ron stood at the bow. The ropes were cast off, the sails rose. The great ship slowly pulled away from Syrup Village's dock, carving a white trail across the golden sea. The bow's rams split the waves, sending spray glittering in the sunset. The sea breeze lifted everyone's hair and clothes, carrying that distinctive coolness that comes when land drifts ever farther behind. Deep in the forest, Usopp crouched on the crooked tree he had often climbed to boast to Kaya, watching the great ship grow smaller and smaller until it became a black speck on the horizon, his tears blurring the entire world. After switching to a larger ship, life finally began to resemble something almost human. The deck was spacious enough for 3 people to lie side by side with room to spare, and Buggy had no more complaints about not having enough space to stretch out. He had claimed a private section at the stern, dragging out an old lounge chair from Kaya's warehouse and positioning it there. Each day his greatest pleasure lay in basking in the sun upon it, occasionally shouting warnings to Zoro about not crossing his territory. Zoro rarely acknowledged him, typically keeping his eyes closed and ignoring the complaints entirely. When in a generous mood, he would simply remark that he could cross over to Buggy's section in just 2 steps. Buggy would flush red with frustration at being shut down, then proceed to redraw his boundaries even more thickly. After Sanji took over the kitchen, the ship's quality of life soared dramatically. Previously at the Barity, he served as sous chef under Zeph's authority, forced to adhere strictly to the restaurant's menu. Now he was the head chef, and the only one, aboard this vessel, with complete control over all 4 burners in the kitchen. The climate-controlled storage held ingredients perfectly organized, and an entire shelf was devoted solely to spices and seasonings. The first thing he did after acquiring the new ship was bake an entire tray of creme brulee, serving 1 portion to each person, with extra caramel on top for Nami and Kaya's servings. He was now making his way from the kitchen with a tray balanced in his hands, still wearing his apron and a cigarette dangling from his lips, carefully placing each dessert within reach of everyone aboard. Miss Kaya, your pudding has an extra layer of caramel for the perfect sweetness. The sea breeze has been quite cool these past 2 days, so I added a touch of ginger juice to warm your stomach. Kaya paused slightly as she accepted the pudding, then her eyes curved into a smile. Though she had been aboard for several days now, Sanji's consistently earnest and gentlemanly manner toward her still felt somewhat unfamiliar. She settled onto a soft cushion beside the rail, cradling the porcelain dish as she took small, deliberate bites. At her feet rested the young orange sapling she had brought from home, its leaves trembling gently in the sea breeze. Life at sea stood in stark contrast to everything she had known for 18 years. There were no meal bells ringing on schedule, no ledgers demanding reconciliation, and no steward arriving each morning with a tray of medicine. Instead, there was the rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull, the daily bickering between Buggy and Zoro over territory, Sanji's ever-changing desserts served each day, and Nami brushing stray strands of wind-tossed hair from her face as she passed by. Her body had not yet fully recovered, and most of the time, she simply watched everyone busily go about their tasks from the sidelines. Yet her smile no longer carried that strained quality that had marked her recovery from illness. A quiet contentment rose slowly from deep within her, bubbling forth as naturally as a spring. Ron lay reclined on a lounge chair positioned at the very center of the deck. This was the most comfortable spot aboard the vessel, sheltered from the wind, bathed in sunlight, with an expansive view stretching across the entire forward deck and the endless horizon where sea met sky. A small side table beside the chair held the creme brulee Sanji had just served, its spoon resting at an angle against the caramelized sugar crust untouched. Warm sunlight bathed his body while a gentle sea breeze stirred the hair at his forehead. Nami sat on a small stool behind him, her hands pressing evenly against his shoulders as she kneaded his trapezius muscles with measured force. Though her technique lacked professionalism, her dedication more than compensated. It was the fruit of a massage lesson she had traded to Sanji for a meal, justified by the reasoning that the captain's right arm had been nearly useless after fighting Mihawk, and if he did not work out the knots now, who would answer for the lasting damage? As she worked her thumbs into his muscles, she kept glancing down at Ron's face, noting how still he lay with his eyes closed, and assumed he had drifted off. But Ron was wide awake. His consciousness was fixed on a system panel visible only to him. A lottery wheel hovered in the depths of his mind, its prize icons rotating slowly like stars in a constellation. The Conqueror's Haki icon gleamed with a dull metallic sheen, the Observation Haki icon resembled a half-open eye, and the Supreme King Haki icon manifested as a crimson lightning bolt cleaving through clouds. All three colors of Haki now appeared together on the wheel, crowded alongside countless other rewards in a dazzling array that made it nearly unbearable to look at. Who could resist this? Ron silently cursed the system's ancestors in his mind. From the moment it had been forced into his brain, every draw had felt like a roller coaster ride. Last time he had received language mastery, allowing him to communicate flawlessly with any race, and before that he had drawn exceptional memory, enabling him to recite the entire storyline of the Pirate King from memory. Now all three Haki colors sat prominently on the wheel, each one sending his heart racing. Draw. The lottery began. The icons on the wheel spun rapidly, all rewards merging into a single blur of light. The dull metallic gleam of Conqueror's Haki flashed by, the half-open eye of Observation Haki flashed by, and the crimson lightning bolt of Supreme King Haki flashed by as well. The wheel slowed further, the indicator clicking past each section. Then a golden flash erupted, brighter than any previous draw, with light exploding within his consciousness like a silent thunderclap. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Lunarian race physique. Ron's eyes snapped open. Nami felt his shoulder muscles suddenly tense beneath her hands, and looked down to see his fingers gripping the armrest. What's wrong? Did I press too hard? Ron did not answer, for his body was undergoing a transformation. Something deeper, a presence long dormant within his bloodline, had been awakened by that golden light. His skin darkened at a visible rate, shifting from ordinary tones to a bronze hue with a metallic luster that shimmered faintly in the sunlight reflecting off the sea. Then came his back, a sudden intense tingling at his shoulder blades as two black wings burst through his clothing, unfolding slowly in the air. With a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, each feather shone black and glossy, their edges traced with faint crimson firelight. Finally, at the nape of his neck, a flame ignited silently, a golden-orange hue as intense as the last streaks of sunset cloud, hovering among the tips of his white hair and against his neck, radiating no heat, yet burning bright enough to force one's eyes shut. Nami rose from her stool, nearly dropping the pudding dish in her hand. Buggy's pudding and spoon clattered onto the deck as his mouth hung open in disbelief. Sanji's cigarette slipped from his lips as he reached out, but failed to catch it. The ember bounced twice on the deck before sparking. Zoro's hand was already on his sword hilt, an instinctive reaction for any swordsman confronted by a creature suddenly sprouting wings and flames would assume a defensive stance before their mind could process what was happening. Kaya sat up from her cushion, her lips parting as amber eyes reflected the flickering flames, but no sound emerged. What is this? Buggy's voice trembled. Captain. Zoro's voice dropped to a low murmur. Your head is on fire. I know. Ron said. You've also grown wings. I know that too. Ron looked down at his palms. His skin had turned entirely bronze, reflecting a faint metallic sheen under the sunlight. He flexed his fingers, and his knuckles cracked sharply. He could feel the power coursing through this body. Unlike the temporary enhancements granted by growing stronger against stronger opponents, this was permanent, a transformation woven into his flesh, bones, and gene sequences. Lunarians. The race of gods, legendary beings said to dwell at the very top of the red line, known to the world as gods. The very race that Whole Cake Island's beast Kaido had agonizingly sought. The rarest bloodline in the entire pirate world now awakening within his body. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Ron folded his wings, the black plumage tucking neatly against his back, and the flames diminished accordingly. He lay back down in his chair, picked up the cup of tea that had barely gone cold, and took a sip, his tone reverting to its earlier casual ease. Nami gazed at her captain with a complicated expression, still clutching the towel she'd been using to massage his shoulders, uncertain whether to continue the massage or grab the towel to smother that wildly abnormal-looking fire at the back of his head. Ron stood on deck, his black wings fully spread behind him with a span of over 2 meters, each feather gleaming obsidian dark in the sunlight, faint crimson flame patterns shimmering along the edges. The fire behind his head flickered gently, casting a golden halo onto the ship's railings and onto the horrified faces of his crew. Zoro's hand had moved away from his sword hilt, yet his entire posture remained taut. The instincts of a three-sword-style swordsman told him that the person standing before him had undergone a transformation beyond all reason, one unrelated to swordsmanship, unrelated to Haki, and utterly different even from the rule-based abilities of devil fruits. It was a pressure he had never experienced before, as though facing some far older, far deeper force. What's going on? His voice was low, his gaze sweeping from Ron's wings to the flames, and finally settling on Ron's bronze skin. What exactly is this condition of yours? Nami stood 2 steps behind Ron, the towel still held in the same position she'd used when massaging his shoulders, utterly frozen. Sanji's fork dropped from his hand, bouncing twice across the deck before rolling to the edge of the railing, his eyes bulging wide. Kaya gripped the hem of her dress tightly, her voice laced with a faint tremor. Captain, your wings. Buggy pointed at Ron. Or rather, he attempted to point at Ron. His entire arm was shaking violently, his fingers quivering like branches in a storm, his lips chattering uselessly, without a single word emerging. This was not the fear he had felt upon witnessing Mihawk draw his sword. It ran far deeper, a visceral shock. He recognized this. He had heard of this race before. His red nose swelled crimson from congestion, his clown makeup, smeared chaotically by trickling cold, sweat, his eyes wide with uncontrollable horror. Ron glanced down at his body. His skin had turned bronze, catching an extremely subtle metallic gleam in the sunlight, and as he curled his fingers, he could feel a far greater strength flowing through his muscle fibers than before. With the slightest mental nudge, the wings on his back fluttered, and a small whirlwind immediately erupted on the deck, snatching the towel from Nami's hand and sending it flying. He looked up, meeting the array of horrified gazes from his crew, and simply spread his hands. No point pretending anymore. I'll lay it all out. His tone was as casual as if discussing tonight's dinner. Actually, I'm a Lunarian. A Lunarian? Nami retrieved the windblown towel from the deck, brushed off the dust, and frowned slightly. Zoro also shook his head. The name was equally unfamiliar to him. Sanji painstakingly picked up the only unbroken fork, wiped it clean, and admitted he'd never heard of it either. Kaya sifted through every maritime text she could recall, finally only vaguely remembering catching a glimpse of the term in an old book during childhood, but she could not recall what it had specifically said. But Buggy's voice suddenly erupted from the side, drawing every gaze toward him. He could finally speak, though the hand pointing at Ron still shook uncontrollably, his voice so shrill it had cracked. Lunarians, the race of gods. They are said to inhabit the very summit of the Red Line. Legendary creatures capable of surviving in any environment. Even the marine scientists believe them to be extinct. Rumor has it that Punk Hazard's laboratories hold Lunarian genetic samples, and on the black market a single drop of Lunarian blood can exchange for an entire town. This is a living legend. A monster from the top of the Red Line. The race of gods. The race of gods, eh? Zoro repeated the phrase, turning to reassess Ron with a new depth of meaning in his gaze. A race capable of adapting to any environment. Buggy's breathing had steadied somewhat. He wiped the cold sweat from his face with his forearm, yet his eyes remained glued to Ron in a dazed stare. Volcanic craters, ocean depths, polar ice sheets. For them none of it matters. But their true terror lies in their defense. It is said that before natural-type devil fruit users emerged, Lunarians were universally recognized as the most impossible beings to kill upon the seas. As long as the flames on their backs continued burning, no attack could truly harm them. A silence fell over the deck. The sea breeze gently shifted the sails. Zoro slowly spoke. So you've been hiding your identity all along. His tone carried no accusation, only the curiosity born of a fresh evaluation. Something like that. Ron silently thanked the system's entire family tree, including those distant relatives who had never appeared, in his heart. This lottery reward had given him a perfect explanation that required no fabrication. Others who transmigrated had to justify themselves, but here he was. The system had simply swapped his species entirely, bestowing upon him a hidden epic-grade treasure of the seas. Still, these wings and flames were far too conspicuous. He certainly couldn't strut into a marine base with 2 bonfires burning on his back. He attempted to control his wings with his mind, and unexpectedly those massive 2-meter wings obediently folded segment by segment, tucking against his shoulder blades until they vanished entirely beneath his skin, leaving only 2 extremely faint, delicate dark lines upon his back. He then tried controlling the flames behind his head. That seemingly eternal golden-orange fire obediently shrank, lowered, and finally dissipated silently among his hair, leaving only the faintest trace of residual warmth. Good thing it can retract, or I'd be treated like a walking lamp wherever I went. Ron rubbed the back of his neck and stretched his shoulders. The muscles were no longer stiff. He turned to face the crew members who were still standing frozen in place, a familiar smile playing on his lips. Nami was the first to snap out of her daze. She tugged his shirt from the back of the chair, shook out the wrinkles, and held it out to Ron. Put this on. Her tone was just like before when she massaged his shoulders, feigning calm while her ears betrayed a faint flush. Sanji fished out his crumpled cigarette and tucked it between his lips, his fingers trembling slightly as he lit it. Kaya finally released the tension coiled in her fingers and exhaled softly. Only Buggy remained pacing frantically on the spot. Impossible. How could you possibly be of the Lunarian clan? Where were your wings when you were trading blows with Mihawk? If you told me earlier you belonged to the divine race, would I have feared him? You just called them the divine race. Zoro seemed to be in good spirits. That was just a slip of the tongue. This isn't the time to nitpick. This guy is from the divine race. Divine? Aren't any of you surprised? No one responded. Everyone had already resumed their tasks. Nami urged Ron to put on his shirt. Sanji picked up the dessert tray. Once more Zoro leaned back against the mast with his eyes closed, and Kaya was tidying her wind-dry skirt. Are you even listening to me? Buggy's howls filled the entire foredeck, drowning out the sea breeze and the soft rustle of sails. No one answered him, but Kaya lowered her head and smiled to herself so subtly that even the leaves of the orange sapling trembled with her shoulders. Kaya rose from the cushion. She walked over to Ron, her hands clasped before her chest. The sea breeze lifted her pale golden hair, and in her amber eyes reflected the 2 faint dark markings on Ron's shoulder blades where his wings had been retracted. Her lips moved several times before she finally spoke the words she'd been holding, her tone less a statement and more a reverent affirmation. Divine race. Captain truly is of the divine race. She drew a deep breath, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her skirt, her voice trembling with growing reverence. I always thought that was just a legend, never imagining the Lunarian clan really existed. My captain is divine. This is beyond anything written in novels. She looked up at Ron, and the light in her eyes gradually softened from its initial awe into something warmer and gentler. These past days had painted 3 images in her mind. Ron shielding her from Kuro, the warmth of his palm, when he ruffled her hair and said thank you on the dock, and now the silhouette of his back illuminated by firelight and wings. They overlapped into an answer she never could have imagined. There truly exist those born upon clouds unreachable by mortals. Nami threw her arms around Ron's other arm from the opposite side, gripping him tightly with no intention of letting go. Her eyes gleamed with the particular brightness of a bookkeeper confronted with extraordinary wealth, her amber pupils nearly reflecting the symbol of berries. The Lunarian clan. Do you understand what this means? Her words came twice as fast as usual, as though hesitation might let the calculation slip away. On the black market, a single drop of Lunarian blood can be traded for an entire town. Buggy said it himself, and I caught every word. 1 drop, 1 city. So what's your whole body worth? Forget 100 million berries. Just the name alone is worth that much. Captain, you must never bleed carelessly from now on. Not a single lost hair is worth millions. No, I'll have to personally count whether you've lost any hair after every battle. Why is your focus always on money? Zoro never opened his eyes, leaning against the mast, yet delivering his line with pinpoint accuracy. Because money is the most honest thing in this world. Nami shot back, without hesitation, her arm tightening around Ron's. Because money is the most honest thing in this world. Ron looked down at the 2 girls clinging to him. Nami on the left like someone embracing a walking treasure chest, Kaya on the right, like holding a deity from ancient legend, one consumed by thoughts of berries, the other starstruck. Trapped between them, he could neither advance nor retreat, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides. Finally he sighed. Fine, hug all you want. His tone held the helpless resignation of someone tangled by a cat at their ankles, yet he made no move to push them away or show impatience. One hand rested gently on Kaya's shoulder while the other was pinned against Ron's chest by Nami's firm embrace, so he simply stood there and let them cling as long as they wished. Buggy stood by the rail watching the scene unfold with his arms crossed over his chest, sweat still glistening on his red nose from the fright he'd taken earlier. His expression shifted through 3 distinct phases, first emerging from shock, then puzzlement at how readily they'd accepted him and treated the captain as something precious, before a sudden epiphany split his lips wide, and he rubbed his hands together, stepping forward. If hugging the captain is all the rage now, I'm also one of the first crewmates to follow him with seniority over all of you. On such an emotional occasion, surely I have the right to try it and see. Ron's voice was as still as a windless lake, his gaze never lifting from where he was. Buggy's foot hovered midair before he silently retreated it, then casually turned toward Sanji. Fine weather today. Chef, I want steak, medium rare, extra black pepper. I need protein to recover from that scare. Get it yourself from the kitchen. Sanji stood at the kitchen doorway, cigarette dangling from his lips, tray in hand, never turning around. As vice captain, shouldn't I get table service? When you stop being intimidated by a single look from the captain, then we'll talk about vice captain privileges. Zoro never opened his eyes throughout the exchange, remaining perfectly still against the mast save for the faintest movement at the corner of his mouth. Kaya stole a glance at Ron's arm pinned beneath Nami's firm embrace, couldn't help but laugh aloud, then quickly buried her face against his shoulder to hide her mirth from Nami. Nami remained completely unaware, still tallying the market value of Lunarian genetic samples on her fingers. Mid-calculation she paused and called out to Sanji. Sanji, any pudding tonight? I dropped mine when the captain scared me. I need another. Sanji was already at the kitchen doorway. He tucked the empty tray under his arm and gave a slight bow toward the deck in his usual refined manner. Of course, Miss Nami. Would Miss Kaya like another serving as well, Captain? Would you like an extra layer of caramel on yours? Yes. Understood. The ship sailed on the waves, lapping gently against the hull, carrying its unusual crew toward whatever adventures lay ahead. The next morning, the sea breeze poured through the open porthole, carrying salt and the warmth of sunlight. Ron stepped out of the cabin and stretched lazily. Bare-chested, his bronze skin caught a faint metallic gleam in the morning light. The 2 dark markings on his shoulder blades had grown even more distinct than the day before. He walked onto the deck and drew in a deep breath of the cool sea air, feeling better than he had in a long while. Behind him, the sound of the cabin door opening echoed. Kaya emerged first, her face flushed and her head spinning. Nami followed closely in much the same condition. What's wrong with you two? Sanji stepped out of the galley carrying a breakfast tray. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately set the tray down and hurried over to the 2 women, his face filled with concern. Your faces are so red. Have you developed a fever? The sea gets chilly at night. I've told you countless times to keep the portholes closed while sleeping. He reached out to check Nami's forehead, but she weakly swatted his hand away. We're not sick. Nami draped her arm across her forehead to block the harsh sunlight, her voice soft and breathless, as if she had just finished running an 800-meter race. Just stop asking. Kaya buried her face in the cushion, her ear tips burning crimson like cooked shrimp. She mumbled in agreement. Just stop asking. Sanji's hand froze in midair. Ron, who was loosening up in the center of the deck, looked vigorous and radiant. Sanji's lips twitched. He silently withdrew his hand, picked up the breakfast tray again, and muttered in a tone as if fate had seized his throat, "Breakfast is ready. Today we have French toast with fresh blueberry jam. Help yourselves." Buggy poked half his body out from the designated area at the stern, a wicked smile playing on his clown face, as if to say, "I know exactly what's going on here." He filed his nails with a dagger, while winking at Ron, his voice drawling and insinuating. "Captain, take care of your health." Ron, who was working out his wrists, laughed. "My health is in excellent condition right now." Buggy's smile instantly froze on his face. His nail-filing motion stopped. His mouth opened, and then closed, and the dagger in his hand nearly sliced off his own finger. Because he suddenly remembered. This guy had just awakened the Lunarian race constitution yesterday. The body of a divine race, a monster physique capable of surviving in any extreme environment, with adaptability so formidable that even nature itself couldn't overcome them. Buggy silently put away the dagger, his voice dry. "Right? This king forgot you have a god's constitution. Forget I said that." He curled back into his lounge chair and murmured to the sky, "A god's constitution. Who can withstand that?" This king spoke out of turn. Ron didn't bother responding to Buggy's muttering. He walked to the open space in the center of the deck, loosened his shoulder blades, and shifted his intention slightly. The two dark markings on his back instantly glowed with a faint golden halo. A pair of raven-black wings suddenly unfolded from his shoulder blades. Each feather shimmered with a metallic cold light under the morning glow, with dark red flame patterns swirling along the edges. He glanced at the left wing, then the right, roughly estimating the wingspan. Each wing was at least 1.5 meters together, exceeding 3 meters. When fully extended, they spanned far wider than his own height. "Let's try flying," he muttered to himself. He bent his knees slightly and beat both wings downward. A violent whirlwind erupted on the deck, pushing Nami and Kaya's lounges backward by 0.5 meter. Ron shot into the sky like a cannonball, then tilted. The left wing flapped too hard, while the right wing failed to keep pace. His entire body spiraled through the air like a smashed badminton shuttlecock, veering toward the left. The captain's tilting. Kaya pushed herself up from her cushion and called out anxiously, "Left! Adjust the left." Nami sat up as well, her hand shading her eyes from the sun, gazing upward at the unsteady silhouette in the sky. Ron gritted his teeth and desperately adjusted the angle of his wings, lowering the left and raising the right, until his body finally stabilized from the spin. He attempted to flap his wings more gently, no longer beating them down with brute force, but allowing the airflow to glide naturally through the gaps between his feathers. After a couple of tries, he discovered that delicate balance point in the airflow. When his wings moved with the current rather than against it, the wind would naturally lift him upward. After a few more attempts, he could circle steadily in the sky. Once he mastered the balance, Ron began attempting more intricate maneuvers. He tilted his wings to the right, and his body banked smoothly through a turn. Lowering his wing angle, he dove straight down, pulling up sharply just above the water's surface and sending a spray of white foam into the air. The ocean mirrored his passing reflection. The 3-meter wingspan of his black feathers cast a sharp silhouette against the blue sea. He somersaulted through the air once, then again. Folding his wings to their tightest position, he spiraled skyward like a bullet. At over 10 meters above the mast, he abruptly unfurled both wings and hovered motionless in midair. The sea wind filled his wings. Morning light bathed his bronze skin. Looking down at the entire vessel and the boundless ocean surrounding it, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. "I can fly now." On the deck, Zoro had appeared from somewhere, without anyone noticing. Leaning against the mast, he gazed up at the silhouette spreading black wings in the sky, silent for a few moments, then reached out and patted Buggy's shoulder beside him. It was the first time he had initiated physical contact with Buggy since boarding the ship. "You had this when you fought him in Orangetown before." Buggy's expression darkened. "No. If he could fly back then, I would have surrendered on the spot." "Then you can make it up to him now." Buggy didn't argue. Watching the increasingly steady black figure in the sky, he muttered something unintelligibly and looked back down to continue filing his nails, so preoccupied he didn't even notice he'd been holding the dagger upside down. Ron descended from the sky and landed on the deck, far steadier than when he had taken off, producing only a soft thud. His wings automatically folded and retracted the moment his feet touched the ground, sinking back into the dark markings on his shoulder blades. Luo En walked to the ship's railing, rolled his shoulders, then raised his right hand. With a subtle thought, a cluster of golden flames silently ignited in his palm. It resembled the deepest, most intense golden-orange hue of the midday sun, burning, without smoke or crackling sound, only a purity of brilliance so extreme that it made the eyes of all who stared ache. He attempted to transfer the flame between his hands, catching it with his left, while his right ignited another cluster. The two divine flames danced in his palms like two obedient spirits. He walked over to the weapon rack, a wooden frame that Sualong had nailed together after boarding the ship, holding spare swords, and several of Baji's daggers. Luo casually picked up the most ordinary dagger and slowly applied the divine flame from his right palm onto the blade. The golden flame spread along the blade, as if alive, forming a thin film of golden fire on the edge, leaping, yet not harming the blade in the slightest. He found a useless wooden plank on the deck and gently sliced it with the dagger coated in divine flame. The plank silently split into two halves, the cut smooth and clean, without a trace of scorch marks. The intense heat of the flame instantly vaporized the wood fibers upon contact. It can also be attached to weapons. Luo looked down at the golden flame still dancing unquenchably on the dagger, a satisfied curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He withdrew the flame, placed the dagger back on the rack, and raised his hand to examine his fingers. There were no burns, no swelling on his fingertips, his skin was perfectly intact. He then attempted to retract the divine flame into his palm, clenched his fist, and the flame was compressed into an even brighter orb between his fingers before silently dissipating. Effortless control. The others had witnessed the entire process. Nami, despite her body still feeling weak, stared wide-eyed, her mind filled with the golden flame that had just melted the plank. Can this fire light a lamp? If we can light lamps on the ship, we could save a lot on fuel oil each month. This is a divine flame, not an alcohol lamp, Luo said. So can it? Yes, but it's too wasteful. Wasteful where? The fuel money saved. Name, why is your focus always on this? Sualong rarely opened both eyes. Because money is the most honest thing in the world. You've said that many times. Name snorted, lay back down in her chair, muttering something about converting the saved fuel into Bei Li, as if calculating the voyage's expense bill. Kuya still lay on the cushion, her golden hair scattered beside the armrest. She did not think about money, nor about how powerful the flame was in combat. She simply lay quietly, slightly tilting her head up, gazing at the extinguished light, in Luo's palm, a faint smile in her eyes. Since she could remember, she had never been able to leave the big house on the hillside. The doctor said she was too frail to travel far, and after her father's death, she rarely even went to the dock. She had read countless adventure stories, but had never seen real fire dance freely in a person's palm. Now she was on this ship, watching this man grow wings and ignite a divine flame. And this man said that from now on she would manage the accounts well, for the voyage had only just begun. Luo turned around to see the two still slumped in their chairs. He walked over, crouched between the two loungers, and smiled at them, still weak. Name feebly raised her hand to swat at him, but missed while Kuya buried her face in the cushion, her ear tips turning red again. Baji sheathed his dagger, strolled over from the stern, looked down at the two limp women, then at the energetic Luo, and let out a heartfelt exclamation. A god's physique. Really something. Luo stood up and patted Baji's shoulder. Just say you're jealous. I'm not jealous at all. I have the split fruit. Split apart. Immune to slashing attacks. It's strong too, alright. Sualong passed by and casually dropped the line, but you can't fly. Baji's nose instantly turned red. So what if you can fly? Luo said nothing, but the dark markings on his back faintly glowed. Baji immediately shut up and obediently returned to the stern to draw his exclusive area lines. When the silhouette of Luo Gu Town rose from the horizon, it was at the finest moment of sunlight. Rows of buildings spread layer upon layer along the hillside, their white walls and red tiles gleaming with a warm luster under the midday sun. The mast in the harbor densely packed like a forest without leaves, merchant ships, fishing boats, and patrol vessels crowded together, the boatmen's chants and seagulls' cries audible from afar. This was the last threshold for entering the Vida Honglu from the Dong Hai, and all pirates preparing to challenge the Diandao Mountain would stop here for supplies, making the entire town more than 10 times livelier than Sierratsi town. I see the harbor. Baji leaned over the railing, his hands shielding his forehead from the sun, his voice brimming with unrestrained excitement. He had roamed the Dong Hai for so many years, visiting Luo Gu Town more than once, but this time was different. This time, he came as a crew member of a pirate crew about to enter the Vida Honglu, a whole different league. Kuya stood beside him, her hands gripping the railing, the sea breeze blowing her light golden hair in flowing waves. It was the first time she had seen such a bustling harbor since setting sail, her eyes full of curiosity, and she quietly tugged at Luo's sleeve with her other hand. Captain, look, so many ships. That three-masted sailing ship is so beautiful, its sails are blue. Sualong stood up from beside the mast, one hand on his sword hilt, his gaze passing over the dense masts of the harbor and settling on the open square at the highest point of the town. His expression remained unchanged, but the fingers pressing on his sword hilt tightened slightly, as if recalling something. Luo stood at the bow, one hand holding the mooring rope. His gaze pierced through the bustling crowd of the harbor and landed on the location that countless people had mentioned, the Luo Jia execution platform. From here, the building itself was not yet visible, but he knew it was there like a silent stone pressing down on the highest point of Luo Gu Town, having witnessed the execution that changed the entire world's landscape over 20 years ago. The pirate King Guer Di. Luo Jia was born in this town and died in this town, starting here and ending here. A complete cycle. Lower the flag. Luo did not turn around, giving the order to his crew behind him. Name was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. Luoga Town was a heavily guarded stronghold of the Navy with a full-strength branch stationed there and a permanent patrol fleet in the harbor. Sailing into port with the pirate flag flying high might be imposing, but subsequent procurement and resupply would be anything but peaceful. She nimbly climbed the mast, untied the pirate flag from the pole, carefully folded it, and tucked it into her bosom. Pudgy moved even faster, having already stripped all the skull-marked decorations from the gunwale. As he worked, he turned back to Kuya, proudly raising his round nose. See, this is experience. I've roamed the Donghai for years, and my skills at guerrilla warfare against the Navy are flawless. Disguise is an art. True disguise leaves no trace of suspicion. The captain may be better at fighting than me, but when it comes to street smarts, you still have to look to me. With that, he walked toward the stern to retrieve the cover of Pudgy's cannon. After just 2 steps, he tripped and nearly crashed into the mast. Shanji had already changed into plain clothes without any pirate markings, standing at the gunwale and gazing at the outline of Luoga Town. His attention was not on the disguise at all. Instead, he stared toward the market behind the harbor, already listing a shopping list in his mind. In Luoga Town of the Donghai, all ingredients are traded here before entering the Vita route. There should be fresh red shrimp and bluefin tuna, and the variety of spices will be greater than any port we've stopped at before. He paused, lit a cigarette, and as the smoke was blown away by the sea breeze, his tone suddenly turned somber. Once we enter the Vita route, I don't know when I'll see a market of this scale again. We need to buy a lot this trip. The ship slowly docked. The harbor master, an old man in a straw hat with a pipe in his mouth, glanced at the flagless ship and asked routinely, "Merchant vessel?" Luoan stood by the gunwale, nodded naturally to him, and said, "Supply ship, staying 2 days and leaving." The old man scribbled a few notes in the registry, glanced at the people on the ship, all young faces, and did not ask further. He waved, signaling they could use the farthest berth. The ropes were tied, the gangplank lowered. Name stood in the center of the deck, unbuckling 2 bulging money pouches from her waist. One was her own, the other was entrusted to her by Kuya for unified management. She weighed the 2 pouches in her hand, then began calling names and distributing money. Shanji took the berry without even looking, stuffed it directly into his bosom, then pulled out a folded shopping list and unfolded it. The list was densely covered with names of ingredients and seasonings, 3 full pages. Sualong took the money without counting it and tucked it into his belt. For him, shopping was just a routine. Buy what's needed and leave. He didn't want to spend a second longer on the street. Pudgy took the money pouch with both hands, opened the mouth, and looked inside. His face broke into a grin as bright as winning the lottery. "I'm going to buy new daggers. The ones I bought in Jizzy Town were terrible quality. When I fought Hawkeye, no, I didn't fight Hawkeye. Anyway, the blades curled on 3 of them. This time I have to buy good ones." Luoan stood nearby waiting for Na-Mei to give him money. After distributing to everyone, Na-Mei retied the pouch to her waist, clapped her hands, and flashed a standard Na-Mei style smile at Luoan. Luoan blinked. "What about mine? What do you need money for?" Na-Mei raised her chin, her tone as matter of fact as saying the sun rises in the east. "I am the captain after all. The captain is responsible for fighting, and the treasurer is responsible for spending money. Division of labor, that's what you told me back in Kekiaxi village." Na-Mei had already turned around to organize her backpack, completely ignoring Luoan's outstretched hand. Luoan stood there with his hand still out, silent for several seconds before withdrawing it, muttering quietly that he didn't remember saying the treasurer could manage things so thoroughly. Beside him, Kuya tugged at his sleeve, looked up at him, and said, "Captain, I have money. I can pay for you. Sister Na-Mei just gave me a share plus the interest on the allowance I hadn't settled before." Luoan looked down at her and was about to say no, but Na-Mei had already come out of the cabin with a bag, grabbed Kuya's arm, and pointed at Luoan with the other hand, her face full of exasperation. "Little sister Kuya, don't let the captain, that big villain, fool you. You've seen how good he is at tricking people onto the ship." Sualong was lured by him. Pudgy came because he lost a bet. Shanji attached himself voluntarily. Anyway, he can make the world's greatest swordsman owe him a favor with just 1 sentence. "You little fool are no match for him." Kuya hugged Luoan's arm, shook her head, and smiled with pursed lips. "I'm willing to be fooled by him." Na-Mei pressed her forehead, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then looked at Kuya with a look of total resignation. "You're hopeless. Come on, go buy clothes with big sister. Luoga Town is the largest supply port in the entire Donghai. The clothing stores and jewelry shops are definitely 100 times better than Kekiaxi village. A woman should dress herself up while not spend all day in old sea-worn clothes hanging around a man." With that, she pulled Kuya down the gangplank and walked toward the commercial street without looking back. Shanji watched the backs of the 2 ladies disappear into the crowd on the dock, shifted the cigarette from one corner of his mouth to the other, picked up his folding shopping basket, and stepped onto the soil of Luoga Town. Pudgy had already darted off toward the weapon street. Sualong was the last to step off the gangplank, standing on the dock and looking around as if orienting himself. "What are you buying?" Luoan asked from the bow. "Whetstone and oil." Sualong walked toward the blacksmith shop. In the blink of an eye, only Luoan remained on the deck. He stood by the gunwale, enjoying the rare moment of peace, and decided to take a good stroll around Luoga Town. This town has too many places worth seeing. The old house where Luo Jie was born was demolished long ago, but his execution platform still stands erected in the highest square in the town center, a place every visitor to Luoga town goes to. He stepped onto the gangplank and walked toward the town center. The streets of Luoga town were more bustling than he imagined. The main road, paved with blue stone slabs, was lined with all kinds of shops. A weapons shop with gleaming curved blades and flintlock guns at the door, of pharmacy, with a sign depicting a mortar and pestle, a bookshop window displaying navigation logs of the Vita route, and some old books without covers. In front of a grilled squid stall, a long line formed. The squid sizzled on the iron griddle, and the burnt aroma of soy sauce mixed with the salty sea breeze filled half the street. The crowd on the street was diverse. Dockworkers carrying goods, townsfolk holding children's hands, bounty hunters with flintlock guns on their backs, and a few sailors in navy uniforms buying apples on the roadside. What surprised him most was that occasionally he could see a few people clearly dressed as pirates strolling boldly on the streets, and when they passed by patrolling navy soldiers, both sides tacitly pretended not to see each other. This is Luoga town. A delicate equilibrium was struck between pirates and the navy at this port. Pirates needed supplies to enter the Grand Line, and the navy needed to maintain the facade of order to keep the supply port operational. As long as no one openly caused trouble on the streets, both sides could temporarily tolerate each other's presence. Luo walked along the main road upward. The higher he climbed, the quieter the streets became, the fewer shops there were, and the pavement changed from bluestone slabs to more ancient granite blocks. When he reached the highest point of the town, the view suddenly opened up. A vast square lay before him, devoid of decoration. No sculptures, no fountains. Only a broken stone execution platform standing in the center. The steps of the platform were pitted and scarred by years of erosion, the iron railings rusted, and the surface was covered with pigeon droppings and withered leaves carried by the wind. Over 20 years ago, the pirate King Gurdi, Luo Jie, had knelt on this very platform facing the crowd of Luoga town and uttered the final words that sparked the great pirate era. Over 20 years later, the platform still stood here like a silent period, yet also like an unfinished comma. Luo stood before the execution platform, gazing up at the mottled stone steps. A breeze swept across the square, lifting the hair from his forehead. No one else was around him, only a few pigeons hopping on the steps. A sound of footsteps came from the other side of the square, light and hurried, the clatter of leather shoes on stone. A young girl trotted across the square, clutching a stack of documents and wanted posters that towered higher than her head. As she ran, sheets slipped from the pile one by one. As she fumbled to a stop, crouched down to pick them up, only to drop them again, pick them up once more, her round-framed glasses sliding down her nose to hang on the tip, too flustered to push them back. Her navy uniform was crisply ironed, her long dark blue hair tied back, and at her waist hung a sword slightly oversized for her frame. When she walked, the scabbard thumped against her thigh. After picking up the last sheet, she stood up and found a person standing before her. The physique adjusted, her glasses blinked, and took a moment to make out the young man in front of her. Black hair, bronze skin, casually dressed, tilting his head slightly as he looked at the wanted posters in her hands. She instinctively hugged the documents tighter and stood upright. Sorry, I almost bumped into you. My eyesight isn't very good. It's fine. Luo's gaze shifted from the wanted posters to the sword at her waist. That was sure you, the same blade once used by Gu Ina, the childhood friend of Sualong. The physique followed his gaze, looking down at the shiryu at her waist. Her right hand instinctively gripped the upper part of the hilt, her posture clumsy yet earnest. Are you collecting famous swords? Luo asked. The physique blinked, surprised that a passerby would ask such a question, but it happened to strike her most passionate topic, and she immediately perked up. Yes. My dream is to reclaim all the famous swords that have fallen into the hands of evil men, so they will no longer be used for wrongdoing. Do you know about famous swords? This sword is called Shiryu, one of the 50 good blades, and it has been with me for 3 years. Although I'm clumsy and my swordsmanship is poor, I will definitely protect it. Before she finished, the top wanted poster slid off the stack again, and she hurriedly reached out to catch it. Luo caught the wanted poster for her, glanced at the portrait and name on it. A bounty notice for some small-time pirate from the East Blue. He handed the poster back and spoke calmly. Famous swords have no inherent good or evil. Whetstones are the same whether they sharpen a blade that cuts a good man or a bad one. There is no essential difference between pirates and the Navy. Some pirates protect villages, while some Navy officers take bribes from pirates. Conflict will not disappear just because pirates are eradicated. One struggle ends another, begins ceaselessly, endlessly. He paused, looking at Tashiki's increasingly serious face. The key is not which side you stand on, but which stage of the conflict you are in, whether you are swept along by it or stand above it and see the direction clearly. Tasiki fell silent. She hugged the documents tightly, a complex expression emerging in her eyes behind the lenses. What this man said was different from all the teachings she had heard since joining the Navy, yet it seemed closer to the truth she had witnessed than any other words. She wanted to argue but opened her mouth only to find no rebuttal. She wanted to nod, but felt that nodding as a Navy officer would betray the seagull emblem on her uniform. Finally, she bowed deeply. Thank you for your words. I will think about them carefully. Then she trotted off the square, clutching her documents. Not far away she slowed down. She looked back and saw Luo-in still standing before the execution platform, his profile quiet in the afternoon light. The wind sweeping across the square lifted the hem of his coat, but he never turned to look at her. Dasiki adjusted her glasses and handed the documents to a soldier nearby. Chief Petty Officer Dasiki. You look pale. The soldier glanced at her as he took the documents. Dasiki didn't reply as something had been ignited in her mind. That black hair, bronze skin, and the description on the wanted poster defeated the Arlong pirates with a single punch. She suddenly grabbed the soldier's wrist, her words rushing out faster than she expected. Quick check for me. Are there any new East Blue bounty reports? Black hair about this tall, bronze skin. The soldier was startled by her reaction, fumbled to open the wanted poster file. When he flipped to the latest page, the soldier's eyes went wide. Chief Petty Officer Dasiki, look at this. Luo-in, captain of the Luo-in pirate crew, instigator of the Arlong pirate crew's downfall, direct informant in the case of Captain Lao Shu of the 16th branch colluding with pirates. First bounty. Dasiki snatched the wanted poster. The portrait on the bounty notice was still fresh, identical to the profile of the man who had calmly spoken to her at the execution platform. Her fingers clutching the wanted poster trembled slightly. It took her several seconds to reconcile this wanted criminal with the man whose words had felt closer to the truth than any teaching. And then she jerked her head up to look at the square. The execution platform was empty, only a few pigeons still hopping on the steps. At dusk, the port of Luo-gu town was bathed in golden sunset. Luo-in was the last to return to the ship. As he stepped onto the deck, the others were already in their corners counting the day's haul. Shanji crouched by the kitchen door, surrounded by a dozen or so cloth bags and wooden boxes of various sizes. He held a red shrimp up to the setting sun, examining its quality, muttering to himself, the shrimp in Luo-gu town are indeed fatter than those from the previous islands. Baji sat cross-legged at the stern with 3 newly purchased daggers spread before him. Their blades gleamed coldly in the sunset light. He picked them up one by one to test the feel, unable to put them down. Sualong leaned against the mast with a new sword at his waist. Luo-in's gaze paused on the sword for a moment. The scabbard was dark red, wrapped with black hilt cord. Even without being drawn, a faint restlessness emanated from the blade. Sandai Guiche. As expected, the inevitable had come to pass. This demonic sword had finally fallen into Sualong's hands. What a good blade. Luo-in walked over. Sualong patted the Guiche at his waist, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It chose me. This sword is somewhat sinister. Baji leaned over from the stern, still clutching a new dagger. I saw him at the weapon shop. He just tossed the sword into the air and stretched out his arm to catch it. Do you know how sharp that sword is? It grazed past his arm and plunged into the floor. He almost lost his entire arm. He didn't even blink. The weapon shop owner nearly had a heart attack on the spot. I almost had to collect the body of that green-haired guy. You bought new daggers too, Sualong retorted. Buying daggers is normal consumption. You were gambling with your life. Same result. Got the sword. Baji was choked speechless, so he turned around and continued wiping his new daggers. Just then Nami and Kaya emerged from the cabin. They had spent the entire afternoon shopping in Luoga town, returning with several paper bags in hand. Kaya's complexion was noticeably better than when they set sail. A healthy blush colored her cheeks, and she walked much more briskly than before. She carried a paper package and walked up to Luo, in a shy smile on her face. Captain, I bought you new clothes. Luo-in took the package and opened it. Inside was a folded blue short-sleeved outfit, the fabric light and soft. Just touching it, he knew it would feel cool in the sea breeze. The style wasn't flashy, but the cut was well fitted. The color was a deep sea blue, blending seamlessly with the hues of the sea and sky when standing on the deck. Kaya stood nearby, hands behind her back, her toes tapping the deck shyly. Sister Nami picked the style, and I chose the color. I'm not sure if you'll like it. Nami walked over from behind, a new silk scarf draped over her shoulder. She looked over the old clothes Luo-in was wearing. They were hastily found in Siertsi town, having gone through the battle with Munka, the clash with Haki, and the awakening of the Lunalia tribe, when his wings tore a huge hole in the back. Though it had been stitched a few times, it looked shabby no matter how you looked at it. You should have changed long ago. You're the captain. If you enter the Vida Honglu dressed like this, people will think our pirate crew is too poor to afford clothes. Isn't all our money under your management? Luo-in took the clothes and replied with a smile. What the captain wears is a matter of appearance, not personal expense. Nami assumed the posture of a navigator, lifting her chin slightly as she spoke. The housekeeper approves expenses for appearance. Luo-in went to the cabin to change into the new clothes. The blue short-sleeved outfit looked especially harmonious against his bronze-colored linoleum skin. The loose cut didn't hinder movement, and the fabric felt cool against his skin when the sea breeze blew. When he stepped out of the cabin, Kaya's eyes lit up, and Nami nodded, indicating that the expense for appearance was indeed worth it. Baji glanced over from afar and shouted, I want new clothes too. Why only buy for the captain? You have your own money. Nami's single sentence doused Baji's protest. Baji turned to Shanji and shouted, Cook, say something fair. You don't have new clothes either. Shanji poked his head out of the kitchen, his apron covered in flour. The ash from his dangling cigarette dropped onto the flour bag, burning a gray spot. He held the cigarette between his fingers and nodded solemnly. I just love wearing an apron. It's a chef's battle robe, cooler than any new clothes. Pudgy slapped his thigh in frustration and sat back at the stern to continue wiping his daggers. Luo walked to the bow, feeling the cool touch of his new clothes in the sea breeze. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the remaining sunset was transitioning from orange-red to dark purple. The lights of Luoga town grew distant behind them, and ahead lay the deep blue open sea. The night wind rustled the sails, and the ship swayed gently in the breeze like a sprinter crouching at the starting line ready to run. He raised his hand and gripped the ship's rail, tapping his fingers lightly on the wooden handrail twice. Set sail. To Diandao Mountain. Nami spread the latest chart purchased in Luoga town on the table. Her finger traced the course across the last stretch of the East Sea and stopped at a position marked with a red circle. The coordinates reflected in her eyes. Her voice was steady and calm. Tonight the wind is favorable. We'll see Diandao Mountain before dawn. The sails billowed in the night wind. The ship left the warm lights of Luoga town harbor and sailed into the depths of the ocean. Night closed in from all directions. The starry river above slowly rotated. The ship's ram cleaved through the deep black water, and the splashing waves glittered under the moonlight. No one slept. The sea began to feel wrong after midnight. The originally gentle waves gradually became urgent and chaotic, as if some immense force was churning beneath the surface. The ship's rocking grew more intense. The bow no longer pointed steadily in one direction, but was being pulled by an irresistible force toward a fixed direction. Luo stood at the bow, one hand on the rail. He felt the power of the current growing stronger, as if an invisible giant hand was lifting the ship's bottom and pushing it in a certain direction. Then he heard a sound. It was far away, yet seemed as close as if right next to him. The thunderous roar of seawater crashing against hard rock walls. Low, deep, and continuous, as if all the faucets in the world had been opened and converged into a single pipe. The humidity in the air grew thicker. The sea breeze carried fine mist that struck the face, cool and refreshing. On the horizon ahead, a massive black silhouette slowly emerged from the night, growing clearer and larger. Diandao Mountain. Diandao Mountain was no ordinary mountain. It was a colossal rock wall rising from the ocean floor. The Hongtu continent was split here by some ancient force, creating a rift. 4 sea currents converged from the 4 cardinal directions, climbed upward along the mountain, and then cascaded down from the summit into the Vida Honglu. Seawater could flow uphill. That was the origin of Diandao Mountain's name, and also the entrance to the Vida Honglu. The night mist was thick at this moment, the entire Diandao Mountain shrouded in white mist. 4 sea currents carved 4 silver-white trails across the mountain's surface like 4 great dragons coiled upon the cliffs. The lighthouse atop the mountain emitted a faint red light, flashing once every 10 seconds, piercing through the mist and darkness to shine from afar. Pudgy rushed from the stern to the gunwale, gripping the railing tightly, with both hands staring at Diandao Mountain, speechless. He had seen Diandao Mountain on Luojia's ship, but that was many years ago. Back then he was so nervous that his whole mind went blank, just like now. Entrance. 200 meters ahead. Nami stood at the helm, holding the latest navigational chart bought from Luoga town and the detailed waterway map of Diandao Mountain, her finger pressed on the precise course into the waterway. The current grew fiercer, the ship's speed accelerated, and the sails were no longer needed. The entire vessel was carried by the current, charging toward the entrance of Diandao Mountain. The waterway entrance was a narrow crevice in the rock wall. The rocks on both sides had been polished smooth as mirrors by millennia of currents, and deep waterline marks were carved into the stone. The hull creaked, and the mast shook violently in the turbulence. Hold tight. Luo's voice cut through the roar of the current. The moment the bow plunged into the waterway, the entire ship tilted sharply upward. A completely counterintuitive sensation of weightlessness. One felt as if flying upward, yet the eye saw seawater flowing backward beneath the hull. The hull went from horizontal to inclined, and then from inclined to a nearly vertical angle, but the force of the current steadily supported the ship's bottom, allowing the great vessel to climb along the mountain like a leaf. The rock walls on both sides sped backward, and the mist struck the face painfully. We're driving up the mountain. Up the mountain. Pudgy's voice wavered in the rapidly rising wind. He clung to the gunwale with both hands, his hat nearly blown off. The moment the current surged over the mountaintop, the entire ship briefly became airborne for a second. Everyone's stomachs dropped into their throats, then gravity resumed control. The bow pitched sharply downward, diving along the other side of Diandao Mountain toward the wader route. The exit of the waterway suddenly opened up ahead. The hull slammed heavily into the water, sending up enormous splashes over 10 meters high. Seawater poured onto the deck like a rainstorm, soaking everyone from head to toe. Nami shook back her wet hair plastered to her face, and while confirming the ship's draft and tilt angle, she loudly reported that everything was normal. Suo Long leaned against the mast with his 3 swords completely unmoved, even as a wave splashed seawater across his face. Shanji slid down from the mast ropes, drenched, but with bright eyes. He lifted his wrist to check his waterproof watch, then looked at the seawater that had closed back after being parted by the hull, and said successfully passed. Pudgy lay sprawled over the gunwale panting heavily, his hair plastered to his face like a cat drenched in water. The waves on the sea gradually calmed. The night sky overhead was shifting from deep black to pale gray, and a faint, very faint orange-red glow rose on the eastern horizon. The waiter route. No one spoke, but each person was experiencing this moment in their own way. The deck was quiet, and a gentle breeze swept across the sea, warm and soothing, brushing over the clothes soaked by the cold water of Diendao Mountain. Kuya released the railing she had been gripping tightly and noticed that her fingers had turned red from the strain. She stared blankly at the endless sea around her, watching the Hongta continent that separated the Dong Sea from the Weida route grow farther and farther behind, when suddenly she felt her hand being held by another. She looked up and saw Name standing beside her, also drenched, also gazing in the same direction. The Weida route, Name said. Kuya nodded. The Weida route, calm and sunny. The sea was unnaturally peaceful. There was no violent current like that of Diendao Mountain that could capsize a ship, no continuous rainstorms common in the Dong Sea, only a vast expanse of blue stretching to the horizon. The sea breeze pushed the sails with a soft pattering sound, and the entire ship sailed steadily in the sunlight. This was a completely different world from the Weida route in Luo's memory. Where was the promised catastrophic weather? Where were the giant waves that could shatter a ship? But since the heavens were being kind, he had no reason to complain. The crew gradually relaxed from the tension of rushing down Diendao Mountain. Shanji went to the galley to check the pots and pans that had been tossed around, and came out carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit, a new cigarette dangling from his lips. Suo Long leaned against the mast with his eyes closed, his clothes still wet from the seawater, but he seemed completely unconcerned. Pudgy lay on the gunwale, propping his cheeks with both hands, staring at the calm sea for a long while, then couldn't help muttering. No, that's not right. The last time I saw the entrance to the Weida route, it wasn't like this. It seemed you had to first run into a whale. That whale was bigger than a mountain, blocking the waterway, and with one open mouth could swallow the whole ship. Shanji put down the fruit platter and frowned. A whale, blocking the waterway. It was a super huge whale. Pudgy spread his arms to indicate an exaggerated size, nearly hitting Suo Long beside him. It's called Labu. I absolutely wouldn't be mistaken. Back then, when the Luo Jia pirates entered the Weida route, it was blocking this very spot, its head covered in scars, and it used to ram the Hongta continent. Now why isn't there even a trace? He looked around the sea again, seeing nothing but blue, and muttered that maybe it had swum away. After so many years, even a whale had to move on. Labu was no longer there. Luoan leaned against the gunwale, silent, just gazing at the calm sea. His extraordinary memory ability brought that part of the story vividly to mind. The pact between the Lunba pirates and Labu Buluku drifting in the Mogwai Triangle Sea area, for 50 years, the skeleton still guarding the Song, Binku Sea's sake, from back then. Because of his intervention, the Straw Hat Pirates would no longer exist. Only he knew this, and only he had to bear the burden. He withdrew his gaze and patted the gunwale. Continue forward. The great ship rounded the cape of Shuangzi Cape, and ahead on the waterway appeared a solitary lighthouse. The lighthouse stood on a protruding reef, its tower eroded by sea wind into mottled white. The lamp at the top emitted a faint yellow halo even during the day. On the reef platform below the lighthouse was an old worn rattan chair, in which sat an old man with graying hair squinting in the sun. A fishing rod leaned against a wooden post beside him. Pudgy leaned out from the gunwale, squinting at the figure under the lighthouse. He frowned, scratched the back of his head, rubbed his eyes, and then his mouth dropped open. Ku Luo Kasi, you old man, you're still alive. The white-haired old man straightened slightly in his rattan chair, raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, and squinted to make out the people on the ship. Kolokasi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile, part surprise, part approval, etched across his deeply lined face. Yo, isn't that the red-nosed brat from Roger's ship? His voice was not loud, but it cut through the sea breeze and reached every ear clearly. I'm not a red-nosed brat. I'm a great pirate now. Captain Buggy, no Vice Captain Buggy. Buggy's roar sent the seabirds on the mast flapping away in alarm. Kolokasi slowly rose from his rattan chair, ambled to the edge of the reef, still holding his fishing rod. His gaze swept across the ship. The chef with a cigarette and a fruit platter, the swordsman leaning against the mast with eyes closed, but hand on his blade, two girls of distinct poise on the deck, and the black-haired young man standing at the bow smiling and waving at him. Finally his eyes settled on Luo-en. Kolokasi's expression shifted. He studied Luo-en longer than the others, a barely perceptible glimmer flickering in his eyes weathered by half a lifetime at sea. Everyone on this ship was extraordinary, but this lad had something he couldn't fully fathom. Luo-en stood at the bow, waving generously at Kolokasi. Kolokasi, I've long admired you. Kolokasi leaned his fishing rod against the lighthouse wall, took a few steps toward the ship, and spoke in a hoarse but resonant voice, you know me. Kolokasi's gaze never left Luo-en, and the sense of unfathomable only grew stronger. Very few people in the entire Grand Line could instantly identify the old man living under the lighthouse at Twin Cape as Kolokasi, especially a young man who clearly hadn't yet reached 20. He scrutinized Luo from head to toe once more, then shook his head with a hint of emotion in his tone. You're no ordinary fellow, lad. I've lived a long time, seen more people than fish in the sea. Some you can see through at a glance, some need a few words to reveal themselves, and some are so deep that even conversation won't unearth them. But you're different. You're the kind I've been looking at for a while, and the more I look the less I can see. That's exactly right. Luo grinned at him, his laughter frank and open. But you should be able to tell that I'm a competent captain. Kolokasi nodded seriously, a deep crease forming at the corner of his mouth. That much I can see. Bringing that crybaby from Roger's ship all the way to the Grand Line takes a good captain. I never cried. Buggy's voice exploded from the stern, but no one picked up on it. Luo turned and nodded to Name. Name understood, already adjusting the course. The log pose pointed steadily straight ahead, toward the next route. The sea breeze filled the sails once more. See you, old man, Luo said from the bow, waving casually at Kolokasi, his tone as easy as a neighbor heading out for a stroll. Next time we meet, I'll be the pirate king. Kolokasi stood on the reef watching the shrinking silhouette of the ship, his white hair streaming backward in the wind. The man and the vessel gradually merged into a tiny black that against the shimmering interplay of sunlight and sea, yet the young man's parting words lingered in the air. He picked up his fishing rod, cast the line back into the sea, and settled into the worn rattan chair. Clutching the rod, he struggled to suppress a laugh, but in the end he couldn't help chuckling. The pirate king, that kid. He gazed at the boundless blue ocean, his murmured words scattered by the sea breeze into the waves of Twin Cape. Since Roger left, no one's dared to say that in front of me for a long time. Roger, the great pirate era you spoke of, it's still going strong. He paused, his aged fingers tapping gently on the rod. Roger Laboon is gone, but someone still remembers that promise. The line twitched twice from the current, but Kolokasi didn't lift the rod. He simply leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and let the sun of the Grand Line warm his old bones. The weather on the Grand Line finally returned to its fickle nature. One moment, it was clear skies, the next a torrential downpour poured down, raindrops as large as though someone were dumping buckets from above. Then the rain stopped abruptly, the sun re-emerged, and the water stains on the deck steamed into a white mist. Then a strong wind kicked up, shifting from a tailwind to a crosswind to a headwind, changing direction 4 or 5 times in a single afternoon. Name stood at the helm holding the log pose, her brows knitted so tightly they could pinch a peanut. Her navigation skills were top-notch in the entire East Blue, but the climate system of the Grand Line completely overturned all her past experience. Winds didn't follow seasons, currents didn't follow terrain, and even pressure changes had no discernible pattern. It took her a full day to grasp the rhythm of this new system, and by the time she finally steadied the ship on a relatively smooth course, several strands of hair at her temples were plastered with sweat. But when bored, one could just fish. There were 3 fishing rods on board. Luo had Sanji buy them in Lowtown before departure. They weren't high-end birch rods with ordinary spinning reels, but in a place like the Grand Line, even the simplest rods could catch things that would make one's jaw drop. Luo sat by the gunwale, the rod resting against his leg, the line dangling into the deep blue water. On a small table beside him was a glass of iced lemonade that Sanji had just brought. This lemonade was hard-won. Sanji had bought a whole crate of lemons and a block of ice preserved in a special insulated chest in Lowtown. He said Miss Name and Miss Kaya needed vitamins, and the captain was just benefiting on the side. Luo didn't argue. The lemonade was going into his stomach anyway. Kaya sat beside him holding a small porcelain bowl containing a fruit pudding Sanji had made just for her. She didn't know how to fish, but she loved watching Luo fish. Every time the line twitched slightly, she would nervously grab his sleeve only to realize it was just the waves, and then let go in embarrassment. After repeating this several times, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. She stopped staring at the float, and instead leaned quietly against the backrest, enjoying the afternoon sea breeze. Got one. Ron flicked his wrist, and the fishing rod arched into a graceful curve. The spinning reel whirred as the line shot out, and a white splash erupted on the sea surface. A large azure blue fish burst from the water, its scales gleaming like polished metal under the sunlight. Ron played the line, reeling and releasing, sparring with the fish for nearly 5 minutes. With a sudden sharp tug, he sent the whole fish flying out of the water, trailing a string of droplets in midair and landing precisely into the bucket at Kaya's feet. Kaya looked down at the lively fish in the bucket, then raised her eyes to Ron, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Captain, you're amazing. This is already the 3rd one. The fish in the Grand Line are just stupid, Ron replied, reattaching the bait and casting the line back into the sea with a casual, practiced motion. It's clearly because you're getting better at fishing. Kaya moved the bucket into the shade and sat back down beside him, resting her chin on her hands as she watched the bobber rise and fall with the waves. The sea breeze lifted her light blonde hair, and she tucked it behind her ear. Noticing Ron's glass of lemonade was nearly empty, she quietly got up to pour him another. From the stern came Buggy's wail. He too held a fishing rod, his line dangling in the water, his posture much like Ron's, but his bucket was empty. He had already switched spots several times, from bow to stern, from port to starboard, and changed baits numerous times: live shrimp, squid, chunks, breadworms. Not a single fish had taken his hook. As he grumbled, Ron's rod was up again. The fourth fish traced a silver arc through the air and landed flawlessly into the bucket. Buggy slapped his rod against his thigh. I'm done fishing. All the fish in this sea are in cahoots with the captain. Absolutely in cahoots. How come he catches one after another, and I can't even get a single scale? I was the champion fisherman aboard Roger's ship. Back then Shanks couldn't outfish me. Wind's too strong, can't hear you. Zoro leaned against the mast, whetstone in hand, carefully sharpening the blade of Wado Ikemanji. His movements were slow and steady, each stroke gliding evenly across the stone, producing a rhythmic, delicate whisper. You heard me clearly. Buggy tossed his rod onto the deck and plopped back onto his lounge chair, arms crossed, stewing in silence. A few seconds later he scrambled up, picked up the rod, and rebaited it, muttering curses all the while, but his hands never truly stopped. Sanji poked his head out of the galley window, flowered, dusting his apron, a whisk still spinning rapidly in his hand. His gaze swept across the deck. He smiled warmly at Kaya, then glanced at the empty spot where Nami usually sunbathed. Nami stood fully focused before the helm, record pointer in hand, occasionally pressing her lips together as she adjusted the wheel, then quickly jotting down notes on the chart. Sanji reached out from the window and gently placed a freshly squeezed orange juice on the saucer beside her hand, then turned and slipped back into the kitchen to continue whisking. Just as Ron reeled in his 11th fish, Buggy suddenly stood up from the crow's nest. Without using the lookout scope, he simply shielded his eyes from the glaring sun, squinting his clown-painted eyes as he stared ahead for a long moment. Then he slapped the railing of the lookout platform. An island ahead. I see it. And there are lots of people on the dock. They're waving at us. A moment of silence fell over the ship. Everyone looked forward at once. On the horizon, the silhouette of an island rose. It wasn't large, but it was lush with vegetation, its green hills shimmering in the sunlight. A long wooden pier stretched out from the island's dock, and at its end stood a row of people waving enthusiastically, their smiles visible even from a distance. Buggy leaned his upper body out over the crow's nest, his iconic blue pigtails whipping in the wind. Huh. My reputation has even reached the Grand Line. See that? The moment they saw my ship, they came out to welcome me. That's status. That's prestige. That's the presence of Captain Buggy, no Vice Captain Buggy. You slipped up, said Zoro, putting away his whetstone. A slip of the tongue. Buggy retorted. Nami put down the record pointer, walked to the rail, and squinted at the crowd of enthusiastic greeters on the dock. After a few seconds, she turned to Ron. Are islanders in the Grand Line always this welcoming? Even more so than small villages in the East Blue. They're waving before they've even seen the flag. Ron looked at the beaming faces on the dock, and a meaningful smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. He put away his rod, handed the bucket of lively fish to Sanji, and patted the water droplets from his hands. Whiskey Peak, he said. Bring us in. The ship slowly approached the shore. Before the gangplank was even secured, the crowd on the docks surged to the ship's side, faces alight, with warm smiles busily helping to tie the ropes and lay the gangplank. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader strode forward with open arms, his voice booming like a church bell. Welcome, brave warriors of the sea. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. We are the most hospitable town in the entire Grand Line. Travelers from afar are our most honored guests. Tonight there will be a banquet. Fine wine. Delicious food. Please do us the honor. A banquet. Buggy's pigtails perked up. See that? I told you they came to welcome us. The great Buggy-sama is welcome everywhere. Kaya, infected by the warm atmosphere, couldn't help but smile, though her hand still instinctively clung to the hem of Ron's shirt. Sanji lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of smiling faces. Men, women, and children, all dressed in simple island clothing, appearing like genuine warm-hearted locals. But as a former sous chef of the Baratai and a veteran of the Grand Line, his expression remained guarded behind the veil of smoke. Zoro cracked one eye open to look at the crowd on the dock, then closed it again, his hand resting on his sword hilt. His lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. In the center of the town, a long banquet table was laid out. The glistening oil of a whole roasted pig sizzled under the torchlight, glasses brimmed with frothy ale, and some townspeople began playing guitars, while others pulled Buggy into a dance. Buggy, unaccustomed to such treatment, drained glass after glass, his clown makeup smearing under the alcohol stains. Sanji was soon surrounded by a group of self-proclaimed food enthusiasts seeking culinary advice. He started off explaining with enthusiasm, but soon realized these people didn't even understand basic knife skills, so he simply held his wine glass, elegantly smiled, and said nothing. Zoro sat alone in a corner, a bottle of sake and a skewer of grilled meat at hand, and he didn't hesitate to truly eat and drink. Name sat beside Kaya holding a glass of juice as the two young women were pulled into a conversation with several local girls about overseas adventures. Luoan took the seat at the head of the table with the middle-aged leader of the group beside him, who was enthusiastically refilling his cup with wine. The wine was golden and clear with a faint floral fragrance, truly fine wine. Luoan took a sip, set down the cup, and watched the gently rippling liquid as the smile on his lips grew more evident. Another round. Wine. Bring the wine. Baji's cup was already empty. He slammed the cup heavily on the table and shouted at the villagers, I haven't had enough yet. The villagers who had been all smiles a moment ago suddenly fell silent. The leader's warm smile slowly froze on his face, his lips still tried to maintain the previous curve, but his eyes had turned cold. He stood up from the table, empty-handed, his voice no longer as warm as before. "Sorry, honored guests, there's no more wine. It's all been drunk. Just go get some." Pudgy, still unaware of the shift in atmosphere, slapped the table. "A town this big, how could your cellar be out of wine? I'm going to drink until dawn." No one moved. The cheerful guitar music stopped, and the dancing girls stopped smiling. The torches crackled lazily, and an eerie silence settled over the banquet table. "Didn't I tell you? The wine is gone." The leader repeated the words slowly, syllable by syllable, then the smile on his face vanished, completely replaced by a sinister sneer. "Don't you understand yet, honored guests? Everything valuable on this island was already looted by the last pirate crew before you arrived. What are we supposed to use to buy new wine? No wine, then we'll take your ship, your treasure, and your lives in exchange." He smashed the cup on the table, and the ceramic shattered into several pieces. All the villagers around them stood up simultaneously, pulling out blades and muskets from under tables, behind grills, and from guitar cases. The gleaming weapons cast cold glints in the firelight. "Welcome to Waishiji Shanfeng. The hospitality here is squeeze you dry." The leader placed a long blade on Luoen's shoulder, the edge just an inch from his neck. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I put a sleeping drug in the wine you just drank. Don't you feel a bit dizzy now?" Luoen smiled. Holding the half-empty cup, he took another gentle sip under everyone's astonished gaze. "Not bad technique with the drug, but your sleeping potion might work on small-time pirates from the East Blue. Against us, it's a bit lacking." "What?" Before the leader's blade could descend, Luoen's finger lightly flicked the side of the knife. This flick carried the finger's strength of a cyborg. The sharp sound of the blade shattering in the air hadn't even faded before fragments clattered onto the table. The leader was knocked back several staggering steps, overturned a bench, and fell to the ground. "Is that all?" Suo Long swallowed the last piece of grilled meat. As the he dao Iwenzi at his waist was drawn, it made only a very brief scraping sound, and the back of the blade had already knocked over two burly men who were raising their weapons. He rested the sword on his shoulder, looking down at the writhing enemies on the ground, his tone flat. Pudgy dizzy let out a hiccup. Everyone's blades slashed at him. Amid the crisscrossing blade lights, his body instantly split into pieces, each part floating in midair and flying in different directions. Those who tried to cut him struck nothing but the table, smashing bowls and plates into pieces. Floating in the air, Pudgy sobered up a bit from the cool breeze and angrily shouted at the chaotic scene below. "What the hell? So you weren't here to welcome me? All this whiskey and banquet was just a trick? I even danced 2 dances with that mustached guy. Deceiving feelings is unforgivable. Watch out." Shanji's voice came from the crowd. A leather shoe stopped right in front of a sneak attacker's nose. The attacker stared wide-eyed at the pattern on the sole, and the dagger in his hand clattered to the ground. A side kick sent the opponent tumbling into a pile of straw. He adjusted his tie and turned gracefully to the next target. "Let your filthy heart learn the lesson of respecting ladies and chefs with the sole of my shoe." Figures flew in the firelight. The villagers' weapons were knocked out of their hands. In the chaos, someone knocked over the grill, sending sparks flying and burning several people, making them jump up. The lively banquet had now turned into a mess of debris and rising cries of pain. Kuya and Name remained seated in their original places. Name popped the last orange segment into her mouth, while Kuya picked a whole strawberry from the plate and took a bite. They exchanged a glance and clinked their glasses in tacit understanding. The battle ended faster than anyone had anticipated. The warm-hearted villagers of Waishiji Shanfeng lay scattered everywhere, some embedded in the broken planks of the banquet table, others blasted by Pudgy's cannon into a haystack with only their legs twitching outside, and a few with Shanji's shoe prints on their faces knocked unconscious. The middle-aged leader crawled on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, lifted his head, and looked at the group that had been drinking and clinking glasses with him just moments ago. His lips trembled as he squeezed out a few words. "You. Who exactly are you?" Pudgy stood on a stool, hands on his hips, his twin ponytails fluttering in the sea breeze. "Only now you think to ask. Too late. I never changed my name. I am the great Deputy Captain Pudgy. Where's that girl who danced with me just now? Let her come out. I need to settle the score for deceiving my feelings." Suo Long sheathed his sword, leaned against the one remaining intact half of the banquet table, picked up an unbroken bottle of wine, and took a swig. Standing amid a pile of fallen thugs, Shanji adjusted his tie, wiped the sole of his leather shoe on a fallen flag of the Ba Laka Gongzwashi, and then lit a new cigarette. The firelight illuminated his golden hair. As he exhaled the first smoke ring, his gaze swept over the messy scene and landed on 2 figures approaching from the darkness. From behind a stone house at the other end of the town emerged 2 figures, one in blue and one in white. The leading girl had water blue hair that fell to her waist. A few strands were blown against her cheeks by the sea breeze, but she didn't bother to tidy them. Her eyes were large and bright, but now they were reddened with a mix of anxiety and exhaustion. Her lips were pressed white, and she looked as if she hadn't slept for days and was forcing herself to stay on her feet. Closely behind her was a tall, curly-haired man in a well-tailored dark suit with sharp facial features, but also sporting faint dark circles under his eyes. He kept a half-step distance from the girl, a boundary a guard would not cross even in an emergency. You? Hello, I'm Wei Wei. Wei Wei halted before the remnants of the banquet table. She drew a deep breath, pressing a hand to her chest as she struggled to steady her voice. Everyone, I know this request is sudden and presumptuous, but my country is suffering and I need your help. I can pay, however much it takes as long as you can help us. The curly-haired man behind her suddenly burst into a fit of coughing, using the intervals between coughs to frantically signal with his eyes that revealing her trump card so directly was too dangerous. These people before them had just taken down over 100 bounty hunters in 3 minutes without even drawing their real blades. But Wei Wei did not look at him. Her eyes were fixed directly on Luo En, for from the way this group stood it was clear who was the captain of this ship. I don't need money. Luo En smiled. Upon hearing the words, I can pay, Name was already mentally converting it into berries. The market rate for hiring a pirate ship, the risk premium for the Grand Line, the bounty level corresponding to the strength capable of taking down Baroque works. This was at least 8 figures. Before she could even open her mouth to negotiate, she heard Luo En casually toss out, I don't need money. Her smile froze on the spot. She pressed her nails lightly into the edge of the table, leaned close to Luo En's ear, and whispered, Captain, only a fool turns down money. You may not need money, but the financial state of our ship can't afford your refusals. Then she turned to Wei Wei, flashing a standard warm professional accountant smile, reserved for big clients. Miss, what kind of help do you need? We can discuss it. Her tone was gentle, nothing like the same person who had just whispered curses at the captain. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to listen to me. Wei Wei took a deep breath as if a weight had been lifted, struggling to keep her voice steady. She pressed her hand to her chest, speaking word by word, finally releasing the distress signal that had weighed on her heart for so long. My country, the kingdom of Alabasta, is suffering. A pirate named Kaluo Kuda Air has disguised himself as a hero and deceived my people. He created a drought that has lasted 3 years and incited a civil war. If no one stops him, hundreds of thousands of people in Alabasta will die. I am the princess of this country. She curtsied with dignified grace, the only sound betraying her urgency being the soft thud of her knees on the rubble. Then she lifted her head again, her eyes earnest, looking at Luo En. Please, I beg you. Everyone present fell silent for several seconds. Baji lowered his foot from the stool. Shanji took the cigarette from his mouth. Sualong set his bottle back on the table. Even Kuya gently put down the strawberry dish in her hand. Name slowly closed her slightly open mouth, then turned to Luo En with an expression that said, the sky is falling, and someone just told me the world map needs to be redrawn. Such a big favor. I can't make the decision on my own. Name turned her face toward Luo En. Once again, everyone's gaze converged on Luo En. Wei Wei also looked at him. Her aqua blue eyes reflected the firelight, and also reflected the man's composed expression that had not changed from start to finish. Luo En knew the full story, the cause and effect of this matter. Or rather, he knew it better than anyone present. Kaluo Kuda Air, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a user of the Sansan fruit, the true boss of Baroque, works the mastermind behind the civil war in Alabasta, the one who personally named the Utopia plan, and even Wei Wei's infiltration of Baroque works as a spy, and Ika Lai Mu's role as Mr. 8-inch were all pieces on his chessboard. These names and plots were as clear as carvings on bone, under the effect of his extraordinary memory, impossible to erase. But knowing was one thing. He was not running a charity. If he helped Alabasta this time, next time someone would come begging him to overthrow the tyranny of Drum Island, and after that someone would ask him to go to the New World and take down Kaiduo. He might as well stop being a pirate and just hang a sign saying, Luo En International Rescue Company. Wei Wei keenly caught the meaning in Luo En's silence. She stepped forward, clenching her hands at her sides, her nails digging into her palms. Her aqua blue hair was blown by the sea breeze, obscuring half her face, but she did not bother to brush it aside. What do you want? As long as it's something I have, I can promise you. Her voice no longer trembled, it came out layer by layer from her throat, like a person who had trampled all fear and hesitation beneath her feet. Ika Laimu opened his mouth behind her, but before he could make a sound, Wei Wei raised a hand to stop him. Luo En looked at her, and in a flat tone, as if he were saying they would have fish for dinner tonight, he stated his condition, very simple. Get on my ship and become my woman. Then your problems become my problems. The entire place fell silent again. Ika Laimu's pupils dilated to their maximum in an instant. He lunged in front of Wei Wei in one stride, dropped to one knee, and grabbed her wrist, his voice urgent, as if sounding the highest level of alarm. No. Absolutely not. You are the princess of Alabasta, the sole heir of the Nefertari royal family. How can you agree to such a condition? Please reconsider. There must be another way. We can return to the kingdom and reorganize the army or appeal to the world government. Ika Laimu. Wei Wei did not pull her hand away from his grip. She looked down at the captain of the guard who had cared for her since childhood, and from his eyes glistening with tears, she saw all the words he had left unsaid. Your father will not agree, the subjects of the kingdom will not agree, your identity, your responsibilities, your future. None of them allow you to accept such a condition. Then she gently withdrew her hand, tucked her disheveled blue hair behind her ear, and revealed a weary, but whole smile. There is no other way. This war has already killed too many people. We've held on for 3 years, but now there is no time to wait for a more gentle solution to fall from the sky. She turned to Luo En, took a deep breath, and nodded. I accept. The hem of Ika Mu's suit dragged 2 streaks on the ground, as he seemed to have the very framework supporting his body pulled out. The hot liquid finally escaped from the corner of his aged eyes. But he did not speak again, for he knew better than anyone that once the princess made a decision with that look in her eyes, no one could make her turn back. Wei Wei took a step toward Luo En. The torchlight flickered in her aqua blue eyes. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her voice was steady enough that Ika Mu could no longer utter any words of objection. Sacrificing myself to save a country, it's worth it. The sea wind swept through the ruins of Whiskey Peak, blowing the flames of the torches to one side. Luo En looked at the princess before him, who had bitten her lips white, yet refused to back down, and straightened up from the ship's railing. All right, get on board. Luo En turned around and walked toward the large ship. As he passed by Nami, he paused and said, arrange a room for her. Nami watched his back, then glanced at Vivi, and finally sighed. We haven't even had time to warm the money we brought from this trip, and now we've taken on a national-level commission. Captain, next time you negotiate terms, could you at least discuss it with me first? At least let me be your pawn on the side. Having said that, she had already extended her hand to Vivi, her tone seamlessly switching from complaint to a standard navigator's reception. Follow me. The second cabin is empty. It used to be Kaya's storeroom, but now it's yours. The bed is new, but you'll have to pick your own pillow. Kaya, take the new princess to choose a pillow. Kaya rose from the table, walked over to Vivi, and took her hand. Her voice was gentle, yet carried the pride of someone who had been through it herself. Miss Vivi, rest assured. The captain may be a bit blunt, but he always keeps his promises. I was saved by him from the bad guys too. By the way, do you like oranges? We have oranges on the ship. Vivi was pulled along a few steps, stumbling slightly, as she turned to glance at Igaram. Igaram remained kneeling in place, his aged cheeks wet with tears, but he gave her a firm nod. The ship's mooring ropes were retied, and the gangplank was withdrawn. The flames of Whiskey Peak grew ever smaller astern until they became a faint speck in the darkness. The night was already deep. The lights of Whiskey Peak had already shrunk to a bean size that astern, then were completely scattered by the sea breeze. The night sky of the Grand Line was not as dense with stars as the East Blues, but the moon was far larger, hanging low above the horizon and paving the entire sea into a silver-white road. The ship glided smoothly on its automatic course. Nami had calibrated the log post 3 times before bed, ensuring no one needed to stand watch that night. Luo En lay on the bed in the captain's quarters, his hands behind his head, unable to sleep. It wasn't because of his promise to Vivi. He had intended to go to Alabasta anyway, and he would have to face Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, sooner or later. Saving a country and picking up a princess along the way, no matter how he calculated it, was a good deal. He was merely thinking about the upcoming route from Whiskey Peak to Alabasta, with Little Garden and Drum Island in between. If they followed the original path, time would be tight. Just then the door opened. It was opened with extreme care and slowness, as if afraid to disturb anyone else in the corridor, pressing the handle all the way down and pushing it open silently. Luo En's eyes opened in the darkness. His Linealia bloodline granted him night vision far beyond ordinary humans. Even without a light, he could clearly see the silhouette of the person at the door. Aqua blue long hair, a white cotton nightgown, bare feet on the wooden floor, both hands tightly clutching the hem of the nightgown. She stood at the door for a full 10-odd seconds, as if gathering all the courage needed to face what came after opening the door. Vivi. Luo En sat up in bed, his voice still not fully awake, carrying a dazed rasp. Vivi gently closed the door behind her. The faint click of the latch was exceptionally clear in the silent night, as if she had personally shut off all avenues of retreat. She walked to the bedside. Moonlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating her face, and with it the shyness, nervousness, and determination in her aqua blue eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, her ears were red, and even the knuckles clutching the hem of her dress were tinged faint pink from the strain, but her gaze did not waver. I know you are a man of your word, she said softly, but without trembling. I also know you are a good person. Kaya told me her story, and Nami told me about Kokoyashi village. You saved them without asking for anything in return. But I cannot accept all this with a clear conscience just because you are a good person. She took a deep breath, moonlight casting a faint shadow on her collarbone. No gains without giving. That's something I've understood since childhood. I am the princess of Alabasta. My country has nothing to offer you in exchange. Except for myself. Luo En reached out to grab the water glass on the bedside table, wanting to calm her down. Actually, you don't need to rush. I said I would help, and I will. Your country is my country, so of course I'll take care of it. He stopped mid-sentence and realized that Vivi wasn't listening at all. Her breathing was shallow and rapid. Her eyes were fixed on him, but her pupils were unfocused. Her ears were filled with the sound of her own pounding heart, completely blocking out the words, "Your country is my country." She only heard him say, "You don't need to rush," and in her anxious interpretation those 4 words meant, "I can refuse." She didn't want him to refuse. She was afraid he would. The lifted blanket stirred a faint current of air, the cool night breeze rushed in, and then the blanket closed again. She offered herself in the most clumsy and direct way possible, wrapping her arms around his back, pressing her face against his chest, trembling like a leaf blown off by the sea wind. She could hear the sound of his heartbeat, strong and steady. Her own heart beat much faster, so fast she felt the entire cabin could hear it. Luoan looked down at the trembling blue mass in his arms. At this point, pushing her away would not be respect, it would be cruelty. He reached out and pulled the blanket over her, gently covering her bare shoulders that had grown cool in the moonlight. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear, his voice so low that only she could hear. Vivi did not answer. She only buried her face deeper and tightened her fingers around his back. Outside the window, the waves of the Grand Line gently lapped against the hull. The moon slowly slid from one side of the porthole to the other, illuminating the empty deck, chairs illuminating the silk scarf that Nami had hung on the railing before bed and forgotten to take in, now fluttering gently in the sea breeze, and illuminating Zoro leaning against the mast, sleeping soundly with his 3 swords in his arms. The ship sailed quietly on the silver-white course. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the portholes into the captain's cabin, and a gentle sea breeze brushed across the deck. Luoan pushed open the cabin door and stepped out, stretching his arms. The morning light fell on his bronze skin. As he stretched his shoulders and back, the 2 dark markings on his shoulder blades glimmered faintly. He looked refreshed, as if he had slept the most peaceful sleep since setting sail. Behind him, the cabin door cracked open again. Vivi poked half her body out through the gap. Her aqua blue hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands sticking up from her head not yet combed. Her steps were hesitant. She would walk 2 steps and then pause. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. 2 patches of lingering blush still colored her cheeks, and her eyes didn't know where to look. She had changed out of last night's white cotton nightgown into her usual clothes, but she still felt as if everyone could see something from the way she walked. Nami and Kaya were seated at the dining table on the deck. Nami held a cup of coffee freshly brewed by Sanji, and as she saw Vivi emerge from the captain's quarters, she arched an eyebrow slightly. She set down her coffee cup and exchanged a knowing glance with Kaya, then both rose in unison, each taking one of Vivi's arms to guide her from the doorway to the table. Vivi, did you sleep well last night? Nami asked with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of teasing, but her eyes were warm. Kaya had already pushed a plate of fresh fruit in front of Vivi. Sanji-san, just sliced these melons. They're especially sweet. Try some. As she spoke, her eyes curved into crescents, lacking Nami's playful edge, but filled with pure concern. Yet that very sincerity only made Vivi's cheeks flush deeper. Buggy leaned against the ship's railing, his clown-painted face wearing a wide, mischievous grin. He winked at Sanji, then bellowed toward Ron, Captain. Morning. You look fantastic today. I've been on this ship for years. No, wait, I've only been aboard a short while. But anyway, I've never seen you this energetic. Truly the physique of a god. Sanji, holding a frying pan of eggs with a cigarette dangling from his lips, twitched at the corner of his mouth. He flipped the egg and muttered with a hint of gritted teeth, envy. When will my charm ever surpass the captain's? Mid-sentence, he smoothly slid the egg into Vivi's plate, seamlessly switching to a gentlemanly tone. Miss Vivi, please enjoy your breakfast. I've adjusted the protein to carbohydrate ratio. It's especially effective for relieving fatigue. Nami covered her mouth and laughed. Kaya joined in softly, lifting the coffee pot in front of Vivi to pour her a cup of hot coffee. Zoro leaned against the mast, eyes closed, breathing evenly as if he had heard nothing. Yet there was a faint, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth, a silent acknowledgement of one more person aboard the ship. For the green-haired swordsman, that was the highest form of welcome. Halfway through this warm breakfast, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the crow's nest. Warship, dead ahead, heading straight for us. The relaxed atmosphere on the ship evaporated instantly. Buggy sprang up from the railing, snatched the spyglass, and peered forward. After one glance, his voice shot up an octave. A marine warship. Full speed. Coming right at us. I can see the bow cannons already loaded. They're aiming directly for us. Sanji set down the frying pan and exchanged a look with Zoro. Zoro lifted the 3 swords leaning against the mast and fastened them to his hip. The motion was unhurried, but his thumb had already pushed aside the tsuba of Wado Ikamanji, revealing a narrow sliver of cold steel. Sanji untied his apron, folded it neatly on the table, extinguished his cigarette, and flexed his ankles. Nami immediately set down her coffee cup and quickly instructed Kaya, go to the cabin, lock the door, don't come out no matter what happens outside, and remember to bring the orange sapling. Kaya rose at once and began to lead Vivi toward the cabin. But Ron waved a hand, his expression calm as he took a sip of coffee. No need to panic. Have you forgotten who's on this ship now? All eyes turned to Vivi. She froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. She was the princess of Alabasta, a kingdom that was a member of the world government. The Nefertari family was one of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. Even the Marine headquarters could not take action against her without an official document from the world government. She instinctively smoothed the stray hairs at her temple, and the blush that had faded slightly returned to her cheeks. What do I need to do? She asked Ron. Just stand beside me, he replied. Soon the warship halted not far ahead. Pirate ship ahead, stop immediately. Drop your weapons. Surrender. The harsh roar of the din mushy split the morning breeze, startling the seabirds into a flurry of flight. A standard marine warship came charging through the waves from directly ahead, the white seagull emblem on its bow reflecting blinding light in the morning sun. On the bridge stood a stocky middle-aged officer, hands clasped behind his back, the hem of his justice coat snapping in the sea breeze. Behind him 3 rows of Marines stood in perfect formation. The barrels of their rifles protruded through the gaps in the ship's railing, and all gun ports were open. 6 cannon maws gaped darkly, aimed at Ron's ship. I am Marine Lieutenant Commander Battis. You're in luck, bad luck. Surrender now, you little pirates, or I'll feed you all to the fish. Lieutenant Commander Battis shouted through the din mushy, his voice booming. Buggy was the first to laugh. He stood at the ship's edge, hands on his hips, his clown-painted face twisting into a supremely disdainful grin, his twin ponytails flaring defiantly in the wind. Surrender. A mere lieutenant commander dares to demand the great Buggy-sama surrender. Do you know what ship I used to sail on? I'll tell you, but it might scare you to death. The Roger Pirates. The Pirate King's ship. Even your Marine headquarters Garp chased us for decades and never caught us. Who do you think you are ordering me around? He pointed a finger at the opposing warship, shouting at the top of his lungs, save your breath. Lieutenant Commander Battis was so stunned by Buggy's barrage that the din mushy nearly slipped from his hand. His face cycled from red to purple to blue, and he muttered a curse under his breath about this insolent fool, then waved a hand to signal the gunners to prepare to fire. Just then Zoro popped the last slice of orange into his mouth, wiped the juice from the corner of his lips with the back of his hand, and rose from beside the mast. His gaze crossed the ship's side and landed on the warship's gun ports, his expression utterly flat. I'll handle this, small fry. Perfect chance to test the new move I've been working on since watching the captain's duel with my hawk. Sanji also stepped to the ship's edge. His right foot lifted slightly, the starting stance for a charge, but Zoro spoke first. Sanji glanced down at his leather shoes, lowered his foot back to the deck, and lit a fresh cigarette. Fine, take it if you want. I still have breakfast to clean up. Don't embarrass me. Content from previous scene continued. Zoro's eyes snapped open. Embarrass you? Want to fight, cook? Both of you stand down then. Buggy's figure squeezed between them, already brandishing 3 new daggers that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Then I'll gladly take this credit. Let the whole Marines remember the name of the great Buggy. Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. He drew, sheathed. The entire motion was so fast that no one on deck saw the blade leave the scabbard. Only a crisp metallic ring and a crescent-shaped white slash shot out from the ship's side. The lingering resonance of the blade's hum still hung in the air as that precise slash collided with the barrel of the foremost cannon on the warship. The cannon barrel was split cleanly in two, the incision as smooth as a mirror, and the slash, undiminished in momentum, swept across the deck, shearing off a corner of the crow's nest on the mainmast. Splinters of wood and shards of iron clattered onto the deck, and several Navy soldiers nearby crouched with their heads covered. One sword style, Iedo. Zoro sheathed his sword. Silence fell over the ship. Then the opposite warship erupted in thunderous laughter. Lieutenant Colonel Battis laughed so hard he could barely hold the microphone, clutching his stomach and slapping the railing. Ha! Is that it? You scared me. That slash was fast enough, but you can't even cut through a ship, and you want to cut a warship. You're just giving it a manicure. I'm dying of laughter. With that level of skill you dare to sail the Grand Line. Zoro's face darkened. He ignored the jeers behind him, slowly raising his right hand to draw Sandai Kitetsu from his left hip, then Wado Ikemanji from his right. The two swords took their places in his hands, and then he tilted his head, clamping the third, Yubashiri, between his teeth. Free sword style. He closed his eyes. The insight from last time, a deeper essence. The sword is not a weapon, the sword is himself. Where the blade points his will goes. A trio warship, they are all cages that bind the sword. A true slash is not about cutting something apart. The very act of slashing is the complete arrival of will and power. On the warship, Lieutenant Colonel Battis, who had been laughing, suddenly stopped. His laughter caught in his throat as he saw the green-haired swordsman assume a stance that instinctively unsettled him. Everyone on the warship instinctively stepped back half a pace. A faint glow simultaneously illuminated the three blades, the cold glint that appears only when sword intent is condensed to its extreme. The three swords swung out simultaneously. No technique name shouted, no flashy opening move, just pure slashes from three angles at the same instant. The three sword auras merged into one in midair, flying toward the warship with a shriek that tore through the air. The pressure of the aura carved a deep trench across the sea surface, seawater billowing into white walls on both sides. Boom. The sword aura entered the warship's bow, pierced through the entire hull, and exited from the stern. This standard-issue Navy warship was severed cleanly in half, steel and lumber tearing simultaneously under the extreme heat and sharpness. The hull broke into two sections, the iron deck bulging like a snapped biscuit, revealing the ammunition magazine and watertight compartments below. The three broken masts slowly toppled. Lieutenant Colonel Battis collapsed on the tilting deck, his eyes bulging, so wide they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. His lips trembled, unable to form a complete word. The W warship. It's been split. Split. The Navy soldiers behind him descended into utter chaos. Some jumped overboard, some clung to the masts, and some threw lifebuoys into the sea, but forgot to tie the ropes. Zoro slowly sheathed his 3 swords and exhaled a long white breath. He looked down at his hands, recalling that day at the sea restaurant the Ron had cut with that piece of scrap iron, a blade that had split the very sky. Then he turned his head and said one sentence to Sanji, not loud, but loud enough to be heard. Compared to that kick of yours, which one is less shameful? Sanji watched the 2 halves of the warship slowly sinking on the sea surface, flicking his cigarette ash into the ocean. His expression was calm, barely passable. The ship continued sailing forward. The wreckage of the bisected warship had mostly sunk, leaving only a few wooden planks and several sailors floating in the water, clutching lifebuoys and cursing loudly. Buggy lay at the stern, waving goodbye to them with a grin so bright it made the sailors curse even louder. Ron returned to his deck chair, picked up the still warm coffee, and prepared to enjoy a moment of peace. The sun was just right, the sea breeze gentle, and the freshly cut fruit Kaya had prepared still radiated coolness. Everything was perfect. Captain. Zoro's voice came from above. Ron opened one eye and saw Zoro standing before him, 3 swords hanging at his waist, arms crossed, his expression serious, as if about to announce a major decision. Fight me. Ron closed his eyes, placed the coffee cup on the low table, and took a deep breath. He regretted it. Regretted having made a move that day at the sea restaurant, regretted letting this guy see that clash between him and Hawkeye. From that day on, Zoro was like a wound up spring. Aside from eating and sleeping, he trained all day. After training, he came to challenge Ron. After being rejected, he trained again, then came to challenge again. This had become his daily ritual, more punctual than Sanji's cooking. Ron sat up from the deck chair, rubbing his temples. He was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Zoro, his expression suddenly turning serious. Zoro, moi, you want to challenge me? Fine. Ron extended a finger toward the horizon. But before that, go defeat Hawkeye, the man I defeated. Only when you beat him will you be qualified to challenge me. Zoro opened his mouth, his brow furrowing for a moment before slowly relaxing. He tilted his head in thought, then nodded solemnly. That makes sense. He can't beat you. If I can't even beat him, I'm certainly not qualified to challenge the one who beat him. Right, so your goal now isn't me. It's Hawkeye. Ron lay back in his chair, picked up his coffee, and his tone returned to its previous casualness. Keep training. I'm rooting for you. Zoro turned and walked back to the mast, rehung his 3 swords, sat cross-legged, and began meditating with his eyes closed. He muttered under his breath, first cut Hawkeye, then cut the captain. First cut Hawkeye, then cut the captain. Ron took a sip of coffee and breathed a sigh of relief. The next 2 days the voyage went surprisingly smoothly. The Grand Line's weather was unusually cooperative, with no sudden changes for 48 consecutive hours. The sea breeze was steady and the ocean current perfectly aligned with the log posts. Nami was the busiest person during those 2 days, measuring atmospheric pressure, recording sea current changes, drawing nautical charts, and keeping an eye on the weather to prevent sudden shifts. Fortunately, this sea area was relatively mild. She didn't have to work so hard that she forgot to eat, unlike the first few days after entering the Grand Line. As for Zoro, aside from eating and sleeping, he spent all his time training. Under the mast, he swung a dumbbell with fierce energy, sweat streaming down the muscles of his back. The sharpening stone rasped incessantly. He used the back of a sword as a weight for deep squats, finishing one set after another. The shirt he had just washed and hung on the railing was drenched with sweat before it could dry. Buggy lay in his exclusive area at the stern, legs crossed, glancing at Zoro with a knowing air. Youngsters are full of energy. Back in my youth I worked just as hard. Later I realized luck was the most important thing. Look at me, I can cruise the Grand Line without training. You said back in my youth. Zoro continued, swinging his sword without turning his head. That was a slip of the tongue. I'm still young now. Sanji spent the next 2 days shuttling between the kitchen and the deck. The provisions replenished at Whiskey Peak were still abundant, so he prepared a variety of dishes each day. Pan-seared sea bass with lemon butter sauce for lunch on the first day, slow-braised oxtail soup for dinner, seafood risotto for lunch on the second day, and a whole tray of croissants baked for afternoon tea. Kaya and Vivi also joined the cooking class, the 2 girls bustling about in the kitchen with aprons on while Sanji gladly acted as their temporary instructor. The first time Vivi tried to bake cookies, she burned an entire tray. Sanji watched her pull the charred biscuits out of the oven and simply said, "I'll take care of the burnt ones, Miss Vivi, just mix the ingredients again." Kaya, however, improved steadily. When her fruit tart succeeded for the first time, Nami ate 3 slices by herself. Luoan spent the 2 days fishing, savoring delicious food, drinking coffee, and basking in the sun. Occasionally interrupted by Zoro, he fended him off with the universal excuse, first cut down Hawkeye. Life was as leisurely as a vacation at sea. On the morning of the 3rd day, Buggy suddenly stood up from the lookout. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, he squinted ahead for a long moment, then slammed the railing and shouted down to the deck, "An island ahead. I see an island." The deck instantly buzzed with excitement. Zoro set down his dumbbell, wiped his sweat, and walked to the ship's railing to look. Sanji poked his head out of the kitchen, spatula still in hand, flour dusting his apron. Kaya set down the orange sapling she was holding, stood on tiptoe, and peered forward. Vivi followed out of the cabin, her aquamarine hair billowing in the sea breeze. She gathered her hair with one hand, squinting at the horizon. Nami lowered the log pose, walked to the bow, glanced at the chart, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. On the horizon, a green silhouette was slowly emerging. A rich, impenetrable emerald, as if someone had splashed the entire world's green pigment onto that land. The island's vegetation was exaggeratedly lush, with colossal tree crowns rising from the center, their canopies broader than any building on the island. From a distance, the outlines of several volcanoes could be seen looming in the island's core, with thin white smoke curling from their summits. It's an island. A real island. Buggy slid down from the lookout, his twin pigtails bouncing with excitement. I've been drifting at sea for 3 days, almost growing mold. Finally, I can set foot on solid ground. I wonder if there's a tavern on the island. Whether there's a tavern or not, there must be fresh ingredients. Sanji tucked the spatula into his apron pocket, took the cigarette from his mouth, and flicked the ash. The soil here is formed from volcanic ash. The wild greens and fruits taste 10 times better than those in the East Blue. I hope there's wild spices on the island. Zoro draped the towel over his shoulder. If there are beasts on the island, it'll be a good chance to test my sword. Luo rose from his deck chair, walked to the railing, and gazed at the Emerald Island, drawing closer. White smoke billowed from the island's volcanoes. Dense primeval forests covered most of the land, and a broad river wound down from the valley at the island's heart, forming a flat alluvial plain at the estuary. Even from this distance, low, deep roars could be heard from the island, the bellowing of some massive creature deep within the jungle. Little Garden, Luo said. Nami looked up at him. You know this island. I've heard of it from Kuluokasi. Luo calmly attributed the source of information to the old man at Twin Capes. He said there's an island in the first half of the Grand Line full of primeval jungle and dinosaurs. He said don't get trampled. Dinosaurs? Buggy's smile froze on his face. Dinosaurs, Luo nodded. Alive. Alive. Buggy looked at the giant trees blotting out the sky, then down at the sturdy ship under his feet, which seemed far from adequate against dinosaurs, and his tone shifted from excitement to deep regret. I suddenly think the sea is fine. We don't really need to land. Cook, didn't you say there's still enough food? How about we sail around it? Dinosaurs don't taste good anyway. Nobody eats dinosaurs, Sanji said, cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes complex as he stared at the island ahead. The point isn't whether they taste good. The point is they're alive. Man-eating dinosaurs. Buggy grabbed the railing, turned to Luo and spoke with a trembling voice. Captain, say something. We're not really going up there, are we? Luo patted his shoulder. Didn't you say you were almost growing mold after 3 days at sea? Now I think mold is fine. Mold is a sign of maturity. Mold represents stability. I choose stability. The sails swelled with the sea breeze, the bow cutting through the azure waters, steadily heading toward the Emerald Island, where roars echoed one after another. The ship slowly docked. The beach of Little Garden was surrounded by dense tropical plants with giant ferns sprouting from the sand, their leaves large enough to be used as umbrellas. The air was humid and hot, mingling the scents of rotting leaves, flowers, and the excrement of large animals, making one's nose itch. From the distant jungle came heavy footsteps, each one shaking the small pebbles on the beach. Nami stepped onto the sand, holding the log pose, and stared at the dial for a long time. The needle pointed steadily in one direction, motionless. She tried turning it several times, but the needle stubbornly snapped back, without even a hint of deviation. She held the pose up to the sunlight to confirm, the reading, her frown deepening. Captain, this island's magnetic field is abnormal. The log pose will need a full year to store enough magnetism to point to the next island. A year? Buggy jumped off the gangplank, nearly tripping over the hem of his captain's coat. Live in this primitive jungle full of dinosaurs for a year. My skin will get rough. My nails will grow long. My braids will come undone. No way. Absolutely not. He turned to Luo, hands clasped above his head. Oh, wise captain, let's change course immediately. This is the first time I willingly admit I'm afraid of a place. No need to change course. Luo stamped his foot on the sand, his tone relaxed, his gaze sweeping over 2 massive, indistinct shapes in the jungle. There's more than one log pose on this island. With luck we can gather enough spare poses today. As he spoke, a dull thunderclap exploded from the depths of the jungle, the violent collision of metal against metal shaking the entire beach. Then came a second sound louder than the first, mixed with the tearing of uprooted trees and the clatter of shattered rocks. What's that sound? Zoro's hand had already rested on the hilt of his sword, a flicker of vigilance and battle intent in his eyes. It sounds like 2 massive things are fighting. Sanji used cigarette ash to draw a circle on the sand, then crouched staring at the dust columns rising from the depths of the jungle. The circle was soon blurred by the tremors. 2 giants are fighting, Ron said. A thunderous boom echoed. A massive shadow shot out from the depths of the jungle, tracing a high arc across the sky, before crashing heavily onto the beach, less than 5 meters from Nami. Nami let out a shriek and leaped backward, instinctively shielding Kaya behind her. They both stared. What had landed was a pile of crushed wooden frames with several glowing glass spheres embedded in the debris. Log poses. A whole heap of log poses mixed like trash among splintered wood, their needles still faintly glowing. Clearly the remnants of the island's previous visitors. These are all log poses. Nami's eyes lit up the moment she recognized the pile. Without bothering to brush the sand off her skirt, she threw herself onto the heap of debris, her hands swiftly pushing aside the splinters, grabbing 4 or 5 log poses at once. Every pose's magnetic reading was fully stored, their dials pointing in different directions, each marking a route beyond Little Garden. Kaya crouched down to help gather them, and together they sorted through the pile, growing as excited as if they had discovered buried treasure. Another thud louder than before, dong. The two giants had already reached a clearing less than half a kilometer from the beach. They had been smashing their way through the primeval jungle, trampling half the tropical undergrowth, and snapping dozens of ancient trees in their path. The blue Oni Dori swung a massive stone axe, each impact leaving a deep crater in the sand. The red Oni Bragi brandished a colossal sword thicker than a mast, with half a broken tree still hanging from his other shoulder. Both giants' bodies resembled weathered hills, their beards and hair tangled with vines and twigs, their leather armor polished by time, their faces smeared with mud and crushed leaves just hurled by the other. As they fought, they edged toward the beach, grabbing anything within reach to throw. Tree trunks, rocks, half a stegosaurus tailbone. The pile of log poses had clearly been scooped up by someone, hurled together with ship debris and scattered across the shore. Buggy watched the two giants flinging mud and bark at each other's faces, laughing so hard he doubled over. How childish. I thought giant fights were some earth-shattering spectacle, but it's just two old brats flinging mud at each other. Like a cat fight. You throw a rock, he throws mud back, and then you both curse each other out. Cat fight. Zoro's lips twitched. Am I wrong? Buggy pointed triumphantly at the two massive figures hurling tree trunks on the beach. Look for yourself. That beard is caked with mud, their mouths are filthy. What's the difference from when I saw two vegetable vendors throwing rotten tomatoes at each other in Orange Town? No sooner had he spoken than a half-man-sized rock kicked by a giant flew past his scalp, smashing a coconut tree behind him in two. Buggy's smile vanished instantly, his twin tails drooping as he muttered, I'll stand farther away. Zoro ignored Buggy's chatter. Gazing at the giant axe and sword in the giant's hands, a long-suppressed battle lust gradually surfaced in his eyes. A decent sparring partner. This is more interesting than fighting warships. He flexed his wrist, knuckles cracking sharply, his thumb already pushing up the tsuba of Wado Ikemanji. Sanji, on the other hand, had little interest in fighting. With a chef's eye, he scanned the surrounding jungle, pausing at one direction, then stubbed out his cigarette on the sand and nodded seriously. There's definitely wild spices on this island. I can already smell basil. The crushed bush over there, definitely wild basil. Maybe even thyme. You guys fight all you want, but don't trample the area where I'm gathering spices. Miss Kaya, this beach faces the sun. There should be plenty of wild fruit nearby. Let's see if we can find something for dessert. Zoro shot Sanji a glance. Are you here to cook, or to fight pirates? I'm here to cook for the ladies, Sanji retorted without hesitation. Fighting is a side job, cooking is my main profession. If you want to test your blade, go ahead yourself. Don't expect me to help unless they dare touch the kitchen. Nami and Kaya had already finished organizing the pile of log poses. Nami carefully wrapped the poses in her headscarf, tied it at her waist, patted off the dust, and finally let out a sigh of relief. All secured. These will last us several routes. Kaya stood up and brushed the sand off her hands, while a fine sheen of sweat had already formed on her fair forehead. The temperature on this island was at least 10 degrees higher than at sea, the air humid and stifling. After just a short while, the back of her clothes was soaked. She raised her hand to wipe her face with a handkerchief, but the corner of her eye caught something crawling slowly on her arm. A mosquito larger than a bee, with black and white stripes and a proboscis as long as a sewing needle. Oh! Kaya was so startled, she dropped her handkerchief. Ron's voice came from beside her, lower than usual. You two be careful. He looked at Nami and Kaya with rare seriousness. The insects on this island are also primitive species. A normal mosquito bite might just itch for a few days, but if one of these things bites you, the wound will swell to the size of a fist, and you might even get a fever. He pulled a small cloth pouch from his pocket and handed it to Nami. This is insect repellent powder, Sanji, made from kitchen herbs. Split it between you two, sprinkle it on your clothes and exposed skin. Nami took the pouch, exchanged a glance with Kaya, then both looked at the giant mosquito, casually flying away from the beach, and shivered in unison. Nami immediately opened the pouch, poured a small handful of powder into her palm, and carefully patted it onto her neck and wrists. Kaya took the pouch and followed suit, whispering, How many bugs are there on this island? More than the rain in the Grand Line, Ron said. Both women doubled their speed of applying the powder. The fallen leaves of the jungle squelched underfoot, like fermented dough, each step sinking to the ankle. Giant ferns blotted out the sky, and patches of light, filtering through the gaps in the canopy, swayed on the damp moss. The roars of giants and the clashing of metal grew closer from afar. Beiji walked at the front, slashing through obstructing vines with his dagger while chattering, Captain, do you think those two giants, the blue Oni and the red Oni, We're really captains of a pirate crew before. Our giants all so stubborn. They've been fighting for 100 years over who caught a bigger fish. When I was on Roger's ship fighting with Shanks over meat, we'd stop as soon as Carp's warship caught up. 100 years is just too much. 100 years may be long for us, but for giants it might be just a warm-up. Luo pushed aside a hanging aerial root, and the view suddenly opened up. In the center of a trampled clearing, 2 giants sat on the ground panting heavily. From the ship they had seemed enormous, but standing before them now, they truly felt the weight of oppression. Dory, even seated, was taller than 2 stories. His stone axe, thrust into the earth, had a blade wider than the ship's dining table. Broggy leaned against a smashed boulder opposite his great sword resting across his knees. Both were covered in mud and shredded leaves like 2 old children who had just finished rolling in a mud pit. Are you the red-nosed brat who said we were fighting like a couple of fishwives? Dory's deep voice came from above, blocking half the sunlight. Beiji froze, then forced a dry laugh as he stepped back 2 paces, pointing his dagger at Sualong beside him. I was making an objective assessment, and besides, it wasn't me who said it. It was him. That green-haired guy. Sualong didn't even lift his eyelids. He pressed his thumb against the tsuba of Wado Ikamanji, and then gently released it, producing the faintest scrape of metal. His gaze swept back and forth between the 2 giants, and a hint of barely suppressed eagerness curled at the corner of his mouth. Have you rested enough? If you have, I'd like to cross swords with you. Luo did not join in this impending sparring match. His eyes fell upon a large tree at the edge of the clearing covered in vines. Its canopy was dense, and the vines hung down like a green curtain. When the wind blew, the vines swayed, revealing a gleaming spot behind the curtain. Not dew, but a forehead slick with hair gel. You behind the tree, you can come out now. The vines trembled. There was a full 10 seconds of silence, then a slender, withered hand reached through the gap in the vines and parted them. A man stepped out from behind the tree wearing sunglasses, his hair combed into an exaggerated 3 shape, held perfectly in place by hair gel, even in the humid jungle air. Baroque Works Senior Agent Mr. 3 Galdino. He walked out, wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, muttering, "This primeval jungle is hot and humid. I'm already annoyed enough, and now I have to run into you people." Luo watched him emerge from behind the tree, a faint, elusive smile on his face. Were those 100+ bounty hunters on Whiskey Peak you're doing? They were wiped out completely, so you, their superior, came to Little Garden to lie in wait. It seems you know quite a bit. Galdino folded his handkerchief neatly and put it back in his pocket, dropping all pretense. His tone shifted from complaint to icy coldness. You guessed right. You destroyed Whiskey Peak too thoroughly. The boss is very displeased and has personally issued Baroque Works' highest wanted list. Your heads are now worth more than all the small-time pirates in the East Blue combined. Want to buy you? Luo exchanged a glance with Beiji, then turned back, his tone as flat as if discussing tonight's dinner. Your boss Crocodile is himself a wanted Shichibukai. On what authority does he put a bounty on me? Baroque Works' internal corporate disciplinary code. Beiji chimed in smoothly, twirling his dagger lazily between his fingers. The captain's right. In our line of work, who doesn't have a few wanted posters? My bounty in the East Blue was legendary, though after entering the Grand Line you schemers temporarily outshine me a bit, but I still have my reputation. What's your little internal blacklist compared to that? Issuing a wanted poster to a wanted criminal. Your boss is truly a genius. Sualong added with his eyes closed. Galdino's sunglasses reflected Luo's calm smile, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the handkerchief. He had thought that flashing Baroque Works name would at least make these people nervous, but they hadn't even blinked. Just as he was about to say something else, Luo turned to the 2 giants beside him. Dory Broggy. Luo tilted his chin toward the giants, his tone flat. The fair duel you thought you were having. The entire thing was a trap set by Baroque Works. He then laid out everything Galdino was about to do, intending to use others to kill. Impossible. The air in the clearing seemed to freeze. Dory slowly rose from the ground, and the stone axe let out a dull rumble as it was pulled from the mud. Broggy also pushed himself up with his great sword. The carefree, playful air of the 2 giants from moments ago vanished completely. Dory looked down at Galdino, his aged, deep voice rumbling in his chest for a long time before bursting out. 100 years. I thought I was dueling a worthy opponent. Instead, it's bugs like you. You people are truly despicable. Broggy tightened his grip on the great sword, his knuckles cracking like rocks grinding, to dare scheme against a warrior's duel. Galdino's sunglasses slid halfway down his nose. As he stepped back, his hands whipped out wax at lightning speed. Are you kidding me? You monsters with bounties over 100 million. White wax solidified in midair into several thick chains wrapping around Dory's and Broggy's legs. Before the giants could take a step, their legs were locked in place. The wax rapidly spread upward from knees to thighs, then from calves to ankles, forming a thick shell in the humid air. Dory roared and strained his muscles to break free, but only a few cracks appeared in the wax shell, quickly sealed by fresh wax. Broggy hacked at the wax on his legs with his greatsword, but each chunk he cut away was immediately replaced by new wax. Sualong stepped out from behind Luo slowly drawing Wado Ikamanji from his left hip. The blade gleamed cold silver in the dappled light. He fixed his eyes on Galdino, his pace unhurried. Leave this one to me. The awe from witnessing Ron's sword strike at the sea restaurant still lingered in the aftermath of the blade's edge. Countless hours of sword practice aboard the ship over the past few days now converged into the grip of his hilt. Galdino sneered as he flung his arms wide. Wax is the fastest material to shape. No matter how swift your blade, it cannot cut through my wax wall. Zoro sliced down with a single stroke. Crack. The wax shell encasing Dory's leg shattered with a sound, the cross-section as smooth as a mirror. The wax layer that even a giant's brute strength could not break peeled away like fragile crust under his sword. This strike had crossed the boundary of the realm of cutting iron, where the blade fell intent preceded its severing even the tension of the wax itself. He strode over the shattered wax toward Galdino, the tip of his sword dragging a thin line in the sand. Galdino collapsed to the ground, his sunglasses askew on his lips, frantically flinging wax in a desperate counterattack while shrieking, "Candle Champion Cup." But every glob of wax failed to match Zoro's blade speed. One stroke broke the wax, a second cut the lock, and a third halted less than an inch above Galdino's head. The white-haired swordsman looked down at the agent slumped in the heap of wax debris, his tone flat. "Your wax isn't as hard as dinosaur bones." Galdino lay sprawled in the broken wax, his sunglasses dangling at the corner of his mouth, the hair styled in a three shape, finally collapsing on one side, drooping limply over his ear like rain-soaked cardboard. He muttered under his breath, "The boss won't let you get away with this. A senior agent of Baroque works can't be defeated so easily." But no one paid him any heed. Zoro sheathed his sword and turned back to the center of the clearing. The wax shells on Dory and Bragi's legs had completely shattered. The two giants flexed their ankles, which had been bound for half a day, producing a series of cracking joints. Dory looked down at the pile of wax, and the slumped Galdino, a complex expression of both fury and relief surfacing on his weathered-aged face. 100 years. His voice was low and slow like thunder rolling from beneath the earth. Bragi and I have been fighting on this island for 100 years. From black hair to white, from smooth skin to wrinkled faces. And all of it was orchestrated by someone. He bent down, picked up a stone still encased in wax, and crushed it to dust. Giants live 3 times as long as humans, but 100 years is no small matter to me either. I should have been drinking and feasting in Elbaf, but instead I spent a century hacking away at my old friend on this island. That debt is yours. Bragi thrust his giant sword into the sheath on his back, strode over beside Dory, and clapped his old friend on the shoulder. His voice was even louder than Dory's, making the leaves around them tremble. "Enough, Dory, don't look so sour, like you owe someone a favor. I think today is a good day. After a whole century of fighting without a clear winner, we finally have a satisfying conclusion. Tonight we drink until we drop." "Who said we settled the score?" Dory gave him a sidelong glance. "Of course I won. You fell twice more than I did today. That was because of the wax. It doesn't count." As night fell, a massive bonfire blazed to life in the clearing. The flames leaped higher than the ship's mast, sparks flying toward the starry sky, like fireflies merging into the low-hanging galaxy of the Grand Line. Over the bonfire, a whole dinosaur was roasting, its skin golden and dripping with fat. The creature was larger than Buggy himself, with grease sizzling on the flames and the aroma of meat pervading the entire jungle. Sanji stood by the fire, his apron glowing red in the light, a brush in his hand, spreading a special spice blend over the dinosaur meat. Wild basil and thyme from Little Garden crushed and mixed with olive oil. With each layer he sprinkled coarse sea salt. "Flip it," Sanji called out to Buggy. Buggy gripped the other end of the iron fork, trembling under the weight of the dinosaur. "I came here to eat meat. Not to be a rotisserie spit. This dinosaur weighs more than 3 of me stacked together. Cook, can't you cut it into smaller pieces before roasting?" Roasting whole locks in the juices. Cutting it into pieces wouldn't be a whole roast dragon. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, applied the brush with a steady hand. "It's a chef's principle. Why does your principle have to be built on the first mate's suffering?" Buggy howled as he gritted his teeth and turned the dinosaur over, nearly toppling into the fire along with the fork. Nami and Kaya sat on the other side of the bonfire, each holding a large piece of roast dinosaur wrapped in banana leaves, their mouths glistening with grease. Kaya tore off a small strip of meat, elegantly blew on it to cool it, then brought it to her lips. Her eyes narrowed in contentment as she wiggled her toes. Nami, more boisterous, took a huge bite and mumbled to Sanji, "This spice is 10 times better than the ones in the East Blue. Can you use it every meal from now on?" "That depends on whether we can find the same spices on the next island." Sanji placed the brush into the seasoning bowl, a restrained smile curving at the corner of his mouth as he watched Nami's satisfied expression. The two giants each occupied a large area on the opposite side of the bonfire. Dory had a dozen dinosaur ribs stripped clean before him and was already breaking apart a new one. Not to be outdone, Bragi had already devoured an entire dinosaur hind leg and was now attacking a second. They chatted with Ron as they ate, passing wine bowls back and forth over the flames. Dory, in high spirits, handed a bowl directly to Ron. The bowl, tiny in their hands, resembled a miniature bathtub when placed in Ron's. Ron caught the bowl with both hands, tilted his head back for 2 big gulps, wiped his mouth, and handed it back. The feast continued until the bonfire gradually dwindled. The next morning when a hungover buggy was dragged by Sanji from the ashes of the bonfire, Dory and Broggy were already standing by the beach. The two giants had eaten until the early hours, then continued feasting on cold meat, while still hungover, yet they were now as energetic as ever. Dory placed a log pose into Ron's palm. It looked like a sesame seed in his hand, but in Ron's it required both hands to hold steady. Take this. The magnetic field of Elbaf is fully stored. You can head to the giant kingdom anytime. This debt of gratitude is hard to repay, so keep this as a token. Broggy also handed over his own log pose, shouting across the distance to Zoro on the ship, "Swordsman boy, next time you come to the giant kingdom, have a proper fight with me. Don't let those wax bugs get in the way." Zoro, leaning against the mast, slammed his right fist into his left palm, a bold grin spreading across his face. Just what I wanted. Without saying many words of farewell, the giants turned and strode into the jungle, their heavy footfalls causing half the island to tremble gently. Ron's large ship slowly sailed away from Little Garden, carrying with it the log pose, over a dozen spare needles, 2 massive bags of wild spices, and the favor owed by the giants, continuing straight toward Alabasta. Less than an hour after leaving Little Garden, the waves on the sea surface suddenly grew restless. It was not a harbinger of a storm. Barometric pressure remained normal, wind direction unchanged, but the ship began to rock violently, as something massive lurked beneath the waves, closing in rapidly. Nami gripped the wheel, without hesitation, Zoro's hand already resting on his sword hilt, Sanji poking his head out from the galley doorway. Buggy leaned over the railing to look down, his face draining to a pallor that made his clown makeup seem pale in comparison. "Sea King. A Sea King bigger than our ship. Right below us. It's charging up." His words were still hanging in the air when the sea surface exploded. A gargantuan maw capable of swallowing the entire vessel broke through the water, sending a towering wall of spray dozens of meters skyward, while cascading waves crashed down from both sides of the hull. The fish's head alone, jutting from the water, exceeded the length of the entire ship. Its scales gleamed with a dull iron-gray luster, while rows upon rows of backward-curving barbed fangs lined its cavernous mouth, descending into a throat so dark it seemed bottomless. Strength that rises with the challenge. Power. Target detected: giant island-eating fish. Power level grade A. Enhancement activated. Host's power level elevated to grade S. The familiar surge of strength erupted from his heart, flowing like molten lava through every vein and muscle. Beneath his bronze skin, his muscles did not bulge, but the wood grain of the deck split silently into hairline cracks beneath his feet. Ron bent his knees and launched himself skyward like a cannonball, the crack of his knuckles as he clenched his right fist, even drowning out the roar of the waves. One punch smashing squarely into the center of the giant fish's jaw. Boom! A visible ring of white energy exploded from the impact point. The shockwave swept outward from the center, pressing a 10-meter deep depression into the sea surface, and the recoil thrust the ship backward dozens of meters. The colossal fish was yanked entirely from the sea by that single blow, spinning 3 full rotations in midair before its eyes went white, and several rows of its barbed teeth were shattered loose, ultimately crashing back down onto the distant ocean. The impact of its splashback sent a towering wave surging, lifting the ship to the crest before setting it gently back onto the water. Buggy slid down the mast, drenched to the bone. "I told you this crew was full of freaks." Sanji retracted his right leg, which he had used to brace against the hull, adjusted his tie, and spoke in an unusually measured tone. "Grade S power versus a grade A Sea King. 1 punch is all it takes." Zoro said nothing, merely unclenching his hand from his sword hilt. He calculated how many strikes it would have taken him to sever that fish, and fell silent. Nami drew a deep breath at the wheel and realigned their course. Her navigator's instincts told her she needed to pull the ship back on course as quickly as possible from such violent rolling, yet the faint smile she could not suppress betrayed her. S-grade captain, a swordsman who could cleave warships in one stroke, a cook whose kick could shatter steel deck plating, and an indestructible man who could not be cut no matter how many times he was struck. Every soul aboard this ship was a monster. But who were these monsters sailing for? Herself. She gently patted the wheel and set the bow once more toward Alabasta. Meanwhile, on the beach of Little Garden, the two giants had not yet gone far. Standing at the edge of the jungle, they had witnessed the black-haired captain punching that Sea King into the distance with a single blow. Broggy nearly dropped his greatsword. Can humans truly wield that kind of strength? Not human. Dokugoro's gaze followed the receding ship, his fingers tracing the handle of his stone axe as he spoke with the gravity of someone assessing something crucial. That kid never revealed his full strength from the start. We need to return to Elbaf. There are matters we should inform the elders about beforehand. The two giants turned and disappeared into the jungle, their steps heavier and faster than when they had arrived. Snow fell at sea all night long. True fine snow, thick and relentless, drifting down like flowers sifted from the heavens above. A thick blanket of snow covered the deck, crunching underfoot, while icicles formed along the railings, glinting sharply in the morning light. The sea wind was not fierce, but it cut through with biting cold, seeping past the cuffs and chilling the back of the neck. Ron pushed open the hatch and stepped out, his breath crystallizing into a cloud of white vapor before him. His Lunarian physiology granted him far greater resistance to the cold than ordinary humans. Though the flames on his back were suppressed, the divine heat coursing through his veins kept him warm enough to wear nothing but a single layer of clothing without shivering. He stomped his boots to clear the snow from the deck, then looked up at the sky gray-white. Clouds hung low but had thinned somewhat since yesterday, and the sun's position was faintly discernible, meaning at least there was no danger of a blizzard. Morning. Zoro had already completed his first round of practice swings beneath the mast. Bare-chested steam rose from his shoulders where sweat condensed, creating an eerie contrast against the falling snow. Beside him on the deck lay an unworn thick coat likely thrust upon him by Nami that morning as she passed by. "Aren't you cold?" Ron asked. "Cold." Zoro swung his sword again. "Then why aren't you wearing a coat?" "It interferes with my sword work." A thin film of congealed grease had formed on Sanji's apron. He kept the kitchen door tightly shut, all four burners blazing beneath pots of ginger soup, steaming buns, and bacon-wrapped rolls baking in the oven. The galley was the warmest space aboard, its heat seeping through the cracks to melt a small circle of snow near the doorway. Cigarette dangling from his lips, he shouldered the door open and carried a freshly brewed pot of coffee, pouring a cup for Ron as he spotted him by the railing. "The snow hasn't stopped since last night. Miss Nami says based on the pressure changes, it's only going to get colder ahead." Ron took the cup and sipped, his eyes flicking toward the cabin. Kaya still hadn't come out. At this hour she would normally be strolling across the deck with a fruit platter. She was always among the first to rise, even earlier than Buggy or Zoro, and sometimes before Sanji, and would wait by the kitchen entrance to help wash and slice the fruit. But today the cabin door remained closed, and there was no sound coming from her quarters. Ron set down his cup and stepped inside the cabin. Kaya's room was the second door down, adorned with a handmade wreath she had stitched herself, crafted from dried rosemary and basil branches Sanji had preserved, carrying a faint herbal fragrance. Luoan knocked on the door, but no one answered. He waited 5 seconds, knocked again, then pushed the door open a crack. Kuya lay on the bed wrapped tightly in the blanket with only half her face visible. Her complexion was wrong, an unnatural flush spreading from her cheekbones to her forehead, as if a fire was burning beneath her skin. Yet her lips were chapped and pale, and a few strands of light golden hair were plastered to her forehead with sweat. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, each exhale accompanied by a faint whimper squeezed from the depths of her throat. Luoan strode to the bedside in 2 steps, knelt on one knee, and reached out to feel her forehead. The temperature against his palm made his brow furrow sharply. It was frighteningly hot, a fever far beyond the level of a common cold. "Kuya," he called softly. Kuya's eyelids twitched, her lashes fluttered a few times before she managed to open a slit. Her eyes were misty, pupils slightly dilated. After recognizing him, her lips moved for a long time before forcing out a few words. "Captain, I can't seem to get up." Her voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping across wood. Luoan tucked the blanket tighter around her, then turned and shouted toward the door, "Shanji, bring the ginger soup in. Tell Name to bring the first aid kit." Shanji burst into the room in almost 3 seconds, the rim of the ginger soup bowl in his hand still steaming. He knelt by Kuya's bed, took one look at her face, and his brows immediately knitted together. Shanji had known Kuya's constitution since the village of Shilubu. She had been poisoned by Koluo for 3 years. Although she had recovered considerably after Luo and saved her, her immune system remained more fragile than an ordinary person's. On this ship, others might just sneeze a few times after a night in the cold, but she could spike a fever of 40 degrees. "Miss Kuya, open your mouth, drink slowly." Shanji supported the back of her head and brought the ginger soup bowl to her lips, his tone gentler than usual by several degrees. Kuya took 2 sips, choked, then took 2 more, and shook her head slightly to indicate she couldn't drink anymore. Shanji placed the bowl on the bedside table, turned around, and hurried back to the kitchen to get a freshly brewed herbal soup. Name came running in with the first aid kit, followed by Wei Wei and Baji. As soon as Name saw Kuya's complexion, her expression tightened instantly. She swiftly opened the medical kit and fished out fever-reducing medicine and a thermometer. Wei Wei followed behind with a basin of hot water and a towel. Her water-blue eyes were full of concern, but she didn't ask any questions as she simply soaked the towel, wrung it out, and gently placed it on Kuya's forehead. Baji stood at the door for a long time, wanting to squeeze in, but afraid of getting in the way. In the end, he just knocked twice on the doorframe, his voice unusually low. "A rare occurrence. When I was roaming the East Blue, I knew a fever-reducing herb. But this weather. Don't make noise." Sualong's voice came from behind Baji. He had also come leaning against the corridor wall, still holding the He Dao Iwenzi. His expression didn't change much, but when his gaze fell on Kuya's face, the muscles around his brows twitched slightly. Wei Wei replaced the towel on Kuya's forehead, which had been warmed by her body heat, and soaked a new one to apply. She looked up at Luo and pressed her lips together before speaking, her voice trying to stay steady. "Her temperature is too high. Fever reducers and towels can only suppress it temporarily. She needs a doctor." Luoan had been standing by Kuya's bed for a full 5 minutes without saying a word. When the crew argued over which method would lower the temperature faster, he didn't speak. When Shanji brought the second bowl of herbal soup, he also didn't speak. But everyone could feel that something he usually kept hidden behind his idle smile was gradually emerging. The tension in his shoulders, the angle of his clenched jaw, the fleeting cold glint deep in his eyes, as he looked at the sweat-soaked towel on Kuya's forehead. "Where's the nearest island?" he asked, Name, his tone flat, but everyone on the ship knew that tone. The last time at Whiskey Peak he had used that tone to say, "Pull over," and then over 100 bounty hunters lay sprawled on the ground. Name had already spread out the sea chart and log pose on the corridor floor. Her fingers moved rapidly along the navigation route, stopping near a marking. She silently read the small text on it, then looked up, her voice dry. "There's a winter island. Based on the deviation of the log pose, it's within half a day's sailing." "But no buts," Luo interrupted her. He bent down and pressed his palm against Kuya's cheek. The heat through her scorching skin made the muscles at the corner of his eye twitch almost imperceptibly. "Pull the ship over. There's a doctor there. I didn't expect her to get sick, but it's just as well. The ship could use a doctor." Name swallowed the rest of her words. "All right." She recalibrated the log pose, stood up, and walked toward the helm. Wei Wei had already wrung out nearly 20 towels by the basin. Each time she changed the towel, she carefully observed Kuya's complexion. Back when she had been deceived by Koluo Kuda Air, she had seen many sick and dehydrated people, their symptoms identical to Kuya's now persistent high fever, chapped lips, clouded consciousness. But this wasn't the kind of heat illness caused by drought and dehydration in a Labasi tan. She gently removed the towel from Kuya's forehead, pressed the back of her hand against it, and found that Kuya's skin was burning hot, her breath scorching, but her hands and feet were ice cold. Symptoms she had seen when caring for sick companions as a child. This is the body desperately fighting with fever after being frozen. She folded the towel and placed it on Kuya's forehead, looking up at Luo with worry. But the fever itself also harms the body. She's convulsing from the high fever. Sualong walked into the cabin from beside the mast, picked up the several swords leaning against the door of Kuya's room, which had just been wrapped in waterproof oilcloth, and knelt on one knee to unwrap the oilcloth layer by layer. When the 3 blades were simultaneously revealed in the light, he stared at the blade patterns in silence for a moment. If only there was a clinic run by a swordsman on the island. At least he could help with some acupuncture. He wasn't speaking to anyone, it was more like a mutter to himself. Shanji stopped pacing around the stove. He carefully poured the 3rd bowl of herbal soup into a thermos and said to Luo in a softened voice, "I'll go down and see if I can brew something else. If the herbs are insufficient, if we can find winter ginger or wild angelica on the island, the fever-reducing effect will be at least 30% stronger than the current recipe." Baji took off his suit jacket, tightened his boot laces, and straightened up. "Hey, wait for me. Are you going to charge ahead again?" He stretched out his arm to block the cabin door, his clown-painted face unusually devoid of a grin. "Captain, you're always like this. You fought Kuliku, you even fought that monster Hawkeye. Am I the first mate on this ship, or a mascot?" A gust of sea wind carried a flurry of snow through the hatch, causing his blue-purple twin tails to flutter horizontally. His eyes were a bit red, half from the cold and half from anxiety. "Kaya's fever is her business, your duty is the captain's responsibility. I understand that in my heart. But if you treat me, the vice-captain, as nothing more than a cheerleader, always making me shout from the sidelines during fights, where will I put my old face? All along you've been the one to intervene. When we recruit, you handle enemies, and you deal with sea kings. My vital organs are nearly rusting from idleness." He pointed at his chest with terrifying sincerity. "This time please don't push me away, okay? After all, I was a crew member of the Pirate King. If I can't even handle a trouble on one island, I might as well become a clown when we enter the new world." Everyone on the ship knew Buggy's nature. Cowardly and self-preserving loudmouth, but timid, hiding first before charging against strong foes with bragging and getting slapped in the face as his daily routine. But this time he didn't hide. He even volunteered to fight without knowing what awaited him on the island. Sanji was stunned for half a second, the unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Zoro paused mid-motion of sheathing his sword, and even Nami, who was holding the log pose to adjust the course, froze her fingers. "All right." Ron patted him on the shoulder. "But don't die." Buggy pulled out his dagger and twirled it in his palm. The pose was indeed cool, but on the second spin the blade nearly sliced into the gap of his thumb. "Die? I'm the Barabara man. If I die at this point, that would be too disgraceful for the Roger Pirates." He tucked the dagger back into his waist, strode into the wind and snow with large steps, his twin tails held high in the curtain of snow like 2 fluttering banners. After the ship sailed through the gray winter sea for nearly 4 hours, a massive silhouette emerged before the snow curtain. A mountain of pure white, like a colossal iceberg torn from the North Pole and cast into the Grand Line. The island's peak rose to an absurd height, with the upper half completely hidden in the clouds, while the lower half was covered in a thick layer of snow that had frozen for countless years. Cliffs rose directly from the sea, with countless frozen waterfalls hanging on the rock faces and icicles dangling from the cliff tops, like the fangs of a giant beast. Near the island, the sea surface showed a clear temperature boundary, with dark blue and gray-white waters churning fine ice chips at the junction. "So this is Tsigu Island." Buggy stood at the bow, wrapped in the thick jacket Sanji had just issued, his twin tails frozen into 2 stiff popsicles. He had intended to strike a majestic pose, but a gust of crosswind blew his hairstyle into two crooked little brooms. Sigu Kingdom. Nami corrected him, her face pale from the cold, but her fingers remained steady on the map. A winter island in the Grand Line, once a medical kingdom, abundant in medicinal herbs with the number of doctors ranking first in the first half of the Grand Line. Folklore says no disease is incurable on this island, but because of the king's tyranny few ships have come seeking treatment in recent years. A medical kingdom. Does that mean there are doctors on the island? Probably. Even if there's no formal clinic, the island's residents should have someone knowledgeable in medicine. As long as there's a doctor. Buggy leaned over the gunwale, staring intently at the island. Snowflakes plastered his face, he wiped them off, and kept staring. I don't believe it. A place this cold must have medicine for fever. Plants that survive in such a frozen state must have stronger effects than those in the tropics, right, Cook? Sanji ignored him. Sanji was crouched by the gunwale, his gaze sweeping over the shallow waters near the shore and the few clumps of gray-green plants growing stubbornly between the rocks. His eyes paused on a few short shrubs, then he abruptly stood up. Is that dwarf angelica? This plant only grows in extreme cold, and its roots are highly effective for reducing fever. And over there, that patch of gray moss on the rock wall. Winter moss, a fine remedy for relieving heat and convulsions. His voice shifted from surprise to urgency as he strode to Ron. Captain, I have to go ashore on this island. Forget the doctors. Just the medicinal herbs I can gather here are enough to treat Miss Kai's illness. The ship docked at the only accessible river mouth shoal on Sigu Island. The gangplank lowered and hit the ice with a dull thud, sending ice chips flying. Sanji took the cigarette from his lips, extinguished it, and without a word grabbed 2 empty sacks from the kitchen and jumped off the ship. The snow came up to his calves. He took a few steps, suddenly stumbled, his soul hitting an icy rock buried under the snow, then steadied himself without looking back and continued striding toward the rock wall. Zoro followed with a single sword on his back. He glanced at Sanji's back, just once confirmed there were no large animal footprints nearby, then turned in another direction. The air in this frozen wasteland was too quiet, so quiet it felt as if something was breathing beneath the snow. His task was to guard the river mouth, ensuring that the ship and its crew wouldn't be ambushed from behind by something on this unfamiliar winter island. On the ice of the river mouth, only Sanji's deep footprints marked the path. Zoro scanned the terrain in a few glances, then directed his attention into the depths of the snow mist. Through the swirling snow, he could vaguely make out the outline of a cluster of buildings halfway up the mountain. Domed roofs, low eaves like a row of stone houses crouching in the wind and snow. The wind carried a faint scent of cooking smoke, indicating that people indeed lived on the island. Ron looked back at the ship as he stepped onto the gangplank. A warm yellow light shone through the window of Kaya's room. Nami and Vivi were taking turns caring for her, changing the towel on her forehead every half hour and administering fever-reducing medicine every hour as Sanji had instructed. He withdrew his gaze and called out behind him, "Let's go ashore." "I'm going." Buggy leaped off the gangplank, his feet slipping on the ice, nearly performing a perfect split, then quickly adjusted his posture, placing his hand on the dagger at his waist. The vice captain can't be absent at this critical moment. Ron and Buggy followed the path at the foot of the mountain toward the cluster of domed stone houses. The road was trampled by people, the snow packed hard with snow walls half a person's height on both sides. The air was cold enough to freeze snot. Buggy buried his red nose in his coat collar, leaving only his eyes exposed, muttering as he walked, "My twin tails are almost frozen into twin popsicles. This place is colder than the freezer on Roger's ship." After the path turned a corner, an animal suddenly burst out of the snow mist. A strange creature with a brown coat and a pair of small horns on its head. Its 4 hooves drummed frantically across the snowdrifts, spraying its own face with powder, eyes wide with terror, the kind of primal fear an animal feels when driven to desperation by a predator. Its left foreleg slipped on the ice, sending the whole body careening sideways across the snow in a series of rolls. It scrambled back up and bolted again, heading straight toward Ron and Buggy. Behind it, a pack of men in thick fur coats skidded into pursuit on sleds. The leader raised his hunting rifle, its barrel rimed with frost, finger already curled halfway around the trigger. "Don't run. That's my dinner." Buggy's dagger was already drawn. Enhanced by the chara fruit, his body could split into countless fragments, rendering gunfire utterly useless against him. The instant the rifle cracked, he cleaved his upper and lower halves apart. The bullet whistled through the gap and detonated against a snowbank behind him, puffing a cloud of white mist. He reassembled in one fluid motion, twirling the dagger between his fingers until it pointed at the lead hunter, then bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Stealing a civet cat's dinner. Have you no shame, you lot?" The brown-furred creature came to a halt behind Buggy, its 4 legs still trembling, but it didn't run again. It lifted its head and gazed at Buggy's back, its round, glossy eyes reflecting the silhouette of the red-nosed man with twin pigtails sprouting defiantly skyward. The hunters exchanged glances. The leader slung his rifle over his shoulder and wore an expression caught between amusement and frustration. "You outsiders. That's a reindeer, not a civet cat." "A reindeer?" "Yes, a blue-nosed reindeer. We only have one on this island. Treated like a freak since it was a calf. If it hadn't been so fast, someone would have stewed it long ago. Buggy turned and locked eyes with the reindeer. Blue Nose. A small reindeer with antlers just beginning to fork, its thick fur matted and caked with snow and dried mud. Its blue nose stood out sharply against the glare of the snow. Reindeer noses are usually black, so the blue hue was undeniably abnormal. But Buggy stared at that blue nose for a full 10 seconds before delivering the most absurd thing the reindeer had ever heard. What's wrong with a blue nose? This great captain's nose is red, and it's thriving in the Grand Line. A blue-nosed reindeer, huh? What's with the hiding? A nose color doesn't affect your fighting ability. The reindeer froze for a long moment, then fixed its gaze on Buggy's red nose. Its eyes suddenly brightened. At that moment, a muffled explosion rang out from the mountainside. Snow slid down the slope in a shimmering curtain as a plume of black smoke rose from beyond the dome-shaped stone houses. A second explosion followed, closer, louder, accompanied by the sharp crack of splintering timber and human screams. Tony Chopper. Ron was puzzled. Why was Chopper silent? Was it distrust? In an instant, Ron's gaze swept past the hunters and locked onto the source of the black smoke. He took off at a sprint toward it. Buggy, forgetting the reindeer entirely, gripped his dagger and raced after him. The hunters hesitated only a moment before wheeling their sleds and giving chase. The leader cursed through gritted teeth and loaded 2 red signal flares into his rifle. The central clearing of the dome-shaped stone village was in absolute chaos. Several roofs had been torn clean off, and splintered timber along with crushed furniture littered the ground. Several villagers in white lab coats were pinned to the snow by soldiers in thick leather armor, their physician gowns blending indistinguishably with the white drifts. At the center of the clearing stood a man whose grotesque bulk defied all normal proportions. He wore a fur coat far too oversized for his frame, his chin folded into cascading layers, his mouth gaping like a yawning hippo. From his throat extended a tongue that was currently rolling the roof of a house toward him like a burrito. The entire roof, with tiles, furniture, books, was swallowed whole, chewed not at all, and gone. The Gura Nomi user Wapple, the former king of Drum Kingdom. Cruel, greedy, and foolish, he had used his devil fruit power to swallow every doctor on the island. Using his ability, he could digest and reconstruct everything he consumed into new forms. The doctors had been mutated inside his stomach into grotesque, chimera-like creatures, their human shapes unrecognizable. Doctors. This kingdom doesn't need doctors. I am this nation's king. My word is law. You damned peasants dare to secretly hide in the mountains and prescribe medicine to patients. Who gave you the nerve? Hand over all the medicine, every last drop. I'm swallowing it all. Wapple laughed until his massive flab quivered. His subordinates hauled bottles of medicine and bundles of herbs out of a stone house, stacking them into a pile meant to be devoured. Ron arrived just in time to witness the scene. An old physician was dragged from a stone house by Wapple's men, his white coat smeared with mud and snow, one lens of his glasses shattered, blood streaming down his forehead. Let him go. Ron walked forward step by step across the snow. His voice was calm, yet several soldiers nearby turned their heads and instinctively stepped back. Because behind the dark-haired man a pair of black wings was unfurling slowly through the blizzard. Each wing exceeded 1.5 meters in length, and when fully spread they blotted out half the sky. At the same time, a crown of golden-orange flame erupted behind his head, shining like a sudden sun in the white storm. Tongues of fire licked the air, and snowflakes vaporized before they could touch the blaze. The Luna tribe. The divine race. Wapple's grin froze in place. His oozing, greasy face twitched several times. A flicker of unease darted through his small eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by something far more primal: greed. The Luna tribe. Ha ha ha. I never thought I'd see one alive. They say the divine race can survive in any extreme environment. If I devour you, won't I inherit the physique of a god? Subordinates, attack. Bring me that birdman. His men glanced at one another. None dared to charge first. Those burly men in fur hats and iron-tipped leather boots looked like rabbits cornered by a hunter before Ron. Ron advanced one step, and they retreated one step, their footprints fanning outward from his position in a chaotic semicircle across the snow. Buggy burst up from behind. In the instant before Ron raised his hand to strike, Buggy accelerated his body, splitting into over a dozen fragments that scattered and then reassembled before him. Upon landing, snow spray blasted across Wapple's squad commander's face. He threw his arms wide, blocking Ron behind him, and bellowed at a volume that echoed across the vast snowy expanse, shaking loose a cascade of snow from the nearby rooftop. Captain, stay right there. I told you I'm handling this. Leave it to this great captain. Luo slowly withdrew his right fist, which had been halfway clenched, then tightened, and released it, his knuckles cracking softly. Baji's back was facing him, his blue-violet twin tails fluttering in the wind, his shoulders shrinking slightly. Faced with Warpo's towering, bloated shadow, Baji couldn't help but shiver reflexively. But then he raised his dagger high and drew a circle in the air. Hey, that fatty. The one with a mouth big enough to swallow a house. Yes, you. The swallow man. Warpo's third chin quivered violently. He stopped devouring the roof, lowered his head to look at the red-nosed man standing before him, and a greedy slit formed on his lips. What did you call me? You call me in the most ridiculous ways and show no respect. Dare to call me fatty. Lord Warpo is a king of a nation. Save it. Did you ever pay your subjects a single cent when you were king? Yours truly is different. I am kind to the people, diligent in my work, and even in a fight I fight fair and square without scheming. That's the proper demeanor of a vice-captain, you understand. Pudgy kept calling himself, yours truly, without pause, and the villagers pressed into the snow around him widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the blue-nosed reindeer poked half its head out from behind the bushes, its large ears between its antlers perked up, deeply engrossed. Pudgy's speech was too fast, wrapped in an accent, and slightly cracked the snowy wind, blowing each word into fragments, but the momentum was such that no one dared to interrupt. Warpo's patience ran out first. He opened his mouth, activating his ability. The swallow fruit allowed his mouth to expand beyond human limits, the cracks splitting from the corners of his lips to his ears, and then to the back of his head, turning into a black hole large enough to swallow half a house. From the depths of his throat surged a foul sucking force. Fragments of wood, pieces of medicine bottles, snow, and torn cloth. All were swept up by the suction and flew into his mouth. Several soldiers nearby quickly scrambled away, afraid of being sucked in along with everything else. Pudgy did not dodge. Before the suction hit, he split himself into dozens of pieces. One piece for his head, one for each arm and leg, and 3 or 4 for his torso. Each floating in the air amid the blizzard and flying debris like small flags fluttering in the wind. His headpiece maintained a posture of laughing uproariously, the laughter rising and falling in the tug of the suction, sounding as if he were being tossed in a pan. Huh, is that all? The swallow fruit works well against others, but trying to suck me in, no way. Yours truly is least afraid of suction. Back when I was on Roger's ship, when Shanks flicked his boogers at me, I split to dodge them. A mere swallow fruit. Too low level. Warpo's forced arrogance finally cracked. When his mouth closed, his chin fat slapped him a crisp slap, and for the first time, he was so angry at a red nose that he forgot to swallow. He swung a bizarre weapon that combined an anvil and a cannon barrel with his other hand. A thing not forged, but synthesized by the swallow fruit, swallowing several weapons into his stomach and recombining them into a strange lump of iron. The muzzle still emitted a pungent sulfur smell as he raised it and fired a cannonball at Pudgy. Pudgy split again to dodge before the cannonball exploded. One piece of his body was sent flying by the shockwave and slammed into a tree, causing him to yelp in pain. But the next second he reassembled without even brushing off the snow and charged toward Warpo, still shouting, "Yours truly is not done talking yet. Do you think one shot can shut me up? Naive. Yours truly has been hit by more cannonballs than you've swallowed bread." Luoin gently pressed the Hadao Yuwenzi back into Zoro's sheath. Zoro had been about to draw his sword when he approached from the other side, but Luoin's gesture stopped him. The two stood at the edge of the snowfield watching Pudgy spar with Warpo along with the others. Zoro was silent for a moment, then said with a note of surprise, "He can actually do it. Stalling an opponent of this level for half a minute longer than I estimated." He was on Roger's ship. Luoin's expression was a subtle piece. The look of a captain seeing his vice-captain shine for the first time on the battlefield. He's habitually not confident in himself. The villagers around had gradually recovered from their initial terror. Several hunters raised their rifles to help, but Pudgy and Warpo were too close in their struggle amid the smoke of cannonballs and flying wood chips, making it impossible to see where to shoot. The lead hunter aimed for a long time, while getting a mouthful of snow, finally angrily thrusting his rifle into the ground. The blue-nosed reindeer fully emerged from behind the snowdrift, its round eyes fixed on the red-nosed man on the field. Pudgy, floating in the air, tripped over himself and almost fell into Warpo's mouth, but split in time to escape, floating in midair and angrily cursing himself. That didn't count, that was a mistake. No one noticed the reindeer's gaze, but its hooves dug deeper and deeper into the snow, firming up. Pudgy cannon. Pudgy used his split upper body as a cannonball, diving down with his dagger aimed at Warpo's eye socket. Warpo instinctively turned his head, and the dagger carved a bloody trench above his brow. The splattered blood fell on Pudgy's face, making his already clownish makeup even more gruesome. But Warpo's size advantage was too great. He backhanded Pudgy's lower body away, and his upper body was soon knocked over by the other anvil-modified arm. Pudgy split and reassembled in the air, and when he landed he stabbed his dagger into the ice to create a long skid mark before finally stopping. He stood up, leaning on his knees, his chest heaving. His coat had been burned off both sleeves by the cannon fire, half of his left twin tail was undone, and a cut on his face was bleeding. But he looked behind him. Luoin hadn't stepped forward and Zoro hadn't drawn his sword. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, grinned at Warpo, his voice as rough as a blunt saw cutting iron. "Is that all you've got? You need to fight harder." Every word he spat out white mist, his fingers gripping the dagger, trembling, but he steadied the blade. Warpo finally went mad. He couldn't understand why a red nose could hold out against him for so long. He opened his mouth in fury, his tongue rolling over the remains of a stone house, his aura like a blizzard reversing, ready to swallow Pudgy and the entire square behind him. Zoro's voice rang out calmly from behind Pudgy. "Enough. He has already made everyone see that your combat strength is far beyond what you usually claim. These placid, unremarkable remarks falling upon Baji's ears weary and wounded instead made his nose sting. He slackened his dagger's tip as if drained, then was gently pushed aside by a steady hand. Free sword style. As Sualong clamped the third sword between his teeth, the surrounding wind seemed to vanish. Snowflakes hung in defiance of reason, and the cold gleam on the blade was sharper and more piercing than all the glaciers on Sigu Island combined. His 3 blades swung out simultaneously. No hesitation, no probing, no superfluous build-up. 3 sword auras merged into one in the air, and a fierce white light sliced straight through the dense curtain of goosefeather snow. While Airbo's mouth was still open, the stone house rolled on his tongue, still lodged in his throat, as that slash pierced through his abdomen. 3 sword style black rope, great dragon twister. A huge wound burst open across Wa Airbo's entire abdomen. The debris of the stone house fell from his mouth and hit his own face. He collapsed like a dilapidated building with its load-bearing walls removed, and when his fat slammed onto the ice, the entire clearing trembled. The soldiers around him, who had been holding their guns in loyal poses, suddenly, and in perfect unison, dropped their weapons, crouched down in a row on the snow, and covered their heads. Sualong sheathed his 3 swords one by one, and as he turned and walked past Baji, he paused for half a second. He looked at Baji, disheveled and bloodstained, yet still propping his knee with a dagger, refusing to completely sit down, and for the first time, said, "Not a loss." Baji raised his mottled face and glared at him, his voice hoarse. "Who are you talking about? This master can still fight. I intentionally left that to you. But this time your line's green-haired head this master grudgingly accepts." He draped his arm over Shanji's shoulder, who had come up to support him, his legs still weak, but his mouth still tough. Shanji steadied him, glanced at Wa Airbo lying unconscious on the snow, ground his finished cigarette, but into the snow, and said nothing, simply reaching out to brush off the piece of cannon shell stuck to Baji's back. On the snow at one side of the clearing, Luo In crouched before the old doctor. The old doctor's glasses were completely shattered. One eye was bruised and swollen shut, but the other good eye was fixed tightly on his face, and his lips tremblingly squeezed out a few words. "The God Clan. Why have you come to Tsigu Island? Are you here to steal medicinal herbs? One of my crew has a high fever and needs a doctor. Are there any doctors left in the town?" The alertness in the old doctor's eyes slowly turned to bitterness. He raised a hand reddened by the cold, pointing at the surrounding ruins of stone houses, then at the villagers crouching and shivering in the snow, his voice hoarse. "All the doctors on the island have been swallowed up. We are just people who studied herbs on the mountain ourselves. Wa Airbo forbids any doctor with a prescription license to exist on the island. If you are looking for a doctor, there are no doctors left on this island now." "Then who is taking care of the patients on the mountain?" "There is still Shi Air Ko. He has the title of quack, no license, but he does treat people. Half a year ago he took in a reindeer." The old doctor looked at the snowflakes in the sky, his voice growing softer. "But he is no longer here. Now on the mountain only. That monster remains." "Monster? A monster that can transform?" "No one has really seen what it looks like, but after Shi Air Ko died, it has been guarding the mountaintop." After hearing this, Luo In stood up and turned back to the center of the square. Sualong had already sheathed his swords, and Shanji was applying a medicinal paste hastily made from dwarf angelica and winter moss to Kuya's forehead and sulls. Wei Wei, wrapped in a thick scarf, crouched beside the stretcher, helping to change the wet towel on Kuya's forehead. Her brow was still furrowed as she tested the temperature with the back of her hand. "Miss Kuya's temperature is still burning." Shanji interrupted him. "A conservative treatment needs stronger medicine. The winter moss and angelica are already applied, but now she needs an internal prescription, winter ginger or a more potent bone broth." Sualong released his hand from the sword hilt, stepped forward half a step, and said in a low voice, "I saw a trail of footprints by the cliff just now, fresh ones heading up the mountain. The shape doesn't look like human boot prints." Shanji, who had been crushing angelica with his shoe sole to estimate the remaining dosage, looked up at this. "Is it that blue-nosed reindeer?" Baji was still being supported by Shanji, half leaning against a broken wall, panting. He wiped the mixture of blood and melted snow from his face with the back of his hand, lifted his head with effort to look toward the mountain, then slapped his thigh. "That reindeer. This master just saved its life. Would it know where to find medicine?" The blue-nosed reindeer had already fully emerged from behind the bushes. Its forehooves planted firmly, step by step, it walked to Baji. It raised its head, gently rubbed its blue nose against Baji's blood and snow-stained hand, then turned and walked a few steps toward the mountainside, looking back at them once with its ears perked straight. "Where is it taking us?" Name walked up from behind, still holding the wet towel she had just exchanged. She looked into the reindeer's eyes, and her navigator's keen observation allowed her to make a judgment in an instant. That was the look an animal gives after deciding to trust someone. Firm, bright, without a trace of hesitation. "Follow it. This reindeer has no owner, no kindred on this island, and has been hunted as a monster for a long time. It knows where to find salvation, and it knows who saved it. It owes Baji a favor." The group followed the blue-nosed reindeer as they ascended the mountain path. The higher they climbed, the colder it became, The snowflakes paradoxically grew thinner, and the air was dry and biting each breath like a thin layer of frost forming in the lungs. Ice waterfalls hung from the cliff wall, snow of unknown years piled on both sides of the path, and at the mountainside the snow was knee-deep. Shanji had to carry the stretcher with Kia on his shoulder, each step sinking heavily, leaving a deep pit in the snow. At the end of the mountain path lay a flat-topped ridge covered in ice and snow. In the center of the ridge stood a circular stone castle, its outer walls covered with frozen vines turned into icicles, the main gate firmly shut. The reindeer paused at the castle gate, pushed the door open with its antlers, and called back to them. They entered the castle. In the hall stood a person. A woman. She looked not young, but stood straight, wearing a short jacket that exposed her midriff, holding a bottle of plum wine in her hand. Her hair was grayish-white with some fine lines on her face, but her eyes were startlingly bright. Seeing this group of people walk in, she first raised her eyebrows, then her gaze fell on the reindeer, and the curve of her mouth shifted from wariness to a knowing disdain. What are these people you brought back? Here to seek medical treatment again? Or to seek death? May I ask who you are? Nami asked politely. Dr. Kureha. Just call me Eureka. Want to know my age? That's a secret. She tilted her head back and downed a swig of plum wine, set the bottle back on the table, and glanced at the black wings and golden-orange flames behind Luoen's back. Her eyes lit up for a moment, but she asked no more. Then she walked over to Kaya, squatted down, pressed the back of her hand to her forehead, lifted her eyelids to inspect them, and checked her pulse. The entire procedure flowed smoothly, completed in under 3 seconds. She caught a chill. At least 8 or 9 hours of fever. You've already given her fever-reducing medicine on the ship, but her constitution is weak. Medicine absorption is too low. She needs a stronger remedy. I happen to have one right here. Eureka walked to the medicine cabinet, pulled out a dozen small drawers, and pinched a handful of herbs from each, dropping them into a mortar. The pounding sound was rapid and dense. Soon the juices of several herbs blended into a steaming cup of green medicinal broth. She had Kaya lean against her arm and gently poured the liquid into her mouth, holding her chin. Kaya coughed halfway through, but swallowed the rest. Eureka placed her back on the stretcher, tucked the blanket up to her chin, and brushed the herb residue from her hands. That's done. The fever will break within 2 hours. When she wakes, feed her meat broth. No porridge. She needs protein, not carbohydrates. Sanji had already bowed a standard 90-degree gentleman's bow. Thank you for treating Ms. Kaya. May I use your kitchen? That medicinal recipe you mentioned. Winter ginger with beast bones plus astragalus and goji berries. I can control the heat precisely. Eureka shot him a look. You understand medicinal cuisine. Former sous chef of the Thousand Sunny, now chef of the Luoen Pirates. Cooking is my specialty, nutrition is my foundation. Not bad. Eureka pointed toward the kitchen at the end of the hallway. Light your own stove. Don't blow up my pots. Luoen scanned the castle hall. The walls were lined with medical books and herbal charts. On the mantelpiece sat a dust-covered, tattered pirate flag next to a faded group photograph. A balding doctor in a white coat beside a blue-nosed reindeer. His gaze lingered on the photograph, not going through the motions. Dr. Hiralik. Eureka's pouring hand paused for an instant. She set the bottle down, looked at the pirate flag on the wall, and for the first time her face, usually carved with sneers and disdain, bore the weariness of a human being. She snorted, drained the remaining half-cup of wine, and wiped her mouth. That quack. Not only did he kill himself, he corrupted a foolish apprentice too. Now this reindeer has inherited all his stupidity, staying in this broken castle day after day, flipping through medical books, still only useful for nosing around medicine jars. She poured another glass of wine, this time very slowly, as if pouring faster would spill some dust hidden for half a year. The blue-nosed reindeer stood before the fireplace, lowered its head, and shifted its hooves toward the group photograph. Then it did something no one expected. It rose onto its hind legs, clumsily pressed its front hooves together at its chest, and bowed to Eureka. The gesture was awkward. A reindeer's body structure was never meant for bowing, but it still tried its best to assume a human posture. What's its name? Luoen asked, though he already knew. He couldn't appear omniscient. That would shock everyone too much. Chopper. Tony Chopper. Eureka set the bottle down on the table with a thud. A blue-nosed reindeer that ate the human fruit. More serious than ordinary people, more eager to learn than most doctors, and less able to handle kindness from others than most humans. What's your captain's name? How should I address you? Luoen. Captain of the Luoen Pirates. Want to take him with you? On what grounds? On the grounds that he's already met Buggy, that he knows there's medicine on the mountain, and that he led us here. Most importantly, on the grounds that I will become the Pirate King. Luoen picked up a piece of frozen firewood from beside the fireplace that hadn't been added in time, tossed it into the flames, and straightened the dusty photograph. And looking at the situation, he won't have a reason to stay here much longer. Eureka let out a rough laugh, the lines around her eyes deepening slightly. She raised the bottle and shook it toward Luoen without giving a direct answer. By dawn the snow had stopped. The morning on Drum Island was quieter still than yesterday. The wind howled through the valley without a trace of disturbance, and the ice at the river mouth reflected a sky of uniform gray. The large ship had been fully resupplied. Sanji had brewed 3 large pots of winter ginger beastbone soup in Eureka's kitchen and loaded them into insulated buckets aboard. Kaya, supported by Vivi, emerged from the cabin. Her face was still pale, but her light golden eyes had regained their spark. She nodded and smiled at every crew member who asked how she felt, then stopped before Luo-in rose on her tiptoes and adjusted the sea windswept buttons on his collar. Chopper, carrying 2 wooden crates of herbs and medical texts on his back, stood at the dock looking up at the ship, far larger than he had imagined. Dr. Koreha, I forgot the 3rd step of the suturing technique you taught me. Chopper suddenly turned and shouted at her. His voice was animal-like, yet every word was clear, carrying a trembling quality he refused to acknowledge as crying. Look up your own notes. You only remember when you've been scolded. That's exactly how that quack taught you. Eureka tossed the empty bottle at him. The force was slight, it struck the snow and rolled twice, stopping at his hooves. Chopper bent down, picked up the bottle, and held it against his chest, his antlers gently tapping the rim. Let's go. Eureka turned her back to the ship and waved, her voice as rough as ever, but her sleeve brushed briefly across her eyes. I've lived here too long. It's time I found a new place to scold new patients. Chopper's 4 legs trembled as he stepped onto the ramp. Buggy, standing at the rail, pulled him aboard and noticed the thick fur on his body shaking slightly. Buggy patted the small horns hidden beneath Chopper's hat, uncommonly quiet, and said only, "Come aboard, Reindeer Kid. From now on you follow me. I'm Chopper, not Reindeer Kid." Chopper turned and roared at him, his eyes still red. The sails billowed in the dry, cold winter sea wind unique to the winter island. The ship's bow cut through the gray-blue water, leaving the snow-covered river mouth behind. Drum Island's peaks shrank in the stern's direction. The castle atop the mountain became a small gray dot in the morning light. On the opposite side of the island, the volcano's crater released an extremely fine wisp of white smoke, like someone lighting a stick of incense in a frozen world. Luo-in leaned against the rail, feeling the vibration of seawater striking the hull, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was that moment again. Recruitment complete. Tony Chopper. Awarded 1 lottery draw opportunity. The system hologram unfolded in the void, visible only to him, its tone crystal clear. The snow on the deck had been cleared away during the time they docked at Drum Island, but a few icicles still hung from the ship's railings, translucent in the sunlight and dripping water. The sea breeze blew from the stern. The temperature had risen significantly compared to the past few days. At least there was no need to wrap oneself in a thick blanket and drink hot soup. Luo-in lay back on his teak deck chair, closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system interface. Obtained a lottery chance 1. That notification had been lying in his mind the entire journey. He deliberately saved it until now. When they had just left Drum Island, Chopper was still wiping tears on the deck, shouting across the distance to Koreha, and the atmosphere wasn't suitable for a lottery. Now the ship had sailed into calm waters. Chopper was led into the kitchen by Sanji to be fed. Nami was adjusting the course at the helm. Zoro was swinging his swords under the mast, and Buggy was fishing at the stern. The deck was rarely so quiet. The system interface unfolded before him. The lottery pool's light curtain was like a waterfall, only he could see, with densely packed options cascading down from the top. 3 types of Haki, 6 powers, techniques, various sword schools, supreme grade blades, special physiques, devil fruits. His gaze paused on the rumble fruit for a moment, then on the tremor fruit for another moment, and he took a deep breath. Draw. The light curtain rapidly contracted into a bright spot and exploded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained armament Haki. Grade intermediate. Ability description: can harden any part of the body to steel level strength. Wrapping around weapons enhances slashing, bludgeoning power. Can touch the physical bodies of Logia type ability users. Intermediate armament Haki's hardness is at the standard level of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Luo-in opened his eyes and looked down at his right hand. Nothing had changed, but he could feel that the power was already there, like an invisible armor seeping from the skin down to the bones, or as if the skin itself had been replaced with a different material. He tried to activate it, and his right fist was covered by a deep, dark color, a metallic dark red with a hint of purple blending with his bronze skin, giving off a low matte sheen in the sunlight. He retracted the Haki, and his fist returned to normal. Then he finally couldn't help but smile. Intermediate armament Haki. He had been worried that he would get the beginner level and have to train from scratch, but the system directly gave him the standard Vice Admiral level. Crocodile Sand Body is almost invincible in the desert, but intermediate armament Haki is sufficient. Although in the original story Luffy used blood to counter sand, he could now use the most straightforward method: find the solid body and knock him out with one punch. Captain. Zoro's voice came from above. Luo-in put away his smile and opened his eyes, seeing Zoro standing before him again with 3 swords at his waist, arms crossed, and that familiar serious expression of, "I want to challenge you." He had just finished 3,000 swings of his sword, sweat not yet dried, a towel draped over his shoulder, his breathing as steady as if he had just taken a walk. "Last time you said first cut down Hawk, I then cut down the captain. I've been thinking about that sentence." Zoro's thumb lightly pressed against the hilt. "I think you were lying to me." "Oh, a monster like Hawk, I won't easily fight someone a second time. You asking me to go defeat him first is like setting a prerequisite that I don't know when I'll ever fulfill." Zoro's eyes were bright. "You're stalling." Luo sat up from the deck chair, looked at the swordsman who had followed him since Shell's town, and was silent for a moment. Zoro was right. He was indeed stalling. The image of Hawkeye splitting the sky with one sword stroke was still spinning in Zoro's mind. His daily 3,000 swings were for nothing else but to catch up to that height. But before Luo didn't have Haki. If he didn't use the stronger when facing strength ability fighting Zoro was pure masochism. If he did use it, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But now it was different. Fine. Luo stood up, flexing his wrists. I can't avoid fighting you today. Come on. Zoro was taken aback. Usually Luo would use that universal excuse, go fight Hawkeye first, to fend him off, then continue lying on the chair drinking coffee. Today this person not only didn't lie back down, but was also cracking his knuckles, the joints emitting crisp pops that didn't sound like a joke. Everyone on the deck stopped what they were doing. Buggy's fishing rod almost slipped from his hand, the fishing line drawing a panicked S shape on the water's surface. Nami leaned out from the helm, not even bending down to pick up the pencil that rolled off her hand onto the deck. Sanji walked out of the kitchen with a tray of freshly baked cookies. Seeing the scene, he directly placed the cookie tray on the gunwale, took the cigarette from his mouth with an expression like, "Today is a holiday." Zoro's reaction was the fastest. He took a step back to gain distance, his right hand already drawing Wado Ikemanji, while his left hand simultaneously drew Sandai Kitetsu from his left hip, the movements clean and without any unnecessary pause. With two swords in hand, his gaze changed. No longer the lazy swordsman who usually dozed off leaning against the mast, but a predator that had smelled blood. 3 swords, eh? Luo looked at the empty spot in his mouth. First, let's see if you're worth my 3 swords. Zoro's lips curled up slightly, a pure expression of excitement rarely seen on his face. Luo did not draw his sword. He stood there barehanded, even with a very casual stance, his hands hanging at his sides, looking like a walking collection of openings. But Zoro did not rush to attack. His combat instincts told him, those openings were not real. Not drawing your sword. Not for now. Zoro said no more. He pushed off the ground with his feet, his entire body, turning into a green blur, crossing his 2 swords into the starting posture of a cross, slashed the blades cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Luo raised his right hand. The dark red-purple layer of armament Haki covered his forearm in an instant, and he met Zoro's blade with the back of his hand. The edge of Wado Ikemanji collided with the hardened arm, producing a crisp metallic sound. Clang. Sparks burst at the point of contact. Zoro's pupils contracted sharply. He knew the force of his own slash. Not to mention a human arm, even a steel deck, could be cut 3 inches deep. But the recoil force transmitted back through the sword told him the arm in front of him was much harder than a steel deck. What is this, eh? Zoro jumped back to gain distance, holding his blade horizontally in front of him, his eyes fixed on the dark color fading from Luo's arm. What did you see? Luo flexed his wrist, his tone nonchalant. Your arm turned black. Something covering it, like armor. Armament Haki. Luo brushed imaginary dust off his arm, his gaze sweeping over every stunned crew member on the deck. Who here hasn't heard of Haki? Buggy's fishing rod slipped from his hand, landing with a soft thud on the deck. His mouth gaped wider than the fish he had caught, his finger pointing at Ron's arm, his clown-painted face contorted with a shock that seemed to reconstruct his entire worldview. Bobbing a bay, Haki. Did you just say Haki? I know Haki. Back on Roger's ship, Vice Captain Rayleigh used it. But how could you? Captain, when did you learn it? No. Have you always known how to use it? I just learned it now. Liar. How could something like that be learned just now? I spent so long on Roger's ship and never learned it. Shanks only learned it in the New World. Buggy stopped mid-sentence and closed his mouth. Because a possible explanation surfaced in his mind. The captain had known Haki from the start and just hadn't been using it. He didn't use it against Morgan, against Arlong, against Krieg, not even against Mihawk. He was hiding it. You've been hiding it. Zoro voiced the conclusion that Buggy had come to. His voice was a few degrees lower than before, a complex mixture of shock and a restrained dissatisfaction at being kept in the dark. At the sea restaurant when you fought Mihawk, you used the system enhancement, but you didn't use this. You've always known how. No, I really just learned it. Ron spoke with utmost sincerity, but not a single person believed him. Sanji took the cigarette from his mouth. The ash had burned halfway down without being flicked off. He looked at the fading dark color on Ron's arm, his expression shifting from surprise to a dawning realization that seemed to say, no wonder this guy is always so calm. So you're not afraid of close combat, not afraid of blades, not afraid of guns. You could stand there and let people cut you, and they wouldn't be able to. But I really am brave too. Ron added. Nami's pencil was still rolling on the floor, as she had forgotten to pick it up. She came down from the helm, walked around Ron, looked him up and down several times like a vendor inspecting goods at a market, then reached out and poked his upper arm. It was hard, but that was muscle, not the black armor from before. So this thing, can it cover the skin and turn it into iron? Harder than iron. How much area can it cover? Right now, just both arms. Nami was silent for a moment, then her eyes lit up. It was the shrewd, calculating gleam of a chief accountant assessing the value of the ship's assets. She picked up the pencil from the floor and tucked it behind her ear, her tone suddenly becoming very pragmatic. Then from now on when we encounter Sea Kings you can just block them with your hands, and we won't have to make emergency evasions every time. You're already calculating. If the captain gets stronger the ship's finances are safer. Isn't it only natural for me to calculate? Buggy finally recovered from his initial shock. He picked up his fishing rod, planted it on the deck, cleared his throat, lifted his chin slightly, and declared in the tone of a veteran giving a lecture to greenhorns, "Since the captain has brought up the term, I'll give you all a proper lesson. Haki. I'm very familiar with this stuff. Back on Roger's ship I saw Vice Captain Rayleigh using armament Haki to beat people every day. I'll tell you, Haki comes in 3 types. Armament Haki is just one of them. There's also observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and Conqueror's Haki is the truly rare one in a million. Vice Captain Rayleigh could knock out half a sea with just a glance. Shanks can use it too, but back then he wasn't as good as me. You can't even use observation Haki." A cold glint flickered in Ron's eyes as he mercilessly punctured Buggy's boastful words. Buggy's nose visibly swelled on the spot, red from the tip to the bridge, and even his ears turned red. He threw his fishing rod onto the deck, his twin ponytails standing straight up, and raised his voice to the maximum to try to drown out everyone's laughter. "I just haven't awakened it. It's not that I can't. There's a fundamental difference between not awakening and not being able to. Captain, can you please stop perfectly sabotaging my moment every time?" Nami stepped forward and rapped her knuckles lightly on Buggy's forehead. The sound was crisp, and Zoro instinctively touched his own forehead. "Ow. Why did you hit me? So you'll speak properly. What do you mean by give a lesson? How can you give a lesson on something you don't even know yourself? You'd either be leading people astray or just blowing smoke. How many times have you bragged just now? Count them. I was educating. Educating is not the same as bragging." "It's the same," Zoro added with his eyes closed. "Shut up, green algae head." Chopper poked half his body out from the kitchen doorway, a slice of apple peel that Sanji had just cut, still hanging from one of his antlers. He had obviously rushed out from the kitchen after smelling the excitement, with apple juice still on his lips. His blue nose twitched twice, and then his eyes filled with sparkling stars as he looked at Ron. "The captain knows Haki. So amazing. Just as amazing as when Dr. Koreha scolds people." Buggy picked up Chopper in one go, using the opportunity to deflect his own embarrassment, and his voice returned to its usual volume. "That's right, little reindeer. The captain is indeed amazing. But do you know who is the most amazing? It's me who knows about Haki. Where's your Haki?" Sanji leaned against the ship's railing, holding a plate of biscuits in one hand, and casually holding a cigarette between the fingers of the other, blowing a puff of smoke in Buggy's direction with a clearly mocking tone. "I'm not in the right state to fight today. Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll show you all what it means to awaken Haki." Nami rapped him again, this time with the same rhythm as before, but with slightly less force, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Tomorrow you'll say the day after tomorrow. Crocodile is waiting in Alabasta. How are you going to help Vivi fight if you don't learn Haki?" Buggy held his forehead, muttering under his breath, "My luck is more useful than Haki," but his voice was noticeably quieter. He saw Vivi standing at the cabin door, her aquamarine eyes fixed on him earnestly, and immediately puffed out his chest in feigned confidence. "Of course I'm going to learn. For the sake of Miss Vivi's country, what's a little Haki? I'll be the first to sign up after the captain teaches us." "I haven't said I'll teach yet." Ron took a sip of his coffee, his tone leisurely. "Captain, of course you have to teach. You've already demonstrated it, so if you don't teach, it's just showing off. Showing off on the battlefield isn't a crime, but it's immoral to discriminate against the vice captain. Your use of idioms is also immoral." Sanji put the cigarette back in his mouth. That afternoon the atmosphere on the deck had completely changed. Ron stood by the railing facing a row of people. Sualong Shan, Jina Meiba Ji Kuya Wei, and Xiaoba. Even Kuya, wrapped in a blanket, sat on a small stool nearby to listen. Her fever had just broken and her face was still pale, but her spirits had improved. Shanji had brewed her a cup of honey lemon water and placed it by her hand. Wei Wei stood beside her, her aquamarine eyes barely blinking after Ron began to speak. "The essence of armament Haki is the materialization of will. There is no shortcut. Only through repeated use and confrontation can it be improved. When you spar with each other, try to cover the contact point with Haki, even if only for an instant. Being able to cover it for an instant is the threshold of entry." Ron extended his right hand, and the dark red-purple armament Haki spread from his wrist to his fingertips. Under the sunlight, his 5 fingers gleamed with a metallic luster. He drew a line on the railing with his index finger, leaving a half-centimeter deep groove in the iron rail that cut, as smooth as if it had been planed by a lathe. Baji, eager not to be outdone, stretched out his hand in front of the newcomers, straining with all his might to turn his fist black. He puffed out his cheeks, his twin ponytails trembling, but the color of his fingers did not change at all. After 10 seconds he gave up, lowered his hand, and took a deep breath. "I felt a little, truly a little, right at the nail bed. You didn't see it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. That's the dirt under your fingernails." Sualong did not look up. He was re-examining his grip on the sword hilt using the concept of armament Haki. His fingers adjusted the pressure point on the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji again and again, then he closed his eyes, trying to feel the sensation of wool coating on the blade. Shanji tapped the deck with his toes a few times, silently memorizing the physical sensation of pushing the power from within outward, then relit a cigarette, slid the lighter into his pocket, and continued repeating the motion of grinding the deck with the sole of his shoe. Wei Wei watched Ron's profile. Casual, yet radiating absolute confidence, and a restrained admiration rose unconsciously in her aquamarine eyes. She walked over and said softly, "So you were confident in dealing with Keloakita from the very beginning?" Her tone was a statement. "Yes. I just had other methods before. Now there's one more." Ron said it plainly, as if discussing whether dinner would be fried fish or braised meat. Wei Wei did not ask what other methods were. She had known him for only a short time, but had already learned one thing: the way this man spoke was such that when he gave a promise, he would surely fulfill it. As for the means by which he did so, he usually couldn't be bothered to explain. 2 days later in the afternoon, Pudgy, who was on the crow's nest, suddenly stood up. He didn't use the telescope. He simply shaded his eyes with his hand, squinted for a moment, then shouted down below, his tone completely different from the panicked cry, when he had spotted a marine warship pirate ships ahead. 3 of them. Black sails, heading straight for us. Suo Long stood up from under the mast, his hand on the sword hilt, his gaze sweeping across the sea ahead. The 3 ships approached in a V formation from straight ahead, their sails black, with 2 flags flying from the mast. One a standard skull and crossbones, the other an animal totem he didn't recognize. Shanji poked his head out of the kitchen window, glanced, untied his apron, folded it neatly, and flexed his ankles. Nami set down the log, pose instinctively preparing for emergency evasive maneuvers. But as her hand touched the helm, she heard Ron's voice from the railing. "Close in, Captain." Nami looked up and saw a familiar curve on Ron's lips. She glanced toward the bow. The men on the 3 pirate ships had already started shouting and brandishing their swords at them from the railing. Behind Ron, no black wings unfurled, nor did any golden-orange divine flame ignite at the back of his head. He did not trigger the system of growing stronger. The panel flashed at the edge of his consciousness, showing that the strongest enemy's level was far below his normal combat power, and the system did not even prompt an enhancement. He stepped onto the bow and leaped, jumping directly from the deck onto the figurehead of the leading pirate ship before anyone could react. As he landed, his knees bent slightly, the figurehead sank under the force, and the entire ship rocked violently several times. The first pirate, swinging his sword, didn't even bring the blade down before it was shattered into pieces by Ron's fist, which was coated with armament Haki. The blade burst into 7 or 8 iron shards, clattering all over the deck. The pirate stared at the hilt left in his hand, his mouth opening far slower than Ron's fist landing on his face. That punch didn't even carry armament Haki, just pure physical strength held back, yet he was already flying over the railing and into the sea, hilt and all. Enemy attack. 1 man. He jumped onto our ship alone. Fire. Fire. Gunshots exploded across the sea. A dozen lead bullets flew at Ron from all directions. He didn't even dodge. The bullets struck his bronze skin with a series of dull thuds, and one by one the pellets dropped onto the deck. The Linelia clan's defense was more exaggerated than steel. Ordinary lead bullets couldn't even leave a mark. My turn. He strode into the crowd, his right fist coated with armament Haki up to the wrist, and punched the main mast. The mast snapped at the base, toppling with the sail, and crashing onto the deck, sweeping over a dozen pirates and cannons into the sea. Then he turned, punched through the railing, and drove his fist straight into the hold. Seawater poured through the breach, and the ship began to list violently. 3 ships. Just over 2 minutes. Ron leaped back onto the deck of his own ship from the wreckage of the last one, not a single drop of water on him. The entire ship fell silent, as if someone had pressed pause. Pudgy leaned over the railing, staring at the floating debris and the pirates crying and howling in the sea, while clinging to a torn sail. He silently pushed his jaw back into place. Shanji flicked his cigarette ash into the sea beside him. Pudgy turned and whispered, "Chef. Just over 2 minutes. No wings, no fire. Didn't let the green-haired guy fight. Did you see that black layer on his fist?" "I saw it." Shanji put the cigarette back in his mouth and turned into the kitchen. A few seconds later, a very low muttering came from inside. "When will my kicking techniques break through?" Suo Long slowly sheathed the half-drawn sword, silently staring at the dark purple armament Haki fading from Ron's fist. His gaze was too focused. Even Xiao Ba tugging at his sleeve went unnoticed. "Suo Long, what's wrong?" "I was thinking if I wrapped this stuff around my blade," Zoro muttered, staring at his own hand. "Could I leave a mark on his arm?" Chopper pondered seriously. "Probably not." Sanji said, "The captain's body is tougher than steel." "Double the training then." Zoro rested his hand on the scabbard, turned, and walked back to the mast. As he picked up the dumbbells again, he uncharacteristically added 2 extra weight plates. Nami adjusted the helm and stepped to the railing, gazing at the scattered pirates in the sea below. Then she looked at Luo In, who was taking a fresh cup of coffee from Sanji, and silently updated her mental assessment of the captain's combat prowess. Last time it was S-class strength, this time it's armament Haki backed by divine defense. She suspected there were still abilities she hadn't witnessed yet. Luo In finished the last sip of coffee, placed the empty cup in the groove on the armrest, and reclined again into his teak lounge chair. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, and in his consciousness threw 2 invisible punches wreathed in armament Haki. Intermediate level was sufficient. Could he now forge an armament Haki layer on Kaya's head to make it bulletproof? Never mind. She should eat more iron-rich red meat and rely on her own constitution. He mentally listed a string of tasks, then turned over letting the sunlight fall on his shoulders and back. The bow cut through the waves. Vivi stood not far behind him, her aquamarine eyes lingering for a moment on the bronze skin at the back of his neck deepened by the sun. She gathered her wind-blown hair, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. As she neatly tied her long blue hair, she passed by Sanji and gave him a slight nod. Mr. Sanji, could you teach me a dish that's good for iron supplementation? I want to boost the captain's nutrition. The ship sailed smoothly on the warm currents of the Grand Line for 2 days. The ice and snow of Drum Island had long since vanished from everyone's thick coats. The deck was warm again under the sun, and Sanji stored the anti-freeze ointment, replacing it with sun hats and chilled orange juice. Kaya's fever had completely subsided. Chopper checked her temperature twice a day, morning and evening, then wrote down normal in his medical notebook with an expression that clearly showed he wasn't used to being praised. Vivi talked more than before, occasionally discussing Alabasta's climate with Nami on the deck. Everything was heading in a good direction, until the afternoon of the 3rd day. A ship. This time Buggy didn't shout from the crow's nest. His voice was so low that the people on deck could barely hear him. Luo opened his eyes from the lounge chair, his gaze crossing the railing and settling on the distant sea. A medium-sized sailing ship lay still on the water, its sails half-furled, the hull tilting slightly. The deck was empty, not from the devastation of battle, but with a cold, abandoned stillness. The flag fluttered violently at the masthead in the sea breeze, a purple background with black characters, a crowned skull, and beneath it a pair of wings. A Baroque works ship. Nami's voice was taut as a wire at the helm. Zoro's hand rested on his sword hilt. Sanji untied his apron, folded it, stretched his ankles, and stubbed out his cigarette on the railing. Buggy slid down from the crow's nest, landing with a dagger already in his hand. That ship fired no cannon, charged no attack, and didn't even use a loudspeaker. The cabin door opened, and only one person walked out. A woman. Her long black hair reached her waist, and her wheat-colored skin glowed with health under the afternoon sun. Her features were sharp and deep. A high-nosed bridge, light blue eyes, full lips, and a tall, slender figure. A purple cowboy hat was tilted on her head, and a few strands of black hair fluttered softly across her cheek in the breeze. She walked to the ship's railing and waved at Luo's large vessel, an elegant and composed gesture, as if greeting an old friend. The Luo pirate's right. I'm here to discuss a partnership. Partnership? Luo leaned against the railing, his tone calm. Yes, I have intelligence and also something you'll need most for your next destination, Alabasta. Buggy twirled his dagger in his hand, leaned over the railing, and squinted at the black-haired woman from head to toe. Then he pulled back and whispered to Luo, Captain, this woman is good-looking but suspicious. I've seen too many tricks like this in the East Blue. The prettier the woman, the better she lies. Nami's an exception. What did you say? Nami glared at him from behind. I said you're pretty. Buggy answered reflexively, then realized his mistake. No, the point is she's talking about Baroque works. Those Baroque works guys just fought me at Little Garden. They're pure evil. She's on a Baroque works ship and says she wants to negotiate. Captain, you have to be careful. Luo patted Buggy's shoulder without responding, then called out to the other ship. Come up and talk. The black-haired woman furled her sail, pulled her ship alongside, and stepped onto the boarding plank. Her movements were swift and decisive, every step bearing the seasoned experience of someone who had weathered the Grand Line. She stood on the deck, her gaze sweeping from the 3 swords at Zoro's waist to Sanji's toes, from Buggy's red nose to the spot where Kaya and Vivi stood side by side, finally settling on Luo's face. I'm Robin. Nico Robin. She spoke her name softly as if testing something. But Buggy's reaction was faster than she anticipated. Nico what? Buggy jumped back, slamming into the mast, and nearly flattening himself against it. His finger pointed at Robin, trembling. His clown-painted face displayed a mixture of fear and anger for the first time. You're that devil child Nico Robin. The genius criminal who blew up a Navy warship at age 8 with a bounty of 79 million berry and single-handedly destroyed 6 warships. I've heard your name in the East Blue. What are you doing in the Grand Line? 8 years old. 79 million berry. Kaya covered her mouth. Nami's expression tightened, instantly shifting from navigator to combat readiness. Even Zoro, leaning against the mast, opened one eye. Sanji stood at the kitchen door, his lighter frozen mid-air, the flame unlit. Robin's smile didn't waver, elegant and composed as if she were long accustomed to this reaction. She pulled the brim of her hat down slightly, covering half her face, and her voice remained calm. Just a reputation. Before coming to see you, I did a thorough investigation. In the East Blue, you defeated Arlong, you defeated Krieg at the Barity, you wiped out half of Baroque Works' bounty hunter headquarters at Whiskey Peak, and at Little Garden you triggered an internal top priority, wanted order from Baroque Works. You are strong. Robin took something from her pocket and held it out before Ron. A log pose. Its casing had been polished to a gleam, the glass face etched with fine lines, the needle holding steady at a fixed angle, motionless. This is a permanent log pose for Alabasta. In the first half of the Grand Line, ordinary log poses must accumulate magnetic data from island to advance. The wrong winds could divert you onto an entirely different course. A permanent log pose locks directly onto your destination island's magnetic coordinates, free from route restrictions. If you're headed for Alabasta, this will save you at least 2 weeks compared to an ordinary one. What do you want? Nami asked, her voice cooler than usual. As the ship's navigator, she understood the value of such an item better than anyone aboard. The permanent log pose in the first half of the Grand Line was priceless and virtually unobtainable, each one secured through luck and connections alone. After Crocodile fell, Baroque Works would inevitably crumble. I need a new place to stay. Until then, I can provide you with intelligence, such as Baroque Works troop deployments in Alabasta, the weaknesses of each agent, and Crocodile's own patterns of movement. Buggy's nose twitched. He eyed Robin with suspicion, his lips parting as if to say, "Captain, don't trust her." But before he could speak, Ron had already reached out his hand. Not to take the log pose. He gently pushed it back toward Robin. "I don't need your intelligence. I already know everything about Baroque Works and Crocodile's abilities." Ron looked at Robin, his tone as casual as if commenting on the weather. "No need for an arrangement." Then, Robin's lashes dipped for a fleeting moment, her fingers curling slightly as she tightened her grip on the brim of her hat. The awkwardness of rejection flashed across her lips before she quickly swallowed it back beneath her elegant, composed mask. She turned to Ron. "In that case, I'll take my leave. Wish you the best in Alabasta. Join my crew." Ron interrupted her. Robin's smile froze on her face. Not the stiffness of anger nor of fear. It was the stiffness of the composed facade she had worn for over a decade suddenly cracking. The log pose nearly slipped from her grasp. The purple brim of her hat cast a shadow across her face, concealing her wide-eyed surprise. "What did you just say?" "To become my crew member. No more running and hiding." Ron said it as casually as if ordering a meal. He rose from his lounge chair and walked over to Robin. The sea wind swept along the rail, fluttering the edges of his captain's coat. He did not spread wings or ignite divine flames, but the innate pressure of his Lunarian lineage forced Robin to tilt her head back just to meet his gaze. "I am Nico Robin, a child of the devil. The world government has placed a 79 million berry bounty on my head. You want someone the entire world has hunted for 20 years to join your crew. Do you understand what that means?" "It means whoever comes after you will have to answer to me first." Buggy leaned over the mast, his voice wavering between shock and instinctive protest. "Captain, wait. This needs careful deliberation. She blew up a warship when she was 8. 8. I was still. No, I'm not talking about being 8. What matters is the Navy has been chasing her for 20 years and can't catch her. The world government's wanted order is public across all seas. Bringing her aboard means our bounties will skyrocket. The reputation I painstakingly built in the East Blue will be collateral damage. Do you understand?" Ron didn't turn around. "What was your bounty when you served on Roger's ship?" Buggy's nose flushed red instantly. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Zoro rose from the mast and walked over to Robin, looking down at her. His thumb clicked the same as the mon on his sword hilt, with a faint metallic sound before closing again. "The captain says you're joining, so you're joining. Someone who's survived for 20 years won't be too weak." Sanji stepped out from the kitchen doorway, adjusted his tie, and his leather shoe heels clicked crisply against the deck. He came to a halt and gave Robin a slight bow, wearing the standard gentleman's smile. "Miss Nico Robin, welcome aboard. I am Sanji, the ship's cook. Any dietary restrictions?" "I haven't agreed yet." Robin's voice was calm, but her fingers gripping the log pose trembled slightly. "You will." Ron turned and walked back to his lounge chair. "You've been running since you were 8. 20 years. You're tired. Someone who is tired will not refuse a bed they don't have to run from." Robin stood alone at the center of the deck. Around her, Zoro's retreating figure returned to the mast. The click of Sanji's lighter echoed as he went back to the kitchen, and Buggy continued muttering by the rail about "my bounty. That woman is scarier than I imagined, and the captain always decides without consulting me." The permanent log pose in her hand caught the sunlight, shimmering with scattered reflections. She had prepared this pose for quite some time, believing it would be a negotiation, believing she would trade intelligence and leverage for temporary sanctuary, then slip away once more before danger closed in, as she had countless times over the past 2 decades. But now someone had told her, "You don't need to run anymore. I need to consider it." Her voice came from deep within her throat. "How long?" "Until we reach Alabasta." With those words, she turned and walked to the ship's rail, her back to everyone gazing toward the distant horizon. The purple brim of her hat concealed her face. Her long black hair billowed in the sea wind, and between the strands the tight line of her bitten lips occasionally showed. That evening, Robin sat in the corner of the ship's stern, still holding the permanent log pose. Vivi approached with 2 cups of hot tea, offered her one, and sat beside her. "I left Alabasta at 8. Vivi did not look at her, only gazing at the moonlight beyond the rail. "Baroque Works had infiltrated my country, so I went underground and assumed a false identity. Those days were unbearable. Every morning I woke, and my first thought was whether today would be the day they discovered me. You've been running for 20 years. I ran for only 3. But I understand what you're afraid of. Robin said nothing, her eyes lowered to the moonlight shimmering in her teacup. He is a good man, Vivi said. If he wants you on his crew, he will not hand you over to the Marines. I vouch for him. Robin's fingers tightened. She gave no answer, yet she did not loosen her grip either. Kaya found Robin before sunset. The sunset painted half the sky in crimson, and amber the sea surface burned into a tapestry of deep orange and dark violet interwoven. Robin still sat in the corner by the ship's rail, the eternal pose clutched in her hand all afternoon, its metal casing warmed by her palm. She didn't turn around when she heard footsteps. After so many years in Baroque works, distinguishing footsteps was a basic skill. The steps were light, the soles hesitating on the deck 2 or 3 times before approaching. Miss Robin. Kaya held a small vine basket covered with a napkin, her light golden hair gently lifted by the evening breeze, the tips brushing against her slightly reddened ears. She stopped beside Robin, not sitting down immediately like a cat uncertain whether it could approach a stranger of its own kind, with polite tentativeness. Mr. Sanji baked cranberry scones fresh from the oven. I brought you a few. She placed the basket beside Robin, lifting a corner of the napkin, revealing the still steaming scones, their surfaces glazed with a thin layer of honey glistening in the sunset glow. Robin looked down at the basket of scones, then up at Kaya. This girl had just recovered from a fever that afternoon, her cheeks still pale from recent illness, her lips barely regaining a hint of color. Yet the scones she brought were hot, the napkin neatly folded, and even the basket's handle had been carefully wiped. You're not afraid of me? Robin asked. It wasn't a question, and her tone was flat, as if stating a fact she had already accepted. Everyone who knew her name should be afraid of her. Kaya sat down beside her, smoothed her skirt over her knees, placed her hands on her lap, and thought seriously before answering. A little bit afraid. Not afraid of you as a person, but of what you've been through. Bounty of 79 million at age 8, surviving the Grand Line alone, hunted by the world government for all these years. It sounds too incredible, like a story from a novel. But this afternoon when I saw you being invited aboard by the captain, your fingers were trembling, and I thought, you're just an ordinary person too. She paused here, her voice even softer. An ordinary person much braver than me. Robin didn't respond. She broke off a small piece of scone and put it in her mouth. The crust was crispy, the inside soft, the sweet and sour taste of cranberries melting on her tongue. She couldn't remember the last time someone had brought her freshly baked pastries. Miss Kaya, do you know why I'm called the Devil Child? Yes. Kaya didn't avoid it. Mr. Buggy gave us a full rundown this afternoon. He said you blew up a warship at age 8 and the world government considers you one of the most dangerous criminals in the world, with a bounty higher than he's earned in years in the East Blue. But I think, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt turned slightly white, yet her voice remained gentle. No matter what happened, an 8-year-old child being chased by the whole world. The one who got hurt wasn't someone else, it was you. Robin's fingers paused on the scone. Does your captain think the same way? The captain is different. A faint blush rose on Kaya's face and her lips curved involuntarily. Her voice was soft, but without a hint of hesitation. He doesn't care what you've done, nor what the world government says. He said if he wants you on the ship, then you're on the ship regardless of your bounty. I heard that from his own mouth. I understood it the day I was taken from Syrup Village. She pushed the basket a little closer to Robin, pressed her lips together, then stood up and brushed the wrinkles off her skirt. Eat up, they won't be crispy when they're cold. Sanji approached Robin after dinner. The kitchen had been cleaned up, the stove polished to a shine, the apron hanging on the hook behind the door. He carried a cup of hot cocoa across the deck, stopped in front of Robin, clicked his heels together, and gave a slight bow, his movements like a maitre d', welcoming a distinguished guest. Miss Robin, an after-dinner drink. Hot cocoa with a touch of cinnamon. Your file didn't mention any food allergies, but if cinnamon is a problem, I'll make a new one right away. You know my file, eh? Robin raised an eyebrow as she took the cup. After the fight at Whiskey Peak, we raided the wine cellar and the archives. In Baroque Works' internal documents, there was a file on you. Bounty abilities, code name, mission records, all of it. It said your alias is the Devil Child, your fighting style is assassination type, and your devil fruit ability is the flower fruit, letting you sprout any part of your body anywhere. Sanji pulled a lighter from his apron pocket, lit a cigarette, took a drag, then looked away from Robin's face through the slowly exhaled smoke and took a deep breath. After learning all that, I had only one thought all these years: you haven't had anyone to make you a midnight snack. Robin held the cup without speaking. The warmth of the hot cocoa seeped through the cup into her palm, and the aroma of cinnamon slowly drifted into her nose. Sanji was always a gentleman to ladies. She had known that from Baroque Works' intelligence long ago. She had seen this blonde chef's usual attentiveness to Nami and Kaya. But that was routine, habitual, the full, gentlemanly service he offered every pretty lady. But now when he said, you haven't had anyone to make you a midnight snack, his tone wasn't gallantry, it was someone who had been hungry as a child recognizing another person still starving. Any dietary restrictions? Sanji asked. No. Good. Sanji paused the cigarette between his fingers, blinking rapidly. This ship's chefs rule the health of every lady is my responsibility. I hope you stay, Miss Robin. It would be my honor to oversee your nutrition long term. With that he turned and went back to the kitchen, his steps quick as if afraid that staying another second would trip him into some emotion. After the kitchen door closed, a faint low throaty sigh was barely audible from inside. Nami's room door was open and Robin was called over as she passed. Kaya's brain hasn't fully cooled down from the fever yet. Don't take everything she said as official ship policy. Nami sat cross-legged on the bed with a well-worn navigation log open on the pillow beside her, a pen tucked in the fold of the latest page. She turned to look at the person in the doorway, her tone not cold, but without warmth either. I'm the navigator and accountant on this ship. You've talked to Kaya, you've talked to Sanji, so no one has talked to you about the accounts, right? Robin leaned against the doorframe. Accounts? Your joining the ship isn't just about adding a new member. That internal bounty from Baroque Works raised the entire crew's bounties by a notch. Now that you're in the world government's pursuit order, will directly cover the whole ship. That's a real risk, not to mention if any internal information leaks out. Nami crossed her arms, scrutinizing Robin with the same gaze she used to assess a ledger. But I saw your expression this afternoon when you were standing alone on the deck and the captain said, "Come aboard my ship." That's not a look a spy could fake. Nami jumped off the bed, walked to the door, and poked Robin's shoulder with one finger. So let me make this clear, this ship doesn't keep freeloaders. With your archaeological expertise in ancient script deciphering, next time we find a treasure map, you'll translate it completely. And don't bother helping with the accounts, but if we ever run into a seller who plays word games, you'll be the one to spot it. Robin looked down at the orange-haired girl nearly a head shorter than her, and for the first time, when joining a new crew, she smiled without her elegant social mask. You're the first person to tell me this ship doesn't keep freeloaders. Because everyone else is too easygoing. Nami closed the logbook and sat back on the bed. Besides, the captain has saved a village, taken on a kingdom, sheltered a young lady, and picked up a reindeer. His decisions have never failed. She pulled the covers up and lay down with her eyes closed. If you trust him, don't hesitate. Hesitation only wastes your own time. Robin closed the door for her. In the corridor, only the sound of waves lapping against the hull could be heard. From the kitchen, Sanji's knife rhythmically chopped something on the cutting board, the steady blade sounds filtering through the wooden walls. Chopper found Robin near the crow's nest. He carefully scrambled up with his forelegs on the ropes, a medical book wrapped in oil paper balanced on his antlers, and tapped his hooves on the wooden railing. Miss Robin, just call me Robin. Robin reached out to steady his small hoof as he was about to slip off the railing. Robin. He took a deep breath, waving his front hooves in the air. This afternoon you said you ate the Hana no Mi and can grow many hands. Can you help me grind medicine? I'm working on a new ointment that needs 4 hands to operate simultaneously, but as a reindeer I only have 2 hooves. Dr. Correja says that's my biggest weakness. If you can help, I'll do lots of things for you in return. Like if you get hurt, I can prepare suturing tools in under a minute. Robin slowly blinked. So you don't mind at all that I'm a wanted criminal of the world government? What's wrong with being wanted? Chopper tilted his head, his blue nose especially earnest in his puzzled expression. Dr. Hiralik was also called a quack on the island for years. He said what others call you has nothing to do with who you are. Besides, I've been called a monster my whole life. The captain didn't call me monster, and Mr. Buggy didn't either, so I won't call you devil child. He extended one hoof and solemnly placed it in Robin's palm. The hoof was furry, rough at the bottom, but warm like a small pebble warmed by the sun. If you're coming aboard, help me grind medicine from now on. Robin grasped the hoof. She closed her fingers gently, as if afraid to crush an unripe fruit. She lowered her head, the brim of her hat shading her eyes, and her voice fell softly on the deck. Thank you. Vivi found Robin late at night. Before that, Robin had almost made up her mind, but she was still one step short. She needed someone who could shatter the hard shell she had built over 20 years, and Vivi happened to know exactly how to break it. On the stern's campwood chest sat 2 cups of cold tea. Vivi didn't sit beside her, but stood in front of her, arms crossed, her aquamarine hair blown over her shoulder by the night breeze, her face bearing the restraint typical of a princess. Kaya already told you about the captain's character, Sanji about the logistics, Nami about the ship's rules, and Chopper about not minding your identity. I won't repeat that. She then took out the old wanted poster from Water 7, unfolded it, and handed it to Robin. The paper was yellowed, edges frayed, ink so faint it was almost illegible. Her finger pointed to the cold print at the very bottom. They've been hunting you since you were 8. Once Crocodile falls, your spy identity will be exposed. Baroque Works won't protect you anymore, and the Marines will chase you even more fiercely. If you keep running alone, how many more years can you last? Robin didn't answer. If it were you, someone who's been hunted your whole life, and you met a captain willing to shield you from all pursuers, wouldn't you choose to stay forever starting today, When Robin folded the wanted poster and returned it, a thin layer of tears glistened in her eyes, but she made no sound. She stood up and took 2 steps toward the captain's quarters, then stopped, turned to look at Vivi, her lips still curved in that elegant smile, but her voice was hoarse. Nefertari, Vivi. When you first came aboard this ship, he said, become my woman, didn't he? He already has you. Why did you come to persuade me in the middle of the night? If it were you, Vivi extended her hand, her voice firm, would you, Robin gently took that hand. The princess's knuckles were hard with calluses from years of wielding weapons, and a faint scar from undercover training could be felt on her wrist. The 2 women stood in silence at the stern for a moment, then Vivi released her hand, and walked back into the cabin, leaving Robin alone in the moonlight. After an unknown time, or perhaps just a moment, Robin walked to the door of the captain's quarters. She didn't knock. She had learned countless ways to open doors silently in Baroque works, but this time she only placed her hand on the doorknob, hesitating to turn it. The door opened from inside. Ron stood at the entrance with moonlight streaming in through the porthole behind him. He was as calm and composed as when he had said, "Come aboard my ship," on the deck that afternoon, as if he knew she would be standing outside this door at this very moment. "Made up your mind to it?" Robin looked up at him. This black-haired man, a head taller than her, had no wings on his back, no flames behind his head, and hadn't even activated Busashoka Haki. He simply stood in the moonlight, as if waiting to hand something over to her. "Everyone has been persuading me all day, but..." Her voice was swallowed in her throat, then resurfaced, each word like a step on the edge of a cliff. "I need to hear it from you directly. Why do you dare to take in someone hunted by the entire world? She's an archaeologist the world government has marked for death. Taking her in means declaring war on the world government. I was already going to declare war on the world government. I'm not talking about your ambition. I'm asking what makes you believe you can protect someone who has been hunted for 20 years. They've seen your wings and flames too. One day they'll send an admiral. What will you use to block them then?" Ron did not answer directly. He extended his right hand toward her, and in an instant armament Haki enveloped his entire forearm. The dark crimson-purple sheen glistened under the moonlight like a suit of armor forged from molten rock. Then he turned his hand and grasped her wrist. Not too firmly, just enough for her to feel the warmth beneath the armament Haki. "I don't have Conqueror's Haki yet, and I haven't awakened Observation Haki either. But armament Haki is enough. Because no matter who comes, as long as his body can be touched by armament Haki, he cannot defeat me." He released her wrist and leaned back against the doorframe. Robin's light blue eyes turned completely red after he finished his last word. She opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. Since she was 8 years old, she had faced everything alone. Her mother was gone, her giant friend was gone, O'Hara had sunk, and the entire world was pointing guns at her back. No boss had ever taken a bullet for her when she was surrounded. Yet this pirate captain, who couldn't even fully explain how many cards he held, stood before her and offered her a deal that was a sure win. "Can I trust you? You're standing in my room right now," Ron said, looking down at her trembling eyelashes. "If you didn't trust me, you would have run an hour ago." Robin buried her face in his chest, her hands clutching the back of his coat until her knuckles turned white. The door gently closed behind them. Outside, the porthole moonlight turned the entire Grand Line into silver. The sea breeze caressed the ship's railing, and Nami's scarf hung on the rail fluttered all night without falling. The next morning, when Robin pushed open the captain's cabin door and stepped out, she was wearing a new shirt. The collar was a bit loose, revealing a sliver of collarbone. It was Ron's spare shirt. Her original shirt had wrinkled from the struggle the night before, too wrinkled to wear in public. Buggy was squatting by the railing, brushing his teeth, toothbrush in his mouth, foam all over his lips. He happened to look up and saw Robin coming out of the captain's cabin. The toothbrush dropped from his mouth and toothpaste foam hung from his chin, glinting comically in the morning light. "Why, you came out of the captain's cabin. Wait, are you wearing the captain's shirt? This lord was just advising the captain to be cautious yesterday afternoon. And by night you too. Captain, come out and explain yourself. What's all the noise?" Ron stepped out from behind the cabin door, pulling open his collar and twisting his neck. On his bronze shoulder and neck was a faint ring of teeth marks, delicate and clear. The entire ship fell silent. Zoro stopped mid-lift, forgetting to put down his dumbbell. Sanji poked his head out of the kitchen door, spatula in hand, and upon seeing the shirt on Robin, he froze like a statue, crushing the eggshell in his hand to powder out of reflex. Nami turned and exchanged a glance with Kaya. Kaya's ears were red in the morning light, but a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Vivi walked over to Robin with a cup of coffee, placed it in her hand, and said softly, "Good morning." Robin looked down at the wavering reflection in the coffee cup. She had joined countless organizations, been used and abandoned by countless teams, and changed countless fake names and identities. The coffee in her hand was hot, the cup was ceramic, and beside her was a fresh scone brought by Kaya. Chopper came running with a mortar, shouting for her to help grind medicine. Sanji was still frozen at the kitchen door, but had already started muttering, "Miss Robin's breakfast needs a coffee, a spoon, and a special salad." Robin leaned back against the railing and brought the coffee to her lips. The sea breeze from the bow blew her long black hair, and the collar of Ron's shirt gently fluttering. She took a sip of coffee. The bitterness circled on her tongue, then turned into a lasting sweetness. The wind on the sea shifted direction in the early morning from southwest to due west, carrying the dry scent of sand and earth, the wind blowing from Alabaston. Though the land was not yet visible, the desert's aroma had already arrived. Robin stood at the bow, her black hair pulled straight by the wind, holding the eternal pose in her hand. The needle pointed steadily forward. She had changed into proper clothes, but her sleeves were still habitually rolled up to her forearms, as if ready to wash her hands and run at any moment. But she didn't run. She looked back at Ron, who was sunbathing on a deck chair. Her lips moved, but she suppressed a sentence she had prepared for a long time. "Ships ahead." Buggy in the crow's nest didn't stutter this time. His voice carried the standard vice captain's volume, but his tone was involuntarily serious. Baroque works flag, 3 ships. No. More behind. 5. And on the shore. Flags visible on the distant dunes. Nami clipped the log post to her waist and raised her binoculars to scan the sea. 5 medium-sized warships formed a fan-shaped formation from the coastal waters of Alabaston, surrounding them. The ship's prows uniformly bore the Baroque works purple-backed crown and skull flag. Behind the dunes on the shore, the outlines of a large force could be faintly seen. The number of flags was at least 3 times that on the sea. They calculated that we'd arrive within these days. Nami lowered her binoculars, her voice as calm, as if she were reporting the weather, but she adjusted the strap of the log pose 3 times on her wrist. The bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak were the vanguard, Mr. 3 on Little Garden was the roadblock, and now the boss has thrown all his personal navy into the fray. Captain, do we fight or evade? Move in. Ron sat up from the deck chair and placed his coffee cup on the armrest groove. Zoro had already stood up from under the mast, fastening the 3 swords to his side with crisp movements, a hint of anticipation that had been suppressed for days flickering at the corner of his mouth. Sanji untied his apron, folded it, and placed it at the kitchen door. He rolled his ankles, producing a crisp pop, then lit a new cigarette. Buggy slid down from the crow's nest, and by the time he landed, the dagger was already in his hand. He glanced at the formation of the 5 warships on the sea, then at the dense flags on the shore. Taking a deep breath, his clown-painted face rarely showed any bravado. First. 5 ships plus about 300 or 400 men on shore. Captain, how do you want to fight this battle? You each take a section. Ron's gaze swept from the sea to the shore, his tone as flat as if he were assigning chores. Zoro, the 2 on the left. Sanji, the 2 on the right. Buggy, the flagship in the middle is yours. The shore, all of it, is mine. Wait. Buggy slapped his thigh, his voice rising an octave. All 300 plus men on the shore are yours. Captain, you're taking the lion's share again. This lord fought Wapol on Drum Island, and he was a Baku no Mi user. And now you're only letting this lord take 1 flagship. This lord protests. Then I'll leave you a few more officers on the flagship. That's more like it. Baji's words were barely out when Sualong leaped off the ship's railing. His sword-drawing motion in midair was so fast that no one could see it. The moment he Dao Iwenzi left its sheath, a crescent-shaped slash had already sliced into the bow, cutting off the first warship's foremast at the root. The mast, along with the sail, crashed into the sea with a thunderous roar. The Baroque work soldiers on board, still scrambling out of the cabin, were thrown around by the tilting deck, dizzy and disoriented. Sualong landed on the slanted deck. Sandai Guiche and Shuezo came out of their sheaths simultaneously. With both blades in hand, he used the flat of the swords to knock down the first 7 or 8 soldiers charging at him, never once using the edge. He couldn't be bothered to actually cut such small fry. One sword style, 36 Calamity Phoenix. A spiral slash pierced the second warship from the port side, blowing a massive hole in the hull. Seawater rushed in faster than the crew could abandon ship. Sualong sheathed his swords and leaped onto the top of the 3rd ship's mast. Looking down at the floating debris and struggling soldiers on the sea, he uttered 2 words expressionlessly: too weak. On the right flank, Shanji was dashing across the sea, leaving 2 white trails of water. His moon step was still incomplete, but his continuous rapid aerial kicks were already very steady. His entire body traced a straight line across the sky above the sea, and the sole of his right foot directly stomped onto the bridge of the 4th warship. A transparent shockwave burst from under his foot, shattering all the glass windows of the bridge. The commander inside was blasted chair and all flying across the room and crashing into the bulkhead. Shanji did a somersault in the air, landed on the deck, straightened his tie, and bowed gracefully to the commander, who was slumped on the floor of the bridge. Excuse me, this ship is now closed for business. Where is the kitchen? The commander's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Baji's battlefield was right in the center. The flagship was 1 size larger than the other 4. Its bow was equipped with a 3-barreled rapid-fire cannon, and on the deck stood 2 agents who were clearly not small fry. One wore iron claws on his arms, and the other carried a giant hand-and-a-half sword longer than a man on his shoulder. Baji landed on the flagship's deck in a very stylish pose. His foot stomped on the barrel of the bow cannon, hands on his hips, while his twin pigtails fluttered dramatically in the sea breeze. I am the vice-captain of the Luoan pirates, the great Baji-sama. Your Baroque Works internal bounty list should have my name on it, right? Not written. If not, that's your boss's negligence. I'll give you 3 seconds. Drop your weapons and raise your hands, and I might consider not beating you until you're toothless. The Iron Claw agent and the Giant Sword agent exchanged a glance, then charged at Baji simultaneously. The Iron Claw traced 3 cold arcs in the air, while the Giant Sword swept horizontally with a howling wind. Their coordination was clearly trained. The Iron Claw sealed the high route, the Giant Sword sealed the middle, leaving no room to dodge. Baji's body instantly split into pieces. The Iron Claw passed through the gaps left by his split body, and the Giant Sword sliced through the space between his divided torso. Both attacks missed completely, and the recoil sent both agents stumbling forward. Baji's head and hands floated in the air, looking down at his own lower body, leisurely strolling across the deck. A supremely arrogant grin spread across his face. Slash attacks are useless against me. Didn't your intelligence department tell you? I ate the chop fruit, so swords and blades are nothing but trash to me. He gestured with his chin toward the dagger stuck in his belt. One of the agents had that very dagger stabbed right into his foot, and he hopped up in pain. Pudgy patted his own belly proudly. I can't even cut myself, so you think you can. Then he shouted, Pudgy, cannonball. He used his split upper body as a cannonball and slammed it down. Both agents dodged sideways, but Pudgy split again before landing, attacking them from all directions. The Iron Claw agent's claw was locked by Pudgy's dagger at the joint, rendering it immobile. The giant sword agent's blade was knocked out of his hands by a piece of Pudgy's split body from behind flying off and embedding itself in the mast. 2 minutes later, both agents were lying side by side on the deck, tied up tightly with Pudgy's own belt. Pudgy crouched in front of them, tapping the Iron Claw agent's claw with the tip of his dagger. Go back and tell your boss. No, you can't go back. Forget it, I'll take pity on you. Next time, just tell your boss to steer clear of Pudgy-sama's ship. On the shore, the Baroque Works soldiers pouring out from behind the dunes were even more numerous than estimated from the lookout. At least 300 of them, a dark mass lining the coast, a mix of musketeers and axe-wielding soldiers with a few mid-level agents who looked like promoted bounty hunters interspersed among them. Their commander stood on the highest dune, raising a megaphone to shout at Luoan. Luoan pirates, prepare to die. This is the Baroque Works Alabasta Special Operations Unit. The boss himself ordered us to annihilate you here. Not a single one left. Luoan walked forward on the sand. He did not unfurl his wings behind him, nor did flames ignite at the back of his head. His hands hung at his sides, and his pace was as leisurely as a traveler strolling through the desert. The first volley from the musketeers fired the moment he entered range. Hundreds of lead bullets flew toward him from all directions, striking his bronze skin with a dense series of dull thuds. One bullet after another deformed, shattered, and fell into the sand, without leaving even a single white mark. Muskets are useless. Send in the sword and axe men. The sword and axe men charged with great momentum, but when their blades struck Luoan's raised arms, they produced only the crisp sound of metal clashing. A dark reddish-purple armament Haki covered his forearms, and the sound of chipped blades rang out one after another with pieces of broken iron clattering to the ground. Luoan threw a backhand punch at the shield of the foremost man. The shield was pierced like cardboard, and the man's shield, and all flew backward, knocking over an entire row behind him. With every step he took, more than a dozen men fell. They weren't knocked out. He was holding back using his fists, but not lethal moves. However, his intermediate-level armament Haki, combined with the base strength of his Lunarian physique, made every punch land like a small cannonball exploding on the dunes. Sand flew up, cries of agony filled the air, and the Baroque Works soldiers rolled backward in droves like haystacks swept by a gale. The commander, who had been shouting from the top of the dune, let the megaphone slip from his hand. His eyes bulged, and his lips trembled as he squeezed out a few words. He alone. Really just one person. 3 minutes later, the dune was littered with bodies lying in all directions. Luoan stood atop the highest dune, dusted the sand off his hands, and turned around to walk back toward the large ship on the sea. His saws made a dry scraping sound on the sand, and behind him lay over 300 Baroque soldiers, their eyes rolled back, embedded in sand pits piled several layers deep. One still conscious soldier struggled to reach out from the sand, grabbing the commander's ankle, and croaked. What kind of monster is that? The commander did not answer because he himself was also rolling his eyes. On the sea, all 5 warships had sunk. Suo Long sheathed his sword and stood on a floating piece of shipboard, arms crossed, waiting to be rescued. Shanji slid back to the large ship on a piece of shattered deck, his leather saws covered in wood chips and gunpowder ash, and the cigarette in his mouth was still lit. Pudgy tripped over his own lower body and fell onto the wreckage of the flagship. When he got up, his face was covered in dust, but he was holding high a Baroque Works flag he had pulled from the flagship, his voice louder than the sea wind. This old man won. See that? The flagship. The hardest one to take. This old man took it down all by himself. Suo Long, how many did you get? 2. This one of mine is worth 2 of yours. That one was left by the captain. Suo Long replied with his eyes closed. That was still taken by this old man. On the battlefield, you don't count the starting conditions of credit. You count the results. Shanji walked past Pudgy, flicking the still-burning piece of flag off his face into the sea with a faint smile on his lips, rarely admitting you fought a battle, but your mouth is still that hard. Any injuries? No. No, just a little. Got scratched by an iron claw. Just a small one. Won't affect this old man's fighting tomorrow. When Luoan returned to the ship, everyone was already waiting on the deck. Name recalibrated the log pose, Kuya brought chilled towels, and Wei Wei handed him a cup of cold tea. Luoban leaned against the ship's railing, having watched the entire land and sea crushing battle from beginning to end, a faint hint of a smile in her light blue eyes. She walked up to Luo, in her tone as elegant and composed as ever. 300 people, 3 minutes. You haven't even used your wings and flames. No need for them. What about Crocodile? He deserves my full strength. Luoban asked no more. She turned and walked back to the bow, looked at the eternal pose in her palm, then turned her head and curved her lips toward Luoan. That smile was different from the elegant mask she usually wore. It was a relaxed smile, one that appeared only after she could finally entrust her back to someone without needing to calculate escape routes. The sails were filled by the sea wind, the bow cutting through the blue waters steadily, heading toward Alvida. The dunes on the shore were littered with groaning Baroque soldiers. The purple-based crown skull flag was hung by pudgy on the ship's rail, as a shoe rag flapping ridiculously in the wind. The coastline of Alvida unfolded in the morning light. It was not the emerald green islands common on the Grand Line, but a boundless desert baked golden by the sun. Heat waves rose from the dunes, distorting the distant horizon. The air was so dry that every breath felt like sandpaper scraping the throat. The ship docked at the port city of Nayana. The pier was deserted, a few fishermen upon seeing the pirate flag hid in their houses closing the shutters tighter than a locked door. The streets were covered with yellow sand. Most of the shops were closed, and the few that were open hung signs saying sold out. An old woman sat in a corner with 3 withered dates in front of her. When she saw them approaching, she did not call out, only glanced with her cloudy eyes, and then lowered her head again. This is worse than 3 years ago. Wei Wei walked at the front of the group, her aqua blue hair blown by the desert wind. As she smoothed her hair with her fingers, her fingertips trembled slightly. It was not fear. She had returned to her own country only to see an Alvida even more parched and weary than in her memory. The well by the street was covered with an iron lock, and a thick layer of sand had accumulated on the rim, clearly not used for a long time. First go to the royal capital Alvida. My father is there, and the rebel leader Koza is also there. If we can get them to sit down and talk, the civil war can stop. The rebels listened to Koza. Why doesn't Koza talk to the king on his own? Name asked. Because of the dance powder. Wei Wei's lips were pressed white. Crocodile used the dance powder to create the illusion of rain in the capital, making the rebels believe that my father was stealing their rain. 3 years of drought, hundreds of thousands of people without water, and all the evidence points to the palace. Koza was once my best friend, but now he's leading the rebels to attack the capital, and no one can stop him. Then we'll stop him. Luo straightened up from the pier. Lead the way. The straight-line distance from Nayana to Alvida was not far, but the desert stretched every part of the road. They rode camels and sand sleds rented from the port, crossing endless dunes under the scorching midday sun. Chopper huddled on the camel's back, sticking out his tongue from the heat. Pudgy coiled his twin ponytails on top of his head and wrapped them in his coat into a huge turban bun, asking every few steps, how much farther? Luo sat on the sand sled, using arms grown from the flower fruit to hold parasols for everyone, at the same time still wearing that composed smile, though a fine layer of sweat beaded on her forehead. In the afternoon, when they crested the last dune, the walls of Alvida finally emerged through the heat waves. But something before the walls caught everyone's attention even more than the walls themselves. An army. Arrayed in a dark mass on the plain outside the city walls, tents connected to tents, banners forming a continuous sea. They were not the kingdom's regular army. Most wore ragged cloth robes and crude leather armor with a motley assortment of weapons. Rusty swords, hoes, hunting rifles, wooden clubs studded with iron nails. There were old men, youths, and turbaned peasant women stuffing dry rations into march bags. Their banner was earth yellow with a clenched fist painted on it. The rebels. The fertile plain was covered with rebels. Wei Wei jumped off the camel and stood at the top of the dune looking down. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides, her nails digging into her palms, her voice low. They have deployed all their main forces. This battle is a general assault. Koza really intends to break into the capital today. Luo stood beside her, his gaze crossing the camp and landing on the city walls. The royal flag of the kingdom guard still hung on the city gate, but the number of defenders on the walls was clearly insufficient. The rebel forces were at least twice the size of the defenders, though once fighting began, the city would fall sooner or later. They won't listen to a foreign captain. Sua Long spoke calmly beside him. How will you stop them? If words won't work, then use something else. Ron walked toward the camp at a leisurely pace. The rebel camp's sentries were tense for a long moment when they spotted him. Over a dozen rifles were aimed at Ron's chest, but the barrels quivered slightly under the desert's scorching sun, not from fear, but because the men holding them were not professional soldiers. They were farmers, herdsmen, and craftsmen driven into soldiers by drought and despair. Halt! Who are you? Ron did not stop. He walked through the semicircle of gun barrels, stepping into the open ground at the center of the camp. His wings were not unfurled behind him, nor was his arm clad in Haki. But when his eyes swept across every face before him, all the gun barrels involuntarily lowered a few inches. Call Kusha out. I want to speak with him. Chief Kusha won't see outsiders. Move aside. Kusha stepped out of the tent, and all eyes turned to him. He was a tall, lean young man in a faded, bleached, old military uniform. A fresh, unhealed scar ran across his left cheek. His eyes were sunken, his cheekbones prominent, and his lips were cracked with several fissures. His gaze was hard, not from cruelty, but because he had been pushed to the brink with no way back. I don't know you. If your envoy sent from the capital, save your breath. The rebels will attack the city at dawn tomorrow. That date will not change. Kusha. Vivi stepped out from behind Ron and removed the headscarf that had covered half her face. Kusha's expression twisted violently the moment he recognized her. His lips parted and closed, his fingers clenched the hilt of his sword, and then released it. After a few seconds of struggle, he forced out 2 words, Vivi. It's me. I didn't die. I'm back. You're back. Kusha took 2 steps toward her, then stopped abruptly, as if halted by an invisible barrier. His voice lowered into a hoarse growl. What are you doing back here? Do you know what happened in Alabasta while you were gone for 3 years? Dance powder. Your father used dance powder to make it rain over the capital, stealing all the rain that belonged to us. The oases dried up, the wells ran dry. Do you know how many people died of starvation and thirst? He tore open his collar, revealing a dried, blackened scar on his collarbone. I got this from a stone while digging a well. I dug for 7 days. No water came out. What can you do about this? It wasn't my father who used the dance powder. Vivi's voice exploded across the empty camp, startling the surrounding soldiers into silence. Her eyes reddened, tears glistening at the corners, but not falling. It was Crocodile, the boss of Baroque Works, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. He disguised himself as a hero and deceived all of Alabasta for 3 years. He was the one who used the dance powder, he created the drought, and this entire civil war was orchestrated by him from start to finish. Silence hung over the camp for several seconds. Then came whispers, followed by voices of doubt, growing louder. Crocodile is a hero. He saved the port city several times. What proof do you have? You disappear for 3 years, come back, and claim the hero is a villain. Why should we believe you? Baroque Works. Never heard of it. That's a flimsy excuse. Kusha raised a hand to silence the clamor behind him. He looked at Vivi. His eyes held not anger, but something far more terrifying. The instinctive refusal of a person who has been deceived for too long, suddenly confronted with the truth. His lips trembled and his voice dropped to an almost inaudible level. You say Crocodile is the mastermind. Where's the evidence? Vivi's lips turned pale as well. She had no evidence. All of Baroque Works' action plans were communicated orally, leaving no written records or physical evidence. The only living witness was Robin, and at that moment Robin was being kept outside the camp by the rebels as an unidentified associate. She glanced back at Robin, who shook her head, slightly signaling that she should not reveal her identity for now. Silence. Only the wind passed through the camp. The rebel soldiers' gazes shifted from doubt to disappointment, and from disappointment to a contemptuous "I knew it." Kusha closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned to walk back. Ron spoke. You got that scar from digging a well. The calluses on your hands are from holding a hoe. You formed an army of farmers and herdsmen because you believe the king stole your water. You don't want to be a hero. You just want your men to have drinking water. Kusha's footsteps halted. But have you ever considered this question? Before Crocodile appeared, had Alabasta ever experienced a 3-year drought? No. It never had 3 consecutive years without rain before he came. He arrived, and the drought came, and the civil war began. The king you've hated for 3 years. Did he ever send troops to seize your water during these 3 years? Did he mobilize the army to suppress you? The only thing he did was sit in the palace, firing no shots, sending no soldiers. Think calmly. If someone truly wanted to crush you, would they not even defend themselves? Ron did not raise his voice, nor did he speak with fervor. He stood in the center of the camp, his tone calm, as if recounting something that had happened countless times. But the murmurs around him grew quieter until nothing remained but the sound of the wind. Kusha turned back to look at Ron, his eyes gradually reddening. His Adam's apple rolled beneath his cracked skin, but he said nothing. You have always believed that rebellion was righteous. But now what you should do is end the civil war and reunite the entire kingdom. I only ask you to trust one thing. I will deal with Crocodile. Your king never stole your reign. You have been rebelling for 3 years, but against the wrong person. What is needed now is not admission of fault. It is to have all the soldiers who were about to storm the city instead protect the people of this capital. An old soldier pushed his way out from the crowd. His beard was half white, and 3 old scars from sand abrasions marked his hands. He knelt on one knee before Kusha, his kneecap hitting the sandy ground with a dull thud. Chief, I remember something. When the first dance powder rain fell over the capital 3 years ago, I saw a carriage rushing out from the direction of the palace. But it wasn't heading into the city, it was heading toward the port. No carriage had entered the palace before the rain, because I was on night duty at the palace gate that day. Another younger rebel soldier swallowed hard, took off his helmet, and revealed an old scar on his forehead. I joined the rebels originally because of intelligence that the Royal Guard had poisoned the Sandora River. But now I think about it. Only Baroque Works assassination squad uses poison, the Royal Guard never did. Another rebel squad leader punched his chest armor hard. If Crocodile is truly the mastermind, then we've been pointing our guns at our own king for 3 years. Kusha's tears finally spilled from his eyes. They traced his parched cheeks and fell into the sand, silently absorbed drop by drop. He knelt on one knee, one hand gripping the hem of his military uniform, his knuckles white. I led troops for 3 years. Fought for 3 years. And all of them were our own people. He looked up at Wei Wei, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, Wei Wei, I nearly destroyed Alabasta with my own hands. You may never forgive me, but tell me what I must do from now on to atone. I'll follow your orders. Stand up. Wei Wei stepped forward and pulled him to his feet, her movements forceful, as if hauling a drowning man ashore. Her lips quivered slightly, but the dignity of a princess steadied her voice. Now if you ask me, I have only one thing to say: you rebelled to protect the people. Now protect them again. Do what a general must do. The rebels' mission is to hold Alvida to block any Baroque soldier who might take advantage of the chaos to harm civilians. After we defeat Crocodile, you must have all your men lay down their arms and help with reconstruction. Koby slammed his boot heel against the ground, turned to face his troops, and shouted until his voice cracked. All units hear me. Turn every cannon barrel toward those Baroque works bastards. Anyone who dares mention storming the city at this moment will face court-martial. Defend the capital. Defend the king. A unified roar erupted from the rebels. Young soldiers who had just joined a few days ago wiped their tears while frantically pushing artillery pieces. Gray-haired veterans silently swapped their farming tools for shields and stood directly before the city gates. The two factions that had been locked in confrontation moments ago, the Royal Guard defending the city and the rebel vanguard, after a brief silence rushed toward each other and embraced beneath the city walls, weeping uncontrollably. Wei Wei stood at the center of the camp, withdrew her gaze from the dust-shrouded city wall, turned, and strode back to Luo. Her aquamarine hair whipped by the desert wind covered half her face, but she did not bother to brush it aside. Crocodile. She uttered only that single word. Where is he? Rain Base. The headquarters of Baroque Works. The Rain Dinners Casino. Luo took a step toward the dunes. The entire crew stood behind him in unison. Suo Long tightened the hilts of his three swords one by one as Shan Ji ground his cigarette, but into the sand. Ba Ji twirled his dagger twice before gripping the handle. O Chiao Ba strapped his medical kit to his antlers. Luo then walked slowly into the camp from the periphery, a faint smile on her lips that said, another good show is about to begin. Na Mei surveyed the direction, then turned and shouted to Koby, who's the logistics officer here? Lend us a few of the fastest land and water lizards. We need to reach Rain Base before dusk. Koby personally led a team of camels and handed the strongest one to Luo, and lowering his voice to ask, who exactly are you? The Luo pirates. Luo mounted the camel, squinting at the straight official road stretching into the desert. Crocodile owes you 3 years of water, owes Wei Wei a complete kingdom, and owes me something a princess should give. 3 debts. Settled in full today. The camel team kicked up a cloud of yellow sand as they sped toward Rain Base. The rebel flag was raised again over the city of Alvida, this time with no spearhead aimed at the palace. In the distance, in the top-floor office of the Rain Dinners Casino, Crocodile set down his whiskey glass and watched the Din Mushy monitor showing the latest developments at the rebel camp. Guns turned around, the two armies reconciled. Koby, shaking hands with the Royal Guard captain beneath the city walls. The ash of his cigar fell onto his crocodile skin coat, and he slowly crushed it with his fingers. Mr. 0 to all senior agents. Luo is heading toward Rain Base. All personnel prepare for battle. It was raining in Rain Base. Not the kind of rain stolen by dancing powder in other parts of Alabasta laden with guilt. Rain Base was perpetually humid. Crocodile used his Suna no Mi ability to turn the oasis's underground water source into a giant vortex, keeping the sky over Rain Base eternally overcast, with fine rain drifting down and pattering against the casino's golden dome. The streets were empty, the casino's doors wide open, the interior brilliantly lit, as if deliberately welcoming them. Luo jumped off his camel and stepped onto the wet stone pavement of Rain Base. Rainwater fell on his bronze skin, sliding along the lines of his shoulder blades. He looked up at the top floor of the casino, where a giant crocodile statue stood, its jaws open, revealing stone fangs. He's up there. Luo stood beside him, her black hair plastered to her cheeks by the rain, her pale blue eyes piercing through the rain curtain toward the top floor of the casino. Mr. 0 Crocodile. The boss of Baroque Works, a warlord of the sea and a Suna no Mi user. His ability is nearly invincible in the desert, but Rain Base is the weakness he created for himself. He's too arrogant, confident that he can crush any enemy without even needing the desert. Then let him enjoy that arrogance for a few more minutes. Luo pushed open the casino doors. The lobby was filled with senior agents. Mr. 1, his arms turned into blades, Miss double finger, her body covered in spikes. Mr. 2, Bon Clay striking a ballet pose, and a dozen or so numbered agents peeking out from behind gambling tables around stair corners and from chandeliers on the ceiling. Their expressions shifted from surprise to vigilance, and from vigilance to killing intent. The Luo pirates. The boss said you can come in, but you won't leave. Mr. 1's arms transformed into 2 gleaming blades. The edges scraped against each other, producing a sharp metallic screech. Suo Long stepped out from behind Luo, in his thumb pushing the guard of the Wado Ikamanji. A rare excited smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Leave the one who talks with his blades to me. The wax I cut on Little Garden was too soft. This blade man's hardness is just right for testing a new move. Leave that Okama to me. Ba Ji drew his sword and pointed it at Mr. 2, his voice exploding in the casino lobby. Ballet boy, I've been watching you for a while. Your left foot tripped over your right during that last spin. Don't think I didn't see it. Your fundamentals aren't solid enough to be dancing. Who says my fundamentals are weak? I am the principal ballet dancer of Baroque works. Shanji's leather shoes made no sound on the casino carpet. He walked up to Miss Doublefinger and gave a slight bow, his expression a perfect gentleman's smile. My dear lady, your spiked outfit is far too dangerous. You might accidentally hurt yourself. Why not put down your weapons and let me buy you a cup of coffee? Smooth-talking men are the most disgusting. That's because you haven't tasted my baked cookies yet. Chopper consumed a rumble ball and transformed into a massive reindeer form, blocking the doorway, and one by one he head-butt the agents trying to escape back inside. Nami and Kaya stood guard outside the door, one holding a climatic, the other clutching a first-aid kit. Vivi stood in front of them, her peacock slasher in hand, her azure eyes fixed on the staircase leading to the top floor. Luoan did not join the melee. He moved through the gaps between flashing blades, flying fists, spinning ballet shoes, and sharp spikes heading for the staircase. No one stopped him. Zoro's slashes exploded behind him, Buggy's daggers split into a dozen streaks of cold light behind him, and Sanji's kicks whipped up a cyclone behind him. His crew was fighting. He was the captain, and the captain had his own business to attend to. At the top of the stairs stood a massive gilded door. The door was unlocked. The office was carpeted with crocodile skin, and on the wall hung a map of Alabasta with red circles marking every town devastated by the Civil War. Crocodile sat behind the desk, a cigar in his left hand, his right arm resting on the armchair of crocodile skin, one leg crossed over the other. He wore his signature black fur-collared coat, his rugged face gleaming with an oily sheen under the dim light, a condescending smile curling at the corner of his lips. Luoan. He uttered the name as if tasting an unfamiliar dish. A small-time pirate from the East Blue who dismantled half of my Baroque works in half a year, recruited my most capable miss all Sunday, and turned my plans upside down in Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, and Alabasta. I should praise you, but guess what I'll do after the praise? He stubbed out his cigar on the desk and stood up. He activated his Suna no Mi powers. His right arm began to dissolve into flying sand from the fingertips, countless fine grains swirling in the air, condensing, expanding into a massive desert scimitar. The blade was not a solid mass, but a cutting surface of high-speed flowing sand, each grain rotating at an incredible speed, emitting a buzzing sound like a swarm of locusts. I'll turn you into a dried-up corpse in the desert. I'll take your bounty, your ship, and your women. Luoan closed the door behind him. He stood in the center of the office, rain dripping from his hair onto the crocodile skin carpet, with no sound of evaporation. Done talking. Arrogant. Crocodile's desert scimitar swept horizontally, slicing the map on the wall in two as it passed through the air, shredded paper, scattering in the turbulence. Luoan did not dodge. He raised his right arm, armament Haki coating his entire forearm, in an instant a dark reddish-purple metallic luster, like a piece of red-hot iron under the dim light. The desert scimitar collided with the Haki-hardened arm, producing a piercing metallic clang. Clang. Sand scattered in all directions, the blade exploded into a cloud of loose sand, yet Luoan's arm bore not even a scratch. Armament Haki. Crocodile's brow twitched, then he resumed his disdainful expression. Vice Admiral-level armament Haki might work against ordinary Logia, but against the Suna no Mi. Do you think sand can be dispersed by a punch? Naive. Desert diamond blade. He shot 4 compressed sand blades from his palms, each so thin, it was nearly transparent, their edges sharp enough to slice steel like paper. The 4 sand blades sealed off all 4 directions around Luoan, up, down, left, right, leaving no room to evade. Luoan did not evade. He stepped forward, walking straight into the blades. The sand blades struck his chest, shoulder, and side, then shattered into a cloud of fine sand. A faint golden-orange luster rippled across his bronze skin. The defensive power of the Lunaria tribe was fully activated at that moment. The compressed desert diamond blade could not even cut through his epidermis. The sand grain slid off his skin with a soft rustling sound like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Crocodile's cigar dropped from the corner of his mouth. What kind of constitution is this? The Lunaria tribe. Heard of it? Luoan grabbed Crocodile's wrist. Armament Haki spread from his palm to the target's forearm, the hardness of intermediate armament Haki, making this grapple impossible to escape by sandification. Crocodile tried to turn his wrist into sand to break free, but the Haki-covered area resolidified the sand, and repeated attempts at sandification and solidification showed the overwhelming advantage of armament Haki against Logia. He dragged Crocodile out from behind the desk like a crocodile and slammed him against the wall. The impact cracked the gilded wall, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of Crocodile's mouth as he slid down. Impossible. The Lunaria tribe went extinct long ago. You, what the hell are you? My name is Luoan, captain of the Luoan pirates. Luoan crouched down to look at the panting crocodile who was huddled against the wall. He extended his right hand palm up. A golden-orange flame ignited in his palm. Not an attack, merely a demonstration. The firelight illuminated every pore on Crocodile's face. Sweat trickled down his forehead, mixing with wall dust, and the flame leaped before his eyes less than an inch from his nose. Come on, what's the heat tolerance of the Suna no Mi? I recall that sand turns to glass under high temperatures, and what happens when glass breaks? Part of your body was already damaged by my armament Haki earlier. Now if I add this, Do you think you can still walk away unscathed? Crocodile shattered the wall behind him with all his might, turning into a sandstorm that burst out of the office and landed in the casino's main hall, which was already a wreck from the earlier fighting. Zoro had just sheathed his swords, mister. One lay on the ground, his blade arms severed into 3 pieces. Sanji was grinding out the last spike with his shoe sole, while Buggy sat on Mr. Two's back legs crossed, counting his loot. They saw Crocodile covered in wall dust and panting heavily, crashing down from above. They all stepped back half a pace, not out of fear, but to make room for their captain. Luo descended the stairs with a pair of black wings unfurled behind his back. A golden-orange divine flame blazed behind his head, evaporating the rain before it could touch the flames, turning it into steam. The temperature in the casino hall rose by over 10 degrees in seconds. He walked toward Crocodile, each step crunching on broken glass and splintered wood. Crocodile's eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. The lighting in the office had been dim, so he hadn't fully seen the wings and flames. Now under the casino's lights, the black wings spread behind the dark-haired man, covered half the ceiling, and the divine flame behind his head vaporized all surrounding rain into rolling white mist. The god race, truly the god race. Desert greatsword. He poured all his strength into his right arm, which transformed into a giant desert blade, at least 5 times thicker than the scimitar from before, cleaving down toward Luoen's head. The air was torn apart with a sharp shriek where the blade passed, and the tiles on the hall floor were overturned by the shockwave, shattered into countless pieces flying in all directions. Luoen raised his right hand. His palm coated with armament Haki, open wide, facing the giant sand blade. The moment the sand blade struck the armament Haki, it exploded into a cloud of yellow sand. The sand grains were instantly vitrified into glass-like crystals by the scorching heat of divine flame, falling to the ground with crisp, clinking sounds. Keluo stood frozen, staring at the glassy crystals scattered on the floor, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Luoen grasped a broken blade fragment that had fallen from Mr. One's arm blade with his right hand. Armament Haki spread from his palm to the entire blade, wrapping it in a dark purple hue. He casually unfolded his sword stance across the sandy ground, the very same slash that had injured Hawkeye at the sea restaurant that day. The sword aura traced a half-arc of light across the brick wall of the hall. All the glass shattered instantly, and the shockwave sent Keluo flying off his feet, crashing into the pile of antique sofas he had specially collected. This slash, you used it against Hawkeye? Sualong's voice carried a rare hint of excitement. Improved it. Last time it was a temporary sword technique given by the system. This time it's my own version with armament Haki infusion. Want to learn? After this battle. Alright, I'll teach you after we're done. Keluo crawled out of the sofa debris, his composure completely shattered. His right arm was sliced open by Luoen's slash, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. The power of the Suna Nomi was still active, but every time he tried to turn the injured arm into sand and reform it, the wound cut by armament Haki would split open again. Why can't my ability recover? Armament Haki continuously damages the physical body. Even a Logia type's elementalization can't regenerate. Your invincible body is completely countered by me. Luoen approached him, withdrawing the armament Haki from the broken blade. You can turn into a desert. I can stand in the desert. You can absorb all moisture. My flames have dried up all the water in your sand. For the first time in 20 years you've met an opponent who is utterly unaffected by your sand-formed body. Still want to fight? Keluo used his remaining arm to prop himself up and crawl backward, his back hitting the broken fountain base in the center of the hall. A jet of water sprayed from the fractured fountain pipe, drenching him. For the first time he felt that being wet was such a humiliation. All around him were his elite agents, some embedded in the walls, some piled under the gambling tables, and some tied up like dumplings by Ba-Ji using belts and hung from the chandeliers. His Baroque works, his utopia plan, his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, all turned to ashes before the wings and divine flame of this black-haired man. And not over yet. I'm a Shichibukai. I won't lose to a rookie with no bounty. Desert Sunflower. His left palm slammed onto the ground. The entire casino's foundation let out a terrifying tearing sound as the floor collapsed from the center outward. Marble and sand were simultaneously transformed into quicksand by the power of his devil fruit. He intended to drag the entire building and everyone inside to their doom. Luoen's wings on his back suddenly spread wide, and he soared into the air. The dark purple gleam of armament Haki on his right fist traced a straight line through the dim light of the quicksand, smashing fiercely into the center of Keluo's chest. A white ring of air burst from the impact point, blasting away all sand and dust within 10 meters. The Shichibukai's back crashed through the foundation and sank deep into the sand pit. His upper body was embedded in the shattered marble and quicksand, his pupils dilated, mouth wide open, letting out a faint groan before he completely lost consciousness. The quicksand stopped spreading. Half of the casino's foundation had collapsed. A few last pieces of broken glass fell from the tilted ceiling, clinking onto Keluo's face. He didn't even have the strength to dodge. Luoen folded his wings and landed, dusted the sand off his hands, and turned toward the entrance. Outside, the rain had stopped without anyone noticing. Rebels and civilians crowded the square in front of the casino. The series of thunderous crashes that had shaken half the building had drawn people from miles around. Wei Wei stood at the front of the crowd, watching Luo walk out from the half-collapsed gate. Behind him, the golden-orange flames still flickered, not yet fully withdrawn. His black wings gleamed with a metallic luster under the post-rain sunlight. "Where's Alvida?" she asked. "Inside. Embedded in the foundation. Have the royal army come in and cuff him. A Shichibukai's physique can survive a night embedded like that." Wei Wei's lips trembled several times. She wanted to say thank you, to say that he was the hero who saved her country, to say that from today on every well in Arabasta would bear his name. But in the end, she just rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Luo's waist, burying her face in his still warm chest, her shoulders trembling silently. Luo looked down and ruffled her hair. "I always keep my promises." Sua Long walked out of the side entrance carrying the still sleeping Mr. One over his shoulder, tossing the knife man to the rebels for handling. Shanji exited while holding his arm that had been pricked a few times, cursing that Mr. One's blades were too dull and had scuffed his leather shoes. Ba Ji tied Mr. Two onto a camel's back, looking satisfied. Xiao Ba shrank back into his small reindeer form and was distributing bandages to the wounded rebels with his hooves. Luo Bin leaned against the casino's colonnade, a faint smile on her lips. From the moment Kelookitagur was embedded in the foundation, all remnants of Baroque works began to surrender. The remaining soldiers in the casino knelt in a line, piling their weapons into a small mountain. Rebel soldiers and the royal guard worked side by side, cuffing the surrendering individuals one by one. Their movements were restrained without excessive retaliation, calmly escorting them to the temporary detention camp. Faint cheers came from afar in the desert, from the direction of Albana. News traveled faster than camels. The sun sank behind the dunes, setting the entire sky ablaze with the same golden-orange hue as Luo's divine flame. "Is that it, eh?" Baji asked. "That's it." Shanji looked up at the night sky of Arabasta. The rain clouds had dispersed, and stars began to light up one by one, closer and brighter than stars anywhere in the Grand Line. He said, "Kelookitagur is defeated. Rainbase can sleep well tonight." Xiao Ba tugged at his pant leg, a smudge of ointment still on his blue nose. "Shanji, I'm hungry. I'll go back and cook. Roast whole camel." "No roasting camels." Wei Wei let go of Luo and wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. She straightened up, tidied her windblown long hair, and turned to the rebels and royal guards gathered in the square. Her voice was clear and firm in the desert evening breeze. "Kelookitagur is defeated. Arabasta liberated." The cheers that erupted from the square shook the last few pieces of broken glass from the casino's ruined walls. The night in Alabastan was quieter than any sea in the Grand Line. The desert bore no sound of waves, no seabirds' cries, only the faint rustle of sand grains as the wind swept over the dunes, a slow rhythmic breathing of the earth. On the palace terrace of the royal capital Albana, the bonfire blazed at its peak, sparks rising to merge with the river of stars that hung closer and brighter than over the east blue. The banquet had lasted from dusk till deep night. The palace cooks had opened every jar of wine aged 3 years in the cellar. The rebel army's messmen and the kingdom's guards shared a stove for the first time, and the roasted whole lamb and honey-dipped dates filled the entire long table. Luo sat in the center of the terrace, not on a throne. Kosa had personally brought a wicker recliner, claiming it was the finest craft from the rebel camp. Its backrest was angled just right for him to recline, as if on a ship. He tried to refuse, but was silenced by a glare from Nami. She said, "You are the savior of all Alabastan now. A savior must sit in the most comfortable seat and accept gratitude. That's basic economics." Wei Wei sat beside him, dressed in the formal attire of the Alabastan royal family. Her aquamarine hair had been braided into an elaborate bun by the maids, revealing her slender neck and a pair of pearl earrings. She had barely spoken all evening, but every few minutes she would turn her head to look at Luo, just to confirm he was still there. Luo reached out and popped a date into her mouth. She chewed twice before realizing a faint blush rising on her cheeks, but she swallowed anyway. Zoro leaned against the terrace railing, his 3 swords resting on his knees, holding a bowl of the desert liquor that Kosa himself had poured. He took a sip, frowned, then took another. Sanji stood beside him, unusually quiet, because he was deeply engaged in a serious discussion with the rebel mess sergeant about the feasibility of making cheese from camel milk, his expression more focused than when fighting an enemy. Buggy alone occupied most of the wine table. He had draped his vice-captain's cloak over the shoulders of an old rebel soldier and was passionately recounting for the 4th time his glorious tale of single-handedly dealing with Mr. 2 at the Rain Banquet Casino. The old soldier's grandson sat on his lap with a blue-nosed reindeer squeezed beside him. Both the child and the reindeer were utterly captivated. By the 5th retelling, Chopper finally noticed a flaw he hadn't caught before. "Mr. Buggy, you said Mr. 2 stumbled 3 times before falling, but now you say it was 2. How many was it really?" "Irrelevant. The important thing is that I won thoroughly." Kaya was sitting by the fire sipping honey mint tea and speaking softly with Robin. Robin wore a white dress in the Alabastan style, which made her wheat-colored skin glow warmly in the firelight. She listened to Kaya with a smile, but her eyes kept drifting toward the man reclining on the wicker chair in the center of the terrace. Each time her gaze flickered there, the curve of her lips deepened by a fraction. On her way back from the finance officer, Nami was stopped by a palace maid who cautiously handed her a stack of documents. Nami opened them and saw it was a permanent transit permit formally issued by the Alabastan royal family. All members of the Luo pirate crew were granted permanent exemption from inspection and taxation and the highest royal hospitality within Alabastan. She closed the file, a smile spreading across her face that she could barely suppress. She tucked it into the inner pocket of her ledger book and patted the cover. The musicians began playing a traditional Alabastan folk tune with lively drumbeats and melodious flutes. Rebel soldiers and kingdom guards danced shoulder to shoulder. 3 days ago, they had been raising swords against each other on the battlefield. Now, they stepped on each other's feet, trying to keep the same rhythm. 2 white-haired veterans stopped dancing, clapped each other on the shoulder, and said nothing, but both had red-rimmed eyes. Koso walked to the edge of the terrace with a glass of wine, knelt on one knee before Luo, not as a subject to a monarch, but a soldier's salute. He raised his glass to shoulder level, his voice hoarse, but steady as the desert rock. The rebel army owes you a life. Alabastan owes you a nation. Luo took the glass, drank from it, and pulled him to his feet. The war is over. Your soldiers should lay down their arms and return to the fields. Alabastan needs more men who dig wells than men who wield blades. You said it yourself after digging for 7 days, without finding water. Now you can start again. We're already digging. At dawn tomorrow, every soldier's pickaxe will hit the ground. Kosa drained his glass in one gulp. The banquet wound down near dawn. The desert night chilled quickly, but no one on the terrace felt cold. Wei Wei was the last to leave the terrace. She stood by the wicker chair looking down at Luo, who had half closed his eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then bent down and pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Your reward hasn't been claimed yet, she said, her voice so soft it was almost carried away by the wind. I know, Luo replied, opening one eye. The system still owes me a lottery draw. Wait until dawn. It's not the lottery, Wei Wei said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her aquamarine eyes shone brilliantly in the dying embers of the bonfire. It's me. She turned and walked toward the palace. At the doorway, she looked back at him, her lips curving into the same smile she had worn that night they met in Whiskey Peak. Luo closed his eyes, listening to the desert wind sweeping across the dunes. In the city below the terrace, people were repairing houses damaged by war. Through the night, the clear rhythmic sound of hammers striking wood filling the air. Farther away, new wells were being dug. The dull thud of pickaxes biting into the sandy earth mingled with the synchronized chants of the soldiers. The system interface materialized in the void. Promise fulfillment confirmed. Recruit target, Nefeltari Wei Wei. Lottery draw unlocked 1. He smiled. Finally, after all this wait, it had arrived. Draw. The light screen contracted into a blinding point and exploded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained observation Haki. Grade advanced. Ability description: sense the aura, location, number, power level, and immediate intent of all living beings within a radius of 500 meters. With focused concentration, you can briefly predict attack trajectories within the next half second. Advanced observation Haki also grants emotional perception, the ability to read surface-level emotional fluctuations of targets. Advanced observation Haki. Luo opened his eyes, and the last flicker of the bonfire danced in his pupils. He didn't move, didn't rise, just lay back in the wicker chair and slowly expanded his perception range. Nami in the next room was counting berries. She sneezed when she reached 3,200. Zoro was sharpening his swords in the guest room, his breath slowing half a beat each time he reached the blade tip. Sanji was kneading dough for tomorrow's breakfast in the kitchen, humming a North Blue folk tune as he worked. Buggy was talking in his sleep in the room at the end of the corridor, mumbling something about, "Don't steal my chicken leg." Kai was flipping through bedtime, reading, stopping to laugh every few pages. Robin was still awake, leaning by the window, reading an archaeology book borrowed from the palace library, her fingers turning the pages with extreme gentleness and steadiness. Chopper was organizing medicinal herbs in the pharmacy, arranging the jars neatly with his hooves, muttering to himself, "We're running low on angelica root. I need to tell Sanji." In her bedchamber, Wei Wei's heart was still beating fast. Then he extended his range farther. The city was being rebuilt, wells were being dug, the desert was waiting for the next real rain. He withdrew his observation Haki and clasped his hands behind his head. Intermediate armament Haki, advanced observation Haki, Lunaria bloodline, the stronger with stronger, system, the unmissable slap, extraordinary memory, language mastery, and a ship with a crew willing to take a blade for him. When he first set sail, he had nothing. Now he had everything. In the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, the Four Emperors, Marine Headquarters, the World Government. Those peak battlefields he had read countless times in the manga before his transmigration still awaited him beyond the horizon. Luo closed his eyes. The desert night wind swept across the terrace, gently lifting and then lowering the hem of his captain's coat. The first pale light of dawn appeared on the horizon. A new day had begun in Alabastan. The journey ahead on the sea was still long, but no matter what weather, what enemies, or what earth-shattering confrontations lay ahead, this ship, this captain, this crew would sail onward, facing the wind and waves. The rising sun of Alabaston emerged from behind the dunes, dyeing the entire desert a golden orange, the same color as the divine flame behind Luoen's head. In the streets of the royal capital Albana, the sounds of hammers and saws had been ringing since dawn. The veterans of the rebel army folded their uniforms and placed them in their tents, then changed into patchwork clothes, shouldered pickaxes and shovels, and headed toward the dry riverbed outside the city. Kosa stood on the highest rock by the riverbed, holding a water conservancy map that Wei Wei had drawn through the night. He pointed at a bend in the river and shouted something to the surrounding workmen. The wind carried his hoarse voice far away, and the dull thud of pickaxes hitting the earth echoed from both banks of the riverbed. At the city gate, a team of rebel soldiers and a team of royal guards were jointly dismantling a rusted cannon from the city wall. The cannon barrel was two heavy soldiers from both sides chanted together, but their chants fell into chaos and the cannon dangled in midair, swaying. An old rebel soldier cursed in frustration, and the guard opposite him froze for a moment before cursing back. Both men laughed as they cursed, and their ropes pulled more evenly. A young rebel soldier wiped the sweat from his face and shouted to the veteran, "Uncle, after we dismantle this cannon, will the iron be used for making hose, or well rings?" "Well rings," Princess Wei Wei said. "From now on, Alabaston needs only water, not cannons." On the palace terrace, Luoen was still lying in the wicker recliner. Not because he hadn't woken up, he just couldn't be bothered to move after being roused by the system notification. Observation Haki operated automatically at the edge of his consciousness, mapping the presence of everyone within a 500-meter radius. Like a three-dimensional map, Zoro, doing morning exercises at the edge of the rooftop, had already swung his sword over 2,000 times, his breathing steadier than when he sharpened blades last night. Sanji whisking egg whites in the kitchen, the hand mixer spinning at a uniform speed like a machine, Nami flipping through her ledger in her room. Her heartbeat quickening slightly when she reached the last page. Probably calculating the net profit from this Alabaston trip, Wei Wei still in her bedchamber, her heartbeat steady, her breathing long and slow. She must still be asleep. Wei Wei. He opened his eyes and sat up from the recliner. He still remembered the last words she had spoken on the terrace last night. He rose and walked toward the bedchamber. The bedchamber door was ajar. Wei Wei sat before the vanity, having changed out of last night's formal royal attire into a light blue cotton dress. Her hair was loose and she was still. Before she could finish arranging her hair, she stood before the mirror trying to fasten her earrings. Her fingers were unsteady, and the earring post missed her earlobe twice. Luoen leaned against the doorframe, watching for a moment. Then he walked over, took the earrings from her, and put them on for her. His movements were unhurried but steady, and the post went through on the first try. "Good morning." Wei Wei looked at his face in the mirror, her voice still slightly hoarse from just waking up. "Do you remember what I said last night?" "I remember." Luoen put the other earring on her as well. "You said it wasn't a lottery draw, but it was you. And now, I'm here to make it happen." Wei Wei rose from the chair and turned to face him. The morning sun outside the window turned her aquamarine eyes almost translucent, two faint blushes blooming on her cheeks. Yet the corners of her mouth curved into a sly smile that no princess should possess. "You made me wait an entire Alabaston. Because I keep my word." "I know." She stood on tiptoe and pressed a kiss to his lips, a motion as light as the first raindrop falling on parched earth in the desert. "That's why I waited." Luoen reached out and pulled her waist close, taking over the kiss. It was no longer a light touch, but a deep, powerful response. Wei Wei closed her eyes, her arms wrapping around his back. Through his coat, her fingertips could feel the faint heat radiating from the base of the folded black wings. "The others are still waiting for us to have breakfast," she whispered in the brief pause between breaths. "Let them wait." Name was the first to catch on at the breakfast table. She spread the account book on the table and tapped the royal decree with her fingertip. "Everyone listen up. The Alabaston royal family officially issued a permanent asylum order for the Luoen pirates this morning. From now on, we are exempt from inspection and taxes within Alabaston territory. We can dock and resupply at any port at any time." Kosha also issued a simultaneous announcement: all rebel soldiers have been discharged and reassigned to the Water Infrastructure Engineering Corps. The civil war is officially over. Shanji paused, coffee cup in hand. "Exempt from inspection and taxes. Exempt from inspection and taxes." Name repeated, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. "And the king has granted us an annual supply budget from the royal treasury. I'm still negotiating the exact amount." She paused, adding in a very professional financial tone, aiming high. Xiao Ba raised his hand. "Does the supply budget include medicinal herbs?" "It does." "Does it include oranges?" Kuya held a freshly baked date, spoon eye sparkling. "Any kind of oranges." Ba Ji sprang up from the other end of the long table, his twin ponytails arching like rainbows. "What about my Ba Ji Cannon Development Fund? The new shells require the desert sulfur unique to Alabaston. This is a national defense level project. The vice captain's combat power directly affects the safety of the entire ship. Name, you must set up a separate budget for me. After you pay off the debt from blowing up the kitchen last time," Shanji said as he walked past, placing a freshly baked croissant on Luoben's plate. Miss Luo Bin, we switched to a local Alabastan coffee bean this morning. It leans acidic, so I paired it with date jam to balance it. Let me know if anything feels off. Luo Bin broke the croissant in half and used her Hana no me to grow an extra arm in the air, gently pushing the jam dish closer to Kuya. With an elegant gesture she thanked him and then took a sip of coffee. The acidity is just right. Kuya smiled at the jam dish that had been pushed toward her, softly remarking how convenient Luo Bin's hands were. Wei Wei entered the dining room midway through breakfast. She had changed into a formal light blue dress, her hair repinned neatly, and a pearl necklace adorned her neck. Her royal poise was flawless, but as she walked over and sat down beside Luo, and her hand naturally rested on the back of his, the entire table fell silent for about a second. Sua Long lowered his head and continued drinking his soup. Shanji silently cut his bread. Baji was about to speak when Name stuffed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. Kuya and Luo Bin exchanged a glance. Luo Bin's lips curled into a meaningful smile, while Kuya blushed, but quietly gave Wei Wei a thumbs up. Only Xiao Ba, completely oblivious to the situation, chewed on a date scone and mumbled, "Miss Wei Wei, why are you walking a bit strangely?" Wei Wei's ears instantly turned the same shade of red as Kuya's. Luo set down his coffee cup, his tone as calm as ever. "Xiao Ba, go to the kitchen and grab a few more scones for me." "Oh sure." Xiao Ba hopped off his chair and bounded into the kitchen. The banquet continued until noon. The Alabastan royal family had prepared a feast befitting the highest state guests. A long table laden with desert roast, whole lamb, honey dates, grape leaf wrapped rice, grilled scorpion skewers, camel milk, pudding, and 3 different vintages of royal cellar wine. A few veteran cooks from the rebel army insisted on helping, bringing out a lamb stew they had simmered all night in their field pots. The broth was thick and white, topped with roughly chopped onions and cilantro. The Royal Guard's military band played in the garden, while former rebel soldiers on the city wall beat time with pickaxes against anvils following the rhythm. Ikalemu had been bustling about since the previous night. He had finally changed back into his formal captain's uniform, dark circles still under his eyes, but his spirit completely renewed. He raised his wine glass and bowed deeply to Luo, in his back bending low. When he straightened up, there were unshed tears at the corners of his eyes. "Captain Luo, on behalf of the Nefertari royal family, I thank you. I've wanted to say this since Whiskey Peak, but back then I didn't believe in you. And now, I do. From now on, no matter where you are, if you send someone, Alabastan's ports will always be open." In the afternoon, the water carts were brought out onto the streets. This was a celebration spontaneously organized by the people of Alabastan after Crocodile's downfall. 10 water carts filled with fresh water from newly dug wells, pushing from the city gate all the way to the Sandora River, sprinkling water along the route. In Alabastan, water is more precious than gold. Sprinkling water is the grandest and most devout way of giving thanks in this desert. Elderly, children, former rebels, and royal guards lined both sides of the road, catching the sprinkled water droplets with their hands and pressing them to their foreheads, murmuring prayers. Wei Wei stood on the city wall of the royal palace watching this scene, tears silently streaming down her face. Luo stood beside her, not offering a handkerchief, simply placing his hand on her shoulder. Her shoulders trembled slightly, then she leaned into his embrace. "Before, when I looked in this direction, all I saw was drought, civil war, crocodile." Her voice was muffled against his chest. "Now all I see is hope. It will only get better." As the sun set, the palace bell tower chimed 6 times. Luo walked out of the palace gates and saw the large ship at the harbor had completed resupply. Shanji was directing the rebel logistic soldiers as they loaded provisions aboard. 3 large baskets of dates, 2 sacks of desert wheat flour, a whole barrel of camel milk, and several bundles of local dried spices and herbs. Xiaoba followed behind, carefully inspecting each herb, occasionally offering professional comments like, "This can substitute for Angelica." Sua Long leaned his 3 swords against the ship's railing, eyes closed, adjusting his grip on the sword hilts using the concept of armament Haki. Baji stood at the bow, waving to the crowd gathered at the harbor, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze. Kuya and Luo Bin were securing a potted orange sapling brought from the palace onto the deck. Luo Bin used her Hana no me to sprout extra hands for tying ropes, while Kuya handed her the hemp twine. Their coordination was 10 times smoother than when they first boarded. Nami stood at the helm, making final course markings on the newly drawn chart of the latter half of the Grand Line. When Luo stepped onto the deck, everyone on the ship stopped what they were doing. "Captain, course set. From Alabastan, the next island on the log pose is Jaya. But we have multiple eternal poses, so we can head to Elbaf Water 7, or the Seawater archipelago." Nami held up the chart for him to see. "Which route do you want?" "Elbaf," Sua Long spoke first, punching his fist into his palm. "Dori and Bragi said they want to fight me in the giant's country." "Water 7. Shanji poked his head out of the kitchen window. "I heard the seafood market there has 10 times the supply channels of Barity and the world's best shipwrights. Our ship needs an upgrade." "Seawater archipelago." Baji launched himself from the bow, his twin ponytails quivering wildly in the evening breeze. "That's the closest to the new world. My reputation is about to double. No, multiply tenfold." Luo glanced around at his crew. The swordsman wanted to fight, the cook wanted to shop, the vice captain wanted fame, the navigator wanted a route, and the archaeologist wanted to find clues about the ancient weapons in Water 7. He knew them all. But he didn't need a meeting to make a decision. Elbaf, Dori owes us a drink, and the log pose for the giant's island has already stored its magnetism. He paused, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Water 7 comes after Elbaf. Sabati Archipelago comes after Water 7. Everyone gets a turn in order. Our voyage is still long, not a single one will be missed. No one objected. Sualong leaned back against the mast, satisfied. Shanji muttered, seafood market after a giant's feast isn't so bad either. Baji swallowed his protest and consoled himself, we'll get there sooner or later, and prestige is prestige, whether it comes early or late. Wei Wei was the last one to board the ship. She had changed out of her royal gown and into the short outfit the navigator had prepared for her. A white linen shirt with brown trousers strapped into a pair of sheepskin boots, her aquamarine hair tied high in a ponytail. Ikalemu stood on the dock, having carried her luggage all the way. His hands were still trembling as he set the cases onto the gangplank. Wei Wei walked over and embraced him. Your Highness. Ikalemu's voice was completely choked. I'm not a princess anymore. From today on I'm a crew member of the Luoan pirates. Wei Wei released him, her eyes red, but her tone held no hesitation. Father agreed. Koshak can assist him. Alabastan doesn't need a princess sitting idle in the palace, it needs people who can dig wells. Luoan walked to the ship's railing and waved to everyone, seeing them off at the harbor. The king of Alabastan stood at the front, a maid holding a newborn baby beside him. He nodded to Luoan, and Luoan nodded back. No lengthy farewell speeches were needed. A single nod was enough. The sails swelled with the sea breeze, the gangplank was pulled in, and the mooring ropes were cast off. The large ship slowly sailed out of Alyabarna harbor. The crowd on the shore ran after the ship for a long distance until the sandy beach became a breakwater, and the breakwater became a faint line on the horizon. Wei Wei stood at the stern, watching her homeland grow ever smaller and more distant on the horizon. Her fingers gripped the railing tightly, knuckles white. Nami approached her side, offering a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice Sanji had just prepared. If you need to cry, go ahead. I've already cried. Wei Wei took the juice, her eyes still moist, but her voice had steadied. I cried in his room last night. Nami was silent for a moment, then hooked an arm around her neck and whispered, tell me about it later. I'll help you analyze it. Kaya passed by with her signature honey mint tea, the tips of her ears burning red like ripe dates. Should I join this analysis session too? You're in, Nami beckoned to her. Robin leaned against the railing, coffee in hand, watching the three girls huddle together and whisper. Using her Hana no Mi, she soundlessly bloomed a small white flower above their heads for shade, a genuine smile, gracing her own lips. At the crow's nest, Buggy bellowed at the empty sea. Next stop, Elbaf, the land of giants. Dory. Broggy, your captain is back. That drink you owe me. No, that drink you owe the captain. Well, I'll drink it for him. Bring out the biggest cup the giants have. Even the smallest giant cup is bigger than you, Zoro said with closed eyes. Green-haired idiot, say that one more time. The sails billowed in the sunset breeze. The wind blew from Alabastan, carrying the dryness and warmth of the desert, pushing this ship, filled with monsters, dreams, and laughter, deeper into the Grand Line. Luoan leaned against the railing, holding the coffee Sanji had just handed him, and closed his eyes. His observation Haki automatically spread out, sensing the entire sea surface within 500 meters, fish swimming beneath the waves, seabirds circling above the clouds, and a few dolphins following the ship at the stern, leaping and diving back. His crew members were going about their business on deck, their heartbeats steady, emotions calm. No fear, no vigilance. Only the unique relaxation and anticipation of a ship heading toward a new adventure. He opened his eyes and watched the last orange glow sink below the horizon. The end of the first half of the Grand Line lay beneath the sea, and the beginning of the new world was farther away. This ship, this crew, this captain, their journey had only just begun. The sun of Alabastan rose fully. The bell tower of Arbana, the royal capital, struck 7 times. The chimes passed through the repaired streets, through the city gates, through the new canal being dug side by side by the rebels and the royal guard, all the way to the port. The large ship was moored at the dock, its sails furled, its hull glowing warmly in the morning light. No one was on deck, because everyone was in the city doing what they needed to do. Luoan stood on the observation platform at the highest point of the palace. This had once been the spot where Crocodile overlooked the casino and Rainbase, later converted into a watchtower, and then Wei Wei had all 4 walls dismantled, leaving only a circular stone platform facing the endless desert and sea of Alabastan. From here the dunes looked like frozen golden waves, the coastline traced a long arc in the distance, and at the junction of sea and sky the sails of a few merchant ships moved slowly. The wind came from the sea, lifting the hem of his captain's coat. He closed his eyes. The range of his observation Haki had expanded further than it had a week ago. His advanced observation Haki was taking root inside him like a newly transplanted tree whose roots were burrowing deeper into the soil. He could sense the emotions of every person at the port, the ecstasy of the workers when the new well struck water deep in the desert, the rhythm of Sanji cracking eggs in the palace kitchen, and the resistance of the air as Zoro swung his sword under the city wall. Kosa stood on the city wall holding the military cap he had washed clean. He folded it, placed it into an old wooden box, closed the lid, and dusted it off. A line of text was written on the box: Rebel Army Headquarters, dissolved. He hoisted the box onto his shoulder, walked down the wall, and headed toward the oasis being cultivated outside the city. By the riverbank, the first new well had begun to produce water. Murky, muddy water seeped from the sand dug out by pickaxes, and the crowd burst into hoarse cheers. An old woman knelt by the well, cupped the first handful of water, pressed it to her forehead, and whispered the names of her deceased loved ones. Sanji was cooking breakfast for the entire city. He said the rebels and the royal guard had worked together for 3 days without a proper hot meal, and he couldn't stand it. The palace kitchen stoves were not enough, so he had 3 open-air stoves set up in the square, 1 large pot for lamb stew, 1 for porridge, and 1 for omelets. An old rebel cook assisted him, trying to learn his technique of cracking 6 eggs with 1 hand. After failing a dozen eggs, he finally succeeded, once excitedly tossing the eggshell into the soup pot. Sanji cursed with a cigarette in his mouth, and added 2 more pinches of salt to the soup. Zoro had swung his sword 10,000 times that day beneath the city wall. He sheathed his blade, sat in the shadow of the wall, and drank an entire flask of water. The Elbaf log pose that Dory and Bragi had left for him still hung at his waist. He had said that before going to the land of giants, he would learn to use armament Haki to coat 3 swords and deliver 3 different arcs simultaneously. He was still short by the last one. The tip of the blade was off by half an inch. He drew Shusui again and slashed at the stone wall, the sound of crumbling rock echoing beneath the ramparts. Half an inch, still half an inch. Chopper had worked all night in the palace pharmacy. He had thoroughly inventoried the entire medical stock of Alabaston, listing all the missing medicines and submitting the budget to Nami for approval. He had prepared 120 field first aid kits, each wrapped in oil paper, containing hemostatic powder, bandages, and disinfectant alcohol wipes. He had counted 1 by 1 with his little hooves. The old pharmacist stood at the door watching him all night, finally sighing. "If you had come 3 years earlier, my hair wouldn't have turned completely white." Chopper blushed as he stuffed the last kit into the box, his ears twitching furiously. Nami had been in a 4-hour negotiation with the royal treasurer of Alabaston. She had meticulously scrutinized each clause of the permanent tax exemption agreement, port supply budget, and desert spice trade franchise, leaving the royal treasurer wiping his glasses 3 times. The final signed document had 7 additional clauses, all favorable to the Luo and pirates. She placed the signed papers into a waterproof document pouch, tied it with a ribbon, tucked it into the inner pocket of her logbook, stood up, shook hands with the treasurer, and smiled. "Pleasure doing business." The treasurer held her hand and whispered, "What did you do before?" Nami brushed her orange hair back and did not answer. Kaya and Robin had discovered 3 wild desert roses in the oasis outside the city. Kaya knelt down, gently touched the petals, and turned to ask Robin if they could be taken back to the ship. Robin examined the soil composition around them with an archaeologist's professional. "I told her that the sand here had too high a salt content for direct transplantation, but they could collect seeds and cultivate them in neutral soil." She took out a handkerchief from her pocket, laid it on the ground, and used the extra hands from her Hana Nomi to pick the seeds 1 by 1, her movements as precise as if she had a magnifying glass. Kaya crouched beside her, shielding her from the wind. The two spent an entire morning at the edge of the oasis, accumulating 67 desert rose seeds on the handkerchief. Buggy delivered an open-air speech at the port. His audience included rebel veterans, royal guard soldiers, dock fishermen, and a group of children who had wandered in from somewhere. The topic was the strategic importance of Captain Buggy in the second half of the Grand Line, lasting 2 hours and 40 minutes. At the 40th minute, a child raised his hand to ask if he was the one whose red nose had been touched by Shanks. Buggy froze, then crouched down and told the child a tangential story about the food level on the Pirate King's ship, which took another hour. In the end, the child grew hungry, and Buggy divided the dried rations from his pockets among all the children present, waving his hand and saying, "This is a welcoming gift from Deputy Captain Buggy. Remember to tell others about it later." Wei Wei packed her belongings in her chambers. She placed the crown back into the velvet box, closed the lid, and pushed it to the back of the dressing table. Then she picked up an old faded cloth pouch, the one she had carried when she infiltrated Baroque Works 3 years ago. Inside were a few copper coins, a small knife, and a scorched ribbon. She placed the pouch at the top of her new luggage, folded the letter her father had written her, and set it beside it. The king stood at the door saying nothing, but walked over, took his daughter's hands in his, and held them for a long time. He said, "Your country will always be your home." She said, "I know. When I finish the Grand Line, I'll bring them all back to see you." Luo and opened his eyes. Within the range of his observation Haki, he perceived all of this simultaneously. Not with his eyes, not with his ears, but he saw it nonetheless. Every sorrow, every hope, every healing wound, and every sprouting seed all spread out in his consciousness like a warm net. This feeling was different from the cold sharpness of locking onto an enemy in battle. It was quiet, vast, as if standing on the observation platform, he could understand the heartbeat of everyone in this desert. He raised his right hand. The dark purple luster of armament Haki had fully internalized, no longer requiring deliberate activation. Whenever he wished, his skin could automatically harden to any level he needed. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking softly, then released it. It was no longer intermediate. The continuous battles of these days, against Hawkeye, against Wapple, against Crocodile, against countless fodder, each collision of armament Haki pushed it forward. The level given by the system was only a starting point. What truly sharpened it was himself. The system of growing stronger through adversity hovered quietly at the edge of his consciousness. This golden finger, which had been with him since the first day of his transmigration, had been triggered countless times, always making him just one level above his enemy. But now he was thinking about something. If his own strength had already surpassed most enemies, the gap between triggered and untriggered would become smaller and smaller. One day he would stand at a position where he could win, even without the system. By then, what would the system become? Would it disappear or unlock higher level rules? The system did not answer. He was not in a hurry. He still had the entire Grand Line to conquer. At the edge of the desert, a ship's silhouette appeared on the sea. It was not a warship, not a pirate ship. It was a diplomatic fast ship flying the flag of the world government. Standing at the bow was a tall figure in a white suit. The face was too far to see clearly, but Luoan's observation Haki had already sensed the other's emotions. Curiosity, vigilance, but no hostility. The person held a permanent log pose, its needle pointing straight at Arbana. Another one. Luoan stood up from the observation platform, a grin curling at the corner of his mouth toward the sea. The Grand Line never lacked newcomers, and newcomers never lacked stories. The black wings on his back unfurled slowly, each wing spanning over 1.5 meters, their spread casting a shadow over half the sky of the observation platform. The golden-orange divine flame ignited behind his head like a second sun in the morning light. He leaped off the platform, gliding in a gentle arc toward the port. A child on the street looked up, saw him, and screamed while pointing. Adults also stopped, shielding their eyes with their hands, squinting at the figure with black wings and golden fire as it streaked across the sky. No one was afraid. In Alabaston, everyone knew who that figure was. He landed at the port, folded his wings, and the flame retracted behind his head. Nami, carrying the signed documents toward the ship, stopped and shook the waterproof pouch. Permanent tax exemption, port supply, budget, spice trade franchise. 7 additional clauses negotiated. Captain, you need to give me a raise. Done. Verbal promises don't count. Ooh, I need it written in the logbook. Write it. Wei Wei walked from the palace direction, carrying her small cloth pouch and new luggage, her steps lighter than ever. She stopped in front of Luoan, put down her luggage, looked at his face for a moment, then reached out to straighten a button on his collar that had been blown crooked by the wind. Exactly the same gesture Kaya had made when she first straightened his collar in Shiloh village. I'm ready. Then take the helm. Next stop, Elbaf. The entire crew was back in position by noon. Zoro was the last aboard, carrying a stone he had cut from beneath the city wall on his shoulder. He said he would use it to test the hardness of giant weapons. Sanji cursed him for damaging the deck, and Zoro retorted, the deck is wood, the stone goes by the railing. Buggy tried to use his Bara no Mi to move the stone, nearly rolling himself and the stone into the sea, only to be pulled back by a dozen hands from Robin. Chopper pushed a crate of herbs twice his size up the gangplank, fell halfway, and scattered the herbs everywhere. Kaya knelt down to help him pick them up one by one, the two of them spending 10 minutes on the gangplank, while Nami shouted from the ship, if you're not up here in a minute, we're sailing. Finally, Robin used her Hana no Mi to gather all the herbs at once, sorted them, and placed them back into Chopper's medicine chest. The sails billowed in the noon sea breeze, and the large ship slowly departed from Arbana port. The shore was packed with people, rebels, royal guard, townsfolk, children, and the elderly, all waving. Ikaram stood at the front, his salute perfectly straight, tears streaming down his face, without wiping them. The king stood on the palace terrace, raised a glass toward the ship from afar, and drank it in one go. Seagulls followed the mast for a while, then turned back one by one. The coastline of Alabaston changed from yellow to gold, from gold to gray, and finally shrank to a faint line on the horizon. The sea spread out ahead. The water was deeper blue than the coastal waters of Alabaston, the waves higher than in the first half, and the wind carried a hint of unfamiliar chill from farther waters. The second half of the Grand Line, the entrance to the New World, lay beyond those waves. At the Crow's Nest, Buggy stood tall, holding the purple-based Crown Anskell flag he had taken from the flagship of Baroque Works. He had washed it and drawn a large red nose with 2 scars on it with red ink, turning it into a crooked deputy captain's flag of the Luoan pirates. He tied the flag to the railing of the lookout, and as the sea breeze unfurled it, he bellowed to the entire ship, attention, all hands. As deputy captain of the Luoan pirates, I hereby declare, next stop Elbaf, the land of giants. Then Water 7. Then Sabaody Archipelago. Then the New World. Then the Pirate King's throne. All who stand in our way will be taken down. All drinks owed will be drunk back. All who refuse to submit will be beaten into submission. Luoan pirates, full speed ahead. Did you rehearse that? Sanji poked his head out of the kitchen window. The captain improvised. The penultimate sentence had a grammatical error, Robin said, leaning against the railing with a book open, not looking up. You shouldn't repeat all twice. That's parallelism. Parallelism is a rhetorical device. It doesn't need grammar. Zoro steadied the stone he had cut beside the railing and carved a thin mark on it with Wado Ikamanji. the first mark of his promise to Elbaf. He sheathed his sword, looked up at the empty horizon, and a rare smile appeared on his lips. Chopper holding a mortar ran to the railing with a thumping sound and pointed ahead shouting, "Dolphins! 3 of them! They're racing with our ship." Kaya carefully placed a desert rose seed into a seedling tray, pressed her palms together, and gently blew on the seed. Weiwei stood at the helm, both hands firmly gripping the wheel, her ponytail blowing straight in the sea wind. Nami was beside her, her finger moving across the chart, muttering coordinates, current speed, and estimated time of arrival. Sanji walked out of the kitchen with freshly baked cookies and bowed slightly to the 2 ladies at the helm. "Afternoon tea. Honey lavender cookies with iced mint tea." Luo leaned against the bow holding the coffee Sanji had placed next to him, but did not drink. His observation Haki spread across the boundless sea ahead, passing over the dolphins, the waves, the storm zone hundreds of nautical miles away, and the calm mirror-like surface after the rain, passing over the islands and towns he had not yet seen, but could already faintly perceive. The Pirate King. This title had been just a word in a manga before his transmigration. Now it was not. It was a concrete mountain peak at the end of the Grand Line in the most dangerous and magnificent part of this sea. His system would help him bridge the gaps in strength. His crew would fill every position on the ship. His weapons were armament and observation Haki. His trump card was the bloodline of the Lunaria tribe. Enough. These chips were enough to sit at the table. The large ship passed a stretch of floating debris, the last remains of the Baroque Works warship, sunk a few days ago. The planks were already soaked and rotten, leaving only a mast tilted on the water, the purple crown ant skull flag torn to shreds by the sea wind. Luo glanced at it and looked away. The remains of a bygone era were not worth a second look. The new world lay ahead. The sun shifted from its zenith and the sea changed from deep blue to scattered gold. Nami made the final course correction, aimed the log pose toward Elbaf's magnetic field, and patted the helm. Course set, current favorable, wind force 4, estimated voyage time marked on the chart. Everything was ready. The sea was split at the bow, white spray surging to both sides. The seagulls had all flown away at some point, replaced by several larger albatrosses, their wingspans longer than Buggy himself. They circled above the mast a few times, and then flew toward the direction of the new world.